courtesy, makes the jump across, picks up the AK, gets the headshot. Oh! And he spins around for the kill.
That's it. That's the dagger. Sundai Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sundai Young and Sundai again and again and again.
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise. Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
Open Lisbon returns, where today 2 teams will punch their ticket to Portugal, and sadly for 2 others they will meet their end. 3 people that aren't going anywhere though is myself, Biz, Pimp and MBK joining me up here on the desk for day number 3. Gentlemen, did you guys have a fun evening? We had a nice sunset last night. Did you get up to anything nice?
Yes, the sunset was nice, everything was beautiful, but I was inside watching demos, doing struts and prepping games. So yeah, I just saw a little bit of it, and then you guys did the cool stuff.
I feel like it's the first time I see the sun in like 3 months or something.
For
Denmark
real.
has been a very grey country as of late, and we've had 3 days in a row with sun. So I'm, for once, quite happy for you.
Also, can we just shout out Crom in that the little trailer for Lisbon?
Yeah.
I think it's so underappreciated that he learned the Blast theme tune on his guitar. That's cool.
I hope we get to see it again at some point. You know, that was a masterful performance. I don't have that ability, but I wish.
Well, he will be joining us when we move on to that playoffs, but we've got to wrap up exactly what went down yesterday to see where the teams are going to be falling in their race to make it to Portugal. Let's talk about the first game of the day. That was G2 taking on Imperial. Pimp, what were your takeaways from that?
It was a very close game, very competitive game. Again, you see G2 winning 2-0, and most people think, yeah, that's what we expected. But I think Imperial had a case to be made that they could have won that game 2-0. Very competitive, very much back and forth. G2 didn't play too well, but they didn't play poor either. So room for improvement, but then again, a victory is a victory.
I feel like a definite room for improvement for Liquid when we're talking about their series versus Eternal Fire, right?
Yeah, especially the individuals didn't show up at all for Liquid, and then you have Major that has his career high map on Anubis, and he just had that point to prove. You know, you don't beat them twice, and they're a very hard team to beet. Eternal Fire has... I was going to say that fire, but that's it's just me, my inexperience talking about it.
We can workshop that one. We can workshop that one. M80 versus the Mongols ended up being a 3-map affair. Were you surprised about that, Jacob?
A little bit, you know, enjoying the sun a little bit, watching that game and thinking to myself, all are going according to plan. The Mongols are going to win this one, but they had to fight for it. Obviously, the last third deciding map right there was no contention whatsoever. Yeah. So it made sense, but still, M80 taking a map off the Mongols, that's not bad.
And to wrap up the night, Na'Vi taking on Furia, MBK. Are there any warning signs still coming out of the Na'Vi camp after that one?
Yes and no. I think they won as a team overall, and I like the approach that they had, and I like that they all kind of showed up at different moments. Furia is never an easy team to face, and so I think it's a logical result, and I think for Na'Vi it's just a way to get back into the tournament and get the energy going.
And for Furia, that does mean they're an elimination game versus M80, and Imperial will be taking on Liquid to see who will be fighting for survival in the upper bracket games. However, in Group B, that's going to be G2 versus Eternal Fire and the Mongols versus Na'Vi for a place in the playoffs. But today, we're flipping back over to the Group A side of the equation, where we've got 2 qualification games later on tonight, but also Elimination Station today, Jacob. Obviously, we're going to be diving into the Huns versus Falcons very soon indeed. Astralis versus FaZe, though. This is a big one for a myriad of reasons, right?
Yeah, I kind of want to tease a bit for that one. You obviously have 2 powerhouses of Counter-Strike, 2 very historical crowned organizations going toe-to-toe. One of them will lose the game, one of them will be out of the tournament, finishing last place. But for one team, it's slightly more important than the other. Astralis are in a scenario now with the VIS closing into the cutoff for the major, where they need this victory. We'll dive into it later. We'll explain it all for you. We're going to leave it as a bit of a cliffhanger for now, but if Astralis were to lose today against FaZe, there's a chance that Astralis won't automatically qualify for the major, which could put them in jeopardy of missing a 5th major in a row. So if we talk about pressure and importance of a game today, that will be that one.
That's pretty wild when you consider that as a potential outcome for just one of the games here, right, Nathan?
Yeah, and especially, I think, as I said, Astralis is a legendary organization that had arguably the best run of all time in Counter-Strike, in CSGO especially, with all the majors and all the players that went through. And FaZe on the same level. They're both legendary for the same reasons, because they've been winning and they have that culture of winning. And so to see them facing elimination, both teams are doubting a lot. It searching themselves themselves, or they more so lost themselves in some way, and it seems very hard for them to climb back up.
In other words, it's a banger. Like, you got to watch that game. It's a banger.
Yes, no, 100%. And the fact that they made one of like the craziest roster moves that we thought coming into the 2025 season with the Liege, like the fact that they could be eliminated in last place, that's a wild prospect.
It is a wild prospect, considering they skipped EPL as well. We saw them Inclusion Poker lose to Astralis the last time they played against each other. So there's so many storylines, so much going on within that game, and I'm super, super excited to get into it.
More stories to be diving into in our first game of the day, as well as, of course, it's another two teams on the brink of elimination, that being the Huns and Falcons. Falcons finding themselves here after stumbling versus MOUZ in a two-map affair, whereas for the Huns, they kind of had the rough end of the draw as they had to make their debut in Europe versus Spirit as their first opponent. Pretty tough draw for them to be beginning off here. We saw a great start on the T side of Anubis, look really strong, and then that's kind of where the luck ended, right, Jacob?
That was kind of what they got to show us. Yeah, we knew, and we knew from Nathan, who were looking into them a little bit, that the Anubis was quite good. You know, a map they like to play, a map they feel comfortable on. We even spoke to Nine saying that, yeah, it's a comfort pick for us, but also a bit of a punish pick towards Team Spirit. So they had a clear game plan going into it, and we saw that in the very first half of Anubis. But as you said, Freya, that was the only half where they remained competitive. CT side Anubis couldn't get anything going. Map number 2 couldn't get anything going. So what I did learn is that the Huns, they can play Counter-Strike. It's not a bad team of Counter-Strike players, but maybe the learning curve is going to be a little bit too steep already by now.
It takes a little bit of time to just get all those post-plan situations ready, and then how to change also the pace of what you're doing on the T side and on the City side. Like when you have to play more aggressive on the City side first, and then you have to rely on being more passive because you're getting punished, and then you have to find the answers another way. And so that's probably where you don't have that depth of the game, because they played locally a lot. And so even though they had like individuals showing up, some not showing up, Spirit is a well-oiled machine, and so it's very hard to beat them. It's very hard to like get those wins and those maps, even though you're starting strong. And so, yeah, we saw good things from the Huns. It was pretty hopeful, especially they stuck to their game plan and their game style overall.
Yes.
So that was very good to see, and I don't know, they just seem joyful as well. They're happy to be here, and that plays a part. They don't seem very stressed.
And let's talk about one individual in particular. We get to see him on our screen, Nine, because unfortunately we kind of knew that Dust 2 was going to be going in the favor of Spirit, but he had what could be in contention for highlight of the year already, Jacob.
I'd say so. That was crazy with the deagle shots. I hope we get to see it again and again and again. And we have it on screen right here in a 1v4. You think to yourself, the round is over, but it's just one bullet after another. He's not missing a single one of those. It's crazy, Nathan. You know, doing a 1v4 with a deagle, that's cool. Doing it with 4 bullets against Team Spirit, just shutting down Dunk and the boys, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is beautiful. It's those kind of actions where it's just raw firepower, and it's like, what are the limits of individual skill, right, to that point? It helped that we're down that much, because you just turn off your brain, you're just like playing deathmatch pretty much on the server, and you're just shooting heads. But then seeing it happens, it's always something very special, because you don't, yeah, it could have gone down as a legendary moment if it was in a more tight game or like more stakes, you know, for the game. But regardless of the fact that the context of the game is just, that's what Counter-Strike is about. That's what we love about this game, that anything is possible.
Well, I'm curious to hear how the team reacted to that legendary moment as I caught up with Cobra ahead of today's series. Great to get to catch up with you, Cobra. First question, Nine had an incredible deagle highlight versus Spirit on Dust 2. Can you tell me how you reacted to that from your perspective?
It was unbelievable, and I just saw it and I didn't even trust the, you know, it was very good shots, and Yami and I were, what is happening? It was very good, nasty shots.
Speaking of Yami, your newest player and highest rated so far, what does he bring to the team?
I think, in my opinion, his independent skill is very good, and it just makes the other people's kind of, you know, in some kind of comfortable, I think, yeah. And he's kind of experienced, and he's been through a lot, and I think so.
Yeah, very important skill to have for the team. Speaking of your next opponents, that's going to be Falcons. What do you think about them as a team?
As a team, they're pretty good people, and Nico is my idol, and they're overall, all players are good and experienced, and we, yeah, I think so. Experienced, and they have very good skills. Yeah.
Definitely. Speaking of the map veto, though, because we saw Anubis versus Spirit. You guys had a great T-side. You won't be playing that against Falcons, though, because they ban it, I'm presuming. How do you adapt to a map veto like that?
First of all, Anubis is not really our most good map, so we don't have that much problem on that. So I think it will be okay.
Okay, so no sweat that Anubis isn't going to be in the pool in this particular series. Oh man, I hope None's all right there. Bashed his head a little bit. Oh no, that's not what you want before a game.
No.
Poor guy.
What did the table doing up there? Yeah, okay, that's quite high. What?
Oh, yeah.
Either way, Yami, obviously I got to pose a question to Cobra. He said best attribute as him for him as a player.
Yeah.
He's an independent player. You can trust him, to go alone on different areas of the map and be self-sufficient, right? And that's an important attribute to have as an anchor.
Yeah, there's that, and he seems very fierce in everything he's doing as well. Like, he was not scared to go first and enter the bomb side when he had to cross through smokes with their strats, and then getting those entries and then cleaning up the rounds. I mean, he was doing a little bit of everything, and it's very good to have a player like that, because no matter what strat you're running, no matter where you're playing as an anchor and everything, especially if he's self-sufficient, that means he's going to rely a lot of his skill, which is very important at this point in Counter-Strike 2. And yeah, I think it showed. I think I was pleasantly surprised about what he brought and what he showed on the server against Spirit. He was not scared. He was getting the trades and killing people.
Now they're going to be taking on Falcons. What's the story been so far for your money, Jacob, from that side?
For Falcons?
Yeah.
It's a good question. I think it's obviously a team that is constantly on the move, in the sense that I think the general perceptions of Falcons is that, at least my general perception of Falcons is that I'm not sure this lineup is going to stick together for too long. So it's about getting the most out of the results and getting the most out of this team until they can continue to upgrade on the roster. And I know that sounds a bit harsh to already call them out and say that they're essentially a dead roster, but I don't think Falcons are okay with being a top 10 team or a top 8 team, right? They're built to win trophies. They're built to go the extra step. However, bringing in the heroic core and bringing in Nico has helped them to become relevant again. I think they are a competitive team. I think they remain competitive in pretty much all games they play. We saw it Cluj-Napoca as well. They did a stellar job of coming into that one, getting into the grand final, could potentially have won a trophy. So I'm not willing to write them off, but all I'm saying is that it's very hard for me to quantify what is the Falcons, because there's still so many question marks attached to it.
Yeah, speaking of making the most of things, Jacob, you've been a busy bee this morning, haven't you? Because you caught up with Kixon earlier today. Should we hear about it?
Busy bee. I'm joined by Kixon before they're heading into the game versus the Huns. And Kixon, I want to pick your brain a little bit, because as an in-game leader, how difficult is it to prepare for a team that you haven't seen around before and you don't know too much about heading into the tournament?
Well, it's a bit different and maybe a bit harder than usually, because obviously we haven't played them ever, and we check what they're doing, but I think mostly we try to focus on ourselves in this kind of games, and we expect us to win against this kind of teams based on what we are doing and not focusing too much on them, I would say.
Okay, yeah, because I hear a lot of teams saying that when you're playing against someone you don't know that well, or when you're a big favorite, you rather want to focus on yourself. Is there any attached risk to that, or is it all about, making sure that you know your stuff, and then I guess you believe that you're so much better than the Huns that it should be a no issue?
Yeah, we believe that we're the better team, and if we just play how we usually do, we should be able to beat them. And also they play maybe a bit different than the teams we usually face, so that's why I think it's more important to focus on ourselves.
That makes sense. Now, there's a lot of conversations around Nico obviously joining your lineup, and you've been playing with him for quite some time as well. And one of the things I find very interesting is the CT side dynamic. We know Nico is a big voice on the CT side, so can you try put a few words on what he adds to the team and how he's helping you out as an in-game leader?
Yeah, obviously he's really vocal, especially on the city sides, and he has the positions to be basically the main caller. So I'm playing most of the anchor positions, so I'm obviously trying to help with some things, but he's doing most of the calling early round, and then mid round everyone tries to help with some reactions and setups.
And obviously you're the main in-game leader of the lineup, right? So if I were to ask you who has the final voice on the CT side, would it be Nico being in those positions, or is it still your voice, that is the final one on the CT side?
Well, on the CT side, I think everyone tries to help Nico in some way, especially the players with better positions and the upper, but he has the final say on the city side. Okay, and you said it yourself, right? You're an in-game leader, you're playing some of these anchor positions. It's something that I've been very vocal about, that it must be difficult as an in-game leader to be separated from the action on the map. So is it sometimes frustrating for you not to be able to make the call or make the move that's necessary, or is it just part of the game by now that you have to play those positions? Well, for me now it's just a part of the game, because for the last year or two I've already been playing this kind of positions, so I'm kind of used to it. But I think for some in-game leaders it fits them more to be in a more vocal position, because that's what we are used to do, to call and control the game. But yeah, as I said, I'm already used to it, so it's not a big problem for me, I would say.
Not a big problem. Now, speaking of this very tournament, speaking of the game versus the Huns, obviously you need to win the game in order to stay alive at the tournament. I sense you're confident in that happening. So for the rest of the tournament and for your aspirations of making it into the playoff as well, do you think that's possible with the current form that you guys are coming in with?
Yeah, I think so. I think obviously lately we haven't been playing the best, but all the games we've lost have been pretty close, and we kind of know what are our mistakes, and they're not really big mistakes. It's mostly about those 2v2, 3v3 situations which we are supposed to win sometimes. And if we fix these little details, like mostly the late rounds, I think we can compete against anyone.
Alrighty, well, best of luck versus the Huns, and best of luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Really appreciate his honest and open answers there. MBK, how do you react to that? We've obviously been talking a lot about, some in-game leaders in those anchor positions, but also having to, have a yin and yang with Nico, who's mostly calling on the CT side and having the final say.
I mean, I think that's something that we talked about, where you have different approaches for different teams, and if they're okay with that, that's the most important, because it's not necessarily an ego thing, but like as Kixan said, you're very much used to like calling on both T and CT side and have always been doing it, and to cut your work in half and give it to someone else, if you don't really want to do it, that can be very weird at the beginning. But if everybody is into that system, I think that's where you can have a lot of efficiency, because you can help each other, right? And so there is a lot of things that can be positive about it, but it can also destroy your team from within if people start believing in that system.
Well, we know the Huns aren't going to be picking into Anubis, so I'm curious as to where they'll land in our picks and bans. Obviously, the ban of Falcons coming out will be Anubis, where we saw the Huns having some success versus Spirit. So where else do they go, Jacob?
Well, not Train, first and foremost, because that's been banned too. And I kind of like what Cobra said, that he doesn't feel Anubis is their best map. So maybe we got a little more in store for us when it comes to the Huns. Now, for Falcons, they love Ancient, and they've been picking a lot of Ancient. They play a lot of Ancient, and I think that they should pick Ancient in this matchup. And I think that's exactly what they are going to, unless they go with Inferno.
Well, that's the Huns pick.
That's the Huns pick.
Yeah.
So I'd expect the Ancient to be picked by the Falcons. Inferno, would that be the best map then for the Huns?
I don't know. If you would ask me, I would say that they lied a little bit by saying that Anubis is not their best map.
It's fine.
I think that's what I would say if I look at it from the outside. But yes, Inferno is kind of a map that is into their playstyle, so I kind of like that pick.
Makes sense. We know Falcons love to play Inferno. We know Nico loves to play Inferno as well. CT side calling, aggressor, banana. I'm not worried on behalf of Falcons. I probably would have hoped for the Huns to get into some more open maps in a sense, the likes of Dust 2, Mirage, etc.
Yeah.
It offers a little bit more, I wouldn't call it randomness, but it offers the players to express themselves a little bit better.
More flexible, right?
A little bit more flexible and could apply some pressure. Then you have Nuke as a third deciding map. So you have a very tactical map pool, and is that the advantage of the Huns? I don't think so.
I actually think it is their advantage.
Okay.
Because I think individually speaking, if you compare the two teams, you have the likes of Nico, Dexter, Tezes, Magis, even Kixan also has very good showings. And when you have more experience as individuals, you want to exploit that space.
Okay.
I think the Huns want to do strats, and then be aggressive and surprising on their city side. So that would be more my approach. I think it's a good map pool for the Huns. But yeah, as you said, Nico on Inferno could single-handedly destroy them.
Nico and Nuke,
Let's see how the cookie crumbles, but not before we head things to a quick break. Plenty of Counter-Strike on the cards for day 3 of the Blast Open Lisbon. We're going to be ending out the day with Vitality versus Virtus.pro, Spirit versus MOUZ. Not before that, FaZe versus Astralis is the second game of the day, but we're going to be kicking off the action with the Huns versus Falcons.
Welcome to the gauntlet that is Group A, Blast Open Lisbon. This is the group of death, and now the gauntlet. One team will leave and secure a spot in the playoffs, Chad, over the course of this lower bracket, and I don't think it's going to be the Huns.
Yeah, this is probably one of the easiest matches the Falcons are going to have on paper. The Huns put up a little bit of a fight in the first half of their map choice against Spirit. Very set execute heavy, weren't they? They were just popping into sites, barraging against the Donk-led squad. But the Falcons today, they should be going into this as the heavy favorites. Inferno up first, Ancient, and then Nuke as the third, and deciding if we need to get there. Now, it's hard to frame this as anything other than a massive underdog going up against a team with a bunch of experience, some storied players. I think experience is going to be the key word.
Yeah, most of these players, if not all of these players, have not attended a major, and then you've got Magisk, who's lifted multiple trophies.
You go on his profile, it has just the 4 trophies in his little item display cabinet there.
No one's saying that it's a fair fight right now. No one's saying that.
Okay, well, they're going to go straight up middle. Tessus and Magisk are over in apartments, so they will be in and getting the bomb down. I'll tell you that much.
That's unless Tessus perfectly tracks that first, doesn't do so onto Bartak, and he's just pulling the crosshair away. He gets a little too long on that one. Good to see Vexel in the feed early. Magisk somehow controls the, I'm going to call it a spray with the dual Berettas at this point, when you do just mash it and pull the crosshair down. But yeah, there's that bomb plant you prophesized, Chatty B, dropping in and down. 9 puts Magisk in the dirt. Should be no more to be said about the retake, and Dexter traded out by Cobra. Still on the side with that crossfire with the pit occupied by 9. Nico giving it his best shot to try and find and win these duels. He's only getting these momentary glimpses of the tip of the balaclava. But time against them. Kixon and Nico connect, and Bartak can't close. Valiant attempt. Just not enough.
Okay, well, the defuse will come in. That was pretty hectic for a moment. You see Kixon just covering up on that pit swing as Nico had to take the other duels. But the bomb goes down. Let's see if the force buy follows. If you didn't catch the first game from the Huns, a couple of names to look out for. 9 had some highlight moments. Also going to bring you the AWP action. I would say Cobra is looking not too bad mechanically, as well as Yami. It will be the force spy. So a Glil in the hands of Vexel. 1 for Bartak, and then pistols for the other 3 with utility. So if they want to spread out a bit more, you have Vexel and Bartak, the individuals taking your halls and boiler control. Cobra and Yami to get Banana. And up quite quickly is Cobra. We'll take the initial exchange and the double very easily indeed.
That's a lovely start from Cobra. He heard the kicks and spam, knew the flash had connected, but doesn't get overzealous and isolates the duel. They lose 2 back, but that's what you needed. That's what you needed from Yami.
And look where the bomb is. So all of this has gone down in Banana. Bartak and Vexel, they were actually over towards second mid. So Tessus, as he creeps down, might be able to catch a little bit of a timing here. They've tucked in through the chicken pit.
I think they're safe.
Well, no, because he can just head back to middle at any moment. Just like that. Okay. Well, I think Magisk will just be trying to hold on to this one because they can waltz on in. They can get that bomb down.
If Cobra has another good series, I think this is, you know, we discussed putting yourself in the shop window. I do think that he certainly will have proven himself as a talented individual.
Well, this is the thing, right? When you take a look at the Mongolian region, obviously we have the Mongols flying the flag. They're the national team, and they're one of the best Counter-Strike teams in the world right now. But then after the Mongols, you've got a bunch of squads. You've got ATOX, which at the moment are under a provisional investigation. That's why they're not here. So that's a story for another day. You have the Huns who have come and replaced them. You also have Chinggis Warriors. You've got Eruption. There's a bunch of different names. And we've heard from some of the Mongols players before over the years in interviews, like the LAN cafe culture that they have over there. So there's never really any question of talent, and we're talking about that from a mechanical standpoint. One of the keys when you come over and get to play European Counter-Strike on a regular basis is you're learning what it takes to go up against the best. And that's why I use the word experience, right? The fact that they're getting to play in this beautiful studio that's on your screen right now, getting to play up against some of Counter-Strike's best teams.
I was just trying to work out what he's spelling on his Galil there from Vexel.
Is it safe?
I suppose so.
What does it say?
It's a bit cheeky.
What does it say?
It says send nudes.
Oh, okay.
You know, like different shades of pink is what he's asking for, you know.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Just the color.
Wow, lovely little double there, top Banana, wasn't it? And Vexel, yeah, look, it's great if he can steady himself. The Huns Twitter account tweeted and said that Vexel is related to Techno somehow.
What?
Yeah.
Man.
Because I was doing the Mongolian trivia or fun facts, and
that was a good one.
they have one of their own.
Okay.
We also know that Bartek is the brother of MOUZ.CET.
Yeah, and Chad is the cousin of Havoc. You know, the Aussies are just the same. Oh! Cobra again with a double on Banana. How is that looking so easy?
Yeah, I don't think Nico and Tessa's ready for that whatsoever.
Did he just beat the timings from the util?
Yeah, they're just so out of position. They're not ready to be fought that early within the round. So the force buy back is going to fall very flat from Falcons. This is not the start they were looking for.
How has he done that? I'd love to see just... Did he? He's 76 HP. Must have timed through the molly. I was lost in Chad's eyes for a moment. I wasn't paying too much attention. My fault. Kixon, however, is tucked on second oranges, and they're not committing. I'd like to know why they're not committing.
I think it's just to group up and go for the execute, right? So another block smoke lands, and quite a shallow one indeed. So at the moment, they can really just hit the brakes. There's still 45 seconds left on the clock, but they look like they were sending a bit of a feeler out towards A. Vexel's starting to investigate up mid. 9 is calling the team back, slinking down Banana.
Okay.
And this appears to be the right decision. So they will be able to head into this free bomb site right now. Does Falcons just save what they have?
Probably.
And go again into the next. It's a FAMAS, it's a 5-7, it's an MP9. Because this round is done and dusted.
Who needs to win the pistol when you can win the second round?
Exactly.
And if Cobra keeps getting doubles on Banana, well, we could be cooking here. Inferno pick. Des discussed it, saying they are quite, execute heavy, but there's been no need as of yet. Right now, they're quite happy to biff and to brawl.
Well, that's the thing, right? In terms of the strategy, it's evolved from just going for site executes. In the last 5-6 years of Counter-Strike, it's about these quote-unquote moves, right? To take map territory. They still need to be well rehearsed and well understood in terms of those utility combinations. What's 9 going to get? Well, takes an initial exchange and takes 72 points of damage. Backs off, Dexter gets a double, and there's weapons available. So a little bit problematic here for the Huns. On the attempted hunt, they have given away some guns. These can be scooped up by Magix and Kixon, and they could be working with a rifle apiece. And there's also pistols they could drop too. So next round won't be easy for the Huns. Cobra, really, mate. You got the AK deal. I want to take a gun away. Yeah, okay. Kixon couldn't get his hands into something juicier than the MP9.
I admire his confidence.
And it's going to be key. He's a solo leveling fan. We can tell by his profile picture in game. Chahe, for those of you playing at home.
Chahe.
No spoilers, all right? I know everyone's excited for tomorrow night.
You can talk, Chad. You've already skipped ahead.
I wanted to read.
He's reading the manhwa.
Yeah, wanted to learn a thing or two. Okay, well, what we've been able to pull out here. So the MP9, the FAMAS, some pistols dropped across. Just poor Tessus, just with the USP.
No, but you can just follow Kixon like a puppy. Yeah. Does Cobra do it again? Does he have it in him? Double on double on double! Oh, denied. Yami.
Give him 1.5.
Yeah, I think he deserved that one, but Yami's stolen it away with the HE. Good trade, though, and good HE. Red carpet rolled out here. Vexel just, if he doesn't move, they win the round. What do you think about that?
He's got the Devil Walk job right now. This is what Devil Walk used to do back in the day.
What, not move and win the round?
Just sit in that position. No, well, that was what he was tasked with, right? He was the individual to get the holes and boiler control. He'd have to sit there and contain while his team were taking Banana. He's going to back off. I wonder if 9 will just call these boys in towards the B play this time round. Looking likely with the utility hitting the deck. So, as we've seen, so far, you're going to see the likes of Cobra and Yami working up Banana with the support of 9. They'll be going up against Nico and Kixon on the other side. You're going to have Dexter and Tess as your rotating pieces. So, Dexter on the AWP, and Tessus as the A rotating rifler. And then anchoring down towards the site is going to be the other Dane of Magisk. They're being diligent about this, not wanting to take any risks. And it would be, well, a very positive sign for the Huns if they can carry these 4 AK-47s into the next and start building some residual cash, because 3-1 out the gates, not too shabby whatsoever. Someone in chat just said, who is MOUZ.'s brother? It's Bartak. Bartak was on the Mongols before MOUZ. We saw him play some international lands with the team, and then his younger brother replaced him. Don't know if it's a good thing, don't know if it's a bad thing, don't know how I would deal with that in the family.
I too would have issues if my younger sister replaced me in my team.
Right?
Yeah.
So it'd be an interesting time in the household. But now he's, probably bringing home awesome Christmas presents.
Come on, Dexter. You had a real lovely crosshair placement there. It was just a matter of timing. And there's that beautiful Blaster Studio. As the bomb explodes at a third round. Actually, Tessa's going down as well. They got extra $300 for 9. Takes him down just as we cut away.
Imagine the type of day the Falcons hate watchers would have.
Oh, they would be eating so good.
It'd be like the weekend.
Yeah. Well, it's cut nearly there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Friday and
Sunday, what?
All right, well, we're going to get into the first gun round. I don't love the fact that poor Kickson's just still rocking an MP9.
No, I love a deliberate Mac 10.
Fair, because he has 4.5k. He could have bought an AK.
And there's 4 exposed heads. Go on, Cobra. Has he got to get him again? Surely they're util. Yeah, he's done it again. He's already has top banana.
He said Nico was his idol in the interview.
Oh, man.
So, yeah.
Actually, looks like that the util's been a little bit better here. That HE looks like it's destined for some damage. 50 points of health for Cobra to work with.
What's Yami doing with his hand there?
Who's that?
Yami just had his hand off the mouse and he was doing this.
Oh, kind of the Elige.
I don't know what he was. Maybe he's got RSI. That's a shame.
He needs to do some Dr. Levi hand exercises.
Well, the B-bomb site feels like it's under siege. They've just dropped the top banana smoke, and that's been the conditioning earlier on. It's only 3 players towards A. If they pounce up the short side, it's going to be long. Forget about short.
Yeah, and Cobra's going to get shot in the backside. Bomb spotted, multiple available. Dexter grabs himself the AK for the next. 9, his challenge, and it's a bit of an overextension from Dexter. Whether or not that's a factor that leads to a Falcon fumble remains to be seen. Still, rotation from Kickson. Get a freeze. 9 and Vexel in this number disadvantage.
Okay, well, there's still about 35 seconds remaining on the clock. Are they going to back off and save, or are they going to try and head up banana and give this one a go? As far as utility is concerned, they have a smoke for CT. A Molotov that could land over towards the coils position. Coffins, call it whatever you want, really. It's had a whole bunch of different things over the years.
Spools.
Oh, well, they're coming fast up banana behind them. Gentlemen, you got to get a move on and you got to get past Nico. So they're just going to be able to deny the plant. They're just charging up. You have to punch in the digits. It looks like they're going to plant, well, yeah, they're going to plant default. You're dead. Yeah, you're dead. Okay, well, that'll be the round. 3-2, as Vexel just needs to try and stay alive right now. Dying after time would be criminal. But enough residual cash for the Huns to get back into another buy.
Nice, boys. Nice. Nice, honey.
The setup worked on the arch side.
I sometimes wonder, right, with coaches and they're getting hyped up and they're doing the nicest, if you feel that you have to be that talismanic figure to the team to bring that energy if your players don't, which would be an unfortunate thing to have. Like, you don't see Blade doing that.
You definitely don't see Blade doing that.
Each to their own. Dexter finds the opener, so 9 down early as Vexel wants to push them off middle. We'll be able to do so. Long smoke lands. Tessa's playing in front of that. So the pep and the step of the Huns, down a man early. How do they work with this? Half-wall boost for Cobra. He's up and at him as Nico is lining up the top and under retake utility. So smoke will be landing at his... Oh, okay, well, you just have to go B now, don't you?
And there will. Plenty of util. Gonna use to block. Nico playing that new box. Oh, that's a great shot from Bartak. He spots
That's the bomb spotted on the radar.
Does that have Tessa second guessing his rotation? He was starting to gamble B and looks like he'll commit to it, just walks over.
If you can apply any pressure towards A right now, Bartak could, lob a flash up mid. That's not going to sell a lot. If he had a smoke to obscure one of the sides, then maybe a different conversation. They have actually, just with time and cutting noise, forced Tessas to rotate back over. There's a lot of gaps. They could be up brackets. They could be slipping alongside. They are setting up for B. Here they come.
And Yami removing Kickson puts the pressure onto Nico. Cobra's idle. Alone in the back of the B-bomb site with a little bit of support from that flashbang. You'll pick off of this. Nate's good. Flash was great. Nico removes Cobra. Trade available, but the backs are turned, and Tessa's just peppering through the smoke with his MP9. Yami just trapped between 2 fights, 2 fronts. Will be a 3-3 scoreline. Nico with a triple kill to secure it.
Yeah, you see that setup happen a lot, don't you, with a player playing the Joker in the back of the site. Doesn't always play out that well, so very well done from Nico to confirm the third. And we'll now put the question mark into the economy of the Huns. They have enough for a couple of AKs, 3 of which. Nice shot here from Bartak, transitioning towards Banana. So they can get out 2, Mac 10, a Tech 9. Oh, we've actually gone for dual Berettas. Has 9 and 3 AK. So next round, loss bonus, I think 2,400 will have to be an eco. Oh, okay, well, Yami, he's found Nico.
Kixon, you got a lot to do here, and he's actually just going to stand and bang. Cobra trying to punish, and Kixon, oh, Kixon unloads his M4845. He's 3 kills, 9's his next victim if he dares to push that smoke. Oof. Not ideal for 9.
That started very well, didn't it?
It certainly did, yeah. Nico immediately removed. Great catch from Yami. But Kixon, he fills that void and then some. A triple kill now. Rotation is there. Tessus in support. And Kixon, he's just going to continue to fight tooth and nail, spamming smokes, hoping to catch a freebie.
They're not going to risk the smoke push. Now, Tessus could smoke bottom of banana as this one starts to fade, but well-placed nade. Vexel down to half HP. Knight even cops a little lick as we'll keep the 2-2 set up. So they don't really have information on the final 2, but they have such a man advantage that there shouldn't be too many issues. There would need to be some bangers of shots hit to breach on into the site. Vexel and 9. Kixon on the jiggle. Feels like he's felt something. The smoke has dropped now to obscure the vision. They have a HE to break. Don't worry about that to break. Kixon now on for the ace. Just one more required. And they know exactly where he is. Spamming away on the other side of the smoke, lobbing out a flash to potentially get away, but he's boxed in. Magisk is starting to push down middle. This one is looking done and dusted as Kixon. He doesn't want to be too greedy. He could go and take his ace. He could be brazen. He could just run in the face and get the frag, but well, they're trying to establish a CT economy of their own, and this could be the kill after time, unfortunately, for 9. 4, 3, 2, and, well, lucky.
Nice time, Jan! Sick, mate! Nice, mate!
Thank you. Thank you, Magisk. I will take that team molly.
That's for banana
Gonna
control?
make, oh, look at that.
Yeah,
I
that
can
is
throw the
special.
one that'll spread and it'll cover logs as well as broom. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Thanks, Magisk. Thanks for thinking of me, man. Get yourself a bro that's thinking of you just like that.
So what do you think is the contractually obligated quantity of nices per match?
I don't think there's like, honestly, this is what I'm saying. It feels like it has to be
him
for the team's benefit.
Yeah.
I don't think Zonic's going, hey, I want to yell every time we win a round.
I think you only get it like that kind of energy out of Nico in like a semi-final.
Yeah.
He'll do that. He will, but it has to be like, you know, the lights, the pyro, the trophy around the corner kind of energy.
Sure, and I suppose that's one of the problems if you are the mental and coaching staff of a team like Falcons coming into this. You know that, hey, if we start playing individualistic Counter-Strike, not playing together, not doing what we should, and not bringing the correct energy, these guys can shoot.
Yeah.
You're playing at this level of Counter-Strike, you can definitely hit back and you give away some silly rounds, you allow them into the game. That's the problem. So I imagine that Zonic is trying to avoid that, keep the energy high. As NCL take a little bit of a tacky time out there to have the conversation about the finances. They have 4 HEs. Are these just going to be lobbed up banana and they just rush? I think so.
Well,
nade strike.
That could be interesting if Nico commits to an early fight. He won't.
It's the ideas, though, you know? You're running with ideas.
Yeah, ideas are important. And I had the idea of where the hell did Mamma Mia come from? Like, that expression, obviously Italian, means my mum. But apparently the first usage of it was from a guy called Lord Byron.
Hugo?
Well, exactly. 1824. So I guess one of his family members, Lord Byron of 1824, was a poet and was the first usage of it outside of Italian.
So I'm just having a look right now.
What's that?
Where are we here? So this was IEM Taipei 2016. I believe it was what was known as minors, right? So back in the major system when we had the minors leading into the major qualifiers and whatnot.
Yeah, right.
That was an event that I was playing at the time. So were the Mongols. There was a bunch of other teams. Cyberzen, that was the Chinese representation. Tailu, you had Chiefs there. MVP Kanal, they were a Malaysian team. And in that event, you just needed to be top 2 to qualify for the major qualifier, right? Which I believe we...
You did?
We did.
Nice. That's mine as like a qualifier, not like in a Drake way.
Yeah, so we ended up losing to the Mongols.
Yeah.
But NCL, the coach of the Huns, was on the team.
Oh, that is cool.
Yeah, I thought the name looked familiar to me. I should remember losing to him. Sad, man.
And Kixon and Nico would be sad, man, if they didn't stop that bomb from going down. Just the pistols and another comfortable 1-4 Falcons.
All right, well, how far can they extend this lead on the CT side? The guns are going to come back out now. In terms of these rifle rounds, that's where it's been a whole lot harder to get involved if you are the Huns. You've been doing a very good job when you were in the I want to say, more equal rounds early. It was due to Cobra running up Banana, getting multi-kills. That was really good work from him. But since then, you don't really have a lot to say. But can they change that tune? Is there going to be anything else and deeper in the playbook? Yes, there is, Alex. They're about to pounce up middle. Very fast indeed.
Oh, okay. I love a bit of pace out of Cobra. Incendiary just going to push through that, and Tessus good there to receive. Okay, Magisk and Tessus, they are a little light on the site. Tessus rotates through and will be tucked just in time. The Bal player does swing out though, and Vexel brought down. Good snap from Dexter on the AWP, just racking him up. Hang on, 9 in it to win it after removing the AWP and getting that bomb planted. Kixon and Nico on the way back in. He gets the chance to reload, reposition, and tuck pit.
Problem is, there's an molly right now that can be thrown out towards this position by Kixon.
Oh.
He's used it side. They don't know where he's gotten off to.
It's an opportunity. If he can isolate that headshot, finds Kixon on the sliver gap. Now Nico knows exactly where his opponent is, and now 9 knows the info. He knows exactly where you are, baits the shot, Nade chips away, AK VM4, he has that advantage. Inherent advantage, 9 with impact. Makes it a 1-round game, clutches up into the A site.
Damn, looks comfortable again, doesn't he? Some highlights out of this individual so far. That's a 1v4 against Falcons.
Boom.
So, yeah, we're talking about the experience. Well, there's a couple of rounds that Nine's going to be able to take home and put on the fridge. I'm going to be getting into a conversation a little bit later with Pimp regarding the VRS, and well, April 7th, that's the deadline in terms of when we're going to see the teams having cutoffs for the major. Oh, Yami liked that one. He liked that one a lot. Well, that was just brute force up the guts into A and able to stick the landing on a huge clutch. Now all posted on the line, head-to-head. Won by Dexter.
How's he done that? Beautiful. Just enough of the center of mass visible for an instant shot to connect. 9 down. After such like an adrenaline-inducing clutch out of 9, it's going to take some of the wind out of his sails, seeing that opening death.
I want to try and go full circle on that conversation. So for the Asian region, there's 5 spots, 32-team major now, 5 spots, and Mongols will be taking the one in stage 3. They're going to be the highest rated Asian
5
team. That won't
Asian
be a conversation. However, it's going to matter on the VRS. Will it be a Mongolian team or Australian team? I think China is also in that conversation. So whichever is second, technically third, because anyway, get convoluted. I'll start talking about Liquid.
Yeah.
Let's do this A execute. Long story short, a Mongolian team could have 2 teams.
Wow.
Maybe even 3 at the major.
Comfortable for Magisk.
It looked like it was going to be more explosive, didn't it?
It certainly did.
Dry swing into the pit fight.
And that smoke is frustrating. You can even peek you over the top of that. You can see how he just breaks open the smoke with a couple of bullets spammed.
Yeah, this one's just going to peter out. Headed to Netherlands. The Huns.
A little opportunity for Cobra. Attack can't get the second. Nico brings him down. Comfortable.
What did he say?
I don't know. I thought I heard we've got to beat these newbies, but I don't think that's what he said.
He could have said that.
Because no one says newbies anymore, do they?
Wow, maybe Magis does.
No one says that. Oh, he's a black bar enjoyer.
How did he die through a smoke?
Who's that? 9. Did he?
Well, that's what the kill feed said.
The kill feed's lying.
Didn't the kill feed say through a smoke?
Just misinformation,
Yeah, it did look.
man. Well, that's not true.
Didn't look like it was through a smoke. Not on my screen.
Not on mine either. Or 9's. I love this from... what?
Wipeout!
Another nade would kill Dexter, but he's going to get a leg shot onto Yami. Knocks his boots off. Ouch.
Wait for this round to start.
God, Inferno is suffocating, isn't it? Well-placed utility, and actually a flash and a swing as well. Kicks gets himself a couple, and Dexter puts Magis down. Sit down, boy.
Come on, man. Why are you shooting me for?
He wanted another kill. The leg shot pissed him off.
All right, we're about to get into the final round, first half. Huns map choice is the nades. Bang!
Oh, a little bit of gymnastics from Bartak and Vexel. And then Magis, get out of my way.
Oh, that's considerate.
Yeah. It's a funny highlight.
That's considerate.
Oh, look at that. He's well trained.
Come on, Cobra. Get a banana double.
Yeah, do it again, man. That was exciting. He has swallowed a nade. It's a messy spray. I think he wins it if he doesn't swallow 50 damage there. Nico was on the body shots too. Yami finishes off the job. Good HE.
And they just keep on coming, don't they? All right, well, bombs down T stairs. Bartak and Yami in banana with 9 not too far behind. Vexel making sure they have the boiler and holes control. So to work with, 5 still available, and then the pistol into the second half. The Huns, they're not done with this one just yet. As we touched upon, Falcons, the heavy favorites. They have been throwing them around the server as far as the gun rounds are concerned. The only thing to note since the Force Buy Wars early with the conversions and the economy break has been the 9-1v4. I always say, it doesn't matter how you get them, you just need to get them. Dexter on an absolute island here.
Back in his aim. The fact he's sticking around here, he really does believe he's just better. Once again, the highlight, but Vexel will bring him down. That's important. Magisk on pit side. Tessus has cheated over to Library. Powerful position here. Another HE looks destined for glory. Oh, good aim from Yami there. He adjusts into Kixon. A bit of a sound cue heads up, and now he's making life a bit difficult for Tessus. And now they get the info on Magisk. He's gone down. Vexel impact. Lovely work for the Huns to make the half more and more competitive. Solid start and even better on the finish. 7-5 to work with.
My team is participating in this big tournament first time as this roster, so I think it will be amazing. Our captain, Lion, he's in charge of calling the strats and some mid-round calls.
For the last year, we had problems like building a
stable roster.
Yeah. We had some problem on that department, so I think this time we can like build some strong cores and manage to go and build it from here. I think we have some really good up-and-coming players, and they are starting to really step up their game. So like for me personally, that's something I'm kind of proud of. From the outside, I think most people will look at us like individually we're not that good, but within the team, I think we are capable of doing some good plays and shoot some heads. Because we have to play most of our games online, we play on like 60 ping. Comparing to CSGO, 60 ping on CSGO and 60 on CS2, it feels a lot more harder nowadays. At least like upping some angles, like on 60, it's hard to like shoot first. So you have to like adjust your angles or like how you play some angles. That's kind of a big problem on high ping.
We just kind of mix some personal plays, I think. We just go out, play kind of solo.
Comparing to like most EU teams, micro decisions make up a lot of our rounds. So that's a big difference, I think.
From what I've seen, Asian players go just duo, not really much go for a tactic or so. They just play default, and they got a pretty good aim too.
We are coming in like the lowest seed, so we don't really have that much high expectations for us. But it would be good if we can make something out of it for us. Then it would be a good thing, I think.
Do you feel confident that you're gonna make it to Lisbon?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, we don't expect to lose, but even if we do, we can learn something from it.
Second half of play, first map of the day. Let's get this one going. Falcons versus the Huns in the lower bracket of Group A. Loser goes home. It's a brutal world out here for the Huns, coming in as a de facto underdog. There's no denying that. Team Falcons, I mean, I think they spent more on one player than Huns are probably spending on all 5.
Yeah, I think that's without a doubt.
And so that mismatch continues. But you know what? We've got a competitive half here.
Yeah.
Highlight for me, Cobra at the start, and the clutch from 9 has given them 5 to work with.
Yeah, that's essentially how they got up to just a 2-round gap. The rounds that they did lose, however, very dominant from the Falcons. So let's see if they can pick up both pistols. Tessa's in the mouth of mid. Nico over towards second middle. They've got a couple of belts full of utility to work with. 2 smokes, a couple of flashes, and a Molotov.
Interesting to see what Kixon's planning for this one. Just going to be finishing on towards the A site, wrapping into short. Oh, 9. He's got a good pistol on him, hasn't he? Oh, missing his opportunity. Does Bartak doesn't make that same mistake twice. Sticking around in the fire for another headshot. He's done very well there. Bartak delivers, but it could still go wrong. Not if 9 keeps hitting shots. Yami wraps around. Okay, we got a 1-round game, a pistol split.
That feels good for a couple of reasons. First, the shots were fantastic. Second, that was the under-fortified site. They actually had 3 players stacking over towards B. So going into what should have been the easier duels, or at least easier number situation for the Falcons attack. And this is it. This is the Molotov getting ripped out of Tessus's hand. He was meant to be throwing that towards the pit position, but it comes out late. Then Bartek's able to get 2 kills, and then 9, very poised, looking calm, putting the individual side on display yet again, and they turn this into just a 1-round game with the Falcons onto the starter pistols. Deagle for Nico, a P250 for Magisk, but otherwise not a lot to work with. Now these are the rounds that you have to secure if you're the Huns. You cannot be giving away too many casualties. You don't want to let that bomb to go down, but absolute most, you can't lose it. So sure, look, if the other 2 things happen, that's all right. You just need to make sure that you're holding on to this. These are the gimmies. And at any level of Counter-Strike, these must be converted. Kicks in, showing the bomb over towards T-stairs with those jiggles. So that information, it doesn't mean an awful lot, but Yami showing some real aggression, just waltzing down middle, no smoke required. Attack on the jiggles from long. I think he spotted out the presence of Nico, doesn't want to step back into that, and 9, his chance to farm up again. There's the deagle, and there's the swing. Banana will collapse down, and 9 is doing very well to defend his honor. The USP comes out, and it's just 1 casualty. So beautiful work. We get into the guns now. The Huns are very much in this map.
Going to be testing the Falcons T side. I also, you know, I'm just going to lay the groundwork. Just going to lay the groundwork here that psychologically, it can go south quick for a team like Falcons when it's a game and a match that you internally have discussed and think of as a must-win, guaranteed win, a team you can't lose to, can't afford to lose to, however you want to frame it. Just when you find yourself pressing tab and it's 7-7, say you lose the first gunny on your T side, and yeah, that hurt 9.
It was a weird little dink. It didn't do full damage. They're really jousting for this position. That's the thing in modern-day Counter-Strike. Everyone's like, well, we can't take any team for granted. But as far as the lower bracket run, I said, oh, you're not going to get an easier team on paper.
Yep.
So the Falcons, if you want to be considered one of the top teams in the world, you need to be winning a game like this. Now, it is only map 1, Ancient map 2. Nuke is the 3rd decider if we need to get there. And we did see the Huns press Spirit in the first half of Anubis as well. The game started to get away from them after that point. And unfortunately for them, they can't play Anubis versus Falcons because they ban it. Top banana Yuta will land. Nico's actually just going to... Wow, he was thinking of surging ahead. Hasn't landed perfectly. But Cobra, confidence is not an issue for this kid. Lear's out top banana, calls sector clear.
Confidence has been a bit of an issue for Vexel yesterday. Or on their first day of play, I should say. And now he's working with Bartak to maintain this A hold. It looks solid. Just gonna have 9 jiggling mid brackets for info. And oh, Nico catches Yami just as that block smoke's thrown, and Cobra returns fire. That was so brave, so brazen. He was low HP as well. Still commits to the spam. Finds Nico.
Vexel's here.
Okay, they're running into the Lion's Den. Magisk wins out versus Vexel. Famas v AK. Damage inflicted. Overlooked his Bartak, but traded. Dexter brings him down and should be a Falcons round.
Conventional wisdom would say save, but 9, he's not playing by that.
Damn, dude, he's hit that heady. That was a power position from Magisk.
This would do good damage.
It does look like it's destined for damage. Yes, softens up Dexter. 1 bullet to the head now. We'll finish him off. And ooh, he's not far off the mark. Where is Cobra?
Cobra's saving. This is a 1v2. That's a 2v2.
Yeah, interesting. I'm gonna have a look. I'm gonna try and make the play, and it's covered by Kixon. Important frag. Cobra, he'd rather play with the
I think the call was saved, but
Yeah.
9 wins the kill over towards Headshot, and he's like, well, I'm gonna give this a go. I know I have a dual isolated on the site. I've been lighting them up. Maybe I can win this one out. Yami, they're getting caught off guard by that swing of Nico. Vexel being swung upon by Magiskin towards apartments.
Nice goal, Damian. Nice goal, Damian. Nice.
And it will be the round to the Falcons. So back into the lead by 1. Here it is. Bang. First one looks easy from Nico's POV. That was a beautiful shot, but that's all that was.
Nice, boys. Nice goal, Damian. Nice goal, Damian.
Well, the CTs are able to get out something that resembles a buy. It's going to be the save down 4, 1 for Yami, an MP9 and a couple of pistol upgrades. Deep mid-smoke lands. That'll constrict the movements of the Falcons early, and furious smoke into the swing. Cobra getting a taste of his own medicine.
Yeah, Nico happy to oblige an early fight, but why is 9 actually so good at this
He's
game?
the GOAT.
He's the GOAT.
He's sharp, isn't he?
He's so good.
So, Vexel will be able to get on out of there, and now this is a 4v4. This round is back on.
Just let 9 cook, guys. Just don't die so you can
Don't
play.
die.
Just don't die. Let's go, Vexel.
At least the pressure applied to Magisk will keep the comms flowing. Now it's Dexter's turn to waltz in the beat. And that B-bomb side is wide open.
Job done.
Okay.
Oh, I love that.
Chips away. It's a 3v3.
Chipping away. Nico's going to one-tap Yummy. It's going to be yummy. Sorry. And pop. Okay, 9 keeps it interesting.
Just
A 2
kill him all,
versus
9.
2. He is doing it. It has to be him.
It needs to be the ace.
Yeah,
You got
an
the
ace
kit. Give it a go.
clutch. Go on.
Come on.
Go on.
Come on, 9.
Flash. Ooh, you know, if Kixon committed, he could have been caught there. Kixon,
There we go.
wise to his tricks and his capabilities. Is he faking the runaway?
Might just look for some more damage, which is great for the stat line, I'd say.
He ain't leaving Dexter. Oh, he is, actually. I tell a lie.
Okay, well, Dexter's even going to try and chase him down Banana here. 9, he's coming for you. We'll be able to get away with that one. Dexter goes down to the bomb. And that is now 9 rounds for Falcons. So the finances is going to be the saved AK-47. I think you have to take the eco behind that. It's your only real option. And yeah, Tessus just having one of those games. 3 and 11 at the moment for poor Tessus. Magisk as well, getting just chipped and abused.
Yeah, he even hit like the one through the wall as well. It's just really good crosshair placement and composure from 9.
Curious, this is going to be a CT side tactical timeout. So NCL, what are you going to bring to the table? You know that you only have this AK to work with. So I imagine the conversation is going to be about the next round as opposed to this one. Really wouldn't be in your best interest to force, as I'm pretty sure Cobra has done. Okay, gentlemen. So the reason they're doing this is because in the last 2 rounds in back-to-back fashion, there's only been a few players staying alive for the Falcons. So right now they are really trying to just win out the economy war. The problem is every one of these that you go for and you don't win, you're digging yourself deeper and deeper into a hole that's never going to, you're not going to be able to get out of it. So if they don't win this, I think the map will go with it, Alex.
It's a very ballsy call. But I'll hold out hope with the AK in 9's hands. Oh, gets 90 damage onto Nico. And finishes off the job with the nade.
He's playing with confidence. Right? The fact that he's taking every heads-up duel available, he's essentially dictating the tone of the game against those conventional norms.
Yeah.
And because of that, he's such a thorn in the side. It's like, well, he's not respecting the util that we're throwing, or they're not respecting the type of fights. If this Swag 7 lights things up, it's another kill on the table.
Oh, yes! The jumping Mag 7 finds the second pump to the skull of Kixon. He could hit him with another one here. They're looking for him. Oh, the nade, he pulled it up! Oh, he still pulls the trigger in time. Pumps Magisk full of shrapnel. And that's an awkward round now for Falcons. You need Tessus to step up. As you said, he's been having a rough day in the office. Vex deleted him. Bartek, though, in that little...
Has to trade this.
Yeah, he does.
Okay, well, at least he's retained the space. The bomb's down T stairs. This has drawn a rotation. The Huns have worked very hard to put themselves in this position. You'd hate to see it slip through their fingers. So heading back now, Tessas, after that equalizing kill, or at least one to draw a man closer, picks up the C4 and wants to join Dexter. Dexter has a smoke, some flashes. Tessas, you have to play through this. You have to play through this if you're Dexter. What else are you meant to do? You don't have the time. Do you just save? Are you just you're saving? They're saving. They're saving. Round over. Well, they did it. I can't believe it. First of all, I can't believe they forced bought into that. And second of all, I can't believe they actually stuck the landing. That half-wall play with the Mag 7, it's just one of those things that is so frustrating. And it's such a pug play as well.
It is a pug play.
Think about how often that you're seeing that in top tier 1 level. No one's doing it.
No one's doing it.
That's why you can get away with it. If you do hit up Banana, you can jump that half-wall. You can just hit him in the belly, exactly like Yami did. And you can make a truckload of cash by doing so.
I'll tell you who is doing it. Those jammy Danish 5 stacks on FaZe.CET.
Yeah, well, they're there to take your soul. Yeah. They're not there for the win. They are there to remind you
that people can win in a multitude of different ways, and he has to laugh it off.
Yeah, because it's this guy really challenging me down mid with an AK-47.
And he gets another one here. He's holding Mouse 1 at that point. He is just begging for it. Magisk frustrating death and an entire 8 scoreline, boys. They have pulled it off.
They can take the lead if they win this round because Falcons' finances are in the bin.
Okay.
He's doing it again.
Just not scared of you.
Deep mid-smoke, we're looking for the fight.
A team full of, like, major champs and legends of the game, but, you know, it's okay. It's okay.
I guess Magisk does make up for the other 4 members because he has 4 of his own.
Well, he has 4.
And he has Zonic behind him.
And Zonic has got
like a multiplier.
5. Yeah, exactly.
Waterfall.
Chasing it. Oh, and Tessus gives him a little TLC. 9! Actually, could have Tessus on the spam. Gets away from the spray. Yami's gone. Nico's removed him on Banana. It's a 9 Cobra 2v3. Naked. Oh, spread. Yeah, Tessus burns down. 9! 9! 9! Call the police! He's in the server right now, and Cobra can finish off the job. Oh, it's Nico, though, and a distinct advantage for Nico in the health department. How does Cobra play this? He just stands in the open. That was all 8 bullets from Nico to finish off the job. Valiant attempt, though, from 9.
Excellent. That of Bartek made him look a little bit silly over towards the pit position, hugging each other towards the pit. So they worked very hard to get back into this. Here's the double. Yep. And there's essentially the round. 9 fighting tooth and nail to do everything that he can as he's leading the server. 19 kills for 9. On the other side, 17 for Dexter, 16 for Nico. So some secondary support is essential if the Huns want to try and get across the line. This is going to be their final tactical timeout. Let's discuss the financials again. And it appears to be again, oh, well, they haven't been able to build up a lot of cash on this T side yet. If we can win out another low buy scenario.
This is not the conversation, is it?
This is the thing. You live by the sword, die by the sword.
Yeah, okay, rough out there.
And they did it with a little bit more before, but right now it's a FAMAS, 2 5.7s, 2 MP9s. The U-tools being juggled. Falcons to contest back have a Galil, 2 AKs and 2 MAC-10. So it's not impossible.
Top of the table in damage. 9 really is. 1 versus 9. At this point, he's gone. Actually, Nico is the one to bring him down empty-handed this time. He's well away. He's kind of worked it out. He's like, okay, I understand what you're up to now. You are just going to disrespect mid and try and take aim duels. This time, Nico happy to oblige. And, ooh, hard to track a jumping SMG. Cobra finds one elsewhere onto Dexter.
No, they're just running into A right now. So more information for Nico. It's just Yami that they have to worry about, and he's about to be smoked off. Doubly smoked off. Noted as well, so they know exactly where both of these individuals were or are. Bartek was base of Banana. Yami over towards Moto. And they're best off just saving right now. Both of the AKs have been lost, at least for the interim. Bartek's been able to pick up one of those, and there's the other highlighted by J-Raz. So we'll see if Yami can get his mitts on this.
Gotta go fast.
I feel like you're just gonna have to buy out the game.
Yep, probably.
There it is. All right, well, was that like a 360?
It looks like he did a little stunt there. Yeah. He's tricking it.
Okay, well, 2 AKs. You can drop that 5.7 across as well. So should be holding on to this one. Don't see, now just getting close enough to peel this away. And now it's 11-8. Nico's been involved in 10 opening duels. He's won 5, lost 5. 7 multi-kills for him at this point. Come out on top in a 2-1vx situation. So Nico's having a good day at the office. And this is going to be the tactical timeout used by Zonic. The first one he's felt the need to call, maybe because of how liberal NCL on the other side of the server has been. Again, it looks like it might be a couple of Mac 10s because they were carried through. So may as well hold on to those. We've got those AKs. Drop the 5-7. Are they actually going to take the eco now and then play for overtime?
I don't hate that.
Yeah, well, like I said, you dig this massive hole, and you're getting out of it when your opponent is on 12.
But you've got like the 2 rifles, so you get like a little bit extra to play around. Still with
Someone
the buy.
get 1 to 9.
Please.
And donate him your head armor if you could too.
Yeah,
That'd be
just
great.
take it off, put it on the floor, let him pick it up.
We'll close our eyes. You can do it in a changing room.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
Please give it to 9.
And I like this. I like the way they've approached it, as you've highlighted, of playing for OT.
5 smokes.
And the 5 smokes.
5 smokes.
It's cool. I mean, if Falcons really like mess this up and waste too much time, they could get smoked off with 30 seconds left in the round. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case with Kixon just beelining it straight towards the B-bomb site.
Have to win this.
Yeah, Bartak, an opportunity presented itself there onto the Mag 10, holding onto his smoke, realizing the value that has as the clock ticks down.
Did Magic see him?
He must have
missed
him?
He didn't see him.
How has he missed him?
Okay, it's timing. It's Counter-Strike's cruelest
He must
mistress.
have just looked away the moment he gets across. This is a crazy flank.
Wait, he hears Kixon below him.
Oh.
Yeah, because this is likely where the bomb is. So I understand the pathing. Just get a kill. Yeah, now the round's in disarray. Now you're throwing the round in disarray.
Everything's stressful.
Oh. Okay.
The bomb is the main problem. That's a bit much. Chill. Testis was ready for that.
Okay. Well, the disarray, done.
It's more of an array now. Are they related? Doesn't make sense. Array.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
9's on A.
9 is on A.
That's the conversation. He has a 5-7.
If he could teleport to the balcony right now, that'd be his best bet.
Yeah. Use his ultimate.
Or plus hook, as we all remember.
Mm-hmm.
I used to bind that to F and then hook his way up to the balcony.
Well, he knows where the other one is.
I guess you're taking both bomb sites. 9.
9.
Don't do it to him, 9. He knows how close he was.
He did actually nearly kill both of them.
He knows how close he was.
60 damage.
Should have just get stuck with the 5-7. Went to the Mac 10.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Damn.
I feel like if he headshot in there with the 5-7, he probably kills him. I think like he definitely kills him from that range. So
I agree. Damn.
Well, they made it dicey. Definitely made the comms a mess there from the Falcons. But as mentioned, that was likely going to be the 12th and is.
Is 9 like the highest rated individual in their domestic affairs as well? Or is he like just somehow like just, you know, upgraded in up against international competition?
I think he's towards the top for sure.
Yeah, okay.
You want to make sure
Yami and 9.
Yeah, you want to have a look without right, because Yami's only played 7.
Oh yeah, 9 maps.
Yeah, so I would say Yami's short stint is going to put him into the higher realms as far as the stats are concerned.
Right, fair enough.
So you would probably go with 9, and traditionally when you're looking at the players on the team, it's Cobra and Vexel, the ones who don't have experience against the international opponents. I think Bartak, 9 and Yami all do in dribs and drabs. Not obviously the world's best, but Bartak probably the most. But it feels like he's smiling. Like,
he's having fun.
Yeah, well, hey, as you should be.
I mean, losing isn't
We've
fun.
heard from Magic in the timeouts before, guys. Smile, we're playing a video game.
Yep, it's a good reminder at times, actually.
All right, are we done?
Let's see. Big battle on Banana. Nico gets up to half wall. Second layer of Flash and Flame. Cobra holds on. Traded by Kixon. It's a lot of responsibility to Yami as the pressure's applied to mid, punching the reload of 9. Magic's just running him down. Bartak in support. An important kill back gives them the man advantage to extend play. They saved in the previous or kept enough funds to try and play for OT. They are gambling that they can win 4 rounds consecutively. Exec B lined up for Kixon and going to do the double smoke. Just got blocked. Do you just delay or do you commit?
I think you... Okay, well, they're just going to go. With the flash. And pop.
Nice. Great pre-aim from Yami. Turns on the flash. Dexter tries to transfer and he's managed to pull it off with the help of Kixon. 2v2. Kicks in.
The punish on the reload.
He is going to try and punish on the reload. Bartek is not expecting this at all. Turns away. The sound cue's just too brazen, too clear. And it's up to Vexel in the clutch to extend play. Huns picking Inferno. Nice work from Vexel. Adjusts, punishes Kixon's shortcomings, and now it's up to him in the 1v1. Dexter up against him. So many possibilities. He does seem to have a good idea that it's Ruin's side. He's not even worried about the rest of the map. And a 10-second defuse as well. Vexel, you just got to get the fake on.
Got the kit now.
Oh, he does have the kit. Dexter swings, headshot found, Vexel!
Gonna be close.
We go again! Vexel's 1v2 keeps him in it. Woo, damn, that was right down to the last couple of milliseconds.
Nail biter.
And they found that kit, perfect.
They do just hold them at arm's length for a moment, and that's 1 of 4. Hopefully, they can find them a little bit easier than that if they want to push the Falcons into overtime, because that one's right down to the wire.
Oh, he hit the first bullet.
Damn, that was close. Okay. Well, both teams can buy back in. Emissions more so on the CT side. Famis and MP9. 1 Galil for the Falcons attack. They know they're just 1 round away. Shrapnel damage in hefty value. Top Banana, Yami, and Cobra both put low. 9 trying to land one of his own and will do so. Nico taking more flak. Up in Boiler Room is Tessus. Just working on Hall, so they will be able to get this control. It's just 9 and Vexel over to here for now. It's Bartek joining the 2 players at B to make it a 3-man defense. Top Banana control taken. This kicks and call them in towards A. Well, tough right now when top mid is smoked. They're going to have to gamble on this CT side, the Hunts. 2 players, Bartek and Cobra, heading back over to bolster this A defense. Falcons don't have brackets control. They don't have full banana control. They need to work on one of the 2 right now, and with this util set, looks like they will. Three on A, Bartek long side. Defense is in the right place for now.
They're going to fight short. Flash gets thrown, swinging on through. Back is turned. Nice adjustment. Cobra 9, Vexel. Everyone connects. Wins their duel. It's all onto 1 man and 1 man only. Nico with the bomb to retrieve and only 20 seconds to do it. It has to be the A finish. Huns, you can't let this one slip away. This is a guaranteed round by most definitions. 13 seconds. 10. Double on the site. Just Vexel and his teammate should be able to connect this. Why are they on top of each other? No time. Okay. Ooh, I got a little nervous there. There was no way Nico was supposed to win that one.
Apparently, Bartek and Vexel just like being shoulder to shoulder, really trying to line out that trade potential. But with 1900 as the loss bonus after that round loss, it is just going to have to be a half investment. So we're looking like we should go the distance. You can justify a couple of key pieces of utility or pistol upgrades right now if you're the Falcons. But this clamp down on middle just happened from absolutely everywhere. The long trash position coming into play, the sweep through short, turning top mid into deathmatch. As you can see for this round, it is going to be a couple of Deagles, P250, a flash, and some Glocks. And with some early info and an early nade. More utility damage done as he's operating with an MP9. Now, might feel like he has to do an awful lot on his own, but this would be the worst round to give away an untradeable death. If he gets 2 kills and dies, that's okay. Oh, he's hearing all this. Hearing all this.
Oh, and more than that as well, he relays the information, spams him through the smoke, and does lose his MP9. It is not the end of the world.
Unless
Nico, what, perfectly 3-bullet headshots the pit player and the access to the site. Not to be. Vexel, good work from Pit.
Okay, so we do go the distance. We do go 24 rounds. They are making them sweat. Bartek with, what was that, 4 in the round, so nice little eco bash for him. Doing his best Kixon impression from the first half. Kixon had that ace, double nades, and spam down with the AK-47. But the fact that they've been able to push the Falcons all this way, that's got to feel damn good. The Huns putting himself in the shot window right now. All right, well, does the madness end here, or the Falcons have to play overtime for their honor?
I think that would be an achievement in itself. And 9 gets to AWP for this final round of regulation. Gonna try and catch a little timing peak on the mid progression. They throw that deep mid smoke. He'll post in it and just facilitate Trying to catch Tessus and Magisk if they do dare. Peek down line.
I like this. A bit more staunch towards middle, even though it was only 2 players. Bartek's just rotated back. You don't want them to think it's free. So keeping it slow for the likes of Tessus and Magisk through the apartments crawl, but it really feels like they want to head towards A. Right now, 2 very aggressive at the end of apartments. Kicks him floating around second mid. Dexter over to a bench, and Nico was tending with Banana. Now looking like he wants to join the team. This could be an execute and go. They smoke off long. 9 won't be able to contribute.
Well-timed HE could do significant damage, though, which it does. Nico chunked to 50. They're accelerating up the short side. Vexel to be tested. Loses out on his duel. 9 Zorp onto Magisk. Keeps us level. Bartek can't seem to jump on that box to save his life. As his 9 Zorp still combat AWPing around the site. Yami desperately trying to lend a hand. Nico as well searching for this AWP. He's gone and done it again. 9 is the hero of the Huns. A miraculous triple kill. Falcons trying to stop the OT from being locked in, but it's not enough in the hands of 9. Triple kill with the AWP. It's just Dexter on the site. Can he come up clutch? The first onto 9 is great. It could be a mistake, but there it is from Cobra. We go again.
9 is sick, huh?
He's so good. Like, it wasn't an accident that he hit one of the most specky Deagle clips we're going to see this year.
Damn, okay. That A execute. It came with some heat, but 9. This man.
Why is he just the best?
Hey.
This one onto Graveyard is just so impressive. Like, he's already got 2.
There's so much he has to worry about.
That's a great shot, obviously.
He's also calming. He was also calming what he was hearing, right? Players in those situations, when they are absolutely surrounded, lock up and don't speak.
Yeah.
He's talking. He's letting his teammates know what's going on. So they have pushed them the distance in the hurt locker right now, the Falcons.
Watch out, 910. He's coming for your job, mate.
Oh dear, oh dear. Well, there's the round timeline to show you his impact throughout, and he's had some massive moments.
Like, in the second half, there was 3 rounds where he didn't get at least 1. Damn.
And they went with some crazy force by options. Remember, it was 12-8. And they brought it back 4 rounds straight. Then there had to be that Vexel clutch in there as well. So some heroic moments from the Huns to get them to this point. And now why the hell not win it all and take us to Ancient 1 map up. Oh, overtime does allow the AWP to come back into play immediately. It's on both sides of the server. This is the thing, right? Like, it's so annoying to have to play against this. Just constantly jarring towards top middle, never giving you the space that other teams would.
Right.
So the fact that the Huns are the ones playing the more disrespectful, in-your-face brand of Counter-Strike right now, it's showing. And you are ruffling the feathers. This is where the muttering under the breath after you died was, where's he close middle again? Or, what are these guys doing? Right? As soon as those start to come into play, you've got them. You got them right where you want them.
All right, well, Bartek cannot afford to give up an opening death on A with a 3-man on B. They are coming towards this A site once more. That chicken is really killing the vibe. Get out of my way.
Bro, what are you doing?
Please, stop staring at me, bro. I got frags, so I'm gonna focus on.
Floating.
Yeah, not even flat.
Yeah, get out of there.
Interesting. They will wait. Yeah, so they're gonna completely leave the AWP on B, which would be the perfect call. Looks like Yami's actually gonna lend him a hand.
You can see what Falcons are doing as well, right? So they lead forward for brackets control, and then they've dropped back. So if there is a re-clear from the Huns, which we've seen them do, it'll be bad information. It might make them rotate heavy towards B. Oh, that's a missed coffin smoke. It's going to be A.
Oh, Bartek. Oh, he's hit the headshot. Okay, confirms multiple bodies. There's a pit player 2. Dexter low. There is that balcony presence from Magisk. Vexel down. There's Cobra with a must-hit kill. 8 seconds. You're absolutely right, Chad. It all falls apart for Falcons. Into the meat grinder as the Huns take the lead.
I can't believe it when I look to the top of the screen. How is there 9 seconds left and they're all running up short into the meat grinder? What is going on there?
Not so good call there, Damien. Not so good.
Getting a little bit tricky with it right now with the Falcons. I understand it's Inferno, you can't just run through the util to start off these rounds, but maybe something more direct.
Dude, look at how easy
5 seconds
that
left as they're just getting that crossfire. And the Huns are cheering right now. They're in the lead. They are in the lead. It doesn't matter if it happens or not, does it? As highlighted here is Miss Smoke. They are entertaining. They're putting on a show today.
I'm definitely entertained.
We love seeing an underdog.
Not a common AWP line from 9. I haven't seen that one too often. Just posted up trying to catch the progression of the Abs player, Tessus and Magisk. Taking it a bit slower this time. He's fallen back.
I wonder why they're so scared of B as well, Falcons.
That's the good question, because with this... Ooh, he's done him again. Kicks and swings and dies. They are wrapping in, though. Smoke on the arch side. Smoke on the library. A flash for Bartak, which could, should, isn't a kill. Equalizing kill from Tesses. 9 re-aggressing. A missed shot that could be punished and is important from Dexter. Vexel's got a lot of work to do, and they've heard his position. He's booked, absolutely booked. That is much more like it. That's what Falcons could just do that every round. I mean, like the util layering was just so perfect. You see how uncomfortable it was for the CETs on the site,
and with a lot more time on the clock, right? So it's not coming down to forcing a rotation, trying to out-fake them, out-maneuver them. You're giving yourself a chance to take and win these duels. So 13-13. Just trying to will them through this game. Now, the T-sides are where both of these squads have done their better work. So let's see if the Huns are able to get themselves 2 rounds before they flick over. Actually, I tell lies, the CT sides have done their better work. 7-5 both halves.
Right.
I did feel, though, that the CT gun rounds from the Falcons were very dominant. They were not having... I think the most casualties they were taking in the round was like 1 to 2 players. It was more the back and forth that was for the economy, where the Huns were able to get themselves entrenched in the game in the early stages.
So if it was 7-5, the par for the course, you would need to see second one here in the final round of their defensive half from the Huns. Can't concede 2 T rounds when it's MR3. B battle kicks in fast to the half wall, and it's held here. Good work from Cobra. He's delivered the opening, and now anyone that tries to punish, Tessus masked by the smoke just on the top of the logs. Might go for a Hail Mary wall bang. Nico's head is right there jiggling.
But look how rapid the rotation was. Cobra comes over, gets the kill. He's already on A. Literally already on A. And it's the orb that tags Nico through the wall. That might send them into this top mid choke. Look, it's going to send them straight back top mid.
Yeah, and Cobra's already there, tucked in. It looks good.
It's a great setup. You've got Yami taking contact over towards Trash and Arch side. You've got this up-down boost on short. So right now, quite fearful of everything. Now the Falcons... Deep nade, not really anything to report in that damage. 9 has been great. He needs to keep that up here.
That smoke allows a lurk through.
It does.
Oh, he's actually hit him as well. Clips Tessus' wings through the wall.
You have to go for a mid-aggress right now if you're the Huns, if you want to help 9. You can't really be doing this long rotation, because if they were to execute now, he's going to get absolutely removed from the puzzle.
He's dumping his util.
9 is calling that he feels his presence is so strong that his team stays 4 top mid.
Wow.
Yami went to rotate. He got called off.
9 has backed himself. And now the util exec. It's going to be a lot of work for 9talk to do, and he is flashed off, spotted out, and they now realize he's alone. Falcons have put it together, worked it out. They found and called the bluff of the Huns.
There's good utility right now for this retake. 3 players coming up banana. Molly's flashes. They got to get past Nico.
Yeah, Nico's going to be tucked in on his signature corner. Cobra completely overlooks it. Yami was focused on his util. It's a double kill from Nico. Vexel needs another. Can't get it. It's Magisk that takes his place. But there is some damage dealt. A well-placed grenade from 9. Could finish off Tessus on that dark spot. Smoke fades. Not the one on Ruins. Bartak still kept at bay. Incendiary Nubox nullifies our position upon the face. Spots out the shoulder of Dexter. Can't win the duel. Needed that one. There's the nade to finish the job. 9 in the clutch. What can he do? The pistol, not a bad idea, but Tessus brings him down, and Falcons will have 2 as we swap sides.
Yeah, just a shame that they don't clear top banana there.
Yeah.
If they have the man advantage, they run up, they're lazy with their clears, they quickly want to get involved in that retake, and by doing so, Nico's able to get around, winning double on low HP. So the tags that 9 was able to get through the wall on both Tessus and Nico really go unpunished. Here it is. So just lazy with this Cobra. not clearing his corners. Yami was already looking to throw out nades, so then he gets caught as that second man, and that's what you hate to see. 2 rounds now for the Falcons to get this done, and as mentioned, when the rifle rounds were in play first half, which was some time ago, it was quite dominant. So.
Yeah, but you can do FaZe and then MOUZ.CET, you know?
Oh, I love it when we get to hear the name of the
We're going to
calls.
FaZe and then Mongols, of course, and then we'll finish with an Astralis.
Yeah, watch out for they might respond with the Hellraisers, but keep your eyes on that, and maybe they'll throw the flip side flash.
Yeah, and look, LDLC if we get in trouble.
Yeah. Sounds good. It's not even a joke.
Thanks for playing along in the bit there, mate. Yeah, thanks, mate.
Thank you very much.
So it's just called, well, some CT patterns that they might be looking to defend that site with. So
if I was guessing what the 3D Max is, it's they run at you.
And Maka AWPs 4 players.
Yeah, kind of actually with the strap from the Huns. Interesting approach on the T-side AWP. Pulled it out this time, and oh, you can't lose 2 like that. NiKo and Kixon spamming through smokes on Banana, but Yami, he's going to be stubborn about this. There is an AWP posted. Feels like it's guaranteed this frag if Yami overextends, and that would make it very comfortable for the 15th round. It's coming in. It's looking comfortable. Just got Magisk, and there's Crossfire with Tessus. Good luck breaking this one.
It's good they've been able to stick the landing on the 3D Max. I thought they were doing the iBuy power towards the tail end of regulation.
Hey.
Thank you. I'll be here all week as 9, just the last man standing in a 1v4 gone 1-on-3. Degster, if he offers up his life, then the bomb could be scooped up and taken over, but, well, it's 9 who, hold up, has the knife in his hand, baits the shot, hits the shot.
Oh, he's so good. 28 and counting for 9. I'm not writing him out of this one yet, Chad. I don't think I'm willing to doubt him too much. On the fly, smoke CT. NiKo's already cheated over to Ruins. Actually, no, he's going to plant in the smoke. It's an interesting approach. And NiKo should have him dead to rights here. Thank you very much. 15 secure. Nice try from 9. Frustration's understandable. And just the spams on Banana. I know it sounds ridiculous and redundant, but like, let's just not die. Let's just not die at the start. Let them have Banana, maybe.
Maybe.
Take it later.
They have been quite aggressive, both teams, well, especially on this. I can't believe he's baited this. Like,
sicko.
It's knife out. You think, oh, he's going to walk around the corner with a knife in his hand. No, he's ready for absolutely everything. There's this guy.
Very impressive. Very, very impressive. You want to talk about shop window, which was one of the ways you framed the Huns' arrival here.
He can't really go to the Mongol.
I know he can't.
9-10's very good, and 9's also the in-game leader.
Yeah, no,
Blitz is also good.
I appreciate that. But 9 to Astralis.
Ah, okay. Now we're talking.
Now we're talking.
Now we're talking. I wonder if, oh, here's a fun game. Get the Mongols to build the next best Mongolian team with all the other Mongolian players.
Yes.
Say to Mara, hey, if you could.
Mongols Academy.
Yeah, which is probably the Huns or the Genghis Warriors. Yeah. Both in ode to old mate Genghis Khan. Old mate.
Old mate.
Old mate.
That guy. Well, Bartak sat down.
Oh, that one doesn't taste very nice, does it? 4 more kills. Falcons will this one in their back pocket after a sweaty road. A bumpy road.
Good, the Fnatic smoke. That's an oldie but a goldie. And Kixon knows the response. Oh, he unloads his mag for 2. Yami brings him down through the smoke as well. It's just going to be 9 and Yami both with 50 HP. This is the fight. That's the fight. Degster comfortable to dispatch of it, but Yami through the smoke keeps us interested just for a moment longer. A 1 versus 4 demanded of Yami, or the Huns pick goes the way of the Falcons. Got time. He's going to be allowed to plant. He's opted for the AWP, which may come as a surprise if he can peek down this deeper line and catch out.
Only one bullet.
Oh,
had to reload. He had to.
Yeah. Gets it done. They are coming from 3 different fronts. Who goes first? Magisk, good restraint, but oh, a tag, not what he was looking for. Now he's in trouble. Flashed himself and run on down. NiKo secures the round, secures the map. The Huns Inferno, it's a competitive affair. Falcons probably not going to be left satisfied. 16 to 13, brutal.
map we've seen from the Huns so far, but Falcons just about survived the brawl. But by no means unscathed, Jacob. The Huns tested them at pretty much every single turn, and it took everything from Falcons to get this one over the line.
Yeah, they really made him sweat. You could almost feel this sign of relief when Falcons won that map. It wasn't celebration, it wasn't, you know, high emotions or anything like that. It was more so, phew, we didn't mess this one up. That was a game that Falcons should have closed out way earlier, especially, I think it was 12-9. We'll see the round later, but Falcons were sloppy in this game. They weren't playing good Counter-Strike, and then the Huns, as you said, they played better than we saw yesterday. They, you know, added another level, and by then we got a way more competitive game than I think we expected.
Yeah, it was a very mixed one. I just came out of this game and I don't really know what to think even. Like, it just felt like it was two teams without really necessarily one being an underdog and one being better than the other. It just felt like two teams that were very similar with like very clear carries on both sides.
I think we've got a lot of rounds to be diving into. So let's begin with round number 9, and aptly, this is a highlight coming out from 9. Yet again, another clutch, and this one is masterful on the 1v4.
Yeah, he's doing such a good job putting himself in these positions. Obviously, a 1v4 is never to be desired, but when you are in one, you want 9 to be alive. We saw it yesterday versus Spirit with the Deagle. We see it again today. He's playing the position well. He expects, you know, and he's proactive. Look at this. He's peeking out, seeking information. He's stressing the opponent. He's playing it super well, and I think both you and I, Nathan, have been discussing it a little bit already. When you watch him play, when you watch the body language in the game, you can almost sense that 9 has a little extra to offer. He's a great individual and a great player. 9
is a gamer. I think that's the best way to put it, but like 9 is very legit. Like the first game could have been, oh yeah, he has just a good day and he's just coming in and he's happy, playing his thing and then being the IGL. But no, everything he's doing is calculated, everything is smart, he's shooting hard. I don't know, and he's leading on top of that. So like he's the complete package, and he is hard carrying the fact that the Huns are even in overtime and even the games against Spirit.
100%, and even in some of the moments where, you know, the rounds or the moments slip through the Huns' fingers, it wasn't like frustrations in terms of like tilt. You can see he's just really enjoying being here. This whole experience, getting to play, you know, up against one of his icons, as he was naming Nico. He's really thriving in this environment.
They are thriving, and they're doing a good job. You know, I think they're making not only themselves proud, obviously, but also everyone watching out there. As you said, Nathan, it felt like we were watching a game with two very even teams, and we're watching a game where two teams are going toe-to-toe, and it's hard to see the disparity almost. And I think if you're Falcons, you're going to be disappointed about that, right? You're heading into this game, you should be significantly better. If you're Nico, you're thinking to yourself, what the hell is going on, right? He was the one trying to make the difference, but at the end of the day, I think this was a hyper-competitive game, and it could have gone both ways.
And there were a couple of key moments that really were, what the hell is going on? The second pistol that the Huns managed to, you know, get over the line in very easy fashion, because Falcons, they look flustered.
Yeah, I think it's only fair when I say that Falcons played sloppy Counter-Strike. I kind of want to show where that is. The pistol round in itself right here is an example of that. Falcons want to go in towards the A-bomb side right here. Nice shot. There's a player down in pit, and there's a Molotov on the Falcons side. And for some reason, this Molotov is coming in so goddamn late, and he's even allowing himself to get another kill. I know when you want to execute, Nathan, into a bomb site like this, you want to do it explosively, you want to do it fast, but if your plan is to Molotov out of position, you may as well wait that extra second or extra 2 seconds to make sure that the player in pit is not getting a double kill on you because you get a little bit too impatient.
Yeah, I think the very first kill on Tezes, he's just running alone in the front. Like, especially when you play pistol around, the hardest thing is if you have 4 Glocks with Kevlars that are running at you, and then here it's like an easy first pick because he's barely
not jumping, not doing anything.
Very good shot. Like you gotta give it to 9. Like, it's a very clean shot. But then look, Dexter is going alone on the bomb side, and then all 3 of them just waiting for the molly and the guy to just pick from the molly and then punish him. And then he's just again one by one, and it's just those small things. If you compare Falcons to like the top teams at the moment, this is not what you're seeing. You see like a group, a unit, they know exactly the timings, they know what they want to do, and it doesn't really matter if you play the Huns, Vitality, whoever, you're going to get punished for it at this point.
Okay, so from the Huns, clutch factor, tick, pistol factor, tick, ability to withstand pressure, million ticks there, because as you said, Falcons, they had the opportunity to close this out in OT. They had multiple opportunities, and the Huns kept their head and managed to push it to overtime themselves.
They should have. We're standing outside watching, and when we got this kill, me and Nathan went to the desk because we were like, it's unlosable. There's no point in watching this 1v2 because there's no way he can win the 1v2. For some reason, Falcons are putting themselves in positions where they allowed themselves for it to happen. I know it goes down to the wire right here. It's the millisecond, right? It was so close, but just the fact that Kixon is peeking out CT spawn as he did, Dexter as well, getting a little bit ahead of himself. 12-11, again, Falcons are coming in. They have all the information. They know he's stuck on the bomb side, and this is where I want to give 9 credit. Yes, Falcons, they could have done a better job right here, but 9 staying alive and withstanding that pressure, getting a triple kill with the AWP in a very uncomfortable position. We gotta give it to him. He's a gamer.
That was, again, like this just the same round. Every time he was alive, you know that the Huns have a chance, and anytime he was dying, they don't have a chance. There was another round as well where he was holding banana this time, and so he was not even in the action, but that allowed 3 rifles to be on the site and in pit and just have a crossfire when there was 15 seconds left for Falcons. And so just his presence alone makes Falcons scared. And that's the value of a great player, and even more of a great AWPer. If you're all over the place, you get entries in mid, you get entries in long, and then you're going to be in short, and you're on site, and then you're banana. It's like, where do you go? How do you have to use your utility to counter that? And so that's where what we didn't see really from Falcons, because they were kind of hesitant. And so it gave 9 the opportunities over and over again to get 1 entry and another entry. And then if Falcons have to go on a bomb site, how do we enter the bomb site? Because there might be an up, there might not be. And so that's where 9, just by his presence and what he has done in the game, just carried the Huns into the overtime and to all those rounds.
Yeah, I mean, 9 aptly earning, you know, the highest rated player coming out of that map. Just below him was Nico. And I loved how it didn't feel like the Huns were too scared to get up in his face. Nico had to start getting a little bit more aggressive, start taking a couple more of those fights as well. They clearly, they didn't want to show him too much respect, right? They wanted to play up against the Nico that we love.
Yeah, and I think that's the right way around it. You know, they can respect him, they can idolize him, they can think he's a cool dude. So do I. But when you're on the server, you gotta be able to withstand that. You know, you gotta be able to go in for the fights. Obviously, Nico had a great showing, individually speaking. Not necessarily a massive carry performance. Not a game where you think, okay, he's way above everyone else. But it's just a classic Nico consistency performance. You can also see how he was animated, body language. He's calling, he's trying to animate the team and trying to get them out of this dire situation. But I felt like you could see the frustrations in Nico's face sometimes. There were a couple of rounds where he's looking at his screen and he's supposed to be blowing his mount out because how are we losing this round? How are we losing the advantages in this situation? Why did I just get a double entry and we still find our way now in a 2v2 where we risk losing the round? I think the frustrations are getting to him because I think the players around him right now are not really utilizing all the space that he's creating, and we gotta see more from them. You know, Tess's Magics, we gotta see more from them.
Yes. Yeah, sorry. I was just looking at the stats, and yes, there is Tezes and Magic are up and down. That's what we have seen. Especially Tezes. He had games at the very beginning of Falcons when they brought in Nico. He was incredible. Like, he was a really, really good player in the massive asset. And so now that Nico, well, I mean, on Inferno it's another discussion because Nico can do whatever he wants on the map. And then you saw that whenever he was aggressive on Banana, that's when they started winning all the city rounds. That's where the Huns struggled. So let's see on Ancient. Like, I'm not sure because the T-side of Ancients are very dependent on whether they have the ability to execute or not, right? And we saw in Inferno when they were pushed Banana, when they were pushed mid, when Dexter was getting entries, they stopped executing. They were just getting steamrolled every single round. And so on Ancient, there's gonna have to be either an answer for the Huns, or they just, like Falcons know, they just have to rush at them, and then it should be all right.
Questions. But it's time to get some answers after this break. Falcons just about inch Inferno over the line. Their map choice of Ancient awakes on the other side. we heard a really nice, understandable praise from Zonic saying about yourself and the cooling on the CT side. You've been one of the best players he's ever seen at doing that. How do you balance that relationship with Kixon and how vocal you are, how much input he's giving? Like, what's the kind of give and take there?
Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously like, I wouldn't say that I'm the IGL on CT side. I'm just calling the shots mostly because of my role and the way I play. And obviously for Kixon, it's way harder to do those things from an anchor position. So this is the reason why I'm calling most of the shots. But everyone can have an input on our CT side if they are feeling that they need to push somewhere, there's a space somewhere to take, they obviously call it, and then we just play around it. And obviously we are trying to have Abdul also calling more plays, that we try to play around him more. So this is all about getting to know each other, and I think now we are starting to face, you know, some issues as a team that you don't really face in the honeymoon period. So these things are gonna take a bit more time to iron out those things, to understand how much space we need to give to each other, how much, you know, how much give and take space we need to do to each other. So this is a process, unfortunately, that we cannot really avoid or speed up. We just hope it's gonna be a bit faster than it is right now, because we struggled at EPL, then we struggled here yesterday, 2 days ago against MOUZ. So we are starting to see some difficulties, but we are having very open talks, and I think the issues are very clear to what we are missing in the game, and I think they are easy fixable. So that's a good sign, and yeah, we just need to wait and see if these talks are gonna pay off.
Yeah, I feel like some of those issues were undoubtedly present on that first map of Inferno, but Falcons just about managed to keep their head above water. We do move on to their map choice, that is Ancient. They will be starting on the T side of things, so obviously heard in that interview from Kixon earlier, just from Nico as well. He's kind of the main caller on the CT side, Kixon calling the shots when we start on this T side of things.
It's a trend that is becoming more and more spoken about, you know, and I think people from the outside realize it more and more. Obviously, it's a movement that's been going on for a long time. If you are in the center of the map, you will have to take charge. But this whole, you know, let's call it dual in-game leadership, or certain players having more responsibilities on certain sides, it's a conversation we're opening up for. However, I just want to put on some pressure on Falcons now. I think Inferno, you know, they win the map. It's not pretty, it's scrappy. I would almost say lazy Counter-Strike to certain degrees. You're coming in on your own map pick. You're playing against the Huns, who have won 1 out of 5 games on the map of Ancient, domestically speaking, against opponent of nowhere near the same caliber of a guy like Nico of Falcons. I want to see Falcons dominate. I want to see a bit of, you know, a bit of sass coming up for them. I want to see them disrespect the Huns, and I want to get a feeling that the Falcons are here to play. Because if you cannot beat the Huns convincingly, there's no way you're making it to the Lisbon playoff.
I think especially on Ancient, I think on Inferno the discussion was a bit different, because especially the Huns, they were playing pretty meta Counter-Strike, so like the things that the top teams are doing. And so if I were Falcons at this point, I would be kind of happy with how Inferno went, because even though it was tied, even though the Huns are like lower on a ranking, I feel like it was a good game of Counter-Strike from both sides.
That's fair.
Yes, they could have destroyed them. They lost the second round on their CT side, so like that's already the economy going very wrong. And so I wouldn't be too mad about Inferno, but yet then yes, Ancient, you pick the map, you just want to destroy them, because you need to start getting that confidence, show that every talk you're having that Nico was talking about, they start paying off, because the changes they need to do are very minimal. Have a bigger plan and just get slightly better at working together on the city side.
Yeah, obviously a valiant effort coming out from the Huns on their map pick of Inferno, but now is the ultimate test. Otherwise, elimination beckons.
Elimination certainly does beckon for the Huns. I'm definitely excited to see more from 9. That was definitely entertaining, but not so sure Ancient's going to be their wheelhouse.
I was going to say it's tough for an AWP to have impact on a map like Ancient, but he had impact on a map like Inferno, where it can also be quite tough to do. So getting it done with the rifle, quite stubborn, quite aggressive, quite in your face. And he's showing us one of his circus tricks.
That's his inspect animation, IRL.
Mouse juggling.
Yeah, wow.
There's actually the mouse juggling Olympics here in Denmark. I don't know if you know, they do it in Copenhagen every April.
Yeah, well,
I mean, it's a 3-day event.
Is it?
Yeah. Do you remember No Tan 1D? He won it last year.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Well, now you do.
Okay, you learn something new every day. That is cool. And he's rocking that Viper V3 Pro. A lot of the pros moving into that one as well, away from the G Pro. Let's get it going. Ancient then for the Falcons on the T side to start. We got a Molotov for Dexter. We got the smoke. Kixon going to be throwing that one out. And 9 responsible. Wow. Oh, so he's also a team player. He's the best player and a team player and an IGL?
Well, that's normal. The biggest team player tends to be being.
All right, yeah, mostly.
You know, he just fortunately gets the best gun too. But right now, it is going to be the Falcons slinking out mid silently. The red smoke down, and they erupt into Donut. That'll be clear as CT smoke dotted in. The bomb should get planted without too many issues. It's just Vexel over towards Temple. Has to worry about close and far as they peer out of main, and now the retake is on.
Good luck, have fun. That's what that kit smoke was for. And Vexel delivers the opening. Okay, A main less of a threat. Kixon's still going to be there late. I say that as he's actually gone all the way back to spawn. Okay, that's the flash out of Temple. This is what you need to see. A very donut-centric, which, I mean, with the smoke on the bomb, it gets awkward. It gets awkward real quick. 9's holding that. 3 seconds. 2, they need to tap it. It's a lovely clutch up from the defuse. Oh, dear. Falcons, they thought they had done the hard work, but come prepared, couple of flashes, and a well-placed smoke kit.
Yeah, the way that post plant is set up there for the Falcons is not to deal with the smoke kit, right? It's to deal with just likely USPs with head armor coming in because they're playing off of the bomb. You want to be able to take those jewels. They have to get off, but the fact the smoke's there, the fact the kit's there, simple as you like. All the bodies alive, and Vexel actually getting that kill on Magis gives them the number advantage going into that retake. So, very well done.
Maybe it's a dumb question, but if you suspect they're going to play for a smoke kit, how would they have better positioned themselves?
You don't want to allow them into the site for free. You want to keep them in the temple choke. You want to fight them towards CT spawn.
Right.
You don't want to allow them to have all that room. Hey, Rush.
Yeah, straight into the fight, and actually a little pop. Oh, Vexel's been robbed there. Bartak saves him. Spams away, finds the double kill. Now bomb should be going down. Bartak, he's just got 2 through the smoke cleanly. Well, your partial A push. Tech9 drive by from Kixon. It's all for naught.
So Nico
oh
and Dexter
God, he tagged another one.
They can get the bomb down. You'll take the extra $600 and all of this. He's gone for the fake, trying to draw some fights, and Nico's going to get them, but the Deagle unable to track the jumpers. There you have it, Cobra with the final 2. And if you just take a quick look, you heard the Des touching on the opponents that the Huns have played on this map. It's all domestic, and it's not a good record for them. You use Skybox, you can see that they rarely start a Rifler A. They will start 9 on A when he has the AWP, but otherwise Vexel heading over towards Donut pretty early and Bartak through red. So rushing A, understandably so. There's nobody on the site to deal with that. And they get in, but not for free. Bartak will punish them with a huge, impactful 3K. Now, speaking of investment, Falcons, I think they're coming in and trying to have their chest forward, shoulders straight, because they've gone in with a hero AK-47 in the hands of Dexter. So they want to continue to try and bring the pain train clear of the smoke. And that AK, gone.
Kind of owned it.
In a big way.
I've owned it.
This is classic, isn't it? It's the map press where we're talking about B lane. You take the mid control, you jump up, you harass. When the full guns come out, we will see how the Falcons able to stall this. They can do the HEs mid, they can molly heaven, they can make sure that's not so easy. But the Huns are playing with a confidence. I saw them outside when they were taking their break between. Falcons a whole lot more serious than the Huns. Now, to be fair, I speak English and not Mongolian, but the Huns felt like they had a pretty good attitude about them.
I mean, you've got to be feeling good about just how close and tantalizingly close you were after a 4-round comeback to force OT.
They're just getting peeled apart. So this hero AK investment is just going to head into enemy hands. So an upgrade will be available for Yami. Yami, get back into
M4. M4 Yami.
Yami, come on, get it. Okay, he does. All right, well, yeah, he was a little bit, he wanted the pistol. He likes the Deagles and Tech9, says old Yami. But the B setup, Yami will be dealing with B long. You're going to have Cobra in Cave. As I mentioned before, Vexel alongside of Bartak will be your mid players. Vexel tasked with dealing with A through Donut, and then 9 will be your AWP. He'll be here, there, and everywhere. It's nice being the in-game leader and also the rotating player, because if you're feeling it, and apparently you're just the best player on the team, you can always put yourself in what you think is going to be the right place at the right time. He'll be the first mid excursion. Elbow smoke miss. That's not ideal. Incendiary miss. They're pushing. They're pushing.
And they are struggling to frag. That's the first time we've seen 9 come up short on his M4 spray.
They are keeping the tension, though, aren't they? They're not allowing Falcons to settle into these rounds.
You're right. That smoke fades. Okay, he's all in. He's committed here, Cobra. Responsible for Cave. Oh. Nico 1 tap to Bartak red. Clean headshot. Vexel tucking back in, well aware that it's a gamble required, so if the bomb was to maneuver A, it's the right play. Ooh, spots out Tessus and wall bang straight through loses his head, just Yami and Vexel.
Yeah, just group up and finish B. Even though you know that Yami is traditionally one of the B holders, I think that it still makes sense. You can get a smoke from TeSeS to short or long. You can use your mullahs as well if they're going to clear out close sight. And then you can waltz on in. As long as you trade efficiently, the round will be yours. Yami must rotate it over and just spam damage onto 2. The nade wouldn't be bad, you know.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been. Finishes off Dexter, bowling over.
A second earlier, the bomb wouldn't have gone down. The round could have been on.
Perhaps it still is. I don't know. I mean, Vexel's moving over.
I think if you had a smoke...
Yeah, if you have fair.
Yeah, be cheeky with it. But right now, Yami.
He is fishing. He's fishing for a frag.
He's got so much space for free here, Alex.
It's bizarre how they've all passed back to ramp.
Because you would be assuming conventional wisdom of a save.
That's a great flash, but Yami still pulls the trigger.
It actually just has to cover the ramp.
Yeah, cover. Oh, Vexel. A little late on the cover there. They got way more than they were worth. See you later, Vexel.
Yeah, that was...
I can't hear shit from the flashes.
Yeah, I feel like they should have won that round. I know that seems crazy.
Yeah.
But all they had to cover in that situation was ramp. Oh, there's some 9 frustrations. They're pretty rare. How does he get this?
And then he actually distances himself from the defuse, like you see the cables.
Wide.
I mean, he was on long side, like you can't see him.
It must have been the flashes that are coming in. Yeah, but either way, because you're so committed with that time, you're losing the gun regardless.
You need to fight.
So you need to be a little bit more ballsy with that. Still money for the buy, and a good one indeed. 9 will be with the AWP. Nico and his mid-adventures. We could write a book about this. At the moment, it would be the... learning his ways, going through the treacherous dark jungle.
Shadow, did he see it? Oh, Vexel. Ooh, gets swung on. Isolating Jules, but Dexter will trade. Braves the flames. Incendiaries suck, man.
They do.
They just suck.
Especially if you throw them late.
Well, yeah, that too. That too. That too. Yami. Dead to Nico. Spartak in CT, but a very divided... Oh, wait, Cobra, yeah, completely unawares of a potential walk-up ramp. So much action elsewhere. Action on A, action on mid. He just presumed there wouldn't be one walking up the ramp. Spartak, that's a big one back. Takes down Nico. It is a 2v2, but with 9 so low and no kit... Oh, no, excuse me. Spartak has one.
He can't really head through CT spawn, though. This smoke is so constricting to their movements, and they are going to come over and try and sniff this one out.
A good flash. It would have to be a really good flash.
Oh, he's actually smoked off long.
Okay.
There is no flash.
Through. TeSeS ready to receive. 9 hits it.
Get out of there.
Please.
Come on. You got to save eventually. I actually don't, because we hate saving. Let's go, 9.
Molotovs him out, forces him back, tries to hit the wall bang, but TeSeS collects. Fair play, fair play. Give it a go. Use your orb. It's fine.
Yeah, forget about the economy. It doesn't matter.
Who needs it?
We like the excitement.
Yeah.
That's what we're here for.
Yeah, advocating saves, Chad? You just hate
That's
fun?
True. Who am I? Who have I become? W Counter-Strike. And we're talking about winning, not going forward. And right now the Huns are going to have to take a step back.
I mean, and TeSeS has stepped up, I will say, on this T side. Already some impact being seen and felt from him.
Is this going to be the same thing that what the Huns did in map number 1, where they definitely didn't have the economy to justify a buy, but they knew that they were keeping the money of the Falcons on the rope, so they just kept going for these audacious force buys and tussling with them? Because NCO has called the timeout right now.
Jumping mag 7,
They are doing it. They're doing it. I love it. I love it. This is classic Asian Counter-Strike. This is, no matter what we have, we think we can literally stand toe-to-toe and bang. And this is, I've said it so many times now, but what you would expect out of any other team at this level of Counter-Strike would be for them to take the save, because it's 2,400 into the next round. They all had roughly around the 2K mark.
Get your
they've taken that. They would have had M4 with some utility, and they could have gone. But it's like, well, hold up. We have MP9s and 5.7s. They're equally as good. Watch us.
I mean, as long as Falcons don't go cave, that's the only caveat I'll add. And it does look like we're going to see a more standard division of labor. Nico once again tasked with middle.
Missed the elbow smoke again.
Oops. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Goodness me.
This is the type of Counter-Strike that frustrates you if you're an eco level player.
Oh, where has he come from? He just teleported behind him. Oh. 9 gets 2 pushing smokes.
They're everywhere.
Ramses Galil. Oh, the frustrations. They will be felt. No scope barrel to the face. Takes down 1 in the 1v3.
He's off. Where is he? Dexter has that buffer to work with if he wants to head over towards A, but where have these two gotten off to? That's the question he doesn't have answers for right now. Suddenly able to pivot. They're clearing the site. They're already on his tail. They've just gone straight through the smoke.
Oh, Vexel. Oh, spots him. Spots him.
Now he's running. Now they know for sure.
Now, do you make noise on the first sound? You let him plant. Keep your element of surprise. Dexter has an AWP. You heard the scope. Just make sure you double swing him. And it's an unwinnable round. It is now for Dexter. Bartek gets their headshot, and the Huns win it again. It's 9 with a double 5-7 on the smoke push.
Yeah, so the reaction there from the Falcons is, okay, they pushed mid and they pushed A. That's 4 players we've noted.
Right.
Let's just go into B, shall we? There's only one guy here. We just have to trade. You forgot it's 9, so bang, bang, the 5-7.
Ooh, let me see that. Here we go. Oh, perfect.
Wow. Like, it's not that he was just on the cusp of the smoke and gets 2 kills instant. He was actually pivoting back and having to adjust into both of those. Very well done.
And you aren't going to get both unless you hit that first jump before he gets boots on the ground.
And Nico's telling him to go be in that situation, right? Because of the push. You understand why. Okay. Cocky play. It keeps this one alive. It won't be the eco.
Can't believe it. All right. All eyes on Nico and Dexter with the AK-47s in this one.
Now they're happy to give over the mid control, so Nico will be able to get it. It's a 2-man A start. Up towards the tree is going to be Vexel and 9 with the AWP posted, so the bait and switch setup. What this will allow, when they do give up the mid control, which they have completely, is 9 will be able to take the donut line from the big box or temple entrance, just like this. And then Bartek just has to worry about red. Right? More often than not, you're seeing teams, they constantly want to be hyper-aggressive, fighting for the lane control, trying to get in all that damage, but you can also play Ancient in a more passive stance. So that's what's on display right now.
Hyper-passive.
Yeah, it just does mean for your B defenders that eventually the pressure will get a little bit too much and you're forced either to go aggressive like this or retake. If they go aggressive, the setup's waiting for them.
Yeah, as Dexter's poised to collect this. And oh, the moment he gets aggressive, he starts to move forward. Cobra feels like he probably should have had that one.
Bartek rotates over. Red now becomes a gap.
Yami gonna take intermittent fights towards the ramp side. Barrage of utility kicks in up the ramp and spots him out. Finished off by Bartek.
Fake, they're going A.
Okay, yeah, don't rotate yet, Vexel.
It's a very weak fake.
Oh, he's alive, just about. And isolating Jules with the flames. He gets one. Takes down Dexter. Rifle could be retrieved. An opportunity presented itself for 9, but spoilt for choice. Too many targets. Let's find a rifle upgrade. The MAC-10 just going wild with it. Tessus delivers for Falcons, and it's a job done. Falcons pivot into A. Vexel just a little quick on the rotation's been punished. Magisk will finish the job. Rifles can be scooped up. Falcons fight fire with fire.
Yeah, it felt like a weak fake because they got that kill instantaneously and there was nothing else behind. They're really trying to bring the energy, aren't they? I just think that the comms couldn't have been that crazy on the B bomb site. Vexel gets caught out of position. He's really lucky that Dexter was already low. He gets the kill with the bottle of flames, but otherwise it's a bit sketchy there for the Huns. And again, boys, you know exactly what you're going to do.
No, they won't.
You know exactly what you're going to do.
1400's double eco.
Old mate's taking another timeout.
But, I mean, this isn't going to catch Falcons off guard now. Last time they did this, they had 5-7s running at them through mid.
Imagine if this is the time. It's like, all right, so hold on. We only had the 1400 loss coming into this one. Now 1900 into the next. Now we're going to take the save. Do it. Just throw everything that we expect completely out the window.
Just throw the rule book out the window. It looks like they might.
No investments here.
No one spent any money.
No, they haven't.
We should go clear left side fast with a flash, just rushing you and me, 2 AKs, and Abdul holds the right.
Okay, so they're trying to adjust so that same collapse on the force doesn't happen again. They're going to make sure that they have the A main control. That's, from what I can see from what Magisk was saying, that's what I would expect. So flash, clear the left side, make sure you have the full A main control so that you can't be run down upon like that. Yeah, that's what they're doing. And it is the force, so Swag 7. I feel it's going to be harder for Yami to make a dent with that.
He's doing the cool bounce molly. Oh, Magisk has got this line up. Check this one out. Gonna bounce it onto tree, off of the brick.
So 9's going to try and seem as big as he can over towards A. He's the only one there. It's 4 players tasked with stacking the B site. Bartek, Vexel, Cobra, and Yami. And right now, 3 players are going to be able to waltz out middle. So the oversight there of Dexter, you can see him looking up towards the heaven in case of the cave push. Nico and Kixon can work on the mid control as a warning shot fired into Magisk. Oh, the push through. This is crazy. This is crazy.
I like it.
They're rotating the bomb back over. Into this stack as they're going to hang around.
That's a hard fight. That's a hard fight for Vexel. Long range AK.
Felt like he was using the 5-7 like a deagle there as well.
Yeah. Oh, now Cobra's deagle. Could have some work cut out for him. And Nico's searching A. They could over-rotate. Oh, my God. They're coming back. Now, Magisk should have this push. Oh, but 9 being alive is everything. He's going to be tested. He has to hit that.
How annoying is he?
Oh, get away! Oh, my God. I can't believe 9's still alive. Fair play, takes the pot shot, spots the bomb. Nico pushed up CT. He's not going to be anticipating that, but the donut occupation is different as well. Oh, he's given it his best shot there. Like, he gets the most out of what little he had.
Finally, the madness is over, is what the Falcons are likely to... Oh, maybe not. Maybe AK and... I was going to say get out of dodge. Maybe get a lovely little headshot. So, yeah, I know that the AK's been picked up. Cobra trying to hightail it onto the other side of the map. Nico's already on the hunt. Kixon as well. And Dexter's also left his post. So, two of them worrying about the B doors. Dexter, that means he has to sit and wait for his teammates to get a little bit closer as Cobra will grab that. Now, he can't run over and defuse. There is no kit. Will he be able to hold on to this? Nico's down the next up to bat, having a look, walking through the slimy tunnel. And he'll delete him. So no AK retained, and it should be an eco.
Okay. Should be.
It might be an eco.
They would like to have some M4s, maybe an orb. I mean, Yami had a 50-50 there on the corner. He kind of pre-aimed on the jump, but missed his mark this time. Oof. Love a deagle headshot.
Okay, so the madness is over. It's going to be 5 USPs, a smoke and a flash.
Can we talk about the purple combo that Kixon's gone for? He's got like the freehand butterfly and these beautiful, I think they're Pandora's box gloves. Very nice. Opening from Nico, just straight out mid. Knows there's no U-tilt. And, ooh, here they come. A cave push, and just the one. Nico farms up a couple of eeks. Always feels good. Yeah, looks like they're having a bit more fun now.
I feel like it's mandatory.
Mandatory fun.
Mandatory fun.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, gun round. 5 rounds to the T side. A exec, I like it. Is it fast? Are you doing the insta? Well, not the insta, but the lineup. No.
You do the quick CT one, right?
So they're still going to have mid presence and B lane presence, so they're making it look like a default round, right? Harass mid with the nades. Double mid smoke?
It was.
Okay. Well, it's not their best map. No one's saying that. And you do the B lane pressure, right? Tessus goes over, he throws the ramp molly. It's like, all right, guys, we're doing a normal round. We're getting mid control. We're getting lane control. You're going to come and investigate. And while you do, we're setting up for A. So they get that info. Can they get back in time? That's the question. The util's only in the sky right now, and 9's already here to deal with this. Good response time.
Only that back bomb. 9 will have a decision to make. Bartak delivers in the opening. Edging the smoke is 9. Still present on the side. Oh, and swinging through for more. Nice. Managing this so well. Just playing on the side. Still has some cover. Tess is the one to bring him down. Important frag. Now looks like Bartak's a dead man on the spam. Somehow he's still alive up close, and the nade might not find him either. Bartak's alive for a second. 2 HP. The nade puts him low and exposes him. Vexel will take his place, and that's an important find from Cobra Zera. Could go wrong. Shouldn't, and is Vexel gets kicks him down, spots out Nico, Dexter the unknown entity. Vexel still worried about that potential mid-wrap, but now he has the info, but the headshot's found, an overcommitment from Vexel.
Dexter has 1 bullet.
Not anymore.
Oh, there you go, the reload comes in. I was going to say, if he plants first, reloads after, that could be catastrophic. And that's why you need those extra bullets, don't you? Bang! Cobra down, round on the board, and should be another partial buy before we go into the final round of this first half. Map number 2. It's always tough, right, when you come as one of the lower seeded teams. This is from Blast Rising Asian qualifier. The Huns were the runners up to ATOX. And then you're the lower seeded team, so you play against some of the absolute best names. You play against Spirit out of the gates. Top 2 team in the Counter-Strike world right now. Play against Falcons, I think by VRS, they're in the top 10. It's never going to be easy. No one said that.
But a round like this...
Apparently very much in their wheelhouse.
It is in their wheelhouse, even if it is just the sidearms and a bit of Kevlar. Okay, Yummy. Yeah. He's going to try and catch a timing on Nico's progression, and it's perfect. Great aim as well. Removing Nico. Instant headshot on the 5-7. That's a missed molly. I thought you were working on that, Magisk. It's fine.
But yeah, it is fine.
It's not the end of the world.
Tesla's trying to maintain this AK, so he's doing the housekeeping. I don't think Nine will get him with the USP. No, he won't. So, also heard the boots running away, rotating over towards A. You have to play in some chaos right now if you're the Huns to win this, so it feels like pushing smokes is one of the options. It's one of the worst options, unfortunately, because you're going to run into these rifles.
Oh. Brutal.
Yeah, farming simulator now is it will just be Vexel, and he'll be dealt with. So a couple of nice rounds in consecutive fashion will make that 5 in a row for the Falcons now. One more round remaining before we head to that halftime break, and this is maybe more of what they were hoping for on Inferno, a dominant stance.
Yep.
These very emotive players, it'd be great, you know, you do the voice lines for them. I forget what it's called.
Oh, dubbing?
Yes.
Yeah. Or like bad lip reading. You could definitely do that, yeah.
You need really emotive players, though.
Jobs are good in.
Okay, well, it's good for Nico to get some reps in with taking this mid control. It's one of his weaker points, I'd say. Didn't have to do it on G2. MOUZ was there.
MOUZ was great.
Yeah, Nico was the big extremity player on both sides of the server.
Ooh, this is an interesting position to find yourself in. Gosh, look at Cobra. He has no idea. That's a free frag for Nico. If he was to clear it, Bartek's going to get shot in the side of the head. Thank you very much.
Cobra might get the kill in the backline. No, Nico turns to it. They're running into A.
Oh, he's blocked him donut. Nine's rotation's been heard by Magisk Red.
He can cancel. You got time. Still a minute on the clock. Dex is going to try and take B. Just has to deal with Yami.
Magisk just pushed the smoke.
I like it.
Beautiful. Dexter down on B, so that's surely channeling you into A.
Boys, where are we going? We know where both players are.
Where are you going? Okay, it's fine.
They are everywhere. We have Falcons in our wall.
Yeah. 8-4 on the half. Falcons making a strong case for the 2-0 here. The Huns on the very verge of elimination here at Blast Open Lisbon.
Big game up next. It's a big game.
Yep. Crack a red. That's what you're doing with the RS explanation.
Apparently so. Well, I'm not going to talk about points.
I mean, more just about the nature of the spots. Well, howdy, folks. We're back in business for the second and likely final half of our first game of the day, a Blast Open Lisbon. We're live from Copenhagen for now. Top 6 teams will be off to Lisbon to play in front of the live crowd. We're in that beautiful studio. Falcons with 8 as we swap sides. Huns better pick up a pistol if they want to hope of this conversation being as exciting and as electric as Inferno.
And the other pistol in the first half, a smoke, and a defuse kit on 9 to get them across the line.
Double pistol. I mean, yeah, if you win both pistols, it's more of a conversation. That's the best I can say.
Yeah, I think here we go. This molly might not be bad.
It should spread.
Well, he gave it a go.
That was a lot of money down the drain.
That's what it's about, you know, giving it a go. They're still going to be able to get into Donut, so there's that.
Yeah, but you really would have loved to have forced Nico out of that little box. Oh, that's the bomb, main. Vexel.
You reap what you sow.
Yeah, well, now they know. What's up?
They've walked through the smoke. Hello.
And goodbye. Tessus escorts one off the premises. Nice headshots from Nico. He's comfortable. Oof. That one hurts. A neck breaker from Magisk. Different round if the molly goes where it's supposed to.
Yes, for sure. Well, look, this is a nice little confidence-building game for the Falcons. It's map number 1. We got a whole lot closer than they were hoping for, but if they can blow them out of the water here, set themselves up for this lower bracket run in Group A, the Group of Death, then that's what they're going to be looking for. I saw a conversation, people being like, oh, Nico's changed his view model.
It still looks like it.
It still looks like he has the same view model. So maybe you guys were wrong.
Yeah, I don't know.
Or he changes for pistol rounds.
MOUZ.CET did,
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. Maybe it has slightly changed, but it looks pretty...
I think right now everybody has the same view model, but on the replay,
you see
I could be wrong, but on the replay we have their crosshair and their view model. So the people at home, they're fooling themselves. Never do that. All right, well, this is just one dig as map control has been heavily taken by Falcons. Full B lane, full mid. Dex dealing with A. Alex, big game coming up next.
Yeah, big game. Gonna crack an energy drink for that one.
That's right, I'm gonna do the VRS segment.
Oh yeah, you're doing a segment, aren't you? But you're not gonna talk about the points.
No, I won't talk about the points.
Oh, yeah, okay, it's good. What are you going to talk about then? Oh, just the spots.
Yes, the spots available for the major. April 7th, Blast.TV, Austin. 32 teams, first time.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
And some spots for Asia. You said 4 spots? 5 spots? 5. Bloody hell. Magisk and Nico farming up some stats. It's a feel-good ancient. That's what it is.
It's a feel-good ancient.
It's a feel-good ancient.
What do we got so far? We've got 4 aces so far.
Faces?
Aces. Did I say faces?
No, you said 4 aces.
Oh, 4 aces. Okay.
Obnoxious.
Zawu got 1.
Oh, he is using the funky view model.
Yeah, so we knew.
It looks good.
Wow.
I actually changed my mind. I think
Wouldn't say that.
Cool. I think it looks quite cool.
Flamus got 1 against FaZe. Magic got 1 against Liquid. That was that 3v5 round that they won on A on Anubis. That was huge. And Kixon did get that one against the Huns.
Yes.
The double nade into the banana mop.
But I didn't say the word ace.
No, but it was this.
Is that my fault?
No, I don't think so. It's also was against a partial buy. They don't mean the most.
Ace! Oh! We can splice that in. Yeah, they need it. What a lovely little smoke. He's ahead of it. Dexter's handled it. Oh, he's just so comfortable with it.
Beautiful.
This would be an ace. An ace clutch. Lets them react. Eats that. 50 damage onto the spine. And it's divine. 11-4. Makes it look easy, does Dex up. But yeah, so clearly a punishing pick for the Huns. Definitely looked like they had a bit more comfort in that first map.
Why is Dexter looking so stressed?
I think he just always is.
That's not the state you want to be in at all times.
No, cortisol levels high.
Perpetually stressed.
No, thank you.
I think we're all right. Sometimes there's got to be a little bit more chill. This is meant to be the chillest of the games. It only gets harder from here on out.
And yeah, there's one spot, right?
Yeah,
so...
we've got Vitality, MOUZ, Spirit, all in Group A. We also have FaZe. They fumbled against VP. They now have to play against Astralis for survival. That game means so much to Astralis as far as top 10 for the VRS. That conversation to come.
I'm very curious to see if VP put up a fight versus Vitality. I mean,
no one can at the moment. No one is able to.
Exactly, but maybe Electronic.
You get a free swing of the king.
Yeah, free swing indeed.
They missed the mid-molly.
Oh. Well, that's not ideal, but it's not a problem. It's not punished, not relevant. We've only got some pistols here for the Huns, and it seems like a guaranteed 12th for the Falcons. Floating along nicely, or they don't really float. They more fly, don't they?
Depends on the gust of wind.
I'm sure a Falcon is like, it's able to swim. Probably doesn't want to be wet, actually. They'll probably dampen the whole flying
Birds
thing.
look weird without feathers.
They do, don't they?
Especially owls.
I've never seen an owl.
Without feathers?
No.
I wouldn't recommend it.
I'm gonna have.
No.
You've piqued my curiosity.
All right. Well, this is my chance. I can do some play-by-play.
It's all you, man. Oh my God!
I told you not to look at it. I told you to not look.
Oh, it's making me cry. I don't want to look at it anymore.
All right, just smoking a flash with these pistols for an execute on towards B. There's a big force that's coming for the fight. Peering down the ramp is the AWP, but ahead of that, one of these rifles. So they didn't see what they were looking for. They need to worry about the flood through cave. Takes to post it up in a very powerful position. It just depends on how good the flash is. Does it force him off the line? Well, the shot misses. The flash does its job, and now it's Kixon's chance to farm. He gets one and done, but Cobra's Tech 9 is swift as Tessus in the sight. Well, he can win it right here, right now. He's not being cleared, plant denied, and Tessus, the late activation, has brought it into a 2v2.
Bartek will scoop up the bomb. Avoids the nade damage. Cobra continues to rack him up. A triple kill from Cobra, demonstrating his prowess. Puts Magisk into the clutch to secure this 12th. Now, there is a time-sensitive mission for Bartek. Has to scoop up that bomb. He's concerned about the potential on long, but now time is of the essence. Is he planted for long? He has got it down safe.
Oh, thought it was a leg.
Yeah, Cobra's in cave. Hard fight, but not if it's given to him. 1v1 for Cobra to finish off the job. He got them into the site, and now he's got to try and get them out.
4 bullets.
Oh, you're right. Has to be perfect. Cobra brings the fight, nails it.
That's the signature sound he makes after he...
Yeah, like the Globo Gym.
Exactly. That's the one. All right, well, it was just pistols, but no problem. Tessus, he did his best. Got a double.
This one. Look at the skill.
Yeah, don't stop moving.
Nasty way to go for 9 and Yami.
Yeah, that's the... Bartek obviously getting the most important kill there to allow Cobra to keep on fragging, and then wins out high pressure 1v1. But we like what we saw from Cobra yesterday, and then like what we're seeing today. Mechanically, looks sound. Could be another one for Mara's catalog in the future.
Bang.
Oh.
Flick of the wrist.
Are we going in?
Looks like we are.
We're going in.
Tessus tested. Back of the site is Vexel. No trade available. He's got no bullets, no head. Yami takes him down. Rotation in. Nico just trying to be a little too fighty.
Don't know about that one.
Fighty. New word I've been working on.
The thing is, I think if they were up against any other team, Nico probably saving, but he's got 18 for 9, and look at those bodies. They hit the floor as Dexter and Magisk are going to have to save. So great opener from 9, good follow through, and they're able to get another round. So not up to 12 just yet, our Falcons. This is good. I'm glad that they're still showing some fight, not just getting blown out. Bit of tenacity when the individuals are getting opportunities, they're delivering. It's not like it once was. Right, when you would have underdogs come from these small countries in the early days.
Yeah, back in your day.
Back in my day, we were getting 16-1 by Kenny S.
Yeah, and they weren't playing properly, were they? They would be running.
No, they would disrespect the hell out of us.
Yeah.
I remember we just beat Titan in that Cologne game, and then I went on the desk after to give the interview, and I was like, yeah, we really struggle when teams disrespect us. And then Natu coach, they pick, the NIP pick Inferno, and they're just running down mid and banana at us every round. It's like, yeah, we don't have the basics down, do we?
Probably should stop highlighting my weaknesses to my opponents.
On an interview to everybody to see.
Yeah. Great shot onto Kixon here. He tries to play this. It wasn't the most perfect info jump. A bit too direct, a bit too vertical.
I guess he's not playing for the boost, but the ramp, right? So even still, as Falcons will be calling a timeout, just chill. Take a deep breath. What would Lars say, guys? Think about that right now.
Yeah.
What would Lars say? Now, I don't know what he would say.
I don't know what he'd say. In my mind, it's like kind of like a Rocky speech.
Okay.
You know? You get knocked down, get back up again.
Lars is in the room next door, so hopefully he's...
I mean, that is what I'm expecting.
They do empty the backpack, but I don't think you do that mid-game.
No. Or like a Goggins kind of thing. Like, you're useless, you're rubbish, be better than everyone else. Something like that.
I'm out here in 30 degrees. And a guy pulls up next to me and says, what are you doing out here running? And I say, because you're not.
You get up at 5, I get up at 4. You get up at 4, I get up at 3.
Well, you just don't sleep then.
Don't sleep. Sleep is for the weak, Chad. You know that. One elbow smoke and it lands.
Beautiful. Oh, the AWP of 9. Yeah, careful, Chief. You've just given away your life to one of the saved guns.
Oops. Yeah.
Yummy.
No.
Oh, so lucky. Sound cues are going to be heard, so it can inform Nico over towards A, but Nico only has a USP. See, that's how you throw at 9. That's what Cobra's showing you. It's just tough to beat them on rotation, right? If you go A and you're just like limping out, it's really tough to beat the CTs on rotation. They're going to get there before you. And with Magisk highlighted by our ops team pushing behind, he's shut the door. There's nowhere back to B unless you're able to jump up heaven. So they can circumvent him.
Okay, Mr. Vocab. Circumvention. And contrary to convention, Tessa's on the
It's not over yet.
Yeah, it's not, because Kixon and Dexter are both on the right side of the map, and Cobra's now spotted out the AWP player. Does he really want a wide swing and no baits the shot? That's smart. Using their util to facilitate a plant. It's a bit of a threatening smoke, though. That's pushable. It might get fighty on the pushable smoke.
Oh, they are going to leer out, so Kixon. Can he make space for his AWP? Yes. No, the AWP buys them a way in.
Yeah, really awkward for Cobra.
Oh, he's just going to isolate Vexel. It's all on Bartak.
He has to hit this, has to cleanly convert against the pistol. Dexter, though, he's in the 1v1. No. Oh, why have you done that? Why has he done that?
Tries to get the jump on him. No kid in play, and the defuse comes through.
How long was on that smoke? It's still up, actually.
Yeah, it had just been thrown. Magisk had just thrown it, so it was brand spank up. Comes on through, and that one is over. You're right, they did do the speech. It was, who's going to carry the bots? I don't have a good one for the logs. Who's going to carry the bots?
Nice, mate.
Check the server logs.
Yeah, there's something there. We can workshop it.
Let's get down to business, Falcons, to defeat the Huns.
Hey. All full press. This is a biff. This is deathmatch.
Charging down into Bartak. The exposure. Bomb down. Tessa's frags. Yami watching from the sidelines as their final round in Copenhagen comes to a close. Dexter onto Vexel. Comfortable. Quick flick of the wrist into the face of Cobra. And he's history now. It's all up to 9. Too easy for Dexter. Falcons do defeat the Huns. Business adjourned. Survival of the day, but a whole lot more in that lower bracket run required.
Yeah, well, nice little showing from the Huns against Spirit and the Falcons. You can call them whatever you want, but not forgettable. 9 putting up a nice performance across his time in the sun. And some key pieces for the Mongolian scene to look forward to in the future. So all in all, look, they're not going to be happy that they're eliminated, but a good showing. No maps to their name, but a couple of moments. And the Falcons, that's what they were looking for when they got out of bed this morning.
Yeah, certainly a valiant effort coming out from the Huns, but unable to clip the wings of the Falcons. They do finish last placed here at the Blast Open Lisbon 2025. And for the Falcons, they survived to play at least one more day. Jacob.
Yeah, it was good to see Falcons, come after it on Ancient. I think it was a much better performance despite having a little bit of a strugglesome start to the map. They instantly, when they got into the T-side, got into the groove, won a couple of rounds in a row. You could see that it was a clear disparity in both individual level, but also understanding of the map. So kind of what we asked for, Nathan. We wanted to see a stronger showing from the Falcons, and that's exactly what we got.
Yep, and like the aggression of the Huns was a bit surprising at the beginning, and then the adaptation, it was the Summon Inferno. They started adapting Falcons, and then it was just easy from there.
Well, we do have Zonic joining us. Congratulations, first of all, for getting that one over the line. I feel like the reaction that we saw after Inferno was, it wasn't elation. It was just you guys breathing a sigh of relief that you managed to get that one closed. Did the Huns put up more of a fight than you were expecting?
I mean,
It's tough to say. I think it was, you know, I don't want to disrespect them at all, but I think you also need to look at ourselves in this game. It was a tough game, mostly because, you know, we felt a little bit off. People were a little bit more frustrated, I would say, than usual, and, you know, communications, misunderstandings, and yeah. But they also played well, but I also need to be a little bit after ourselves today.
I think I called you a little bit sloppy. Would you agree with that? I think there were a couple of rounds where you were either you were hesitating a little bit, or either you're going too fast. I remember the second pistol round on Inferno where you had a Molotov towards pit, and for some reason you weren't waiting for the reaction of that Molotov. Would you agree that you were a bit sloppy in the way you approached the game?
Yeah, I mean, definitely one of these things is, you know, you do the molly and then you are like, okay, he's not there, but he can wait, and then he will swing on timing, and yeah, sloppy, but also, you know, not underestimating our opponents, but this, you know, you just want to get off to a smooth start and you're kind of expecting to win, and then, you know, things get a little bit rough, a little bit misunderstandings, and then you get frustrated a little bit more easily than what you do against a bigger team. And yeah, we need to talk about it, of course, but because nowadays and you know, especially with our history, you should not underestimate anyone.
In those moments where you feel like the team are experiencing frustrations, obviously, you know, you're in the back seat in those moments, you can't always chime in. How do you calculate then when to take a timeout? Is it when you're seeing the emotions getting too much, or is it more on the tactical side of things? Like, how do you weigh that up in those kind of moments?
I would say definitely the tactical today that was made was mainly mental. You know, wanted people to step up a little bit and don't be too frustrated when things didn't go our way. But it was a bit better on Ancient. I also need to say that we didn't expect the Inferno pick, and they just recently changed the player, and you know, we don't know them, so it was a little bit rough.
Out of interest, what did you expect instead of Inferno?
I expected Nuke.
Okay. Third map if we did get there.
And do you think that kind of frustration stems a little bit from the MOUZ game? Because you obviously had a very good game, I think, against MOUZ overall, especially on the T side, right? You played very well, and on the CT side, it started just like people not trading each other, not being together. Like you got entries, but like you couldn't close any rounds because you were just, I don't know, playing just not together overall, right? Do you think this is something that carried on to this game, like a bit of that frustration, or just completely different?
I think the off day helped a bit. We had a long talk about the MOUZ game because, as you said, I think I actually felt we played really well. And you know, when you lose a 5v3 and some of these situations that happened on train, it was rough, man, and it was a bit frustrating at that time. But no, I think it's you know, you go up against MOUZ, you had a close game, you get frustrated you kind of felt that we had this, so we could have won it. It could have gone our way easily, but you know, today it was a little bit this with being such a heavy favorite, and hopefully it was a smooth game, you know, and we didn't know how they played, and then they did some good things, maybe some misunderstandings, you know. Do we swing in this situation where we get the kill, or do we, you know, wait and wait for the call? And there was just a lot of misunderstandings today, and then we got too easily frustrated. Yeah,
and like, especially I think on the City side, you played way better, more coherent, more of an idea. And so there's obviously a big talk now, like Nico being active and then Kicksign being IGLing, and you also having a lot of ideas. How do you mix all of that up to make the City side coherent? Because obviously Nico has a big part of his controlling his areas and being very active. How do you three make that up on City to get plans overall on the City side, right? Like, we're going to be strong here, and then we're going to be weak, and then changing all that stuff around.
I think what we did in the beginning was to put Nico fully in charge of CT and Kixen in charge of T, and then with me as the overall. But I think now we are moving into this where it cannot just be on Nico, because we need him individually as well. We need him to step up, and sometimes he's not part of the map on the map where he can actually do some calls on the other side. So it will be kind of repetitively calls, you know, let's go aggro here where he is, and that can also be readable. So we're trying to kind of enforce that everyone kind of needs to step up with these suggestions, and then he has the final word and more calling around the freeze time, reading the game. They did this, so now he's going to expect this. But we are demanding more from the other players as well to chime in, and together with Dexter, you know, what peaks does he want to do with the open?
Sonic, you've been part of this Falcon lineup for a long time, obviously, and it's been a lot of up and downs. Cluj-Napoca was a great start to the new roster, getting into a grand final. Here as well, it's been a little bit more up and down. You know the team better than anyone. You practice with them, you're overseeing it at all times. How close are you to stamp with a feeling that we are, like, we're this close to clicking, we're this close to getting over this hump where we consistently can deliver where we want to be? Are we nearing that point, or you still think there's a long way to go?
I think we're definitely improving. You know, in the beginning of the year, we had a rough start. You know, with Katowice and going up against good teams. We met Eternal Fire, who came out really strong this year. So I think we're playing good. I think we showed in Cluj, but there is just some of these games that you know has this double effect when you lose a 5v2 or 5v3, or you lose an anti-force. Not only do you lose the round and the economy-wise, but it also, you know, goes out on the mood. And, you know, nowadays in modern CS, you can't really afford to make these mistakes. Some part of it I will give. We are a new team, but there is also definitely some sloppiness, as you are mentioning. And yeah, we are working on it, but, you know, we play up against some of the best teams. You know, MOUZ came from, you know, they won Cluj, but they also came from a grand final. And, you know, we're showing improvement, I would say, but we need to get, you know, over this where we are losing too many advantage situations.
Could be Vitality on Sunday if Virtus.pro pull off an upset and put them in the lower bracket. I don't know, how would you like that?
I mean,
not so much.
Let's just get Vitality straight to Lisbon, and then
that makes sense. Sonic, I really appreciate your in-depth insight. I'll let you get on with the guys, and yeah, congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, obviously for the Falcons, living to fight another day here in terms of that qualification onwards to Lisbon. For the Huns, I love that we got to see them. Like, I know it might sound a little bit cliche because sometimes we say this quite often about teams that come from kind of these more unknown regions and more underdog names, but I really think that they've got some potential, particularly Nine. When we look at him, like, imagine them getting some more experience over in Europe. Let's not forget this was their first time together as a team in Europe, and I love what we saw.
It's impossible to know whether or not the Huns have potential to establish themselves as a team that we see more often or more regularly at tournaments like this, but they did show us in moments that they can play Counter-Strike at a high level. T-side Anubis versus Spirit, that was a great experience. The Inferno game versus Falcons today was another great experience, and the main takeaway, you said it yourself, Nine, I think as an individual, whenever you saw him play, the way he conducted himself as an in-game leader in the interview with us on the server, the clutching ability, there's something to be said about Nine, you know. So let's say the Mongols would need a player at some point. If they have to start to have a dip of form, then Nine would be the first guy that I would call or at least look into.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the thing is, he's probably working a lot within the region and like known, and now he's starting to be internationally known. But yeah, he was the real deal, definitely, and he was the main point of why all those games were that close. I like the fact that they were playing on CT kind of meta. They were aggressing, but a bit smarter than what I saw on certain demos when they were playing locally, where they were maybe disrespecting more their opponents because they knew they were better. Here, they tried to play a bit more coherent, but their T-side was their weaknesses, because whenever they would push, whenever they were 4v5, 3v5, they could not win it. Like, very rarely win those kind of rounds, and so I think that was the main thing. And now, can they get better? They look pretty good. How better can they get? That's a big question mark.
Only time will tell. Unfortunately, they were the first team to be eliminated from Group A. We can take a look at the bracket to see exactly how that sets up the rest of the proceedings. And yeah, we kind of touched upon it with Sonic. It's unlikely that VP will pull off the upset versus Vitality, but the loser of that game, Falcons, will have to face. And I feel like, I mean, undoubtedly, that's going to be a bigger challenge than the Huns.
It will be, and I think Sonic was being very candid about it as well. He's well aware that they can play good Counter-Strike, but some of these mistakes and maybe more so the mental game needs to be ironed out for Falcons. So they still have a chance, but it's going to be a rough route ahead of them.
Another team going to be eliminated today at the Blast Open Lisbon 2025. Already day 3, but either FaZe or Astralis will be going home. We're going to head things to a quick break, but when we're back, we're going to have Chad and Pimp breaking down exactly what this means in the VRS equation for both teams. We'll see you in a sec.
Oh no, I won't remember anything, man.
Oh, it's an old one? Has to be. It's train, it's forest, it's MIBR. I know the time range when it was.
I don't remember this clip. 100% it's not 2014, it's not 2015, it's not 16 because Luminosity was still exist at that time. So it has to be around like 2017, 2018.
It should be 2018 or 2019. Yeah, it's 2017-18.
Okay, let's say it's 2018, yeah? What major you had in 2018? Can you give me any guess?
I don't know why. I'll just say the E-League Atlanta 2017.
It's I'm Katowice, yeah.
FaZe.it major? FaZe.it major, perhaps? Okay, nice.
Yeah. FaZe.it, no, London! Oh my god, what am I saying? Wait, 2019 was ESL Katowice.
I like it.
That was the only one I knew from 2018. Civics against Astralis, not against NIP, or Astralis obviously.
100% they won this major.
Let's see what he does. I don't seem to remember this from the top of my head. But it was in 2018 then. Has to be 19.
I think the guy has pretty good movement. It was Blast Paris.
I have no idea.
I don't know. Let's say it's 2018 and FaZe London again.
I'm not sure, but this one. It's 2019 Star Ladder major in Berlin, maybe?
It's IM Cannabis 2019.
Of course, man. I don't know.
Oh, there was major in Katowice? Yeah. Got the year at least. Well, if it's Perfecto for Navi, there's not many options.
He's gonna kill 4 guys in long.
Oh, I remember that play.
I don't know. PGL Krakow 2017.
I think it just has to be 2021 PGL Stockholm major. Stockholm, 2021.
This is PGL Stockholm 2021. Navi won this major.
So that's why they won the major. Only because of that play.
At least I know this. It's new generation, no?
Oh, I remember the play. Okay, yeah, it's a good one.
Jame, overpass. Okay.
The clip, I actually do remember. Missed the smoke and he's winning the clutch. Oh my god.
What I didn't say a Berlin major.
Yeah, this was I think fairly recent. Could it be 2022 IAM Rio major? Rio major. I have my answer.
It's, I'm telling you, everything what I remember, it's like 3 years ago. It's 2022 IAM Rio major. That was quick.
I'm joined by one of the world's leading VIS experts. Or at least that's what I'd like to think, chat. So I'm going to put you under the spot.
Oh dear.
A lot of people are having quite a tough time figuring out what all this VIS is about, myself included. So I thought I'll bring in a little bit of backup right here. So
okay. You know what I mean?
Why don't you tell us briefly, what is the VIS and why does it matter?
Valve regional standings, not Valve ranking system. Some people will tend to get that wrong. It's very important, otherwise Striker will come for you. So Valve regional standings.
Okay.
And essentially in 2025, the ranking is king, right? So this is something that Valve introduced for this year. It's moving away from partner leagues. And every single tournament that qualifies due to certain criteria in their rulebook will be worth points that'll play to the ranking system that can qualify you to the major. Now, the deadline for that is April 7th. Now, the major is not until June, as we're well aware, Blast.TV, Austin Major. But the cutoff for that is going to be April 7th because there are these things called MRQs, Major Regional Qualifiers, which will be taking place online after that date of April 7th. So what's important to note this time round is we're going to have our first ever 32-team major, which is going to have essentially 4 stages. The final stage being the playoffs with 8 teams. That's how we always have it. But everything beforehand will be a Swiss stage. So stage 3, Swiss, stage 2, Swiss, stage 1, Swiss, Swish. But if you say it like that, it sounds nice.
Okay.
So you want to start essentially in stage 3. That's the furthest you can possibly be by the rankings, right? It'll put you straight into stage 3, means you only have to play 1 Swiss stage to get into the playoffs.
Alrighty, and the way it functions, the way it works is that it's also divided into different regions, right? So we have a European ranking, you have an Asian American ranking, and the way it works is that there's allocated certain spots to certain different areas. So if we dive into the Blast TV that I have in front of me, we can take a look at it. We have the global leaderboard, which is the entire thing put together. But if we focus on Europe first, I think that in itself is very interesting. You can see a lot of teams are heading into the stage 3, and the reason being that European Counter-Strike is just superior?
Yes, so look, the way that the previous major goes will determine how many spots are available, right? So how many teams have you got into the top 8 of the last major?
Okay.
And the importance behind this is going to be 32 teams, so what's the distribution in the first first place? Well, 16 teams from Europe will make up half of the 32. Then you have 11 teams from the Americas, so you've got North America, you've got South America, and then 5 teams from Asia, which is also broken up into a bunch of sub-regions as well. So looking at Europe right now, when we move into Stage 3, there can only be 8 teams, right? So Stage 1 will have 16, Stage 2 will have 8, which will be joined by the top 8 of Stage 1, and then Stage 3 will have 8, and then it will have 8 more that are joined from the top 8 of Stage 2, if that makes sense for everybody playing at home. So the important thing with the screen right now is the top 6 teams by April 7th, as per the European VRS, will go straight through to Stage 3. You can see it's lovely. It's very well highlighted here on Blast's website. And then the next 4 teams will make it to Stage 2. You do not want to be Stage 1, because Stage 1, well, actually you do. But if you don't make it to Stage 2 or Stage 3, you have to play in those major regional qualifiers, which are online. Okay. And anything's possible from that point. So essentially, if you're a European team and you are on the cusp right now of top 10, you could be in a little bit of trouble. And as we can see highlighted here, Astralis and VP, they are on that cusp. Now you can see far right-hand side of the screen, there's the points. So for teams from about, I want to say 3D Max up until about Na'Vi Astralis area, the point distribution between them is not huge, right? We're only talking, 100, 150 points. I think Na'Vi should be okay as long as they turn their fate around. But for the likes of Astralis and VP, Astralis going up against FaZe right now, if they lose this game, their fate is no longer in their hands. If VP go for a deep run, there's some point decay. I don't want to get into the minutiae of the numbers because that's not in my wheelhouse. I leave that for the mega geeks.
So basically what you're saying is that we need to pay close attention to this Astralis versus FaZe game, because essentially if Astralis were to lose, there's a high likelihood, or at least a likelihood, that they will have to play online qualifiers in order to be part of the major.
Exactly, and maybe miss their 5th consecutive major.
Oh, that hurts. Now, we are looking at the European ranking board, right? But people would notice that wildcard is also shown here in the bottom of the screen. If I change over to the American one, you'd also see wildcard on it. So why is it that the same team are on 2 different leaderboards?
So you've got the same with Liquid as well, which is America and Asia, wildcard being Europe and America, and that's based off the player distribution. In Counter-Strike for the longest time, and even moving into CSGO, we'd always work on a factor of a core, right? That's how teams are determined, by the 3 players, and that also helps make up the identity of the team. Now with wildcard, when you think about their players, they've got 2 Europeans, right? They've got themselves a FaZe, they've got themselves a SUSP, and those guys are Swedes. Then you've got 2 players from North America, those are going to be JVA, those are going to be Stanislaw, and then, well, Sonic's a wild card. He doesn't come from either of those regions, so that's why they have that split. With Liquid, they have the same thing. Nerds and JKS represent Asia, and this is all decided by Valve. This is not choices by these teams. This is by Valve's rules. And then you have the likes of Twist and NAF, who represent America, and then Ultimate being European. So the way that it's going to work is wherever you would get the higher placement is where you're going to be determined by the VRS cutoff. Okay. So if Liquid actually had a higher ranking than Mongols in the Asia ranking, they would take the Asian spot, which would put them in Stage 3. Now, they are the highest ranked team by America's standards, but they'll be taking that. There's more positions available there, so it seems very unlikely that they're going to lose this. I'm pretty sure there's been some updates since, and Liquid are the #1 team at the moment in the Americas, so I think that they're very likely to take that spot, and then it's the teams how they fall down under that for Stage 2 for the Americas. So it's like Furia, MIBR, Pain, and Wildcard are those names at the moment, as far as I do believe.
It is very interesting, and also a buttload of information to dive into. So, Chad, if you were to give an advice to the viewers out there at home, if they want to dive into it, if they want to figure out how this works, or if they want to keep track of everything, what's the easiest way to find out who's going to qualify for the major and who's going to do it out there?
This website's pretty damn good. So, yeah, look, as far as it's concerned, top 10 for Europe is what you're looking for.
Top 10 for Europe?
Stage 3 or to Stage 2. After that, it's going to be qualifiers. You're looking for, the top 6 teams for Americas, and only the top 1 team for Asia. Everybody else is going to have to go and play within these qualifiers. They're going to take place after April 7. Blast actually put out a bunch of information who's going to be running those events for them in the interim, and then we'll have our final 16 teams or whatever it is qualifying for the major after that fact.
Wow. Okay, well, a lot of information, a lot to dive into. Chad, thank you so much for joining me and educating me, the viewers at home as well. We are soon ready with Astralis versus FaZe Clan. We're going to throw it to a big break, but once we are back, it's going to be with a bang of a game that could potentially decide whether or not Astralis will have to go through an online qualifier, or if they could qualify for the major without having to deal with that.
versus Astralis up next on the docket. Now, Chad and Pimp have already highlighted just how important this is for those all-valuable VRS points, but it's also important if they want to keep their lives and potentially crawl all the way to Lisbon. Now, for FaZe, it was a complicated start versus Virtus.pro, 2 very close maps, and then a 13-0 to end out the series. For Astralis, a rough draw versus Vitality, the current kings of Counter-Strike. So, when we come into this series, who do you feel like the pressure is more on with all the wider context, with the players in the server? Who has been experiencing more pressure in this one?
I think both teams are under an awful lot of pressure right now. FaZe for the reason that at least integration, you know, them becoming a team we can count on, maybe winning trophies, that seems to be long gone for now. The integration hasn't been as smooth as you would like to. They've lost 3 games in a row, etc., etc. And for Astralis, obviously, you know, if they lose this game, there's a world where Astralis will not automatically qualify for the major, where they have to go through an online qualifier once more, which means they could lose the 5th major in a row. So in terms of pressure, not only getting eliminated from the tournament, but also of what the future consequences could be, I'd argue both teams are under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, definitely. And it's also a question mark who is going to have even more doubts coming out of this best of 3, because there are 2 teams that are still searching themselves. They're trying things, they're getting players, they're changing players that are not the same role, so they have to change other roles. And so it's a case for both sides. There's still a lot of question marks surrounding both equations, and we don't even know where it's going even from the outside. You know, it seems like they're just stuck into having made a wrong decision, or like a decision that was not fitting the team. And if you start winning despite that, you still get some confidence, you can build upon that, you can have some games, have some game plans, players are going to be more comfortable, individually better. But if you keep on losing repeatedly, you're just going to keep on blaming something one after the other, and then it's going to be this, and then you just doubt the whole project. And if you have players that doubt the whole project, you will lose. There's nothing that can save you. It's just waiting until the next change of player, until the new direction, and then maybe you will start winning again.
How much stock do you put into the early Astralis result versus Vitality? Just given the context that Vitality, they've looked unrelenting versus basically anybody that they faced in the early stages of 2025. Where else do we need to look at Astralis to find answers of where we can place them in terms of form at the moment?
It's a good question. I think Cluj-Napoca was obviously a step in the right direction for Astralis. They played some decent Counter-Strike. They also did beat FaZe at that very tournament in the 3rd place decider. So in that regard, they have a bit of confidence in this specific matchup. But I don't know. You know, Vitality right now seems to be the best team in the world, but it was still a little bit disappointing to me that Astralis weren't able to make it more competitive. I don't expect anyone to beat Vitality right now, but I would expect Astralis to be a team that, you know, given the aspirations, given the player material they have, they should be able to get more than 10 rounds over the course of 2 maps.
Yeah.
That is for sure, but then I have no clue what they were thinking when it comes down to the veto.
Okay.
Inferno is... look at the last 10 results of Vitality of Inferno. I don't think they have lost more than 7 rounds on a map. Like the average of rounds they have lost is so low. They are annihilating everyone, and then Astralis picks it into them. And then Dust 2 is also a 100% win rate map for Vitality lately. And then you get nuked. It's like their 3rd best map. So like you just give the 3 best maps to Vitality, that is already the best team in the world, hyper confident. I have no... I was just shocked when I saw the veto, because it was just... what is happening? Like, what is in your mind? Like, what? And then, and so that was the main thing that I saw. So to me, I will even kind of discard that best of 3, because what was that? Like, it was a gamble, but like, just stop gambling. Just stop finding your own maps where you're confident on, and just play on it.
There's a lot of individuals that we can talk about when we're, you know, discussing Astralis, but I want to start the conversation on Cadian, because it's obviously been an interesting transition with him, right? With picking up the rifle instead of the AWP. I mean, that totally makes sense when you've got a player like Device on your roster, but that's got to be tricky for him, right?
I just want to set the context for people at home, because you're right, you know, bringing in Cadian to Astralis, they didn't have to do that, but I think they did it in order to protect the investment of Yabi and Staun, for that matter as well, right? You bought those 2 players from Heroic, they weren't really working out within Astralis, they were bought for a lot of money, so you bring in Cadian, and he's shown before that he can get the most out of them. That also means that you then bring Cadian into a rifling position, and I was diving into the stats and diving into the numbers, because people may forget that when Cadian was in Heroic, he was a fracking in-game leader.
Yeah.
He had impact with the AWP, he was posting good ratings as well. I believe he had a couple of years where he was at a 109 rating, 108 rating, 107 rating. He was doing a good job. However, for Cadian, the beginning of this year, he's averaging 0.87 in rating. And I don't want to make this about, you know, a certain threshold of if you're not fracking out more, you cannot be part of Astralis. But look at this downfall from individual output. And that's my question for you, Nathan. I feel like there is a threshold, right? There is a point where you become a liability for your team in terms of output on the server. And Cadian is flirting with that line right now, especially considering how good he used to be.
Yeah, and sure, they had a pretty good result at PGL. They had that run. But overall, the picture is not pretty for them. And so I think when you look on a more team management standpoint, Device is an incredible player overall as rifler and upper. And so just reverse everything, put Device on the rifle, put Cadian back to also enable, like just enable the teammates he had. Like Stown was incredible under Cadian. And so more so like than his individual level that was good on the up and like impactful, he was also enabling his teammates way better, like Jabby and Stalin. Like he knew how to use them by being central in those positions, and then Device can handle his own easily.
And that's the thing, that would fix another issue, right? With Cadian currently playing some of the anchor positions where he can't enable the players around him, where he can't sacrifice for them, where he can make the right calls. And that's my issue with Astralis. If we try to contextualize the entire thing, I have so many question marks attached to this lineup. I don't doubt the individual qualities. I don't doubt Cadian as an in-game leader. I don't doubt him as a leader at all, as a matter of fact. But I think the way they compose the team right now, the way they put themselves in different roles and the players they've signed, it leaves so many question marks open, and that's so frustrating to watch because they should be playing better. We shouldn't be having the conversation about Astralis maybe or maybe not missing the 5th major in a row, coming down to potentially this game as well. So it's frustrating. It's a good team, a lot of quality. They just can't seem to figure it out.
Jacob, you feel very passionate about this. You've been on a bit of a detective mission this morning, haven't you? It's Pimp with Cadian. Let's hear what they have to say.
Cadian, last time you faced FaZe Clan was in a 3rd place decider where you said it meant more to you to win than it did for FaZe Clan. Would you argue it's the same case today given the VIS situation?
Maybe. I still think they also have a lot to play for in terms of trying to secure when they start at the major. And looking at their previous games, they also look like a team who's hungry for a win. It hasn't really been going that well for them. So I think it's a bit more equal this time, but I'll make sure to bring the fire and make sure that it's just as important for us, at least.
Speaking of the VIS, it's highly important for you guys to get some points. Is that something that is surrounding the team right now? Is that something you're thinking about heading into the game?
I think, of course, it's something that we looked at the scenarios and we know what is at stake. But at the end of the day, it's a game, and we are here to try to make playoffs at this tournament. Of course, it's a bonus, but then again, all the calculations and hoping if we don't lose this point or if we win this point and if they lose this game, and I mean, at the end of the day, you can only do so much, and that is to win. So that's where our focus is.
God loves a trier, Jacob. You really tried, but the Astralis media training, you know, sometimes it's too strong. Did you get any inclination of, you know, maybe in between the lines, it's important for them,
I want to
right?
do a live translation, and I think you can help me as well, Nathan. Of course it matters, and of course they think about it, and of course they are obsessed about this whole situation because they are fully aware if they lose to FaZe Clan today, their life are going to be so much harder. So you don't want to say that in a public interview. We can only try ask the question, but if I would have asked you and you would be bluntly honest with me, of course you look into that, and of course you care about it.
The major is everything at this point. Like it's so important just in the whole ecosystem, and then as a player, this is the most prestigious thing you can win, right? Like this is the tournament you're looking at, and then yeah, that game has that implication. And I think this is also a way, very obviously, as a player and as a team, to just take the pressure off of you and just be like, you know, we're pretty cool about it. It's okay. It's just another game. We have to win it, just like every other game. You know, everything is normal. But no, some games do matter way more than others, and so that's where it's also good to be honest with yourself and with your team. There are days when you have to bring your A+++ level, and then you just have to condition yourself for it. That's like part of being competitive. Some days are more important than the others, and today is one of those days.
How much do you trust Astralis then to be peaking at the opportune moments, right? Like we can labor this point that this is so important. We know, they know, we know.
Yeah.
But how much are you trusting in this Danish side to be able to do it?
It's just fun that you put Astralis and trust in the same sentence. You know, it made me laugh. I don't trust them at all. I wish I did. I wish I trusted in this project. I wish I trusted in the direction they were going, and that's what's so frustrating for me. I think certain times, you know, inclusion of poker, they had games where they played good Counter-Strike, games where Stavn all of a sudden popped off again, where he looked like the old self, games where Cadian was animated, where he was leading in style, you know, some of the sass he came into the game with, the interviews. It gave me the feeling that, listen, this is the old, and you say Astralis, it's the old heroic, you know, that's the vibe I want to see from them. Then the next game, I see nothing. I see none of that. I see a disjointed team. I see a team that is not even competitive. I see a team that is gambling with the veto against Vitality. So I have no faith. I have no trust. I want it to happen. I want to see it, but I just don't see it often enough.
Yeah, that is true, and it's just probably back to that role/direction of the whole project. Which player do you get? Because either you play with the pieces that you have and you just try to make the best out of it and you just throw everything that you would think. For example, keep Device on the up. That would be a given in every single team, I think. But with the way that they put this process together, maybe this is not the answer to perform as good as possible. And if you don't do those kind of things, then you're just waiting for the next change or for some crazy magic to happen, which is very rare in Counter-Strike. Like,
I'm so ready. I'm so ready to start the movement. Cadian back on the AWP, Device become the rifler you always wanted to be. He's tried to make that transition before, by the way.
True.
When he played Counter-Strike back in Source in the beginning of CSGO, people may not know, but Device had a wish of becoming a rifler, and he's goddamn good at it. So maybe that is an option. Maybe that's a way of surrounding Cadian with more responsibility and really leading by example instead of having him play anchor with a rifle and posting a 0.87 rating. Come on, man.
Yikes. Speaking of changes, FaZe coming in with one of, I guess, the poster signings of the off-season into the new 2025 season, with Elige joining the fray. Now, if we're just looking at that recent result, it's not been too great. They're on a 3-series loss streak, albeit one of those was a 3rd, 4th place decider in Inclusion of Poker.
I'm not sure if we should be worried just yet. You know, I've been making the case that I think the integration of Elige is going to take time, because Kerrigan even said it to us, you know, back in Copenhagen. Changing one player feels like changing 50% of the lineup, because it's such a big role, such a big voice. Rain now playing new positions on certain maps, etc., etc. I thought it was going to be a bit more smooth. I thought I was going to see more impact from Elige, and I thought FaZe were going to perform at a slightly higher level. However, it's not atrocious. It's not red alarms just yet, but I'm starting to get a little bit worried.
I am getting worried, period, at that point, because there is obviously changes of roles. I think with Elige coming in for Rups, that was, he's, I don't know, probably the best anchor, and yes, like 2 different players, like completely different roles, and so it changes the whole team on how they function. And so Kerrigan has always been praised for the systems he's being able to put in place and the players he has, and putting them in positions where they're very comfortable. And so that's also with the players like Brokey and Rain that he's super comfortable playing with, and then Frozen that he played with for a long time as well. But throwing in another player that wants to be a voice and a part of the whole equation, that makes it a whole completely different system that they have to create and put together, right? And so this is where I don't really see the identity of FaZe anymore, and I'm just waiting to see either Elige taking much more control and then Kerrigan being a bit more supportive. But again, in terms of team building, is that really what you want to go for when it comes down to FaZe? You recruit a player to have him be a voice, and Elige has always been very active, very in the action, like he wants to do stuff. But if you kind of start to suppress it and let Kerrigan do everything, is it really what you want from a player like that?
That is the ultimate question, and maybe we can get some answers courtesy of Neo. In terms of integrating Elige, has it been tougher than you anticipated, getting him on the same page as the team?
Actually, yes and no. I think, yeah, I mean, I don't want to go in too much into details. He's a really great player. He has understanding of the game so well. He has huge experience, but also his experience comes from different places. And he's been playing for NA teams for a while, and we have different dynamics, and it comes down to us understanding him and him getting to know us. So it's a process, and I guess we have to trust it.
And how close do you feel like you are to getting him to kind of understand your side of things and simultaneously understanding his?
I believe it's closer than it seems, but it just I hope it comes down to just, you know, a click, and we could finally play our A game.
Okay, we read between the lines in the Cadian interview, so let's give Neo the same treatment. What do you take away from that?
I guess we have to trust the process. I don't know about you, Nathan, but that doesn't sound confident to me.
No, definitely not. I mean, it's obviously a public interview and you have to fully trust the team. And I think again, it's okay to say that it has been harder than anticipated and you're just working hard. I think it gives a lot more faith as well to everybody watching and supporting FaZe, because everybody wants to see those guys do good. They're great players, they're great individuals, they're likable, everything you want to say. And it's just not clicking, and sometimes it happens, and you just have to work and to find ways to make it work. And it takes time. Yeah, that's the process that everybody is talking about. Just try new things, try new positions, try a new way of working within the team, and then go from there.
Hypothetical alarm bells. Whose is louder at the moment, Astralis or FaZe?
I'd say Astralis, just given the fact that they could miss the major. I think FaZe right now, points-wise, are safe. Whether it's going to be stage 3, stage 2, I mean, it does matter, but it doesn't really matter. They'll be part of the major one way or another, I believe. For Astralis, we're getting to a point where, as you said, like we're even having the conversation whether or not Cadian should be the AWPer and maybe force device into a rifling roof. I think some of those question marks are bigger and probably harder to answer as well.
You agree with that sentiment?
Yeah, definitely. And especially FaZe, they have such strong individuals and like a bit more versatile as well overall, that they can switch a little bit positions and roles and they can still adapt, and that's kind of what they're doing. And that's even also Kerrigan that is very vocal about, yeah, you might see some different things in the details. After that came a 13-0, so there's that as well. But they have players that can do a lot of things within the game, and so I'm not extremely worried, but there are still signs that are there for FaZe.
We've obviously talked a lot about the AWPing side of the equation for Astralis. What is the story when we look over towards Brokey on the side of FaZe?
Also a bit of worrying signs, I'd say, for Brokey. He's always been one of my favorite players to watch in the sense that he's so explosive, he's so unpredictable, and he's a player that truly plays on his intuition. He doesn't always do the smart things, but I think he's fun to watch. However, again, if you look into his past ratings and his performance so far this year, he's had a couple of good years within FaZe Clan where he's really had to, you know, step it up, and they've been winning trophies. He's been having an awful lot of impact. He has these one-off tournaments where he just pops off. We haven't seen that in 2025. He's at a 103 rating so far on average for the year, and I know the year hasn't been that long, but if that's a trend that he's going to follow, there's a significant drop-off in the individual department right now from Brokey. And I think, given the nature of how Counter-Strike 2 is unfolding, having a strong AWP presence is getting harder and harder to find on these respective teams. Obviously, you look towards your Saivu, Device, m0NESY for that matter as well, but these second-tier AWPers, and I'm not sure if it's fair to say Brokey is a second-tier AWPer, but those who are not performing at the highest level right now, they also bear a bit of the responsibility for when the teams are not playing well. So I'm having an eye on Brokey. I'm not ringing the alarm bell just yet. I'm just saying that this trend that I see with him, I don't like it.
Sure, and I think it also comes down, once again, getting back to the whole team composition, where there were more passive players and he had very specific roles. And yes, we know the playstyle of Brokey that is borderline crazy. I would go to that degree that he is doing stuff that, yeah, very few uppers are doing, and he has very specific signature moves that A, he's being a little bit figured out, and B, is not as easy to do in CS2, because rifles peeking into ops is almost a 50-50 at that point. So you have also to adapt as Brokey, instead of being super aggressive and doing those crazy smoke moves and then just doing that kind of, again, crazy stuff, is a bit different. Now the rifles are taking more space. The rifles need to take the space for the ops to then get those easy kills. The oppers are just more passive overall, right? Like, they just let the rifles take the space, absorb all the utility, absorb the smokes, the flashes, and then they get into action. That's where the likes of m0NESY, Zaiwu, Shiro are incredible, because they are all ready for those moments and then they don't miss.
Well, gentlemen, before we do dive into the series, it's time to find out the map picks and bans. Now, in that third and fourth place decider, it was Mirage, which sealed out by FaZe 28-24. Inferno and Ancient for that third and final decider to see Astralis actually pulling off the reverse sweep. Any differences you see in the veto today, gentlemen?
No Inferno. FaZe have banned Inferno right now. You said it yourself earlier, I believe, you know, the 7 map pool thing, it doesn't exist. FaZe are trying to make it exist. Whether or not it's working out, not sure about it. First pick coming in would be the map of Train, and that's from Astralis. So there we go. You were not satisfied with the veto against Vitality, felt it was a bit gambly. Do you think they're gambling by picking Train here?
I think Train is a pretty good pick for them, especially for the roster as a whole and how they work, and I think also for every individual, how they like to approach the game and how they can work together potentially. Yeah, I like it. I think it's a good map. I think it's also a map where you can bring out the double up on City side, where it's pretty warranted, and so that would free up Cadian a little bit more to be comfortable.
I I love this map pool so far. Train, you know, a new map that we haven't seen being played that much. I feel like it's a map where we learn something every single time we see it being played out. Nuke, very strategical, you know, relies on communication, relies on rotation. A map where a lot of these players gets to express themselves, and where Cadian will play ramp, by the way, on the CT side, which is a big issue. So I think that's also why FaZe are looking into that one. So far the map pool are looking very, very interesting.
Yeah, and Nuke is a classic for FaZe as well. They have always been good on the map. They have always liked the map. There has been up and downs, but like, he was their staple pick for a very long time. And then Ancient is banned. Sorry, so it's going to be
Dust2, I
Dust2
believe,
as the
is the one
third.
remaining.
Okay.
Interesting. I love this map pool. I'm not gonna lie. I love this storyline of the whole game. I love the fact that there's pressure on Astralis. I love the fact that there's pressure on FaZe Clan. I love the fact that we get to see Train, Nuke guaranteed. Dust2 as a potential decider as well. That has the ability to be explosive. That has the ability to be maybe scrappy, which sometimes makes for the most fun Counter-Strike games. So overall, I don't think we could set the scene better than we've done so far. I think FaZe versus Astralis for elimination at this tournament. Loser will go out in last place. Winner will have a chance to continue in the lower bracket. This is a Friday treat for us, you know.
There's
it's a good game.
So much pressure on this game, and it's going to be such a battle as well. Tell me a little bit about what you're expecting for this train being pulled out by Astralis. Anything that we can kind of be pulling on or looking towards?
Yeah, I think maybe the double up setup on CT, and on T side I expect explosiveness. Regardless of what map, I want both teams to play a bit more with the meta and not go too defaulty. Just be explosive. That's where it is. Just go 4-1, just play as a pack, and then if you're Cadian as a rifle and you want to be explosive, that's perfect. You will be running, and no matter what, even if you die and you have a bad rating and you have a bad game, it won't really matter, because if you take space, that's all you need to do for your teammates.
I'll apply a bit of pressure on Stown. I saw him play at Cluj-Napoca. He had a horrible start to the group stage. Then he had 3 good games in the group stage, and then the player for him was very much up and down. I think a lot of the identity, a lot of the stuff that Cadian wants to do with Astralis relies on Stown to have individual output. He's a great player, he's a smart player, he's a very proactive player, a player that has a big voice within the team. So if Stown is not functioning, if he's not feeling comfortable within this new iteration of Astralis, I don't see that project working out. However, coming into a map like Train, coming into a map like Nuke, where you have to be proactive, where you have to rotate, where you have to communicate, it should be the bread and butter for Stown. So that's the player I'm looking out for. If he's having a great game, I believe Astralis have a chance of at the very least making the game competitive, unlike versus Vitality.
Side note, I love that we get to see a completely different map pool than what we saw at Cluj-Napoca as well. Absolutely love to see that. We have confirmed Astralis starting on the T side of things, FaZe, CT side. Anything we're looking at from the defensive half of FaZe? Getting loud, I guess.
Yes. Yeah, I think Brokey is going to be a key point, because he would go up against Device that is always ready, always has tricks, and he's always very stable when it comes down to his output. And then, yeah, Brokey was one of the talking points, and especially on a map like Train, AWPers are insanely important. They can be anywhere on the map and have a lot of impact. So I want him to have a good game. And I will take the opposite side. And I would say if Brokey has a good game, then I think FaZe can take it properly.
Let's get it on for you.
Elimination stations between Astralis and FaZe. We begin on Train.
An appropriate map for elimination stations, I'd say, Freya. Yeah, this is going to be a big one. Lots at stake. The desk has discussed it. Chad, fortunately, by my side, so we'll keep tracks and keep tab of exactly how much is at stake throughout this game. And a lovely map pull for it. The analysts like it. What do you think, Chad, with Astralis picking Train and FaZe picking Nuke?
I think the fact that they floated this in the veto phase, if you're Astralis and you don't go for the punish, maybe that's exactly what Carrigan was hoping for. But they've had about a month off, so time to work on this. The big question is, what is the CT division of labor going to look like for FaZe? And that's something that the coach alongside of Cadian are going to have to be piecing together as this game goes. Okay, this is the inner holder, this is going to be the players playing close pop, close towards team main as well, and that'll all have to be identified. What are with these tattoos on the hands, boys?
Why has everyone got one? Maybe they're giving them out.
They got little press-on tattoos on their hands.
Yeah, maybe they all went to like a, I don't know, a pirate adventure or something.
Do they get the Happy Meal or something?
Yeah, from whatever the Danish version is.
Oh, they needed something to lift their spirits after getting 13-0'd.
Yeah, I'm still kind of recovering from that, reeling from that. A 13-0. VP played it to perfection, but how many advantages did FaZe squander? I suspect it will be a different story today. Must-win game for Astralis. FaZe to play spoiler. And we get our first look at FaZe's Train, their setups, etc. It is going to be a whole lot of fun, and the adventure begins now. Blast open Lisbon, Astralis versus FaZe Clan, a star-studded server full of legendary names. And we get an opportunity to see exactly what Train has to offer for the FaZe CT setup.
We are seeing this map develop in the meta every time it takes to a tournament. So we'll see what Astralis' approach is. They've played it 3 times so far. Heavy Ivy on the pistol, KD and P250 in team main, and never to be that late piece through the box holes. Ivy smoke lands. First pipe found, Rain and Elige. That would be a very potent pairing to be up close Pop and team main. Frozen appears to be the B holder. Carrigan will be the rotating piece, and then Brokey the AWPer.
A rough start for Cadian, put down early in this pistol round. It's Rain that brings him down. It's a good catch from Stown. Equalizes into the 4v4. Gonna have to see a better performance out of Cadian today.
Indeed. So we've got our eyes on...
oh, lovely.
Key players from either side of the server. Stairs Lurk will grab another. Elige onto Stown. Carrigan now has Ivy. Frozen's found another. That was towards B. So as they just take these isolated fights all across the map, we have a 2v3.
Yeah, Stairs lucky to get away from that exchange there, as it does pull attention for Device to go walkabout. A headshot onto Elige could open up the round. He's tucked on that barrel towards Heaven. And that's the fight. He's missed it. He's squandered his opportunity. The bomb will be scooped up by Step.
That's just towards the White Walls entrance. So he's going to have to grab that. 40 seconds left on the clock. They could still hit either side. So they will be going B.
Frozen has an incendiary. Interesting.
And Stare is on 72 points of health, the same as Device.
There, you get to get that little bit of an advantage. Long-range Glock actually hits him. That incendiary will limit the default plant if he throws it right. Just like that, Stare. Oh, he commits. He commits to the plant. He's going to burn down in combination with the USP bullet. Oh, an real opportunity for a Device multi-kill there. One of them was low. If only the 2 headshots were found, he'd have had a real shot at it.
Get out of my way, I think Frozen saying there, as the defuse will come through. Everybody quite low at the end of that. 16, 13, and 5 points of health between the remaining 3 players for FaZe, but they will grab the pistol. And that's a very nice way to kick things off. So, FaZe, they will be going up against the Force by likely. Yeah, could have TK'd. Could have been problematic. But I do like the fact that Stare sticks to the plant, right? You want to make sure that you have the money for this type of a Force buy. It's an AK in the hands of Device, a Deagle for Stare, Scout for Cadian, Khalil for Stown, and another one of those dirty digs for Yabby. Do have some util to work with. They've thrown out an Insta for the sandwich smoke. And again, similar split of the attack. 3 Ivy, 1 main, 1 box holes, and the Scout very quick to apply this pressure. That's an early tag onto Rain.
Very nice. Interesting Ivy approach.
Yeah, so they're just going to harass, which keeps the threat throughout, and the damage being found. Carrigan playing up close and personal, may have heard the steps away. Rain's tucked in to help. Frozen's quickest rotation point at the moment will be through the Z connector of Brokey. Utility extremely light on for the CTs. Frozen only has a smoke remaining. For Astralis, they could go for one of these B executes. We've seen some nice little pieces starting to take shape. Do you want to get one deep Z, constrict the CT rotation, push up that sidewalk and take the fight towards the high ramp? Well, right now working that out.
Yeah, completely absent of nades for FaZe. It's going to have to be the bullets to defend this take.
Rain's here as well, but into mines.
Yeah, Brokey's the one that actually commits in to lend a hand. Oh, and an instant headshot found. Great from Frozen. Spots out more. The commitment's on his way. Astralis trying to fight back. There it is from Device on the cross. Dink. A good dink on towards Thomas. Oh, what's he looking at? Cadian. No! Double from Rain. And it's Carrigan long range with that MP9. Device in the clutch, but Brokey not playing scared. Jumps up on the oil to deliver that second round conversion.
Oof, and Carrigan is able to get his hands onto an upgrade there. Would hate to carry through that MP9.
Yeah, we can sandwich right now.
You can sandwich right now. Okay, I'm trying to get as much out of the comms as we possibly can. Maybe that means they want to push up through Pop Dog and make sure that they constrict the Brown Walls play. Very important opening kill there from Frozen, so they're unable to get out of high ramp or low ramp without a casualty. And a huge push from Rain on low HP after that initial joust towards Ivy with Cadian Scout. Now they're going to go Deagle heavy into this one, 4 of which Device will hold on to the Glock. He wants to get the AWP out into the next.
Oh, pot shot.
And they are doing the sandwich. So this, if you hear them talking about it in the future on the comms, it's Elysian Rain pushing up Pop. Frozen close low ramp, and well, we actually saw Eternal, well, no, it wasn't Eternal Fire. Who was it we saw exploit this? It was in the Falcons game. It was MOUZ. It was MOUZ exploit that, right? They just had Nico jiggling from Pop, and then they constricted him with a molly and then just ran in towards B, and Magisk wasn't home. He'd actually rotated towards Yard. So not something that we have to worry about in this round because of the type of buy.
Cadian's pre-aim tested once more. Carrigan confirms presence on Ivy. A little pop flash he's been working on. And when Elige confirms Yavi's presence still towards Brown Hall's area.
Train was always one of those maps that I remember playing in the well, ancient days, where the issues on the anti-ecos were when you're playing these angles, you always have to make sure that you're not fully committed, because Deagle pre-aims, right, at range, they could just rip your head off. So there is moments where these can go wrong, and it also informs why you see this type of a buy from Astralis. But as the clock hits 30 seconds, they've been able to force the likes of FaZe to rummage through most of their utility, and now they just have to die. They need this loss bonus. Try not to give away too many of those kills, as well, they do take one casualty. The MP9 of Elige would love to get something done. There you go. Finally, he gets a kill, trying to run back and pick up the rifle, and oh, we couldn't find it.
Yeah.
Rain had a gun, didn't? Oh, okay.
No, he came in with a USP.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind. Not finding a gun whatsoever. Okay, well, here we go. AWP out in the hands of Device. AWP out for Brokey. Not the AWP's paradise that Train once was, with all the elevations, all the trains over towards 6 lane. You would have like 3 positions that you could peek from, and the T's had to kind of predict. Are you going on top of the train, left, right? Well, good night as number 4 underway.
Okay, some more standard protocols in place. Look at this.
Incendiary.
Rain wants to play close. The deep main smoke and then clear. Down goes Step. Tried his luck. There was no trade potential there. Cadian is just now trapping Rain, but there's good supportive util from Elige. He'll grab the AK and get out of there.
So slightly worrying that they missed a team main incendiary there, but still they get away with it. But those are the things you're going to be looking for a team who is yet to play Train. Obviously, we've had Na'Vi bring it into the map pool, Liquid as well. Add FaZe to the mix. Wasn't played a lot at Bounty whatsoever. I think 4 times in total across a 32-team single elimination bracket with the best of 5 grand final.
It just feels like such a risk in such an important game to go into the black box. You don't know what FaZe do on Train.
But this is the thing. If they leave it open, you're trying to punish. Try to say, are you really going to leave this open? You don't play it. That's normally your ban. Well, you've been working on it, sure. You're a top-tier team, sure. But you're trying to really turn the screws. And if it's there, and it's a map that you've been practicing, you would assume, for a longer period of time, you want to hope that you're the better team.
Sure.
They're going to get out Ivy with Stown and Device. At least they'd hope to. They're going to get past the Brokey.
This is a good AWP line. A nice movement from Stown. He evades the AWP bullet, at least the majority of the damage. Lives on with 38 to work with. Rain still has an opportunity to contribute, but not anymore. Stown puts him down. That's an important kill from Brokey. Gets rid of that pop prong. Carrigan doubles up with that Galil. And just Device surrounded and overcome by Carrigan. Big round from the leader of FaZe Clan to make it a 4-0 start.
Yeah, in that scenario, the clock becoming a bit of a problem. Sub 20 seconds, they're forced into those fights. A nice little crossfire setup, and still yet to get around other Danes. Partial by territory. A technical timeout has been called from Astralis, so they can get this sorted. But it's fun that Carrigan is now getting to play this map, because you always like Counter-Strike's greatest minds to be tinkering and working out. He's seen the meta and how it's been adopted, maybe thinking he would do things a different way, or got a cool strategy here. There are everywhere that they'd like to employ, and we'll get to see their T side once we do swap halves. There is enough right now because of the loss bonus going into the next. If Astralis would like, they can do some Tech 9s and try and get something a little bit cheeky going on. But do you want to attempt to do it with pace? Do you want to change the flow of the game so far? On these type of rounds, you definitely can give that a crack. 3,400 into the next. It is so far 2 Deagles. They've got plenty of smokes. All 5 have invested in smokes for this round of play. Do you want to just smoke sandwich, maybe smoke off towards camera as well, apply pressure towards this outside defense of FaZe? You don't have to use them, but it's a good point of conditioning, something that you want to be able to have in your wheelhouse later. Curiously enough, FaZe are starting 2 towards B. Elige is joining Frozen, so I feel like they want to fight for this Brown Walls control, but just in a different fashion. A missed CT smoke there. Okay, so not positive as far as util is concerned for FaZe so far.
Yeah, positive in the fragging output though. Brokey still pulls the trigger onto Stown. He's got another one down. Cadian falls. This round is over. Just Device's Tech 9 going to be run out by Brokey. He ain't scared. He ain't scared at all. brings the fight, makes that a quick round, a quick day for Brokey. 4 kills with the AWP.
Okay, lack of damage at the moment. That needs to change for Astralis. We've got 3 kills for Device, 3 kills for Stown, 1 apiece for Stare and Yabi, and Cadian needs to get activated. Whether it's just stat padding kills, like trying to save a gun, or even late in the round. He just had such a stinker the other day, and that can't be the case. You can't be playing 4v5.
Yeah, I was just looking at the stats from that Vitality game. 1 single kill on one map, 6 on the other. A 7 frag total is, by all margins, not enough.
I can tell you that from personal experience.
Coach Rugger on the microphone. Going to try and dig him out of this hole. It's already feeling quite quick. Very quick. 5-0 start.
I think Rugger was probably hoping for an easier time. Going from OG coach into Astralis, that's where every Dane wants to find themselves. But still been strange to piece this one together. Cadian reunited alongside of Yabi and Stown. So the heroic core of Once Upon a Time with Device and Stare. But still looking for the greener pastures. 3 towards box holes early. Molly to deal with any low ramp pushes.
A counter incendiary, but disrespected. Elige will have been notified of the potential occupation of Yabi, forcing him into the fight, but he's ready. Perfect from Elige. A second is asking a lot, but tames the spray. Cadian just moving. Goes wide into the fight. A double kill from Elige. That really needs to be a trade.
Oh, the whole round is done and dusted right there. Unless Device hits a banger like that. 1 tap into Frozen's dome.
I swear he kind of glanced away from the crosshair as well. So just pure reactions, pure instinct. Carrigan, I was going to say a free frag. Didn't look like he was ready for that at all. In transition, crosshair away, but adjusting to Stare swiftly. And that 1 tap, as exciting as it may have been, may lead to absolutely nothing.
That's forced a rotation, that low ramp smoke, but Brokey picks it up and Device falls. So Stown, last man standing. The bomb is, well, definitely not in his grasp. 50 seconds. As all he can do is look for residual kills, some damage, and this angle from Rain.
Good awareness.
Well cleared. Brokey's on the bomb with the AWP.
And Elige's heard him.
Good luck, Chief.
And back. Wow, Brokey. Good to see Brokey at the top of the scoreboard, albeit just early days.
What's he looking at? 9 kills so far, 8 for Carrigan. And here's the 1 tap from Device. So casual about it. Doesn't cost them anything. 6 out the gates. So FaZe looking at home on train. No bomb going down, Alex. That means another partial investment. You can keep getting that max loss bonus, but if you're not saving anything and you're not getting that bomb down, you're not getting what you're looking for.
Okay, well, there's a little bit of a conversation to be had about Stare's forward position. Tucks all off early. Oh, but they've got utility for days. They flush him out. FaZe have been in the lab, and there is a scout. There it is, a big scalp to take from the scout. Now Stown builds around. Weapons to be retrieved. Potential to slip. Frozen forced away from the B site to address this. Lots of gaps now. Very much a potential first Astralis round.
Issue for Device being able to support is the shadow that would be given away. Rain's going to play ahead of the Olaf box, so I feel like he is the type of player to be able to adjust into Yabi's head, and it's not an angle that I think Yabi's going to be particularly ready for. So Ivy isn't working. Cadian and Stown, they've just hit the brakes. And, he's going to make noise on this. Really wants to try and isolate a duel. Bottle of Flames will force them back deep team main. 50 seconds on the clock. Cadian now working Ivy with the AWP and the sidekick of Stown. Frozen can find them on a timing.
Oh, and find them he will. Both of them, in fact, Frozen, slow, procedural, and effective. Headshot from Elige to secure the round as well. Just Device's Deke, which misses his chances. Rain quick to adjust. It's 7-0. My, oh my, is this one flying by.
Well, that one at least had something to it. It's just they hit the brakes. They didn't try and get to entrenchments toward the backline when the opportunity was there. FaZe didn't overplay the hand. They didn't go crazy with the reaggress.
Could be walking close. Could be walking close.
Important with the comms there from Brokey, but still a very nice shot from Stown to deal with Carrigan. But Frozen gets out the mop and bucket on the rainy day of train. They turn that one around.
You can't spell train without rain.
Right now, the AWP is starting on B. So if Yabby tries to jiggle this, Brokey should hit it every day of the week.
Oh, diligent stuff. Ready for that setup. Beautiful from Brokey.
They're just smothering them. They're all over them right now.
Oh, that's crazy. That is a crazy commitment. Missed AWP shot. He's just standing and banging. Rain dinks him down. 91 damage to the face device. Oh, peeks in, braves it, and loses his life to Carrigan.
Now, Alex, without saying it, but just so everybody's thinking it.
Don't say it.
What's one way to wash away a 13-0 loss?
We all know.
Right? We all know.
Yeah.
So right now, if I'm Astralis, I hit the big red emergency button and I say, we got to go fast. We need to get some pep in our
is
step.
Carrigan doing the fruity view model too?
That's over for all of us.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm afraid you all got to change your view models now. Conform. Accept fruity view model supremacy.
They're rushing B.
Okay, that's a change up. Frozen's here in this. He's ready. Look at that incendiary down the ramp. And he's got a HE if he times it to perfection. It's a little early.
They're just going to try and execute to get this bomb down. So look, if there isn't an over-rotation from FaZe, there is a chance Astralis can win this one. Elige misses his HE, pivots on top of Thomas. Here comes the nades.
They're so ready for this. It's so telegraphed. You need a hero, someone with their Tech 9 or their Deeg. Likely a Deeg to find these long-range fights, but not Cadian. It won't be Stare either. It's Yabby onto Brokey. It's only Stoun's Deeg, a banging headshot for the second contribution, but needs more than that. Frozen's ready for it. Crouched and covered by that stop. And it will be 9. Nine, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay.
14, 15, 16, 17,
18,
19, 20, 21.
If you wanted to count.
22, 23, 24. That's how many possible rounds in regulation are available.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that.
Just in case anybody wasn't familiar with how many rounds.
24 in German.
And probably close to Danish, I'd imagine.
I can't say it in French. How embarrassing. 24.
Okay. This has to be the round. Alex, this has to be the round. Let's do a camera smoke. Let's get a sandwich smoke in. Let's get the molly down 6 lane. Let's get 2 guys coming fast. Pop. Let's have some flashes. Let's get like 4 or 5 of them coming over main. There's 2 players. They do the extinguished smoke. They're going to come out. They're going to take the jewels. They're going to be fighting towards E-box. They're going to be fighting towards back red. And then you win the round.
Yep.
Let's give it a go, boys. Come on. We need something fast. Come on.
Insta sandwich.
Come on.
Here we go. Looking out, looking frisky.
Looking
like Stairs going alone again.
Oh no, well, yeah.
Yeah.
They missed the molly again, or the incentive.
It's not an easy one.
Well,
no one's saying that.
It's not a hard one.
Well, it's not easy. It's in the middle.
It's not a hard one.
Okay, fine.
These are paid professional Counter-Strike players.
All right, you're right.
Oh, smoke behind Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, but Stown ain't buying it.
Well, I think he is.
He's playing so.
Oh,
he's
Stairs
playing
jiggling
passive.
for him too.
They know.
Hey guys, they smoked Ivy with no pressure. Maybe he's pushing.
That's a dream start. Couldn't ask for more.
Nice nade back onto Device. So a little bit of damage done, down to 62 points of health. Now, if you're ever going to put a round on the board on the T side, a man advantage without an immediate trade back is one way to do it. You're not going to break the finances of FaZe at all, considering it's 9-0 down, but you can still get 3 going into the halftime break, and that's serviceable.
3 will do, as the saying goes. Oh, I wanted to learn that lineup.
Well, setting up for Molly to flush out close main.
It's not that special.
And now the wave of utility to help buy them a bit of space. Passive stance, take a look at your radar. Now smoke molly defense coming out of FaZe.
Okay, look at the setup. Elige tested, standing in the open. Stare good to remove it. Looks looking good for Astralis. Can they get the bomb down uncontested? There's more bodies to get through, and Rain, he's ready. So's Brokey. It's falling through their fingers. Is now suddenly equalized, and the pressure on Astralis. Another headshot from Rain. It's a big one back from Cadian, and now there is that Bianca. They know it's the Bianca.
Planning in the smoke, side of the bomb.
Cadian holding. Crouches out, controls his spray, knows the bomb's gone down left side. Stown immediately goes searching for the fight, now knows where he is, he's trapped.
7 bullets.
A lot of time. Stown, how do you play this? He's going to try and catch a timing on the swing. Frozen's going to play the patient game. Dink exchange. The Kalashnikov brings home the first in the 1v1. Stown, the difference maker.
Damn. Okay, that one got real tight. The players on the bomb train, that's Rain and Brokey, they had an awfully good crossfire, like tandem setup there, right? So Rain takes initial contact from back of the bomb as they're scaling sandwich. Then as he hides, Brokey's AWP is the next barb. They actually use the T-side connector smoke against them. This is the opener that felt like it happened a bloody mile ago because it was a minute 20 into the round. So you see this in full force, and Frozen there a little bit low. Tough to take that fight. Gets the dink, not the kill. Oh. Now Device feeling himself. Finds an opener. So back-to-back rounds with opening kills for Astralis now. Find the pick, and then they reroute immediately over towards Ivy. Run boost.
Yabi down. Arrogant. Elevated flick. Wow, removes Device. That's an old school head-to-head. Carrigan's AWP versus Devices.
Double AWP setup. Nice nade down the gullet.
Oh, they might advance on that. It's tempting, but the flash doesn't look bad either. Doing the flashback dance down isn't. Flick to anti and back. Okay, 3v3 and accelerating. Frozen quick to tend to this and controlling the taps is Stare. A ding to Frozen's face. Brokey and Frozen worse for wear. 25 points of health between the two of them, and Stown flanking Brokey, looking good to catch him off guard. He's playing this front red train. And potentially going to be overlooked. Stown got to stay swiveling around. He has no idea, clearing out the potential angles. Yep, that's a sound cue. Brokey, cognizant of the presence. Cadian completely overlooks the reaggress. Knew Frozen was low, and Brokey secures it. Damn, I can't believe Frozen's got the balls to refight that. Knew he was low.
I had the support of Rain there, so the two of them grouping up and pushing through to take back that space in the backtracks. Here's the opener from Device.
It's not just me that's jumping when you get a jump scare. Oh, frustration's visible for Yabi.
Well, we know how important this game is for Astralis. Want to make sure that you're top 10 in the European VRS. Right now, they're on the cusp, right? And the fact that VP took down FaZe yesterday, VP going a deep run.
Cadian running out fast, lots of damage, 28, make it 24, and finished off with a nade break find. It's acceleration all over the shop. Ivy 5-4, that's down Mag 10. Brokey's got the best weapon for the job. Nearly the collateral. They nearly lined up for him, but he finds it comfortably and collects the double. Rain walks in to Device, but already a dink and converted. 11-1, a must-win game for Astralis, and they've got one round in that first half.
Astralis picking Train for the punish, but right now they're the ones feeling the pain, down 11-1 after the first half. And now they have to defend their honor. Their map choice could be damn quick, as, well, up next is going to be Nuke. And FaZe, they've wiped away the 13-0 loss to VP quite quickly with a big run-arounds. Sandwich smoke thrown, but it's all a bit of a ruse. Are they coming out pop? Oh, no, they're going down B.
Going down, yeah. Yabi's got the info. Elysia's quick on the site, though. Might be a little bit more progressed than they're ready for.
They'll get the bomb down.
They certainly will. Brokey, though, get taken down. Device fast flank from the pop side. Rain needs to hit some shots, but it's Stair that does so. Convincing start to the Astralis pistol. Just as easy as that. Just as easy as pie. 5 alive.
Who do you reckon, if we had to make a group of the most emotive Counter-Strike players, who would there? I think Nico would be one. Elysia would be another.
Yeah. That's a good, strong list already.
We'll take submissions from our favorite people in Twitch chat. Why are there no more coming to mind? There should be heaps.
Well, Cadian occasionally does.
When they pop off.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't show frustrations the same way.
No, he doesn't.
It's a cheeky little opener right there, isn't it? And it was all a ruse, right? That was just to obscure vision. So the fact that they get that kill through the smoke, this rotation is very quick and some lovely shooting.
That's a good example.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, well, they did get the bomb down. They're not going to force, however. They know that they have such a massive lead. They can really take their time about this, so we'll just get a couple of upgrades and see how far they can push the limit. Ivy holding B, Cadian up close pops there, dealing with T mid, Device on Ivy, and Stound rotating here, there, and everywhere. People saying Apex, Hauser.
Good ones?
Yeah, not bad.
Apex is a good shout. Can't believe that didn't jump to mind.
He's doing a lot of winning at the moment.
Yeah, it's true. We've kind of
maybe
we haven't
too much
seen
winning.
The frustrations.
Oh, Casper looking the wrong way. Not caught out, but doesn't get any kills for his trouble.
It's like Elysia in the first round.
That MP9 can't farm a damn thing. As final player Rain now noted, the Deagle sounds off, and look at all those prying eyes coming his way. Oh, a really good start to the CT half. Rugged with the golf clap, all 5 staying alive.
Apex B-split, me and David works Ivy, we get a late sign smoke, I'll call it, and we work back 9 minutes.
Interesting to be pulling out that type of round as your first rifle round. So essentially putting you in, I would say, more unfamiliar territory, right, to deal with on the CT side. It's not often you're seeing teams attempting to go for B splits through Ivy. Even back in the day, it was still quite treacherous. Now, obviously, you're a little bit more incentivized because of the structure of the map. Still tough. So Elysian T-main. Carrigan and Frozen over towards Ivy. Rain to make sure that they are controlling the box halls. And then Brokey as that supportive piece. The Ivy pressure being felt. We used to call it vines.
Well, you were telling me about sunny side and dark side.
Yeah, so when you would come out of Ivy, you would head right into the yard, which would be the sunny side, because it wasn't a rainy map always, or you would head left into the dark side because you were still undercover.
But it's always been a trainee map.
There's always been trains.
Yeah.
Just always changing them out and moving heavens. So that's something as well. 2 heavens at one point.
Oh, well, now we're really confused because we've got old hell, no heaven anymore.
Yeah, well, we still have, I think we call...
We're calling under heaven.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, there's heaven graffiti on the wall.
Yeah, I get it. It just feels weird.
They're really putting up a strong defense over towards Ivy. Stairs joined Yabi over towards B. Down in connector. There's no forward presence from Astralis. They're not playing in pop. They're not playing in team-main. Oh, just found him straight through the smoke. He just found him straight through the smoke.
He was miles away on the tight line. He sprayed him. Crazy.
They're still not buying it. Astralis have played 2 players on B still.
Cadian should have this. Oh, Frozen.
Do you change the call?
You might have to. I mean, despite this YouTube,
yeah, they're going back. They're going back. Time.
They missed the Tommy Molly. Harrigan spots the rotation. Stairs just going to swing out. E-Box needs to get across 10 seconds. They've got the smoke. That's a lovely smoke grenade. Even better when the headshot comes in. Rain gets the bomb punched. And Stown and Yabi left wanting. Yabi's coming in from pop. No one currently addressing that.
You have so few rounds to work with. You'd love to be able to save, but this is for 12.
Oh, shoosh. I just noticed Yabi's absence of frags. But then I realized, actually, it's going to be 12-3.
They're getting thrown around the server.
Yeah.
Cadian with 3, Yabi with 2. Stay with 7, 11 for the likes of Device, and 12 for Stown.
Such an important battle for Astralis.
Look, going into Nuke, I wouldn't say it's over.
No, but just as far as confidence goes, this is you're coming into this one punish picking, quote unquote, punish picking, and as you said, the punishment's been rather one-sided.
Indeed, you've been copping an absolute hiding. I think if they're able to extend the game by another 4 or 5 rounds, just so some individuals like Yabi can wake up and get a few more kills, that would be the best bet right now. And with those saves, they can get out a very strong gun round into the next. So the great thing that Carrigan's been able to do there is that type of Ivy pressure with that smoke in the future, they can use a little bit differently. So that's just a deep camera spot. Oh, jeez. So we get it from Device's angle. He's just trying to pepper. Yeah, okay. Well, they're not walls.
Haven't heard that one before. Empty.
Well, there's no train there, I guess. Just a void. Oh, I think they missed the Molotov. So still some utility work required for FaZe, but...
Hey, listen, first train official.
Yeah, you can't argue with 12.
You certainly can't. Quite an early smoke on the low ramp implies discomfort for Yabi. He's going to call someone over, or no, just Cadian going to be housekeeping on this. And yeah, doesn't brave the incendiary. Didn't want to all in.
Device is in a very strong position with the AWP if they do come late through team main. Cadian's the one freed up to rotate back, so that's that AWP line. And MOUZ.CET used that to great success. Oh, camera smoke missed as well. They're missing a lot of the nades, but again, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't if you keep winning with the headshots.
It must feel so bad if you're Astralis. Like, they can't land any of their nades and we're still getting owned.
Just win 9 consecutive and take it to overtime.
Yeah, there you go. Show them how it's done.
Yeah. Oh. Gonna have to start now.
Good procedure to clear out Olof. They're playing just behind that on the lip, so see if it's part of Elijah's flight path. They're going to split outside.
And nice find from Device. Punishes the Elige swing. Frozen going to delay his... Hoping attention is drawn elsewhere. Carrigan spotted out. Device misses his shot. Brokey jumping over the bullet, but wait, the bomb's going down. Device's position noted. Oh, he pushed through the smoke. Cadian down to rain. The bomb now planted and ticking. Yabi, a must-hit headshot, nails it. Calm, composed, one tap to the back of the head of Frozen. Just Brokey and Rain fighting to end it right here and now. Astralis' map pick, gonna fall through their fingers if he hits this first headshot, but Stown, good awareness. Okay, Yabi and Stown ensure it. Will be a 4th for Astralis.
Okay, well, should be able to go and on that AWP, no issues. Well, Device still has it, he's not dead, so they'll guarantee they have that AWP. Don't you worry about that. Money situation, 5.7k for Rain, 5.4 for Brokey, 3.9 for Elige, he can buy. So there should be a gun round. Frozen's the only one who's gonna be a little bit light on. I wonder if they try and change the pace here. That was another slow round waiting out the CT protocol utility. And there's the opener from Device. With the call so far, it does feel like there's an expectation for Astralis to be playing close towards team main, which they had a player all off their shore.
He's going out. Yeah, Carrigan just on the warpath straight away, and that's what happens. That's why we're not going out fast main. Stown blinded through a smoke, double kill.
This is a gap. This is a big gap.
And Stown down. Rain accelerates. Oh, he's going to try and cause some chaos here. He knows he's got a gap. He knows he's got a window of opportunity to cause a bit of chaos. Pivots back around and will tuck. The T-smoke. Is he going to try and push through there?
Oh, they've evacuated. They've given up so much room because of this.
They're panicking. Yeah. Look at this. Device, Cadian, and Yabi tending to it. Yabi's still in CT.
Do you group up right now and go through the backlines with multiple bodies, right? And then guarantee that you have that real estate. But by doing so, you're giving a massive gap for 2 players to slink out mid. Rain still got the bus parked. Device with Yabi now as the 2 of them looking to clear through all these nooks and crannies. Rain's about to get contact.
This is what he's waiting for in the clear. Just starts to dip away now. Molly back bomb. Nothing to report. Just falls away on the repeat. Frozen and Rain, they line up for the taps of Yabi, but down now. Device's AWP rings off and connects. 3 versus 2, soon to be only 1. Brokey up against all the odds. He's in the 1v3. I isolate the first duel onto Step. Hasn't got time to reposition. Bomb suboptimal plant. Oh, that smoke is going to have to try and get through that. Device spotted out. Fake on the bomb. Should be easy for Cadian. That makes a 5th round a reality.
Still challenging, but in both of these post plants, they've been restricted to only the bomb train. They haven't been able to play open. They haven't been able to play over towards E-box or Olaf or anything along those lines. And the fact is that they had 2 players die within the first 15 seconds of the round coming out main. Elise and Carrigan didn't even get to play. Stown, the man on your screen right now, just spammed them. Even though he gave up the kill and reigned the space, it was the access just to get the bomb down, but not the round. So staying in it and allowing their individuals to continue to warm into things. And some better moments from Yabby now. Cadian as well with some important kills. They're not the cleanest, but they are necessary. And it is going to be a tactical timeout called, this one by that of Neo. So coach of FaZe, seeing if he has any contributions on this half buy to get them across the line a little bit earlier than they should be. Seeing some Tech9, some Deagles, and the smattering of Util. Don't speak Danish, that's a little bit unfortunate. So he caught wind with visuals, and then while Flash just held down MOUZ.CET. So 2,900 is the loss bonus going into the next. They will guaranteed have a buy phase.
Well, there you go for you guys on your own train games. When you keep getting rushed out main, just smoke spam 2 of them with a perfect AK spray. Just do that.
Well highlighted.
Elise having a go now. Oh, 50 damage from a HE, and yeah, just before his vision even comes back, Stair comes swanging and banging. Hang on. Oh, wow. Rain getting 1. If the P250 of Carrigan did deliver, it could have been more of a conversation. Now he's got a nade to the face and swings into Stown. Brokey made a lot of noise on that. Peeks into the nade to hit the shot, removing Stown.
Oh, did he see him? He saw him. He
did, yeah.
He definitely saw him.
Oh, lovely awareness from Brokey. Removes another. You can see that signature Brokey movement, quick, instinctual.
This is where he does his best work.
It is exactly.
Why not just win it?
His best work.
Right here, right now.
He certainly could really, really take the morale out of the Astralis camp. Second shot, 21 frags as well. Brokey having a bit of a renaissance. Yabby holding this angle, jiggles it out. Keeps moving. 50 seconds. Doesn't have answers on the both of them, and now it looks like Cadian's kind of clamped down on him. Yabby from that E-box could be overlooked on this walk.
Oh. Shadow.
Whoa, dear. Nice attempt. Good shots from Brokey, making it costly, making it expensive and threatening. Astralis survived the night, 6-12.
Yeah, never giving them an easy moment, are they? Always keeping these comms at an all-time high for Astralis. Rain gets that opening kill, throws the AWP back to the man in question, who has been having a dominant game so far. Well, the first half was a walk in the park. The second, they are being put through their paces. And the problem, if you are Astralis, is, well, what the bloody hell do they even have as moves? What is their go-to? You're still having to piece that together on the fly. Rookie's AWP this time tasked with heading over towards Ivy early. Alleged to be the disruptor in team main. Was cleared by that HE, but does get out of there. Aggressive pop into Rain. Run boost Ivy. And full control has been taken. So they are going to have to respect that smoke for the time being. Now this is the setup that we were talking about the other day from Falcons, where Nico was here. He was trying to do the exact same thing. He'd just stall out, but they caught his bluff. They walked into the smoke, they mollied that position, and they just rushed B. Take a look at your radar. You can see there's nobody holding the site. By the time Magis rotated in, he was dropping off of Hump, and he got caught in the open. It doesn't look like FaZe are looking to punish in the same way. With bodies over towards Ivy, it's tough for them to be able to piece this together with the quickness. Yeah, really powerful position, though, for a CT to occupy that like up dog area. You don't like it? It's just they're forcing it on us, aren't they? Oh, no, it's long dog. You called it up dog. Up dog. Okay, sorry. I thought you were conforming. It's up from pop dog. Yeah, no, fair. I think sometimes call this like maze, but then that's to be the backlines as well. There's a lot of names for things. They're pushing down up dog now, you know? And it can be funny. It could be funny. We like jokes. And when someone says, what's up dog, you say it's that higher bit near pop. That's pretty good, actually. Well timed, you two. 30 seconds. FaZe in trouble. Cadian. Ooh, information panic throw from the flash of Elige. Where's the bomb go? Cadian and Stown have managed to win their duels. They're a little bit cook lead right now. I think you just save. Yeah. Yeah, they are. Okay. He can't win the rounds. He can do some damage. Yeah, he desperately wants to hold on to his AWP, and Frozen thinks twice about chasing that one down. Might go down after time. 3, 2. Oh, Cadian. Oh, man. Cadian. Man. Come on, hey, man. You want a silver lining? He's got as many frags as he had in the series against Vitality already.
It's pretty good.
The stats guys might care about that. I'm looking for the quality. Looking for the quality. If he has 2 really important kills that break the money, allow his team to go on a spree, has a clutch to keep them in it, those matter. But not being able to hit pedestrian shots like that, that's a little bit problematic. Shows he's not finding confidence, right? He's too focused on the macro, not on putting his cross set to get the business done. Okay, well, this has become a 5-round game. Timeouts left for both teams at 1. And Carrigan, can he solve this puzzle? Because as everyone flies by, there's at least a few of them they've been able to get the bomb down, so not finding themselves in the same issue as Astralis did throughout their first half. How much longer can this go on for?
Good shot from Cadian. Yep. Yeah. Oh.
They're going for the keep it simple, stupid method. They're going to group up and they're going to try and execute.
Okay. Yabi, watch out for the kiss. He's called Cadian for backup, and Stair already occupying main is a valuable asset to the team. And that's a VAT.
Should do a decent chunk of damage. Catches 2 of them, Roki and Rain. Don't cop the full force, but they cop enough as 2-2 split right now if they wanted to go too high ramp, too low ramp. You know, you got the classics. You can do the jump down low ramp, have the AWP post up on connector. Oh, well, there you go. That's the reaction Frozen was looking for. They are playing close main this time round. There's one has been given another, so Cadian attempting to play Joker. Here they come.
Ooh, Cadian's in a power position. Yabi flash. Oh, he can't contribute. Cadian was relying on Yabi to relay that info, but the flashes from Carrigan have enabled the plant, have enabled the end to train. Can Astralis claw their way back in? They're already hamstrung. Cadian and Yabi watching from the sidelines as this feels like a certainty. Holding for the line and the fight. Elige good for 1 hit. Can't control the spray too clean, but does get it done. Jobs are good. From a punish pick to a punishing scoreline and defeat. Astralis opting for Train, testing FaZe. The first opportunity to see FaZe on a Train in official capacity. And just 20 rounds required to get the job done. A dominant first half converted, 11-1, and it ends 13-7. FaZe 1 up in the series. It must turn around now for Astralis.
Yeah, not to steal the phrase from the author himself, but that was a cosmetic comeback if ever I have seen one, Jacob. The fact that whatever Astralis thought they could punish FaZe on in their first official foray on Train, sorely mistaken. The only thing they burned was themselves.
Yeah, it kind of was ruined in the first half. I do want to give Astralis credit, so to speak, for the second half. It looked like they had a better understanding of how they wanted to approach the CT side and how they could shut down FaZe Clan, but the first half left no room for mess-ups, so to speak. It was very disjointed. It was an Astralis that couldn't figure out and couldn't withstand the pressure from FaZe Clan as well. I think we'll dive into it later as well, Nathan, but the proactivity coming in from all the FaZe members, the constant fluent movement from Brokey, from Elige, from all the members, they shut down Astralis before the game even began on their own map pick.
Yeah, 100%. And I think it was good for FaZe to face Astralis like that on a map that didn't play officially for quite a long time because it made them free. They just came in, they just applied their game plan without second thought because that was the only way of playing the map. That was the only thing they could do on the map, right? So yeah, it was really good, and that's the kind of thing that you want to see out of FaZe as well. Like even individually, everybody was enabled. Even Kerrigan getting on the second up. There were like several factors, and then yes, Brokey was, as we wanted to see, as I wanted to see, the main factor of FaZe being very, very strong on a city half.
And let's stick on the narrative of individuals and dive right into round number 6, because we've obviously been talking about how Elige has been integrating into FaZe and kind of vice versa with the, I guess, tug of war you can kind of see happening at some points there. But for Elige, starting this round off really, really hot and showing some impact.
Yeah, I think it's a great example of what I said before, you know, being proactive and being aggressive. You see it from his point of view behind him right here. He's running out of connector, you know, molotoving in towards T connector, nading in, and then he's just pushing into Pop Dog. Aggressive, disturbing, right? He want to fight this fight, and he's getting the fight. And not only is he winning the first fight, but guess what? He's getting a secondary kill as well, ignoring the Molotov, and it's beautifully played by Elige. Now, when you do stuff like this, Nathan, it's with big risk, you know, and also big reward. Because if Astralis had a plan from the beginning of the round that they wanted to take inside control, they wanted to walk down Pop Dog, maybe wanted to execute out on the outer bomb side later on into the round, basically running a default. Within the first 15 seconds, that plan goes in the sink, right? Elise is being disturbive, he's going into it, he's almost teasing them a little bit and then shutting them down as well. So when you are an in-game leader, I could imagine, and you have a call out of T-spawn, and it takes you 10 to 15 seconds to mess up that plan, it must be so frustrating.
It is the most frustrating thing you can do, because it can be whatever call you want to make, and as good as the plan is, well, there's nothing you can do if someone just comes in and just kills 2 of your players, and then that's it. The round is pretty much over at that point. I mean, it depends against which team. Against Falcons, you can still win those kind of rounds of 3v5s we have seen. But yes, it is hard because you have to go down a step and then you have to think of the game differently for like all the other rounds moving forward, which is, let's be just focused on the 5v4s, taking control of areas. So you have to use a lot of resources there that you wanted to use for the later stages of the round, especially on train, when if you want to execute, if there's a capable operator that is very confident on the map, you need to have those extra smokes, those extra muddies, and those extra flashes that we're missing at times.
And that's an excellent point, right? Elise winning this round by himself, that's one thing. You know, that's nice for FaZe Clan. It obviously feels good. You're looking at the scoreboard, 6-0, but he's also installing a fear. As you said, now Astralis will have to approach it differently. They'll have to use utility in order to make sure that Elise would be flashed in a position like that. They would have to use a Molotov in order to push him out of there. And as you said, that means that when Astralis then get into the later stages of the rounds, they have less utility to work with. So not only does Elise win the round right here, but he's also potentially winning more rounds and gaining more respect by then making it even more difficult for Astralis to get anything done on the T side. You
spoke about how comfortable, you know, the AWPers should be on this particular map. Brokey was looking like this was his home turf. He is back in a bad way, right?
And that was also what we said about in the pre-show, right? When we were talking about the rifles taking more space for the operators to do their thing. Look, Brokey is just back of sight, uncontested, and they're just running around the map. Why? Is because the CTs were so proactive in taking control of teammate, taking control of Pub Dog, and just putting constant aggression at every kill he does. It's uncontested. He just goes in, scopes, kills the guy, and there's nothing else to it. Like, it's as simple as that. And that's because the rifles were so active on every position of the map. Even Kerrigan pushed down Ivy as well, right? Like, it just puts that question mark in his strategy. Okay, we need to use utility to flush those players out, and then that leaves Brokey to be able to go wherever he wants on the map and just kills everyone.
That's exactly what we said. Brokey has been struggling in 2025 so far, right? And when he has a game like this, when you watch him play on train, when you see that highlight package where it's just close combat opping, you know, he's never afraid to take a duel. He's playing it so carelessly in a way, but he gets away with it. That's why we rate Brokey high. That's why we want to see him play Wall more consistently, because when he's on fire, he's a difference maker. His impact with the AWP, there I compare him to Device sometimes, where you look at the scoreboard, Device has 25 kills, and you think to yourself, okay, where did those 25 kills come from? You remember a Brokey kill in that essence, because it's so impactful when he's playing like this.
Just to scope out a little bit for a second and talk about, you know, old train versus new train, and maybe the kind of AWPing dynamic there. Are there any notable differences from how the AWPers kind of approach this, considering that there have been, you know, some changes to the map, most notably less trains to be working with, right?
I think it goes hand in hand with how CS2 is being played at the highest level, and it was the perfect example of like the rifles like taking all the attention for all the utilities of the T side. So I think you can do similar things, but you will let control of T-main and Pub Dog more to the rifles and put the upper less into those areas, and have the upper more punishing plays when everything is like below a minute in the rounds. Or like just taking control of IV. So like very basic approach of upping, and it stays very similar. But with the utility of CS2 and how powerful the rifles are, you want to emphasize this even more, and so to have an upper that is very comfortable with what you said. Close quarter combat, being in the smokes, being just that crazy guy. Like the guy that is just gonna do anything and he's gonna make it work. No scope, 360s, whatever. I mean, it's FaZe Clan after all, right?
Jacob, I just rewind for a second.
Okay.
You said you wanted to give credit to Astralis for what they were trying to do in that second half. You giving Astralis credit? Crazy scenes.
I'm trying to.
Seeing a silver lining.
I'm seeing a silver lining. Had they started on the CT side, I think we would have had a different game. I agree with you. It was a cosmetic comeback, but I think Astralis were looking solid in the CT side to begin with. Again, how much is that FaZe, you know, going down a level, feeling comfortable? They already won the map. How much is that FaZe maybe even saving some of the go-to strats? As you said, it's a debut game for them, so they maybe don't want to show their full hand, so we have to take that into consideration as well. All I'm saying is that Astralis looks significantly more comfortable on the CT side than on their T side, but then again, the bar was also set super, super low, so maybe that was an easy task.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. Shout out to Frozen and Carrigan as well for doing God's work at moments during this map. I feel like FaZe, definitely in the beginning half, the first half rather, could basically just do no wrong.
Yeah, and like what I like though is, I mean, I played a bit with Frozen. I know him. I'm a big fan of the guy overall. And what I like about him is his decision making. Like you see very often he's right into when to go aggressive and when to go passive, when to wrap things. And you can see like all his skills are in different parts of the map. Some are going to be on B directly, some is going to be pushing behind them, and then just making and like having the right rotations. And I think Frozen is perfect for that. So yeah, seeing him perform is a very, very good sign for FaZe.
Yeah, good signs all around so far, Jacob?
I'd say so. You know, I think this was a nice bounce back for FaZe Clan. Don't forget that a couple of days ago, last time we saw them play, it was Abysmal versus Virtus.pro on that third deciding map. So they had to shake that off them. Coming in, winning your opponent's map pick, and now being one map away from staying alive in the tournament, that's pretty much all you could hope for if you're FaZe.
Yeah, you might have thought that was FaZe's map pick, but you would be sorely mistaken. Their choice of nuke awaits on the other side of this break.
MOUZ.CET makes the jump across, picks up the AK, gets the headshot. Oh! And he spins around for the kill.
That's it. That's the dagger. Sundai Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sundai Young and Sundai again and again and again.
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise. Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
manager because, yeah, a loss here for Astralis could make their life a whole lot more complicated in terms of actually qualifying for it. And things looking even tougher when we consider that this next map of Nuke, this is FaZe's pick. So Astralis, they're going to have to wake up now.
They have to wake up. Now, a silver lining could be that FaZe haven't necessarily played consistently good Counter-Strike the past month, I'd say. We saw them in Cluj-Napoca struggling a little bit up and down. They weren't able to make it into the final. They lost the third-place decider against Astralis as well. And at this tournament, we saw it against VP. At moments, they looked great. At moments, they looked absolutely atrocious. So yes, the silver lining for now is that FaZe are obviously the favorites heading into their own map pick, but I'm not necessarily safe in saying that that's going to be how it's going to turn out. I think Astralis have a good chance of making this game competitive.
Yeah, definitely. Especially the results of Astralis themselves on that map are up and down. The last team they beat on it was MOUZ, which is obviously a very, very good team at this point. So yeah, it all depends on what the mentality is after the first map, right? Can they really bounce back fully from picking a map they were pretty confident on, getting absolutely destroyed because yes, those few rounds on CT side didn't really mean anything, and then coming onto Nuke? Can you be at 100% confidence that on a CT side you can make all those aggressive moves? Can you have that coordination? Can you have everything that Nuke requires to be a very solid team against a FaZe that seems very confident today?
And I think that's where things maybe get a little bit complicated, right? Because it was a point that you brought up when we were looking through the map. Vito, where does Cadian play on this particular map on the CT side?
Well, he's been playing on ramp, you know, as a bit of an anchor, and that's not where you want Cadian. That's not where he's getting the most out of himself. That's a potential weak point in the defense as well. Now, Astralis have done certain things to mask that fact. Sometimes he's picking up the AWP, sometimes he's sending Device to ramp with the AWP, and sometimes Yabi's there to help him out as well. So they are trying to be a bit fluent with it. Again, it's not optimal, but it's the best they can do with the current circumstances they have and the players within the team. My big question is that if FaZe is getting off to a good start, they're starting on the T side, right? Astralis on the CT side. They're supposed to get off to a good start, but they know that if they lose this game, there's a high likelihood that we are looking at an online qualifier for the major, etc., etc.
Yes.
It doesn't sound nice to say, but as a player, and be honest with me as well, you will think about that. You know, some players it will cusp into their mind. You know, you're sitting on the server, it's all of a sudden 5-0 for FaZe Clan, and you think to yourself, God damn, we're playing online qualifiers for the major, we missed 4 in a row, and you just lose focus, right? It's easier said than done just ignoring that and keeping it out of your system, but some players will be at fault for that, and I wonder if Astralis have that mental capacity right now to keep that at bay. They're all very high quality players with quite a lot of experience, so I hope it won't really matter when it comes down to the game, but I mean, you've seen the looks they had between the two halves on the first map, and they just seemed a bit shocked, a bit lost, like, what am I doing here to that level, you know, like, why am I playing that much just to lose in that fashion? So I don't know, I think it's good to get slapped in the face just to bounce back sometimes on Nuke and to be very strong.
Yeah, of course, not only those all-important VRS points on the line, but also elimination here at Blast Open Lisbon. Chad, Alex, are Astralis going to survive?
I don't know, man.
We can't answer that.
No, MBK as well, saying sometimes it's good to be slapped in the face. I'm not going to yuck his yum.
Yeah, whatever he's into.
Yeah, whatever you're into, man.
That's your own choice.
That's you. That's you. I'm into good Counter-Strike. I'm into third maps. I'm into storylines. I'm into Cadian having more than 8 frags this half and just, you know, taking over the ramp room.
Okay, yeah, you're into weird things too, apparently.
Yep.
Look, every series we've done so far at Blast Open Lisbon has been a 2-0.
Oh, you're right.
So because everybody knows that casters have the power to control the series.
Oh, would you like to do it now?
Well, I decided when I was coming in today that we were going to have another day of 2-0s.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
great.
I said in the shuttle on the way, and I said it's going to happen, and production said, okay, that's fine.
So we can consider that cursed now?
Well, it depends. Do you think I'm powerful, or do you think I'm not?
I don't believe in jinxes, so that's cool.
Okay, well, that means it is going to be a 2-0 then, right?
Yep.
Okay,
100%.
so just so we're on the same
it's
page.
100% going to be a 2-0.
Now, look, the framing of, you know, the VRS points, all that good stuff, Astralis' life on the line, the drama that Jacob Pivinicki likes to spin. This is Astralis' last chance to control their own fate. A loss here doesn't necessarily mean they will drop out of the 10 of the VRS, top 10 for Europe, but if they stay in, they go for a deeper run, they can definitely accrue more points.
Oh, straight out of the hut, testing that P2K of Device, and he's comfortable for the first. Looking good for Astralis, but Elige, if he could just find the head, it gets awkward quick. Down and Yabi dead. Cadian, an impactful clutch to launch their campaign available. That smoke's still up. Elige dips away, actually recovers the smoke. He could refresh that. Oh, Cadian's gonna have to push. He does so. Walks down the blind spot. There is a window of opportunity there, but that was his chance. Frozen's gonna peek out. Knows where they both are. Time on their side now.
Okay, well, Cadian gonna step on in and just gets double swung. Pistol done, pistol dusted, and FaZe picking up where they left off, right on train. Going to see the force bite immediately back from the Danes. The device is brought into a scout. See what everybody else wants to equip them with. The fact that you find yourself in a 3v5 early but trade it back, right? This is a skirmish. It does make things easier, but those Glocks, they're tough to deal with. So Deagles to complement the scout at 5.7 and an MP9. There's also been changes in the CT setups for FaZe in recent times. Elige taking over the responsibilities of Yard. At least last time we saw them.
Ooh, big find from Elige.
And last time we saw them, they didn't play Train. So we'll have to wait and see what happens when they flick on over, but we'll see the dominance that they're able to dish out. It's going to be a 4v4 early thanks to Stown. So he's made things a little bit more messy for Carrigan to call around. Elige with the reroute is going to take the higher elevation. Bomb on the back of Brokey. Frozen and Carrigan over towards lobby. And Stairs coming to have a little bit of a look up secret. How far does he go? Can find a nice line towards Silo, but Elige wards him away. And now we're looking at 1 minute and 5 seconds. So some type of a fight for information is going to be required for FaZe shortly.
Holding on to his smokers, Cadian. The block on Squeaky Door is integral to their play. It's going to have playmaking potential. Frozen's going to slip out to the vent, starts to unload his mag, distracts Cadian and destroyed by the Mac 10 drive-by. Ooh, a tag. They're all low. They're all low. The P2K could even do a shift. So can the Deeg. Straight to the belly button. Stairs, double Deeg. It's up to Elige in the 1v1.
The bomb.
It's a strong start from Elige so far. Yet to die. This could be it. Device
He doesn't
put him
think
down.
he's heaven. Oh, he does now.
Device just calls the bluff on the fake. Now peeks in and ends it. Big round from Device. It's just the clutch up to make that second round force convert. Stown started it, Device ends it.
And that's the necessary tenacity we need to see from Astralis to contend for this map. Think about how long it took them to get around on the board in map number 1. Right now they are fighting. Okay. Cadian is going to have to make some noise. There's a beautiful two-piece feed there from Stair making up on the Device damage.
Yeah, exactly. I just wanted to draw attention to those scout tags all converted upon by the Stair Deeg and a synchronized yell from the Danes as they fight for their right to attend the Blast Austin Major.
I think it's a bit of a right these days for the in-game leader to have the scout. I know we've got it on Carrigan right now. We've seen Apex do it an awful lot. We'll see what Carrigan's able to get done with this. Has Device mantling up towards the heavens right now. He's yet to take that fight. The spillover from the waterfall smoke obscures for a moment, but he gets a tag. Pokes his head up to Stown from secret and will find the opening incision as Rain has been able to take space. They aware of this possibility.
That's not going to deter them, that nade. If anything, it sends them closer into Device and Brokey sits him down. Deagle headshot straight to the face of Device.
They know that's the rotating Yard player. And Rain's been able to get up heaven. They didn't full commit out ramp, they just got a cheeky kill. Cadian drops down B, Stown back through secrets. They know where 2 players were. And working on A, it's just Stair and Yabby.
He's dead. He's going to surely be dead. Heaven can shoot him in the back of the head. He's just got to get it right. Rain does what Nico couldn't. Yabby, hectic now, reveals his position, takes a bullet to the side. 4 versus 3. Kit on Yabby. Stown as well joins him in the lobby, but Elige has taken down Cadian before the rest could get involved. Awkward for Astralis. Stown, important find, removing Frozen. Rain still holding this hut exit. There's so many angles you have to clear. Rain composed, doesn't reveal his position. Doubling up on vents is cheeky as well. If Elige commits to the fight, you may overlook another, and it is going to be another. But Rain, from the heavens, on the rafters, delivers 3. A fast flank, and you were bang on about that read. With Device going down, Rain takes that gap and makes it hurt.
That's all about the Deagles in the last 2 rounds. Stairs and now Rain's. Even Brokey's through the smoke, so beautiful work as we continue the force by wars back and forth. I would imagine with the loss bonus situation, you see Astralis dive in again. And M4 has been purchased and dropped across. That's been given to Stown, so hopefully he can find himself another playmaking kill or 2. Mac 10s and heavy towards Yard early from FaZe. Smoke wall to dot across for the standard and most direct variation. And when you're really not expecting HEs for the CTs on a force like this, you shouldn't be too worried about it being blown open. Still, lick of damage being done. They will be able to get 3 across with the bomb being the tail of the pack on Brokey. So the two pieces in lobby right now that will need to be able to contribute, because just highlighted there by the context, you can see 3 players ready and raring to deny access.
Let's see how they approach this. The warning shot from Device softens up 2 members now to that one-shot headshot of a 5-7. No commitment. Let the MAC-10s work. You know it's going to be a lighter buy. You know there's going to be some absent helmets, and there's a fight for you right there. Carrigan spots out Stair. Info that top site is still being held to some extent, and that's a big shot onto Cadian. Damn, doesn't even get to pull the trigger. Elise just takes his head off. Very, very loud steps. Elise, this is a death sentence, but never mind. Gets away with it.
It's a vent to top.
It might be, but they might kill him before they get there.
Okay, well, just sandwich them in the vent. It looks risky against the pistols.
I haven't seen a round quite like that before.
That tells you they didn't know exactly what they were dealing with. As Stown will give up his position.
Save?
That could have gone really wrong really quick.
Yeah.
But Stown, if he can hold on to this, we'll give them something into the next. This 2 MAC-10s are frozen and Carrigan, so they might want to get let off the leash to try and remove this. He's going to weasel his way out ramp right into one of those aforementioned MAC-10s. Head explodes like a bloody watermelon, and there's an M4 for Frozen to work with going forward.
Can I give you an eco quest?
Okay.
Are you interested?
I've never... yes.
Okay. I am the wise goblin king.
Old hag.
Yes, that's me. I am the old hag. Your quest is to tell me what is the highest rating and kill total Alicia's had in a FaZe jersey so far. Because I think he's on for one. He's on for one right now.
Rating or
kills. I'll take either.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And I'll solo cast this one. Hello and welcome to the Machini TV stream. Going to be guiding you through the action as the economical is underway for Astralis. Top side focus. You can see they're all partnered up. Frozen responsible for the potential for a lobby crunch. It does look like it's coming in his way. The question is how many does he get? These unarmored CTs can melt with precise bullets. Lovely from Frozen, dipping, ducking, diving, all 4 sprayed on down, and now on the floor. It's a 4-1.
His highest rating was against MOUZ, a 1.73, where he had 22 kills.
Okay.
That was in a series that FaZe won, 2-0 over MOUZ, but that could have been Katowice where they had the stand-in. No, it wasn't. It was Spinks in the roster. That was a Cluj. Okay.
Cool. So 1.7 and a 22 kill total.
The most frags that he had, though, was against Astralis in that 3rd place decider on that crazy overtime game we did, 28-24. He had a total of 44 frags.
Oh, that's right. That was that 3rd, 4th.
So there you go.
Bangaranga.
What do I get for completing the quest, sir?
You get 6 gold and a mysterious parchment.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
We'll store the parchment.
Okay, you put that in your inventory?
We'll use the gold.
All right.
Gold, gold, gold.
You want to bet CT all?
I'll bet T all, actually.
Oh, you will?
Is it double or nothing?
It is.
Okay, I'm about to have 12 gold.
Oof. Okay, this is exciting.
Impromptu smoke wall on the fly. It's obviously not, is it? It's rehearsed. It's regimented. It all makes a lot of sense. As Rain, it's going to be able to get across.
Oh!
Carrigan just absolutely stuffs Device. Sit down, son.
Damn. That is real crispy. Stuffed like the Christmas turkey. Chestnut, sage. Delicious. It's down. Down. Carrigan just farming.
Mr. Finn Anderson, he's just going to do it alone.
Mr. Anderson into the top side. Cadian is going to peek him out, jiggle him out, goes for an audible reload, but the punish from Stair is quick and swift.
Yes, to go B.
Yes, go B.
They've got the vent rotation. They've been able to head in through ramps, so they only really have to worry about a few pokey little corridors, and I think it will be the Astralis save. So I will take my 12 gold, sir.
12 gold in your inventory and a mysterious parchment, Mr. Birchall. Actually, no, you need a more fantasy name. Bachile. The Great.
I don't know, Birchall, Birch Hill, Birch Tree on a hill.
Oh, yes.
You know?
Here it is. Oh, fruity
it's the view model. It's the view model.
Guys, change your view model now.
If you don't change it, you're not going to be one of the best Counter-Strike players in the world.
Invest in weird view models.
Imma's been trying to tell us.
It was Imma, then it was Biguzera, then it was Nico, then it was Zywoo, then it was Nico, now it's Carrigan.
Now it's spreading.
It is spreading, I'm just saying.
It's like the plague right now.
If only you could invest in view models. You know, like, you could predict.
Apparently they added the ability to make community tchotchkes.
Ooh.
Yeah, so we'll see how that unfolds in the marketplace.
Just wait until owner tries to get a little tchotchke of his face on him.
No, the
Richie
internet's
Lou,
gonna go wild.
he wouldn't be happy.
Well, can we just talk about the fact that the score is currently 5-1, T-side nuke in favor of FaZe?
Oh, yeah.
It's an elimination game. Astralis can be getting knocked out of Group A, the group of death. They'll be waving, well, actually, they don't have that far to go. We are in Copenhagen before we go to Lisbon for the playoffs. So I think we send them home in public transport.
Yeah, we can't even do like the DE airport. We can't, it's like DE Bicycle.
Well, there's always the one, I'm sad it didn't take off, but we'll pack their bags, we'll see them in the lobby.
Yeah, don't hate that.
Right, you know, we got the bellboy. But yeah, again, the implications, and I'm going to try and boil the verbose nature of the VRS, that's the Valve Regional Standings. There's implications on the major, Blast.TV Austin going down in June, and the cutoff point for the teams for Stage 3 and Stage 2 being April 7th. Essentially, Astralis are on that buffer zone at the moment. They're just around 9 and 10 as of the VRS. This is their last opportunity to control their own destiny.
It's just, it's not even like they have to win the thing, right? They don't have to win
just have to, you know, win a couple of games, get some extra points to just keep them above that line. And it doesn't mean by losing here they won't be above that line. It just means that they lose the opportunities to try and add some more points.
Yeah, like they're no longer in full control of their fate, as it were. Carrigan, wow, he is just fated for destruction. Charging into the top side, Brokey and Frozen layering the flashes, staring Yabi gone. Another round already in the bag for FaZe. Stan's even being held this deep, this early. Brokey feeling himself, spots him out, throws a nade that looks destined for damage, only 3.
And this is why my mum would always say a quick game's a good game. Because
she would.
If you win in, it's over nice and quick. If you lose in, it's over nice and quick. So we'll see if the pain continues. It's about to be 6-1. So running away with things now. Dominant stuff from FaZe. Now, if we all remember Cluj, this was the 3rd place playoff decider game, and at the time I think we were saying the game meant more for Astralis than it did for FaZe. Well, right now you could maybe even keep that as the conversation. Elige with some clinical shots to remove the saves. They do have money for the buy, sure, but I think for FaZe theirs is really not so much in the conversation about placement, but in the conversation of does this roster actually work?
Yeah, no, that's the question.
Getting some good results and showing some strong counter-strike for this team. Carrigan saying that well, they need to be online come the major.
Yeah, for sure. That seems like a fair goal.
Especially for the team that was in the back-to-back major finals. One against Na'Vi, one against Spirit. Runners up in both.
So you say that's FaZe, and then for Astralis it's...
To make it.
To make it for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, they have missed 4 consecutive.
4 consecutive?
But look, they also still could win the online qualifier. That's not out of the world. Like, I think there's 6 spots. So, you know, it's possible.
So it's kind of like, yeah, like Astralis are going the way of Fnatic, where like you go from like legacy, legendary org to...
Next you'll say, actually, who's worse, Fnatic or Nip?
Ooh, yep, another good one.
Virtus.pro have had a resurgence, but they've... I was going to say, they had to go a whole different nationality, so did Fnatic and Nip. They just went all the nationalities. Okay, well, gun round. Come on, Astralis. Give us something. Dig deep.
Something about boats.
All right, well, Smoke will deploy. This time a different variation. This is going to be the diagonal. Rain has options. Does he want to float through this in towards Warehouse? Do they want a top split? Oh, he's going to come in through main. He has a gap. He can get past down.
Yeah.
Oh, he's passed down. Okay.
Yeah. Just as Down dips away, Rain slips through, and Elige is on one, I'm telling you.
He's getting bullied at ramp, Cadian. Who would have thunk it? Cadian's 0 and 7. Everybody said it was going to be a problem.
Mr. Bond.
They told all of you that he was going to have a tough time as they just continue to pepper them. Always bullets in the side of the head. They don't know what's coming their way as Stair does his best. It's Device with the AWP, and he's in the wrong place. 7-1.
It's like that name value, you know? Like Astralis was such a notable name and kind of maybe jaded by all of these things, kind of losing their motivation, their will.
Ooh, don't feed him.
They kind of have already. Bit late for that.
Well, it doesn't have a kit.
You'd like one.
Does he still give it a look nonetheless? No, he doesn't. Okay.
Nice shots, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ain't bad. What do we got coming up later today? It's going to be winners games, everybody. You're going to have Vitality versus VP. You're going to have Imperial versus Liquid. No, wait, that's tomorrow. So you Spirit versus MOUZ, Vitality versus VP.
Spirit, MOUZ.
Imperial Liquid's first game tomorrow. I was, you know, 24 hours on the little match page. Both of those games will determine the first two teams locked in for the playoffs, and then they'll play a seeding match against one another with the winners. So if you're coming to Lisbon, keep your eyes on that. You'll see some of the first names that'll be locked and loaded.
Will VP
be the ones to finally put a stop to Vitality?
Flamus is the counter.
Flamus is the counter. Just one man.
One man.
One man.
And a dream. When was the last time Vitality lost a game? They lost a game. Oh my gosh.
It was to
EF. That's right.
Bounty.
A couple of weeks ago. Yeah, 12-match win streak for Vitality.
That's why they're the best team in the world right now.
That's right.
Ain't no doubt about it. They don't appear to have any weaknesses right now. We'll have to see if VP are able to work out.
I told you, mate. Flamus is the weakness.
Flit's been on one.
Yeah, he has. Looked good. I mean, FaZe know all about that, actually.
It's a new era of VP, isn't it? No longer Jame-led.
We have to say, though, that the FaZe demeanor doesn't seem like that 30-0 got under their skin at all, right? We saw them outside. It's all jokey, jovial. It seems like the atmosphere is good in the camp, even after a disruptive 13-0, which is usually, you know, the first crack beginning to show.
To be fair, that was after they had just one train, and the first half was 11-1 on their debut on the map.
They were in a good mood.
Right? So
Yep. But they did that after being 13-0.
True.
The point stands.
It does. 2 MP9s, an AWP, 2 M4s, 55 seconds on the clock.
What'll it be? Top util being given to Carrigan. Is this some more fakery? It's all about manipulating the rotations on this map of Cedar Creek. Lines himself up for the Hut Molotov. Pay attention, folks. Oh, actually, it's the backside one. You can do both.
I can hear Spinks.
He's here. Cadian. Ooh. This could be his first frag. It is. Takes down a Liege on the top pot. Well timed on his push through Trophy. They've only got 20 seconds. Looking good for Astralis' second here. Frozen disrupts the plan a little, but they need to pick up that bomb. Missed shot from the AWP. Brokey accelerating into the site. Rain hunting device, running him down. Nade as well, but it's going to be awkward. Frozen brings him down in their planting. That's Yabi saving the day, winning the round. It's Astralis securing their second off the back of a heroic multi-kill.
Okay, important ramp push timing there from Katie, and he kind of unravels that, applies a lot more pressure.
God, imagine having such an assertive IGL just immediately. That round just ended. He's telling you exactly what you're doing.
Of course.
Well, I mean, I know. I don't get to play with you all the time, Chad.
Okay, fair enough. That's the way it's got to be. So something outside, something rush, and then we're going to play long, which I guess could be double door side of secret.
I think so, yeah.
Happens to everybody.
Yeah. Carry on! Okay, good important kill from Stown. That could have got awkward. And somehow Brokey's taken down Device. Good catch in the AWP head-to-head. And down Secret they slip. Keep an eye on rotations. Who's going to be responsible for this? No one is down there. No one is down there. No one has moved. Cadian's not budged.
Frozen has
vent,
yeah, so you have
Secret
to go for
or
a ramp. If they could have got their hands on the AWP, that would be okay to help deal with the window or the double doors from top ramp. They're going to just do the classic, which will push through and get lobby control, but lobby control is going to give them nothing in this situation. Taking a look at the util right now, they can, from the window side, smoke and molly off. Stown's going to leer in, and he should be a dead man. He's been spotted. Very fortunate to still be alive.
Supportive util, that's not bad.
Okay, so a buffer for him as he drops into dark. Rain's also out the window.
Nice shot.
Stown delivers another double for Stown.
Rain trades. Belated, but necessary. Frozen scoops up the bomb. A Molotov available. Could molly left side to facilitate a plant on Astralis.
Yabi down the vent now.
Taps don't connect initially, but Rain so calm with it. Puts Cadian on notice. Yabi with the flank, just about tracks, and there's Yabi. I mean, no surprises. It's Stown and Yabi stepping up to save Astralis right now. They do not want to let fate decide. They want to have control.
Oh, felt like Stown should have been dead there, huh? Just walking down ramp, was in the line of sight. They didn't know how low he was. There was the opener from Brokey. Frozen down the vent. This is great shooting under pressure of low HP, so the fact he's able to double up there is huge. Swing's not available. Rain drops down. Yabi gets 2. And now it's just a 2-round game. Sorry, 2 more rounds in this half. more than that. It's a 4-round game.
Yeah, a little bit of lobby aggression coming in fast with that MP9. Down just charging, barraging straight up.
I think they would have heard him.
Yeah, Frozen seems to have relayed that information. Rain working on yard. Device is in the smoke, right on the other side of red.
Does he try and slip through, or does he swing around? Oh, there's a kill. There's a player on your screen. There's a player on your screen.
Traded out. Rain slipping loudly. Applying pressure. That molly will force Yabi back. Still in the unknown as to how many bodies are down here. Event rotate would be suicide, so Rain will maintain that. Staying active. I'm still with lobby under his control. What's the finish for FaZe here? This fight from Rain is everything, and in the meantime, T-Roof gets info. Gosh, fights on multiple fronts. Hard to keep track of. Yabi. Oh, he's dead to Rain. He's just stubborn about the fight there, and Cadian's been overlooked completely. Is he going to practice some trigger discipline here, or does he just go for the one? A one tap required. Gets the job done regardless. But now that's info as to where 50% of the remaining Astralis players are.
The problem.
The vent, yeah, hang on. Quick find, can't transfer. Oh, Brokey with a quick no scope. Planting top, Cadian last seen lower. Ooh, Brokey looks like he's ready for this walk. Oh. Nails it. Such good awareness.
Oh. Good connections. Okay, so that's to do with the mid-round, how they're playing off of each other, making sure that they're keeping the macro in mind, and also bringing some fire there, because they were allowing the door to be slightly opened for Astralis to walk back in. It was 2 consecutive rounds. If they lost that, finances would have been a little bit of a conversation regarding what they could bring in, and well pieced together.
Fucking good round!
Yeah, see that energy? We didn't need that throughout the series so far, so Karrigan may be feeling that the intensity had dropped.
Oh, there's a big difference between a 7-5 and what could be a 9-3. Oops. Second time's the charm. Oh, and Rain was nearly there to catch it. He might be caught off by this, but actually jiggles it out nicely. Secret, though, should have his number. Enough of a distraction that Cadian can collect.
But that's the ramp play. You know that there's 3, right?
So do you think Orb's there, or do you run into him regardless? It's Device. Connects onto Karrigan. Gotta get out of there now. Respects the flame, takes an advantage and runs with it. Elige, how's it pre-aims? Wow, he just looked away. Maybe a small window of opportunity for a timing to be caught. That's there, good awareness. Catches the walkout from Elige, will take the AK upgrade. It's just Brokey and Frozen.
Well, salvaging 4 rounds for Astralis,
pretty good,
considering how poor this was looking, is great.
And now Device holding one side, Cadian the other. Should be nothing more to be said about this one. Spots out shoulder jiggle. Cadian, loses his life. It gets a bit uncomfortable for Device if they both push up that left side. He's been committed to this angle. Peeks in, nice shot, removes Brokey. And in that smoke, advancing, what a shot! P2K to the face, a recovery of sorts. 3 of the last 4 rounds going Astralis' way. They have something to work with in this fight for survival. A must-win map for Astralis and only 4 to work with as they take to the T side of Nuke. Elimination at stake, FaZe to be throwing that elimination blow, and it would put a lot of question marks surrounding the access to the major. Will it be the forced into the qualifiers? Astralis, they're on the ropes right now, they're battered, they're bloody, but a couple of heroic performances from Yabi and Stown has given them something to work with into our second and potentially final half. Ouch, that'll leave a mark. Frozen takes a warning shot, gets out of there.
They've called the cancel, so not going to just thrust themselves around towards heaven and hell. The U2 on Stown, where is that to be used?
Forces a big rotation. Look at that, Elige and Raindrop.
They're waiting for some form of a reaggress. Nothing's going to come their way, which means that positional advantage may go across to Astralis as they do start to pivot around. Carrigan next up.
Another P2K enjoyer. They've used their molly to force that fight, and it does lead to a nice opening. Don't forget, Frozen was gooshed earlier. So heavy advantage here, and Frozen now next fight. Awkward exchange. Stare brings him down, finishes off the job. Device started. Brokey tough vent.
How do you win this round? They can just drop in and plant backside.
You can't win this. Yabi still has main as well, and oh, ouch. Brokey brought down, just Stare doing so much work with his pistol.
Oh, they know where the last man stands. Rain was chipping up from the vent. Kills would be nice, but he's just going to get one for his troubles, and there you go. A pistol round for the Danes. 3 rounds the difference now. Will it be a FaZe force? That's the question we have to ask ourselves. I think there was a slight momentum shift in the tail end of that first half, and Carrigan also trying to bring some energy to mitigate that. Frozen unfortunate there with the timing, but well steadied by Stare, and he even found himself the double. It is going to be the force. So FaZe chip in. Couple of 5-7s, couple of digs, MP9 on Carrigan, and even some util to block with. Waterfall smoke lands early. Now there have been changes to the CT setup of FaZe. Changed at mid-event. They've brought the likes of Elige over towards outside. He's been given that position over a player like Rain. Now, we need to see a few more reps to see what the approach looks like for Rain, because he does play around main an awful lot. That's where he would have been as the yard rifler too. Frozen ramp. Carrigan the top side, and well, Brokey here, there, and everywhere when he does get that AWP. 5-7 in this position can be very strong.
Yeah, it's about the procedures of Stown. Can't track him. Nice use of Yabi and his mobility. Stown takes ramp, takes the double, and descending into that B-bomb site quite loudly.
Unless they're given another kill, it might just be FaZe considering the save at this point. Information noted by Cadian now. You tell with Cadian when you're watching him play, he's trying to do so much in terms of controlling the game. It doesn't feel like the focus is on the crosshair all the times. Ooh, maybe that'll entice them in. Leisha's already down here. Does he go overlooked?
It's a pretty good save, but if Elige gets one...
they've already backed off, so it's just Elige.
Nice headshot.
Good damage.
Slips into the fence. Stare may overlook that as he dips away.
Okay, well, that's not too bad at all. They've been able to get 2 MAC-10s and an AK, so they can definitely drop across a couple of pistols, and they can have a threatening round into the next. Now, I don't imagine Carrigan is going to be the man to hold on to the AK. I'd give that one to either Rain or Elige to try and find some openings outside. Let's see how bad giving that AK over will be. Now just the 2-round game, 8-6 still in FaZe's favor. But you'll see how quick this can just tie up, especially if FaZe lose the first rifle round. So Astralis are believing they are not out of this one yet. There's still a lot of rounds of Counter-Strike to be played of Nuke. He just wants to push double secret here with the guns.
Well, they want to push outside as well. 4 members of Astralis heading yard.
So they're going to drop down the vent. I think that would be the only port that you could possibly find yourself over towards Secret. So it does appear to be the right call. We can see just how many bodies are behind the Secret wall smokes.
Oh, wow. He's just completely bursted down, and Acadian's gone too, thanks to the Brokey dig. And don't forget about this Elige AK. He'll be early to report anyone trying to trifle with the Secret stairs.
Feels like those kills have called them off from making that play.
Yeah, true.
At least might want to get a little bit pushy here.
That's the bomb. Oh, Stair delivers it to their front door. Frozen will get a rifle upgrade if he's brave.
What a horrible round to lose.
A horrible round.
What does that kid say? Yikes?
Yeah.
Or is it Jinkies?
I think it's the yikes. Okay. Yikers.
Oh, how do you salvage this one? Yabby and Device. Have a good, long, hard look at yourself here, gentlemen. You've got 45 seconds to pull off some absolute magic. Device will announce his presence, and Carrigan will just snap into action with the MAC-10. Yabby, at least he can get the bomb. And the fact is, there could be all 5 players staying alive for FaZe in this.
Yeah.
Oh, it is all 5 players staying alive in this. And the amount of guns they're able to scoop up, 1 AK becomes 3. Make it 4. 4 AKs.
So Brokey hit a deagle shot while we saw Rain bursting into the smoke for a kill. So it became a 5v3 instantaneously. This is the kill on that MP9 burst. You've just got a sound cue. And that's the Brokey shot straight to Cadian.
Oh, no.
Oof. Yeah.
Okay, well, 2 Galils, 2 Tech-9s, and a P250 walk into round number 16.
Let's find out if it's a joke or if there's something to be said about it. Cadian will be able to provide Overwatch. Valish is going to be very exposed. He controls his spray masterfully. Info on another. The stepping stool of Stout.
Oh. I'm blind. That was a full flash. Get worse than that. Lige will tuck across and find himself at the precipice of Warehouse. Rotating down the vent is going to be that of Rain. They are aware that they've given the space over to Astralis.
He's got no block util, so just probably going to have to position for info or maybe jump spot on single if he can get down there.
What if he just shoots them all?
Oh, he could just shoot them all, actually. I hadn't thought about that.
If he just goes bra, ba, and ba.
Okay, so bra, ba, ba.
Yeah.
Got it.
He'll control in the last 2, but the first it might be a little bit sketch.
Okay. Because it's going to be a jumping Tech-9 again. Oh, actually, how about a drive-by dink that makes him run away and finish the job, Device? That's a perfect little sequence, making this round interesting, if not only for a moment. Cadian gets brought down by a long-range MP9. Forced away by the flame. Stair gets off, still gets 1. Device and Yabby's Tech-9s to try and close.
About the lurk.
Yeah, and it's Yabby so disconnected from the play. Poor Device is begging for help, screaming for help.
Lurk's been found.
He's got some serious aim on him. 15 seconds and shot in the backside. He's doing everything he can there, Device. That was a very impressive couple of shots, but it means nothing in the grand scheme. A 10th on the board for FaZe. Astralis are just 3 rounds away from elimination stations. Pack their bags, get on their bikes, cycle home.
They might get a government grant for doing that.
Yeah, actually, they're keeping it green. However, for Cadian, it's nothing but red.
Oh, they force board again.
Why not? When in doubt, force buy it out.
Yeah. Can I knock on Frozen's door? Not before Brokey says hello. I'll lead the box, flash, go, and Frozen unloads.
It's so easy for him. He knows the flash is coming, reads it so well, swinging out through, just, throwing caution to the wind. It's too easy. It's way too easy right now. Device's Tech-9 look good. But Frozen's AK looks better in his hands. Another lockdown on the ramp position. Oh, it's Tech-9s again. You're right, Carrion.
Yep. So identifying the buy, it's important because now you would expect the eco, unless they literally are just going to force buy themselves throughout the rest of the game, which would be 2 more rounds in consecutive fashion with not much different. It'll be Tech-9s again, MAC-10s again, and then in the next, probably going to be some Galils. But we know the importance of this game to control their own fate for Astralis, to be able to accrue more VRS points. Our regional standings, the ranking is king in 2025. Top 10 teams from Europe, 6 of which go straight through to stage 3, 4 of which go through to stage 2, and then if you fall below that red line, you're going to have to play in the MRQ's major and regional qualifiers that will be taking place on the interwebs. Now, Astralis, they've actually played a decent amount of online matches this season because they've been trying to qualify for events like Dallas. They play Bounty at the start of the year.
Not what you want.
No, nobody wants to be there, but Someone's going to have to.
You're going to end up in a triple overtime against 9 pandas.
It'll be against like BC game, and you'll be like, oh no. God forbid you end up against 500.
Yeah. Well, well, well. This is getting very uncomfortable. Hang on. Device has got a... He's hit a bullet there onto Brokey. Drops down Tux. Brokey's playing with confidence again, and that is a scary sign for any of their opponents.
It's the point where the realization is washing over you. Like a warm embrace of sadness.
Yeah, like one of those aluminium blankets or whatever they are you get after a marathon.
Isn't it up like you've been stuck in the ocean at like 0 degrees and you can have hypothermia or something?
Yeah, it keeps you warm.
You said after a marathon.
Yeah, they give them to them after a marathon too.
Oh, okay.
Don't ask me why. But they do.
Now this could be it.
But they've got rifles again, chat. It's been a while. Quick top hot molly thrown out. Missed it. Getting across is Cadian.
Barely.
He's there.
Barely.
And no one's down.
They're walking wounded.
Speeding this one up. Testing the protocols of those rotations. It's Carrigan going to walk straight into Yabi here. And he's won the duel as well. Carrigan's individually been delivering for FaZe in this head-to-head versus Astralis. Very light on util, so the finish is not going to be easy for Astralis unless the fights just keep coming to them. He's taken the place of Yabi. Does it happen again? Oh my god! How is Carrigan doing this? The 2 stars of Astralis losing out to body shots from Carrigan. There you go. Cadian shows him how it's done. Catches the potential rotation and confirms the presence in that low sight. Stare towards that single door. He's going to throw out a smoke to obscure. Frozen unloads his mag, tries to tame the spray, but it's all a fake, and now all rain. He's tucked into main. Cadian accelerating. He's lost his teammate Stare in the process, but it's Device and Cadian. Here we go, the brain trust of it. Oh, his brain splattered all over the cement. Okay, just going to be Device, and he's gone too. FaZe make it a reality for Astralis. Fate out of their hands and eliminated from Blast Open Lisbon. That is going to leave a mark. FaZe too easy for him.
Always going to be tough coming into the group of death, but not being able to get anything done. Who knows what the future will hold for the Danes?
That's the question everybody is asking. Astralis dead last in their group as FaZe. They do live to fight another day. Appreciate the curveball pick that Astralis brought into this series, but didn't pay off, and now they could be paying the price for it.
Yeah, not the way Astralis would have wanted this game to go, obviously. They were hoping for more. I were hoping for more. I think their fans were hoping for more. Fact of the matter is they've lost 4 out of 4 maps played so far here at Blast, and they're not going to play another one because they've now been eliminated. Now, we spoke about it a bit with the VIS situation as well, Nathan. This was a very important game for Astralis, so the fact they weren't able to even make it slightly competitive, that's disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, sure, they played good opposition, starting with Vitality, and then they played here at FaZe that looked excellent. I think that was the big takeaway that I have from this match, is that FaZe was on point and very decisive in everything they were doing, and Astralis just wasn't. They were just like, it just felt that we're just not on the same page, just absent individually, not there. And yeah, not much really to show for it, sadly. And yeah, we're going to see what happens now in the future.
Yeah, understandably a frustrating situation for Astralis to find themselves in, eliminated here in Copenhagen. Device, first of all, really appreciate you joining us. Commiserations once again on the loss. I want to just get a few thoughts on the train pick coming into this. Yeah, let me turn it down a little bit. Is that all right for you? That better? Cool. Yeah, I just want to get a few thoughts on the train pick. Appreciate you guys bringing it into the series. First time we've seen FaZe playing on it. What was the approach and what was the logic behind that?
I think first of all, if you move a perma map ban like they did, like our feeling was that they weren't comfortable on it. They didn't do it against VP, so yeah, we thought that it was gonna be a bit. Like our thought was that the experience they had was in practice and not in officials, and if they were that comfortable on it, they would have also played it against VP. So that was like the initial thought, and yeah, didn't work out.
It's not a secret that it was a rough game on train for you. CT side though, you got to play a little and it looked like you were much more in control. Do you think the game would have been different had you started on the CT side?
Yeah, of course, a little bit, but a lot of details were missing on the T side as well, and I think that the map overall right now is a bit C-decided.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, a lot of things we're not happy with on that game, and obviously our prep wasn't that good on train because we can't study them, and we didn't expect to play the map. So yeah.
I spoke a bit to Cadian coming into the game about the whole VIS situation. Obviously, you guys are in the mix of that, you know, maybe on the cusp of not making it to stage 2 and having to play the online qualifier as well. With this loss, there's a high likelihood that will be the case. Was that a big talking point for you guys coming into the game, or is that something you're trying to ignore?
I mean, we spoke about it before the tournament. I think that it was not really the goal at this tournament. I think we showed a really good performance in PGL last time, and we wanted to build on that. Necessarily everyone knew in the back of the head that I think one win or something like that would be almost enough, but now it's out of our hands, and yeah, honestly, that's just how it is. It's always hard to say if it affected us too hard or not. Of course, the pressure of going to a major is high, especially in Astralis. We haven't made it for quite some time now, so yeah, who knows.
When it comes down to you a bit more individually, I'm kind of curious about the dynamic you have with Cadian, right? Like, he comes in with a team where he was upping and leading at the same time, and I think there's no need to present you anymore as an upper, right, and as a player. Where does your liberty start and where does it end when it comes to like Cadian having his own style and wanting to up, and yours that obviously you have your needs and your wants as an upper, right?
Oh, I mean, it's definitely also a balance for the entire team. Like, we're 5 playmakers essentially, disguised in different roles. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's hard. That's one of the main focuses in this team, to try to figure out the balance between me, Stavn, Cadian, even like Stern Yabe also like playmakers, and they've played those roles where they are the guys that are talking the most. So yeah, I think it's for me, it varies on the maps. It doesn't matter too much if I don't have like the biggest voice. I think I can also just fill out the gaps. I think that's fine for me. Some maps it matters more, some maps a little bit less.
Yeah, and so overall there is a certain direction that was taken when Cadian came in, and like all the roles and that kind of stuff. Do you feel it's something that after this result, I mean, PGL was good, as you said, the good signs, but it was a bit of inconsistency even in the map pool, right, where you're not even sure where your strengths are as a map, and then like different results. What are you thinking, because you have years and many years of experience over the time, without going too much specifics and stuff like that? Do you think this is the right, like, the direction you're gonna stick in for a long time, and like maybe seeing different roles, maybe a different approach, maybe you taking a bigger voice, like anything in that regard?
Like, I think everything is as it is right now. I think it's about working with what we have and trying to find that balance I spoke about before. Of course, like small role changes, stuff like that on different maps can always happen. It's not something we are talking about right now. I think it's also just a lot of things that we are not replicating good enough, like from event to event, and we see the highs and we play to a very high level when we have the right energy and we have the right balance in like the pace in our game, stuff like that. I think that it's just very annoying to not really know how to achieve that perfect pre-game like energy and stuff like that, where like sometimes if we hit the T side on train, it's a bit flat, and sometimes it's too hectic, and still need to find out what causes for that.
Device, I respect that you're obviously not looking into changing roles now, you know, leading up to the major. It's probably not the right time, but I also do know you as a player, and I know that you've been flirting with the idea of becoming more of a rifler as well, and I'm curious, has it ever been a conversation within Astralis that maybe Cadian should be the main upper and you should go, I dare say, back to rifling, or is that something that we can maybe explore in the future?
We haven't spoken about that, and as I said, it's also like the roles and everything. It's like it's a hard anchor role that he's playing. I've never played that, so it's not in the cards, no.
But you have with it before, right? You had a period where you wanted to rifle more.
And when I was in-game leading as well, I think it's easier to control pace with rifles, stuff like that. I think that also you see some of the guys that are doing the best right now are not picking up the AWP as much. It's not an AWP's game right now. I think it's a way more supportive element as an AWPer, and that's why it's also like I play the same roles as I did as when I was the in-game leader, and you still support a lot. So No, it's not really in the cards. No, I'm not thinking big picture right now. I'm just really disappointed, as said, to be honest.
Fair enough.
Looking at some more events that you guys do have on the cards confirmed, obviously Bucharest, Astana as well. You've got a little period of time before you guys have to travel out to Bucharest. So anything on the cards for you guys? Is there a boot camp, or do you guys need a bit of rest and recuperation?
I think we had a decent rest after Cluj. I think we gotta look into, like, it's also, these tournaments are like 2 games, 4 maps, like it's not good enough what we performed here, so we need to look at that and just build on that. I don't think we're gonna boot camp. I don't know, maybe who knows, before the major for sure. But as like right in front of me right now, it's not in our hands with the VRS and the major and everything. It's the thing that is gonna determine a lot how the season looks like for us, for sure.
Yeah, certainly. Device, not a lot of players after a loss particularly would come up and be so open and honest with us, so I really appreciate you taking the time. Best of luck moving forward, and yeah, looking forward to seeing you guys in Bucharest at the very least.
Thank you.
And you can, yeah, leave the headset down there. Yeah, that was super insightful. I know it's a tough situation for Astralis and particularly Device to be facing when, you know, he's such a legendary, such a decorated player in the game. You could see it in his eyes. The prospect of even considering not making it to the major for it would be the 5th time in a row. That hurts.
I think it's very telling when he's saying that it's hard to be in it because he doesn't know what's wrong. Like he can't really put a finger on why are the communication levels so different from map to map, from game to game, from tournament to tournament. Kind of what I spoke about coming into the game. I have no trust in Astralis because one day they'll look good. One day they look like they're trending upwards. The next one they're not. And from the outside, that's obviously frustrating if you're an Astralis fan. But imagine being a player. Imagine being in that system and you can't even put a finger on it. You don't even know what's going on, right? You're desperately trying to have conversations. You're trying to figure it out. But I got the sense that Device is also unsure exactly what it is, and that must be frustrating.
Having that much experience, not knowing from the inside exactly what the issues are, I'm not sure if I bite into that. I think he has a very intelligent mind, and I think he has a very good idea. But obviously, you cannot come on a desk and then start talking about your team and then like changing the direction of your roster, the coach's decisions or leadership decisions, all that kind of stuff. So from inside, he has all the elements, and I would be very surprised if he doesn't have that idea in mind of like what is causing that issue.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, they have to figure it out internally. It's also depending on what direction they want to go overall in the future. They want to stay within those 5 players with those roles, because to me, inconsistency stems a lot from the fact that you have a roster that is weird in a sense when it comes down to roles. And so obviously some games you're going to try something and then you're going to try something else because you're not all super confident in everything you're doing individually, right?
But let me rephrase it then, because I do agree with you. Obviously Device have an idea of what he thinks needs to change or what could be the issue. But what I sense, at least from speaking to Device, speaking to Cadian, speaking to all the other members of the lineup as well, is that I don't think they're aligned. I don't think they necessarily think it's the same problem, or they don't, you know, they're all not all pointing towards this is the issue or this is what we got to fix or here we have a problem. I think they have a lot of small problems all over, and maybe Device feel that certain areas of those problems are more important than others, where Cadian have a different point of view, and that's what I sense, you know, that confusement of not being able to say, this is our issue, we work on that, and then we get over here. I don't think exactly they know what the route looks like to become more consistent.
Sounds like you think Device rifling might solve some of those. You were pushing him for an answer on that, Jacob. I respect that.
I mean, he's been flirting with the idea before, and if anyone could do it, it would be Device. I think he had a period in Astralis, even back in the day, where he was willing to give up the AWP when Kerrigan was part of TSM, I believe, as well. There was half a year where Kerrigan picked up the AWP and Device was more rifler. So it's just for historical context out there. People remember Device as one of the greatest AWPers of all time, but he is a damn good rifler as well. And if that unleashed Cadian and unleashed the rest of the lineup, with the way Astralis are playing right now, why not try it?
Yeah, unfortunately for Astralis, no more here at the Blast Open Lisbon 2025. But for FaZe, potentially an opportunity to run it back and make it through to the playoffs. It's going to be a tough road ahead, though. They're going to have to net 2 more wins. It's going to be facing the loser of our next matchup in Spirit versus MOUZ as their next opponent. Either way that cookie crumbles, that's going to be a tough match.
It is going to be a tough match. However, it was great to see FaZe play well today. Against VP, it was a weird game, to be honest, the way they lost the 3rd deciding map. To those of you who don't know, 13-0, where nothing worked out for them. The FaZe we saw today, they played good quality Counter-Strike. If they show up against either Spirit or MOUZ, they can definitely put up a fight and let alone win the game.
I loved their teeth out on nuke. Very much the identity of Kerrigan, and like push to the maximum, where you had like a lot of individuals taking a lot of space all over the map. They were infiltrating in every position, every single round, no matter if they had pistols, rifles, everything. It was beautiful. There were people going into inner, then into vents, then under heaven. They were all over the map, and they were just catching Astralis off guard. And I mean, it was an 8-4. Like it was very obvious that FaZe was in control the whole game. And then yeah, the city side of Train was just a masterclass. All the rifles were pushing all the time. They were taking all the pressure off of the shoulders of Brokey, and then Brokey had a shooting gallery. It was just fun for him. He was playing deathmatch. He was just like running around the server, getting every single position and getting all the kills. So if they can show up with those ideas that consistently, if they can be on that 110% level, fully biting into the system of Kerrigan all the time, they are contenders. They are an excellent team still.
Gentlemen, I've got some good news for you. Elimination no more for today at the very least, because the next two games all about qualification. We're going to leave you in the capable hands of Banks, Maui and Vu as we move on to the third game of the day and a spot in Lisbon up for grabs. It's Spirit versus MOUZ going down in just a few.
I'm so dead sorry.
A tiny bit.
I'll just skip it, doesn't matter.
Tell me who told you everything about me.
Hello everyone, this is Apex from Vitality, and today I'm gonna do question chain.
It's very simple. I'm gonna answer a question from another player, and I'm gonna pass on a question to another player, and that's why it's called chained.
Device, during the 2017 major that you guys knocked us out on the quarterfinals, how have you learned all my secrets?
It's a good question. I think that he's referring to one of the games we played in 2017 in the major quarterfinal. And for me individually, I was looking at him. At the time, he was the guy to watch as an AWPer, and the game plan was to try to face him as many times in that game as I could, and it worked out that time, and I'm sure it has not worked out for me some other times. Hey Twists, my question for you is, do you regret leaving European Counter-Strike and FaZe?
I mean, there's nothing to regret, nothing to miss, because I'm still playing European CS. Liquid is not the NA team it once was. Still very much living in Europe, still playing the game. Torji, this question is for you. I was wondering how it is to look back on your journey of being in the Academy Leagues and seeing how far you have come and competing against the best teams, how it is for you to look back at it.
I mean, it's an interesting question. I have learned a lot of stuff. Obviously, when I joined MOUZ NXT, I was more of a kid and I didn't have a lot of knowledge about being professional and about maybe even just Counter-Strike, you know, and since then I learned so much. I learned a lot about life, I traveled a lot, and yeah, it's been an amazing journey. So my question to HeavyGod is basically that tell me your top 3 Israeli players and please rank it.
Adam, thank you for the question. And for me, top 3 Israelis are, number 1 for me, it's Nerds. Number 2 for me is Spinks. And number 3 for me is Flames. My question for Kerrigan is, what is your most notable change through your career in CS?
I think my most notable change is probably going from 1.6 to CSGO. I didn't like CSGO in the beginning. First of all, in 1.6, I perfected every single wallbang coming to CSGO. It was all about peeking and Molotov that couldn't be denied in the beginning, and I was so confused. Like, I lost all my skill and had to rebuild new skills in a new game. So that's for me the biggest change and biggest hurdle I ever had in my career was actually changing from 1.6 to CSGO. It was completely different. What is the qualities you had to step up as a leader when you went from Interfragger to be an ideal as you are today?
Thank you, Kerrigan, for that question. There, thinking about all 4 players, etc., was something a bit different for me. So I had to really reflect around that and see how I could help them on that way. That was question chain. I was the last one, so thank you, everyone, and bye-bye.
MOUZ.CET makes the jump across, picks up the AK, gets the headshot. Oh! And he spins around for the kill.
That's it. That's the dagger. Sundai Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Some die young, and some die again, and again, and again!
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise! Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike!
MOUZ arriving as they once again will have a chance of making a deep run at another tournament with the brand new team ahead of them. It's a change in IGL. It's Spinks also coming in, adding that level of experience for the team. And they right now are probably living in a very good place, confident as ever, and especially when they face Spirit. They've had good games against Spirit again and again. They've shown that they can compete with the very best, and they showed that they can stop Dong. But Spirit will look to reverse this trend, especially as they will want to go a little step further and get some revenge in here. Revenge has to be on the cards, has to be on their minds with all of this. We're back though, we've changed things over. There's no more Freya, MBK, and Pim. We've got me, James Banks, Vu, and Maui. How are you guys doing today?
Fantastic. Pretty good, yeah. Can't complain.
No rushing around yet?
No. I was here in plenty of time.
Not stressed?
Yeah, no, I was here early.
Vu's still learning the ropes.
Vu can run really fast. I'm just going to tell people that.
I hope so with those legs.
Big stride, you know? Good to go.
Going far with it is what he needs to do, and going far is what we expect of a team like Spirit right now. Spirit, when we look at them, right, major champions, yes, they've got Dong, but they are not so much unbeatable as maybe what they looked at the beginning of last year.
I mean, the rest of the roster is kind of the issue here. You've got Vitality, no weak points, but Spirit, Magix, and Zontix. I mean, you used to be able to rely on Zontix, at least on the CT sides, for some pretty consistent firepower. He's kind of petered off, and Magix is still not perfectly consistent either.
They're one of the more flawed teams that feel like they should be a championship contender, but we're so acutely aware of what makes them work. And that's Donk, that's Shiro. And what we want, James, I want this, is I want somebody to step up. I want somebody else to be a third star. So many of the other teams in the top 5 right now have a trio that you can depend on, or at least can show quite a bit. And for Spirit, it feels like they're just rolling the dice every game.
But isn't the third place one supposed to be Zontix?
It's supposed to be Zontix. Part of the problem, I think, is you have games where Donk is kind of off. Magix isn't quite there with consistency. And if you have Magix not performing, and if Donk has an off game, then you're going to end up in this situation. Zontix and Shiro will both really struggle to activate because they're both very passive players. They need Donk and Magix to activate in order for their second and third star to actually get anything done.
Yeah, it's disappointing when the second best player or the best player on any team is the passive star. That being Shiro here. In the past, it's been people like K Serato, people like Rops on his tenure with MOUZ.CET. Those kind of stars, you just watch them at the end of rounds, and it gets the critics angry. It gets people mad because you just see them and it's like, why can't you take over the game? But that's not really Shiro's role. So it's up to people like Magix and Zontix to support the entry efforts of Donk, because Donk is consistently pulling off Herculean tasks, trying to carry this team into the beginning of rounds. Yeah, we know if they can close it, but if he's unable to open it, nobody else really will.
Let me give some respect to Magix for a second, because Donk, we've talked a lot, it's been very popular recently. Opener versus entry fragger. Donk is an opener. You know, early on in the round, they're going to use utility to set him up. They're going to put him in good positions. And then they go, hey, by the way, Magix, now that we're entering a bomb site, why don't you run into upper out hut and just look into the rafters and maybe you'll get a kill or two. It's when he does well, he's not set up for great things. If he does well, Spirit roll over anyone.
Yeah, that's your first piece going in. You do have to find some success. It's going to be very easy. But I want to ask, okay, why didn't we see these problems earlier, you know, in the tenure of Spirit? What's changed to make things now get to this stage? Has there been some tendencies figured out? Am I missing something?
Expectations, James.
Okay.
That's the big thing. I feel like if it was them pre-Katowice last year, we would just say, wow, this is an up-and-coming team that's obviously...
True.
You know, but the problem is that the burden that Spirit has is that they have Donk, because he is the world's best rifler. He is changing the way that people play entry fragging, opener, Counter-Strike. And so it puts, in a way, yes, Donk is shouldering this burden of being one of the best players in the world, but it's also raising the expectation of Spirit, because it's like, guys, why can't you match this sort of output?
I mean, I think you had a point there. I mean, when you have that expectation, when the expectations are high, you have Spirit, people are anti-stratting them now. They've got a lot of data to look into, and I think we talked about Zontix. Zontix is the guy a lot of people target, and he's also a guy, at times, he can be very predictable.
Yeah, there is a bit of predictability there with him. I've seen that myself, but I will say this, right? Zontix has also been very open and honest about some of the flaws and the things he wants to work on. When we speak to him in interviews, he gives some straight facts in it, right? He may say the pressure doesn't bother him at times, but we ignore that side of things.
Did he ever say he aims for the head?
It's starting to get better. That headshot percentage has gone up. He was the body shot merchant for a while, but things are changing. But he has tried to develop his game a bit further. But do you think it needs some more time, or are we still holding this to, well, no, come on, it needs to happen now?
We've just been blown away in terms of expectations of rookies because of people like Donk, like MOUZ.CET, like ZywOo, and even Bit to an extent. People like that just seemingly go from a no-namer to a household name in the span of 9 months, okay? That stuff, that sort of gesticulation period is unrealistic for somebody like Zontix, who is coming up, I wouldn't say as linearly as you'd want, but he is already playing at a very high level off of very little experience.
All right, well, let's talk a little bit about more of the experience that Spirit have, because Chopper gave me a fantastic interview, and this guy keeps saying, oh yeah, I'm not practicing my English, but it gets better, so I love it. Chopper, for over a year now, you and MOUZ have been having back and forth games and crazy series, no matter what rosters you guys have. Why is it like a tough game for you guys? What is it about this matchup where it can be like this?
I think because we play a lot of scrims each other, and they know how do we play, and we know how they play, and it's because young players not fear anything, just play and make fun, and that's it.
Does it make it harder for you to lead as well? Does it come into like a lot of mind games?
In this match, not sure, because I know how they play, and it's not hard, but their micro plays, it's really good. They in good shape now, and it's more about how do you fight against them, not about how to call against them.
Now, what's interesting here is the Veto. You're playing exactly the same maps as you did last time around. Who do you think that benefits more? Because obviously they won last time. Do you feel like you looked at it maybe in more detail, you learned more?
I guess last series was really close because we do really good comeback on Nuke.
Yeah.
And also we don't start a good start on Nuke. I think we learned something from last series, and let's see. I think also in EPL, me and Magix was sick. We don't play a lot in CS. Now I think we better prepared for this match, and let's see what happened.
That's really good to hear that you guys are feeling better and ready for the match. Now, I have to ask, because MOUZ changed in-game leader. Do you notice a difference? Like, can you see that they've changed in-game leader, or does it feel like the same MOUZ?
I think they looks really not sure. I think they look same. Little bit. They have little difference in city, because maybe it's pink skull something. I don't know. But in this side they play looks like same like in old roster, and Brolan take Suhi roles and did it good, and that's all.
So some changes he's noticed, but very small ones, even with all the leadership changes been going on, even with the player swap coming in here, which is maybe why we're still getting these banger games out of these two teams.
I first of all want to praise Chopper for his familiarity with his opponent, understanding how the structure is still very similar between those teams. Also, I mean, is everybody sick all the time? Like, is that just...
Dude, traveling this much is not easy.
It's true.
And also,
that's true.
We're just like in our bubble. I spend a bit more time with the players, right? But like, they're obviously around a lot of players, all these fist bumps, all this shaking, all seeing each other. I'm sure it's bound to happen.
That's why I don't shake hands with whoever.
He'd rejected me. He rejected me several times. We meet in the hotel lobby. Never seen this guy before in my life. I stick out my hand, and he goes, nah, no thanks.
Vu. There we go.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Unlucky,
Thank
Maui.
you.
No.
Okay, we can.
Oh, no germs.
All right.
You're the sick one.
All
Steve.
right.
You're the problem in this desk. You get pushed to the side a little bit more.
Dust 2 headline, Vu hates Maui. Okay.
That's going to come there the whole way. But with what he's saying, right, when he's looking at MOUZ, it is a familiar opponent, but he knows these young players want to go against each other. We know a lot of the young Spirit players. We're playing against the MOUZ Academy guys, which is most of this roster now.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, they've got familiarity, and I think that's almost why, in some ways, the MOUZ players play up to Spirit, because they've been playing them for so long at this point that it's not like when people, for the first time ever, load up in an arena versus FaZe Clan, they get worried. They literally, their legs start shaking.
Yeah.
Okay? But they've played Spirit so many times in FaZe.CET and the Academy League, what have you.
Yeah, and I think when it comes down to it, the question I've always had is, should MOUZ really be competing against Spirit man-to-man? Especially because MOUZ ban Spirit's clearly worst map. They ban Anubis. It should be that Spirit easily handle this team, but MOUZ do exactly what you said. They play up the Spirit above the level, and that was really before they had Spinks. Now with Spinks, I think they are on the same level, and it should be easier for them in theory.
But it isn't easier because it's still going up against a Spirit that's very strong, right? And obviously, we see what Spinks is able to add to the team. It's the experience that was definitely lacking for the MOUZ roster across the board. Brolan has his own level of experience, right? We forget how long he's been doing it, but obviously he's coming into that new IGL role. Overall, are you thinking they're beating the expectations you would have set for them with the changes they've made? Have they already jumped ahead of that?
Oh yeah, definitely. They're already competing for a top 4 position in the world right now, which is pretty mind-boggling to me. I have seen in the past, and we've seen this before, James, where an IGL takes over for the system of another. I'm thinking Electronic for Boomich, for example, on Na'Vi back in 2023, where Electronic slotted in for Boomich at the spring finals. They were able to immediately win it because they got a firepower boost, and he was still able to maintain the system that Boomich had, and I think that's kind of what's happening right now. I think that's what Chopper's even alluding to as well. Like, they haven't changed their system drastically. They just kind of have this, I don't even know if I want to say honeymoon, but it's just kind of a boost in firepower for a temporary that we'll see how it runs the course, though, because when they have to start adjusting as teams counter them more and more, that's when things get hard.
Let me hit you with one.
Okay.
Dexter on MOUZ, same situation. He joins, they win a tournament shortly afterwards, and then where did they go? They went nowhere.
Yeah, they just started going down and down.
Actually, you're right. They went way down, and they never came back up. That's what you have with a new IGL, with an old system. And I credit Cyclone. I actually rate Cyclone really, really highly. I think they come into these games with great game plans. They have a clear read, but the problem is when things go wrong, when the game plan initially isn't there, I haven't seen them recover I don't have confidence in their recovery.
Okay, well, recovery certainly will be needed in some of these games, especially when you're facing Spirit. They know it all too well, and Spinks does as well, who we grabbed for an interview. So Spinks, you've had your first couple of events now in the MOUZ jersey. First one ended with a trophy, the second one with a silver medal. You're not going to complain about that, I'm sure, but do you feel like you are settled into the team now, like you're completely embedded within the MOUZ team?
I think in terms of chemistry, yes.
Okay.
But in-game stuff, we still have some stuff to work on. Not only me, I think the whole team, we can be better on some stuff. So outside of the team, yeah, I think so. Inside of the team, like inside of the game, we still have some stuff to work on. But we are definitely doing good, but we still want to do better.
And you always want to do better until you get all those trophies and what you want. But I want to talk about you being the experienced player on this team, despite how young you still are. It's a very young team. How much more of a voice do you have here compared to being on Vitality? Do you find yourself talking more or adding more to situations?
I definitely talk more. I think I also like it that I think all the players really listen. Yeah. Like, if I suggest something, everyone have an open mind. Everyone want to learn. And I like it, and yeah, definitely I have a big voice in the team, and yeah, I just try to use it for the better of everyone.
Use it in the right way. I'm sure you can do that. Now, MOUZ versus Spirit. You beat him at EPL, but MOUZ before you also was always having good games against Spirit. So you now are on the MOUZ side. Are they doing something special? Is there something that MOUZ do that no one else knows where you guys can have these games against Spirit? Give me a bit of info, man.
I don't think there is like a special thing we do, but we are playing a lot of team play, and I think it's something Spirit struggle a bit against. They are really good individuals, but if you play with the team play, the individual part not as good as usually. But I don't think we are doing something special from other teams or anything like it. I think we are doing pretty good. Last time they faced each other, I think Spirit won on the major.
Yeah.
But last time we won, and it's a close game, no matter what.
And that's what we expect from two teams of this level, especially with how they're playing. The key thing for me there with Spinks is just, okay, we can talk about this maybe being a good move for Vitality getting Robs, but the MOUZ move getting Spinks is also great. This chemistry is working. He's being listened to. He obviously feels respected in this roster. He's in a happy place right now.
It feels like everybody in the offseason made upgrades, and somehow the one move that I liked the most, which was Unleash to FaZe, just somehow hasn't bore any fruit. So I don't know how.
Hey, they won today.
They did.
Against Astralis.
That's true. And in terms of an atmosphere and environment, I think this is a great fit. I feel like the Spinks exertion connection was apparent from the get-go. Feel like Spinks having that sort of experience and bringing it to the table is definitely helping out Brolin. In the comms videos for this team and the ones that are just released as tournaments are played out, we see that he is a big voice. He is consistently contributing in the mid-rounds too, as is Brolin.
Yeah, when we look at it, if you think about it as Shuhei for Brolin fragging-wise and Spinks for Brolin, replacing him in the roles, it's clearly better. Brolin is just a better fragger than Shuhei. Spinks is just a better fragger than Brolin in those previous roles. And it makes sense that they're going to have a massive upgrade and a pretty big upswing right after that.
And this upswing, right, we're talking about what Brolin can do. Obviously, taking over the IGL role is certainly not easy, but he has shown that he can lead them even in deficits to come back. If I remember that Cluj game we saw, right, they were down, I think it was 11-4, and then they fought their way back in to win the map. I believe it was Inferno.
They were down 12-4, 12-5.
Well, there you go. So that's something I didn't expect for a new in-game leader, right? That's a hard task to do.
The composure is extremely impressive for a team that I think we've now need to officially shed the whole like arena choker narrative with MOUZ. I think that's gone.
But that has gone. Yeah, we know that. That went a clue.
Yeah, I think that's very much so gone. Like they're not just studio warriors anymore. And that example, them being 12-4 down in the arena at Cluj, like that's a fan base that's roaring against you. Yeah. And now they've been against multiple hostile crowds now and still just say, we don't care. We're going to make this comeback happen. And they do it with great execution.
But it was against Astralis. Astralis, notable, not arena chokers, just chokers.
Just not as great.
Straight not chokers.
Yeah, but still, they fought against the crowd. I know where you're going with it, to bully Astralis a bit more, but...
VOO is the epitome of, but actually.
but actually.
It's like, okay, yeah.
But overall, have you seen what you could say is the signs of a good up-and-coming leader? Because remember when we spoke about Shuhei, everyone was like, he'll one day be like the next Karrigan, he's gonna be the next best thing. And it's like, okay, but now we're seeing what Brolan's doing here. Can we see some positive lights where you say, okay, this is what I want to see, this is great steps?
Some of the comms videos with MOUZ show that he is actually directing people in the mid-round. So yes, he is actually tactically benefiting this team with his ideas. He is sometimes coming up with the next stage of the round, whether that's actually innate or intuitive, or it's something that he's worked with Cyclone. In fact, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he's an innate or an intuitive one because he can execute it well. So all in all, the results are speaking for themselves at this point. Again, like I said, you know, in 3 months' time, maybe at the major, we're going to see how well they do there and then make a final grade for this system. But as of right now, I can't complain.
I think the easiest thing to do, you can compare Brolin to Twists. And when you get Liquid in close games, they don't win. They're not winning close games. They're not going 11-11, bringing it in overtime, winning with great calls, anything like that. You do see that from MOUZ. And whether I rate Cyclone highly, I think he gives them good game plans, still on to Brolin to actually make the calls in the game, adjust things, know when to move away from the game plan, and he's done a great job of it.
Now, one of the other players who's consistently doing a good job for MOUZ is Torji, because this guy might be one of Maui's favorite AWPers. I'm not going to say favorite AWPer, but one of the guys up there that you're obviously highly praising at times. He's also taken more responsibility in this team as these changes went through.
Torzi has just been extremely underrated by the community for some time, and I feel like I'm partially responsible for that, actually.
Maui again.
Because in the beginning, come on, like when Torzi moved to MOUZ, it was at the same time that m0NESY moved to G2, and it was just like we having watched the Academy League, James, we saw like what m0NESY was capable of, and yeah, it felt like Torzi was tearing up the Academy League. I was a little bit worried that his style was a little bit too aggressive. It was too in the face of his opponent. He was going to get punished by other professional players, professional riflers that can just hold an angle better, and he was punished for that in 2023. But now in 2025, to me, it is safe to say Torzi is a top 5 opera. I don't even have to stutter on that. I don't have to second guess that for even a moment. Behind people like m0UZCET, ZywOo, and Shiro, Torzi's next up.
It's a fourth.
Would you put him above Wonderful?
Yes, because in grand finals, I know what Torzi's a great player.
I think you made a great point though, and it links into what we were talking about with Zontix. We get these crazy ideas of what a rookie should do. They should come in and immediately be the best player in the world because Donk exists and he's like superhuman. But the reality is it takes a little while, and Torzi this year, I think he's been hands down MOUZ's best player. No questions asked.
Yes.
Okay, I like what I'm hearing, I like what I'm seeing, but we also gonna take a look at the feeder. And in this veto, there are no surprises because Chopper gave it to us all in the interview, but maybe you missed the interview. So guys, we'll just go through this again. It's gonna be a repeat of what we saw in the last matchup here.
Yeah, that just means that MOUZ are going to be going with Nuke, Spirit are going to be going with Dust2. And for the way this played out last time, I mean, MOUZ were able to take the series 2-1.
Yes.
Both times MOUZ has played Spirit recently, they've been better on Nuke. That's just like been a clear, that's been a spot where they just have Donk in a chokehold. So if MOUZ once again are going to pull off the upset, first of all, I think they have to win Nuke. I think that Dust2 can still go Spirit's way, though, Boo.
Yeah, I think Dust2 is fine, but the question is, can they continue to solve Donk? I mean, Donk, CT side Nuke against MOUZ, 5-13.
Yeah.
That's not something you can replicate. And you watch that game back, MOUZ have a clear idea of how to deal with Donk. They go in, 2-man, watch for how many times in this series it's Spinks and Brawlin or Spinks and Xerxin 2v1ing Donk. It's routine.
Yeah, they're trying to outnumber him, shut him down, not allow him to have all that space he wants with it all. But also, let's remember from EPL, it was a 16-14 that it went on Nuke, right? It was close.
Yeah.
It could have gone either way.
Yeah, exactly. That's why when Vu said 5-13 on Donk's scoreline, I was like, there's only 12 rounds and a half. But yeah, no, it did have to take him the whole way, actually. So I also, Decider Ancient to come out last. I mean, this is a map where I watched Exertion's whole POV back on this one when they played last time, and the dude would just, like, they just take the right level of risk so frequently, and they set him up so much in middle. Either way, when we get there, we'll dive more into it. But as of right now, I feel like it's a little bit, it feels like Spirit should fix their game plan. And if I want to put pressure on anybody in this one, if you want to upset expectations, if you want to fix things from a rematch, it comes down to the IGL and it comes down to the coach for me. That's how it always is, because you got to put your players in better positions to succeed.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because Halley was having behind you guys a hell of a conversation. Now, he's very vocal anyway, but he seems to be going down some extra level of notes, more than what I've seen in recent times. So something probably he saw what happened in the last game, they definitely try to fix for this one.
I think you might have seen Xerxin get the better of Donk. And
he's like, not happening again.
Listen, Donk, here's what you're not going to do. You're not going to get headshotted by Xerxin ever again. Here's how you do it. Okay. But the reality is, look, you give enough time. Xerxin isn't Donk, but you give him 3 maps. One of those maps, Xerxin is going to pop off, and that was map 3 last time. I think they want to take it 2-0.
Okay, let's see if they can take it 2-0. There's a lot on the line with this one because they could be going and finding themselves a spot in the playoffs and Lisbon. And we've got our amazing commentators who I haven't seen today. So nice to see you, boys. Scoring in London. Take it away.
Yes, that's right, James. We came in late today, Mo. We were soaking up the sun because we knew we needed the energy for the big game that is Spirit versus MOUZ in front of us now. A rematch, but it feels like one of those rematches, Mo, that's going to still take a few more MOUZ wins before they feel like the Shanghai playoff loss is really justified. You know, it's like the Copenhagen for FaZe, I'd say.
It's like how in the interview with Chopper and James, he said that it still feels like mostly the same MOUZ, but Spinks has been doing a good job. Their individual decision-making is really strong, and as was brought up on the desk, which I thought, great segment, guys, in general, covered really all the topics. I think the most important part is, like, what does the longevity of this team look like in terms of how well they do right now? And will it be that the system that they've created, they're able to maintain, but is it until the point that some adjustments get made, until Halley's notes go a little bit too deep? That's the real that thing that we're curious about in this game. Also, the one asterisk on the last series, and yes, people get sick all the time, but Chopper said him and Magix were sick at Pro League. Obviously, there was a lot of sickness going on at Pro League. I think also MOUZ had a couple of sick players, so not the highest quality performance for all of those guys. I think this one will be a much better statement for MOUZ if they can take it again.
All those sick players. I blame Hugo Byron.
Yeah, it's got to be
patient 0.
Patient 0, yeah.
Spreaded it. Here we go, folks. Dust to MOUZ and Spirit. Time to get back to where they left off. But you are right about the Magic's Chopper illness. I mean, Magic's having that 0.7 rating on the series. Hands down worst player for that head-to-head just 6 days ago.
You got whatever Cadian's got.
Old age. Is that contagious? Spinks looking for more than one in the pistol. They let him disengage, but they actually hit Brolin, who's just right next to him. Lovely stuff from Chopper. Just walks through that mid door, nonchalant, but won't be allowed to go back in for a peek after dropping the smoke to CT spawn. That is Jimpat, who gave up B site. Draws his two teammates out through CT. Now, will Shiro drop down and try to join up with Magix? Because it's still smoked. Now, Magix, it's going to be tough to climb up without those doors being smoked and CT staring at it, but that's assuming, oh, they could have both been looking. Now, Shiro can apply pressure. That would let Jimpat not have the hold up. Magix is going to come join him, so now they've finagled a 2 versus 1 against Jimmy, and poor Spinks, who went into the tunnels thinking he had to chase the bomb, doubles back towards site instead.
But you know, if they're planting B, they're not totally ready. They'll come and see him now. Spinks maybe in an interesting spot very early on.
He's got Magix to press up along Car. Right up close. Spinks. Oh, yes!
Oh, my goodness.
Was that last shot? Because it's hella clean.
You couldn't ask for a better double peek than that. Amazingly done, Spinks.
First player up close just takes that USP barrel to the head.
I thought when he saw him and missed, like that's when it's over. But it's not like the swing could have come out any sooner. He just didn't give him any time to aim. Oh, that's great. It's rare you see a 1v2 like this, man.
Ooh, 1 bullet extra if needed, but gets ahead of it.
That was a moment that Spirit could have taken that bomb A, earned a lot more time off the clock, but didn't know exactly where Spinks' rotation was.
Hit him so hard they broke the computers. We'll get it sorted. What?
Those look like toy shoes.
It's actually donk size 13s. Okay. I like that Maui Snake brought up the MOUZ communication videos that they post, because it is, you know, one of those question marks that was around Brolin, and just because his character maybe doesn't feel like an in-game leader in the sense that he's not too loud of a person. And, okay. And, it's nice to have that evidence, right? It's one of the cool things. We can't go back and listen to the comms of the great lineups of Counter-Strike history, because that just doesn't exist. Nowadays, we're getting more and more in-server experience, more game tape shared with the public, and I'm all for it. It's a great addition to just watching broadcasts if you're really, truly a Counter-Strike fan.
Free shot here for Torzi. They decide to walk this one up, not expecting his starting position to be there on bricks. Spirit don't have enough utility to do everything this round. It's actually a great spot for Xertion if they don't come out mid B even, because they're up 5v4. He can fast flank mid. Spinks can support this as well. There's a lot of info gained. CTs will start to lean over to B.
Jimmy wants to get into the backside. That's all too easy for him, hitting 30 seconds and a couple rifles to try to swing out. It's Magic's down, and Jimmy just going to wait here. Support on the door by 2. Spinks able to detect next contact, and yeah, nice clean sweep. Nothing to make that defense uncomfortable. It was really just that smoke and frag out mid that they had hoped would distract more than it really did. MOUZ able to just easily work over to Jimmy there. If Jimmy doesn't get his first shot, maybe that bomb site falls, maybe bomb goes down. Not the case, Spirit, so they'll have to take a whooping in the next one because it's the 2-0 start.
And Dimfat's looking for a better tournament as well. I think at Pro League there were some nervous moments from him, like a little bit of an off performance. Though hard to blame someone for playing badly versus Vitality right now. It's just they're exposing everybody at the moment. So the fact that MOUZ have either won or made it to second place in the last 2 events, that's an extremely impressive average.
Wild stuff that Spinks seems to have unlocked something in them.
Yeah, the last time they played against Spirit, Spinks was like, they beat Spirit. Spinks was not even the top performer, you know, as was brought up.
Bottom performer.
Towards Xertion, yeah.
But he's got a certain aura. Oof, Donk, Deagle through his teammate. And Zontix then gonna offer up another triple Deagle headshot.
Over Big Box. Didn't even see him yet.
2 of them wall bangs. One of them clean as needed.
And the Zontix op?
He's gonna chuck that down. He just threw it down to, okay. Gives it over to Donk instead. Easy. Scopes up on Xertion. 3 Deagle shots. That's all they needed to crack open this bomb site. Team Spirit, of course. They're gonna give you a fight.
The quote is that it's always close, and it's because of situations like this. Let's see if Brolin can actually punish exits. I mean, they are going towards mid to this MP9.
Can get it that off back maybe. And
not bad.
So would minimize the losses. Donk versus a USP. Oh, dirty. Baiting that out. Surviving on worked. 10 and grabbing it himself.
All 3 guns down. That's massive. I mean, it's a round where Spirit saved, so it's not going to hurt them tremendously, but it may hurt their momentum. This is crazy.
Lovely stuff from Zontix.
It was brave for Torzy to get in the window after the first kill came down, but we just learned why.
Yeah, we don't end up seeing Zontix's first kill of the 2, but feels like Donk had the hardest shot with his teammate standing in front of him. Didn't give a damn about that. Suddenly, economy shift early. Spirit, prime opportunity to bottom out the cache of MOUZ. Even with that saved op in the hands of Torzy, it's double MP9 and low nades. Spirit and MOUZ is actually turning out to be one of my favorite head-to-heads in 2025.
That's high praise because there's a lot of good matchups right now.
Yes, sir.
It's a great kill from Brolin's cat setup. You know, had 2 outs right there. Op could have gone in. MP9 as well.
Magic's just getting up into
There's no flash on the push. It'll have to be the frag.
Yeah, easy. Brolin gets tossed to the wayside. Magic's worried about the follow-up, and he has good concern. That's Torji to get the trade frag. Could come back to help Xertion as Catwalk clearly under pressure now. Donk dropping down into the ramp, trying to chase that offer back. Gonna have Torji a little scared, peeling away like this, and patience from Shiro. They knew they had some kind of a squeeze going down on that site. Donk gets softened up down to 35 health. He'll climb boxes to join his teammates. Torji ends up clipping a player off the bomb site and a missed shot from Shiro in response, but bomb is down. However, man advantage.
It's a little awkward. This is actually pretty good for the T since no one's coming up cat right now.
Torji starting to walk his op back up from long. The scope to be heard inside of elbow. So Famas jumping up knows damn well that it's positioned here. Donk and Shiro triple between them. Just when you thought the retake could get going, Spirit have other ideas.
There was a pretty heavy risk by the fact that they post-planted that way. You saw that Donk was sitting on default watching cat. He wouldn't have been able to help Shiro if someone walked up. And Shiro knew that Torzi's still along. There's one at least in CT spawn. But fortunately for them, it is the way that they retake. And that's also got to be due to the fact that they play each other so much, right? Tendencies. So they win a critical round. Brolin could have, you know, made this a nightmare with the 3 players dead on the exit. Torzi getting the op kill in that last round. But now it's a great position for MOUZ to make money as well as streak.
It's the sting of losing to the low buy of Team Spirit.
It speaks to Spirit's confidence that they're willing to play the same maps, knowing they lost the last series. And, you know, Nuke was a close game, but it was close because of a good comeback from Spirit, and they started off pretty badly.
I like Maui's valid point before the game went live, where when it comes to the rematch, you know, he kind of puts extra emphasis on the impact that the coach and that the in-game leader have to have. What is the change-up that is in store? Will MOUZ truly be able to minimize Donk's impact on Nuke again, as seriously as they did last time?
And I think the previous series before that, when they played Dust 2, Donk, it was the game that Donk ate utility damage almost every step of the way. And in some ways, they might be a good whetstone for Spirit to work out some of their, you know, biggest flaws in general. But that's just because MOUZ are a strong team. They come in with good prep. As mentioned, lots of praise to Cyclone.
Hell yeah.
He's been a consistent feature throughout all the iterations.
Real leader of men. And one of the coaches who actually has, you know, more recent play experience too.
Yeah.
We always put that highly. It's like with analysts.
He's got some good stats.
James mentioned that long sheet of prep that Hallie had hanging over the heads of his players before this one went live. Seeing as it is them looking to make revenge happen today.
I think Hallie has the most words per minute on pauses.
Yeah, you know,
I just imagine
well.
right before they go into that pause, he goes,
well, he'll be holding his breath this round because the MOUZ rebuy comes through. It's all about getting Brolin close to those long doors, but him versus Magix, that's a head-to-head that could be going on for some time. Magic's a long A player for eons at this point. Here we go, a little activity out of MOUZ, so not sitting back on their laurels, making it happen here. Zontix, nice off angle to try to catch him. Clean as need be versus Jimmy. Spinks steps forth, grabs a piece of utility off the corpse, and will drop that smoke at the end of tunnels. You could try to work around that, right? The way the smoke grenade popped, if you wanted to try to take another duel by coming from behind the smoke, it's risky, but it's an option that maybe Zontix had to consider. Doesn't seem too worried about it, leaves instead.
they're reading that MOUZ are going to sacrifice long. It's looking correct, but Chopper only gets caught off guard, right?
Yep, 100%. Exertion, though, not quite ready for the follow-up. Zontix dropping on him.
They dropped into CT, but they didn't have cats yet. They didn't have cat. They don't have long control right now. Now Brolin.
Feels like they thought that was just the one player. Flash is fantastic. The spray, not as clean as it needed to be, but still it's an immense amount of damage. You know Torji's stuck in this corner. You know he's low as well. Shiro to scour over top of smoke. And that gapping cross, almost the death of Magix from 10 to 3 HP, but that's still the bomb onto the site. Spinks is gonna try to pressure, boost it up. There's the first kill, 7 seconds. You know where he is, nowhere to hide. Kill needed.
Oh, he got it.
And he pins him against the corner to put Spirit to the 4-2 lead.
That's an emergency moment for Shiro, but you can trust him in that 1v1. Torzi should have taken the open fight, obviously, but he's worried about the op. He's almost able to delay off of time, but Shiro knows how far he could have gotten.
That flash right there.
Yeah, this is actually a little messy from Spirit because they're scaling. They know that there's a lot of players still around A, but they don't have the smoke on the crosses. They're getting up close to it, and no one's playing anti. Good timing for MOUZ, but they don't capitalize. No, they're safe.
There's the first 1v2 of Shiro's series tonight. We got to keep an eye on the Shiro clutch factor. Obviously, one of the talking points the desk had going earlier was that when Donk has an off game, you know, your closers are just not going to really be able to find their impact. And Donk doing enough to put Shiro into positions like that. You see what he has to offer, right? So consistent in those kinds of closes.
Yeah, if you think about it, this Donk's sheer multi-kill stats, if Shiro's extremely consistent in 1v2 situations, then you have a player who's extremely consistent getting more than 1 kill around.
Yeah.
That's almost everybody.
That's the win condition.
That's almost everybody right there.
That is the formula for Spirit, but of course it hinges on those two being as consistent as they are. And not just that, but you know, Shiro's impact, he could be having a good day, but still just be thrust into so many unwinnable situations. You know, he needs Donk to also perform. It's as simple as that if it's going to come down to the two of them. Right, the conversation of like no third player for Spirit at the moment. Vu and Maui were hammering home.
Calls looking pretty strong right now though for Spirit, avoiding another stack. At least Spinks will be right near them.
Flanking fast enough to catch them. Nobody really looking just yet. Desert Eagle's gonna have a couple heads turned. Yeah, no sir, Shiro through the top. And that's going to be Jimmy with the only one that MOUZ have found thus far. Deagle continues to try to pressure the flank. They had him scrambled for a second, but nice answer by Spirit. Ready to deal with that flank. Full blind. And the 5th of this T side comes through.
When the gun dies, it looks like probably in CT. I'm not sure if they had to get rid of it.
Yeah, there's Donk's dead body.
Is it? Okay, they've got it covered.
5 straight Team Spirit.
5 straight off the half buy.
Yes, sir. Now, that one definitely left MOUZ bruised, but here comes their rebuy. Torzi on and off.
Chopper is the reason everyone started wearing nose strips. Now he's not even wearing it. Just got too trendy.
I think Machine was first.
Oh, yeah?
I think so.
Oh, okay.
Yep. I think about it, but you know, but players are, it's like monkey see, monkey do.
I'm 100% sure I was first.
Oh, okay.
I just didn't wear them outside.
Oh, okay. Here we go again. Here we go again. Cultural Impact 2.0.
But admittedly, I've never worn them in public. It's basically my disposable sleep apnea machine.
That's true. You do wheeze from time to time.
It's all the cigarettes.
Yeah. Up shot missed on cross. Spinks nervous. Not able to line that up. Donk in cover. All's good. Minute to the clock. Follow up CT smoke. And I mean, there's the rumblings of a mid to B with how much players are grouping up inside of the tunnels, but Chopper's not going to join them by the looks of it. Just stomps and sticks around. Another one. That's now the left-right mid smokes. A flash behind it. Zershin comes back down from spawn. It's very much a tunnels emphasis here. You've got 2 players trying to defend it. It's a good amount of damage from the first. Jimmy sets up Spinks real well. But the third piece in is Shiro. Chopper gets his out mid. And that's going to leave the last 2 pieces of MOUZ cut off from the pack. It had to be the trade out tunnels with the numbers that Spirit emphasized on just the tunnel exit. And sure enough, it does come through.
It's a pretty fearsome duo to have Jimmy and Spinks working together on B, but usually, you know, it's Jimmy to get 2. And this is a spot where he's very tricky with the way that he peeks, especially from the backside or playing on big box, whichever it is. But also, again, there's just so many reps for Spirit. Attacking the site versus this team.
Can't help but feel like each of the B defenders kind of did their job. They could have gone even better, but it really boils down to Chopper cutting off that rotator.
Well, each of them? I mean, Jimmy didn't get a kill.
Yeah, but he did a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's true.
150 or so?
That's true. But
you know, they go 2 for 2 in the defense. Maybe you do want a third.
Yeah. It's like marginally successful.
You know, it's an out. Got mine.
It's just that not all sites are made equal. If you get 2 on defense on A,
sure,
it's a little different, but bomb planted in 3v3, that's a very heavily T-sided situation.
Especially with that pesky walkout through the smoke from Chopper. Just having a field day out mid, as Xerxin was a bit more timid to push through CT smoke than Chopper was obviously to play through his own setup. And I'm always just having a great day when Chopper is. Somebody who I find fun to see. It's fun when he succeeds, because I remember the Chopper of old. Even when Spirit started to make their like first major top 8s, I'd be watching Chopper mechanically and just think to myself like, oh, this guy's not got it.
I like that. I only attach myself to Brokey and his emotional state.
Okay. You're pretty constant then.
That's why I'm always apathetic.
Which player has the closest emotional state to mine?
Flamus.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of true, yeah. Ugh, not going to be a fun round for Torji. Down to a third of his health through smoke spam. Didn't even fire that op. Not like they know about him. But you know what? All things considered, you get a nade like that back at the other side. We'll call it even. Nice, Torzi on the pixel gap, and Donk, his victim, trying to climb up, because, I mean, Chopper got away with it. Donk's not allowed to join him. Bomb stays stagnant outside of long doors for Spirit at the moment.
They have time to work. It'll be about a little bit about understanding where Torzi has moved to. That's the key piece. This is actually very similar to the way that Spirit will normally hold long. Just spotting it with their car player, committing heavily to the side. I love the setup from the CT side.
Incendiary in front of the pack. 25 seconds. You can let that burn out and still try to pop on this bomb site.
Yeah.
But you better hope there's not another piece of util coming down. What's left now is frag grenades for MOUZ and this man advantage. Or there it goes. Chopper. Sweet entry. Spinks tries to cut out from Goose. He goes down with just one. Insertion. Better hope that reloads fast. 10 to the clock. Nade connects. Magic's able to get a double kill in this situation. The high pressure follow forward from Catwalk. And Team Spirit can simply not be stopped when it comes to hitting these bomb sites.
Yeah, this looks like they're still going to give this a test.
It's on Jimmy, so he'd have to work his way up, create some kind of an opening for Torji to exit CT with an op. Certainly not ideal. It's not a comfortable one, and it feels like Jimmy, maybe not catching a kill on this long corner, wants to give it up.
I think the setup is good in terms of where players are and how many there are, but Brolin gets caught off guard looking into CT spawn. So this is a moment where Molly's coming out, Flash is here to interrupt their flashes, and you're pre-flashing to interrupt the scaling flashes. All that stuff is great, but then they just simply think that there's not actually a full attack coming in. And because mid B's not smoked, he has to watch that from the ramp. He could have been playing more towards car, but as you see right here from Brolin, I mean, he gets a little bit, he just doesn't want to get caught off guard by some kind of lurk.
The irony.
Yeah.
Ooh, that round history bar painting a dire picture here for MOUZ. 7 rounds straight out of Spirit off the half buy. Let's emphasize that. 3 Desert Eagles kicked off this streak. Bomb will be left back this time around. And while Torzi takes a bit of a look around the catwalk corner, obviously not boosted, so lower play pretty safe here from Donk. He'll bring Zontix with him, and it's all about climbing up Xbox.
Oh, he hit that though.
Vibes.
Like shots, pretty amazing to be honest.
Lucky to still be standing. Xerxin gonna kind of get beckoned forward through that CT smoke. Again, with that left-right smoke, Chopper once was able to lurk through. Oh,
Donk! He could feel it.
How dare you?
He was looking, listening to see if someone's going to peek left side mid, and he was right in tune with the timing.
Now Brolin starts to get a little nervous, wants to keep some kind of control of long, but also has to peel away so that Torzi doesn't just get swarmed by the all-in cat push that we've already seen from Spirit previously, but this time, even if it does come through, which is looking likely, it'll also be joined up by long.
I like them switching. Brolin gets in the best spot the whole day, and Torzi can watch long. If he gets flashed away, we'll see. But he's going to be spinning in circles right now to defend this.
Sending Chopper out. Torzi still of 2 minds. Blindsided. as Chopper just puts it into 6th gear. Brolin single kill so far, nothing more than that. They hone in on him, and an A site falls again. Once more, Team Spirit will not be stopped from getting on these bomb sites.
Just a pretty excellent split. Like, they just look extremely well drilled right now, and you can't ask for much more from the Spirit game plan. They have even got through and had to chew on granite coming into the A site versus 3 players in great spots. So, and on that round, unfortunately, MOUZ just got really outshot. Exertion, not a great game at all.
(13-7) the last score line on Dust 2 specifically a week ago. Spirit looking to bury MOUZ on this map tonight. Gross intuition. And Torji could have used a little bit of that. Unfortunately misses timing on Chopper, just swinging out long with his 15 health. I mean, the fact that Chopper comes back to kill Torzi, who's the guy that put him on 15 with that leg shot. What could have been the opening kill for MOUZ denied. Here comes Zontix going entry mode, out long, off spawn. And 3 defenders around this corner, but the smoke's going to allow for them to all just reel away. They'll take Catwalk instead. No contest in that direction. Spirit, very much a long emphasis out of the gate, but
just another successful tactic, opening Gambit towards long A. Something that a lot of teams have been doing has been putting Cat pressure on at the same time in moments like these, but instead they're just using Zontix now to really cause some insecurity as they pendulum back to B. And you could see that MOUZ know they can, you know, it's harder to hold on to Cat than it is long once you get control of it. So now there's Spinks close door, there's 2 players up on Cat, and they have to also spot long, which means that Jimmy has no choice but to be by himself unless they're going to gamble.
There goes Zontix smoke.
At least Torzi's getting info back, but he's out of the sight now.
Yeah, he's getting some info back, but also Xertion, excuse me. Zontix dropping grenades on the other side, serves up a distraction, so Jimmy plays from outside of doors and loses full vision, not to mention double molly.
They know that they know that someone was over at long too. Zontix will be coming to clear. I mean, you kind of, I want to say you kind of have to go for this,
yeah,
but
we're getting into the last rounds of the half. Like, what else are you going to save for? 2 to go. Thinking maybe they can emphasize a tunnels retake. Zontix playing open on the angle. Takes a player down, and now he can just burn off time. They're constantly going to be worried about that flank from behind them. Frag grenade with Chopper's name on it. Zontix kills Jimmy as he attacks from behind a second time around. There's the door peek denied from Shiro, and Zontix ends up getting a triple kill. From long back into the T-spawn hold. Look at how that unravels what felt like a forced retake, because MOUZ are running out of options, running out of runway. 1 more round to play out here.
Yeah, the way that they're playing these rounds, there's so much conviction. They know what's going to happen in the end already. This is a map that they set up by taking long control. When they saw there was no response, they were quickly going into the idea of hitting the B site. They weren't worried about mid or any kind of mid-round reaction from MOUZ. In fact, they got ahead of all of that. Said, we've got the idea right now. We know B site will be a little bit weaker, and that's the value of long. They could have gone for the long commit if they wanted to. It's a scary part for MOUZ. Everything's working here for Spirit.
Working even better than it did the last time around. So thus far, this series going the same way as the last time. Dust 2 simply better from Spirit. What scares me is that Xertion scoreline. Have to see an uptick in performance come map 2. It's all about trying to grab a 3rd round for the road, but Chopper's not having any of it. Loses his support as the player jumps back, so he'll be caught trying to throw that nade down, and very quickly we get this donk climb up into Cat. Bomb starts to go all the way back around through spawn at the minute mark.
I don't think they're scared about this rotator, and they know that Brolin just got tagged through the door. So, feels like MOUZ Spirit are going to delay A. Brolin wisely gets onto a headshot angle. And does Torzi have a flash? No, he's just going to fight this. Okay.
Torzi lands the first on Cat. Brolin's got to hold his long, and he'll do so even with him being low. Bomb right behind it on Shiro. Fire forces the Opper out. Nicely done here from Brolin. They haven't been able to stop sight hits, but if you can cut them off at long, you give yourself the better chance. And so Donk, unwinnable round at this point. Can't grab bomb and plant it. They'd all have to screw up and die. MOUZ winning pistol and converting, and then waiting for this final hold that comes off of a low HP Brolin. Not half bad. Go ahead, pad those stats. Another kill for the road from Donk, but it's a third for MOUZ to end the half. You better hope for their sake they win this second pistol.
That's a pretty small moment, but the molly is the reason that they win, right? If Shiro doesn't have to go out at that moment.
An excellently varied playbook coming out of Team Spirit for that. T-side feels like they knew damn well what they wanted to make happen on this map in the rematch versus MOUZ on a map in a series that they've already won so recently, Launders. They shouldn't have been too concerned about Dust 2. It's once this matchup gets to Nuke up next that there are still questions to be had, but there are questions being created today specifically. Very slow performance thus far from Xerxin. Jimmy and Spinks maybe leaving something out there on the table as well. A pistol in their back pocket. That's what got MOUZ's first half started. Down to the 4v4 as we get a bit of aggression out from Spirit. You know, Shiro, phenomenal pistol player, all things considered, and having a great game. We'll see if he's needed to try to close this as Chopper leans back on platform, sending bullets over top of the box. He's now down, but Zontix is able to pick up that front runner. Bomb carrier dead. Shiro's rotated over in time, and it's double digits. Spirit quick as can be.
That's the other specialist thing is like Zontix's CT stats specifically are so high. I think that was something that was slightly overlooked when it came to Anchor of the Year last year, because that says more than anything else. He's anchoring CT side. His CT stats are remarkable compared to his T stats. Extremely good. Surgical when it comes to the angles that he holds and how he clears things. Very, very sharp.
Man, I feel like Chopper really wants this one. He's been kind of rowdy considering it's 10-3. Map 1 of the series. I mean, you don't usually see him get so hyped, but
yeah, and the fact is, even though Spirit won Dust 2 last time, Nuke was a 16-14 victory for MOUZ, right?
Sure.
They're hoping to be able to take a map like Dust 2 so it doesn't get scary on the second.
Chopper wants to remind him who's boss. Nose strips getting so popular, the Chopper has left them behind.
Too trendy.
He's just so cool. Ahead of the curve. What's next? Time will tell. He's going to have his hands full. Pistols on the other side of this smoke. FaMAS, and I believe a flashbang. Yeah, being set up by... Oh, no, frag. Could have been much worse for MOUZ if they're 5 feet forward, where they stand now. Shadow advantage for Chopper, so he is on high alert. Now he's going to light them on fire. It separates the pack in half. 2 go forward, 2 go back. Chopper swinging with a USP to clean this up. Chopper! Oh. Okay, quad kill, as Catwalk is his, and he is speedrunning MOUZ on Dust 2 today.
Yeah, he's smiling, man. I think he's just reached a threshold where the breathe strips have done so much for his brain that now it's just like he can't go below a certain level of oxygen.
He's maxed out the gray matter.
Yeah.
His lid is at its limit. Whew. Running him down with a USP.
All my ecos.
He's like, Dunk, you see this shit? I'm just like you, kid. And they are 12 and 10, both at the moment for Spirit. It's always a good day in the Spirit camp when Donk doesn't have to do the heavy lifting. They'll save that for if this match gets close. Early buy round for MOUZ. Coming out of that full save in the one prior, and it's low on utility already. But at least Brolin taking a bit of a look towards A site. 3 players on Catwalk as Spinks double checks top tunnels, just making sure nobody's attacking. But you know Zontix, he'll lean back. No rush in the world. Xerxin trying to hone in on the utility arcs. But Donk remains elusive, popping smoke in front of them at a minute.
That's talked about the composure for MOUZ in comebacks and doing it very early on with this new team. Here's another test. 3-11 on Dust 2 versus a very common rival on a map that they just can't really figure out.
Chopper gonna try to finish it off with the nade. He reads it correctly, thinking they'd still be front box towards door. And then we get that walkout. Entry frag looking for his 3rd kill of the game here. Xerxin's been struggling. His teammates still stuck behind him. Donk's able to best him with a FaMAS.
The attacks bifurcated. They went out mid as well.
And then locks in on the ramp just behind box, awaiting everybody else. Chopper keeping it clean as necessary. Donk's dead. You know Shiro's still locked in on Goose. 15 seconds, boys.
Time to go.
That bomb, actually, I think it's dropped down beneath because none of these guys have it. I think bomb got cut off, and now for that reason, they're just stuck out here. Nowhere to go. Time running out. Players start to drop, but Spirit's 12th all too easy.
Yeah, it was the one guy turning the corner. I think the first one up, dead to the FaMAS, set up solid. But they got a little distracted too. They were running out mid at the same time, and they tried to chase Chopper down. He was behind the smoke, vanished after doing his 50 or so damage to 2 players. And yeah, Xerxin, yeah, not a great game. 2-14. He's a key to victory here for MOUZ. But this map looks like it's about to be too far gone. Hallie's only used MOUZ's tac pauses to talk so far.
Right there. Boink.
I don't think that would be the noise.
You've got a valid point.
Not that I have the noise. Jinkies.
Oh boy. Here we are. It's a desperate state today, huh? MOUZ Mac-10, Galil, Scout on Torzi. God damn. Team Spirit making them look like fools on this first map. And again, you know, it's a map-to-map basis. We could see a turnaround from Xertion, but if I'm not mistaken, the Des kind of alluded to him being one of the 2 players that were constantly on top of Donk in those 2v1s on Nuke.
Yeah. I mean, this game has not been all about Donk. So that's the nicest version of Spirit to watch, I think.
Yes, sir. Shiro and Chopper ahead of the Wonder Boy at the moment. Smoke grenade ahead of this pack of players. It's very little utility here for MOUZ, so they won't have a second volley. They've got to just try to slam their way in, and Donk is here to stop you. No entry, no chance, no shot, no lifeline, no pulse. MOUZ, 3 rounds, all they're going to end up finding here for Dust 2. So Spirit, again, they've won this map in their last head-to-head. They're going to do it even more convincingly this time around. 4 rounds shy of their last Dust 2 matchup. But luckily for MOUZ, Nuke next.
Well, before we went into this game, I spoke about Halley talking to the team, giving them a lot more of the instructions. And I guess he just said to them, do better than you did last time on Dust 2. Show up better, and they did.
Spirit just don't really have to change their formula on Dust 2 because really everything works for them, okay? When they play the T side, doesn't matter if they're doing a mid to B, doesn't matter if they're swinging off cat, they've got shooters, they got a plenty of shooters, and unfortunately this time around MOUZ, they couldn't find the counters that they needed, they couldn't find the site defenses that they needed, and even though some of their players have individually decent score lines, I'd say the eye test of watching this game felt like one of the worst blowouts we've seen at this event.
I mean, the thing is, this map plays perfectly into Donk's play style, and because of that, then you have Shiro. He can just post up, he can hold an angle, people are going to walk into him. He's great with the rifle on CT side as well. This plays into every Spirit strength in the book, so you're kind of expecting it to go Spirit's way more or less every time unless they play Vitality.
Yeah, I kind of expect, though, more of a fight from MOUZ here, right? This was not what I was looking to go down in terms of this numbers. You guys were mentioning Shiro a lot, and I guess Shiro did show up in this game. Is this a good sign or just what you expect from him?
They did what he was supposed to, in my opinion. I feel like if we want to point the finger at MOUZ on this one, I guess there's light concerns here. What maybe, you know, why give Spirit T side to start this? You know, I don't think it really would have made a difference if it's a blowout this bad. Yeah. I don't know how much you can really change. And yeah, of course, Shiro did great work. He had a clutch against Torzi at one point in this one. He was just hitting the op shots down the line as he's supposed to. Good rifle work as well. Loved him in post plans. Late round situations, this is where Shiro shined in this one because so many people were able to make so much space for him.
Yeah, we talk in the pregame, it can be tough for Spirit when their aggressive players aren't popping off. Yeah. Well, you're not really expecting it from Chopper, but he does. Donk does some Donk shit yet again. So it's easy for Shiro, it's easy for Zontix. They're just gonna, it's an easy game.
It was an easy game, and if it's an easy series continues like this, then I'm going to worry just a little bit for MOUZ, and I might worry also on the side of Exertion. Exertion versus Donk wasn't really a challenge here, and Vu, I think you mentioned, right, Exertion will have one of these games where he will deliver, so I guess it needs to be next map after this one.
I mean, I guess he can have a down game once in a while. Like we said, he's not Donk.
A down game? 2-15.
Unfortunately, he's not Donk, but Nuke is a great map for him. It's also a weaker map for Donk, and it is one where I think they do try and set up Xertion a little bit more to take those direct head-to-heads against Donk and actually have a flash, have a trade with him. Unlike Dust 2, where it can be tough to actually prevent Donk from getting away with a kill and not getting traded.
Overall, I feel like Exertion usually very good in these kinds of environments. Usually you only have to criticize them against the best teams in the world late into a tournament. Well, unfortunately, their second matchup is against Spirit. This is where there is a bit of a class difference between him and the opposing entry fragger, and I don't think they really set him up necessarily well on this one. He's moving around a lot, trying to find his groove, trying to find his fight, and he was getting headshotted by, I mean, we had the Donk matchup, but he was getting headshotted by Chopper at times. Zontix was taking him out. Like, I don't think he could really pick a worse poison.
It was just one of those games where you're running into everything and you're hitting a brick wall every single time. Was there something you saw in this, though, that is now a concern because it was this way of domination?
That's an interesting question because Nuke is still, like, I think it can change. I think in a series that things can change, but it really does feel like Spirit are coming out in full force. So that's, I don't know if I can really say like map to map firepower is going to transfer over, but I think what I really wanted to key in on is like what you said, is that Holly, huge amount of notes, looks really serious. He has aura, and those are all important factors of being a great coach, or one that's rated highly.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this, the last time they met, they also dominated Dust2. Can you say it's too much different? Yeah, it's a little bit worse. It's definitely worse from Xerxin, but at the same time, they can. Nothing prevents them from bouncing back the same way they did last series to take the third map.
And even sometimes, right, when you look at this round, the man disadvantage doesn't hinder them.
Exactly, and this is what I mean. Like, we could talk about Spirit in so many different ways for why they picked Dust2. Vu did already a great characterization that it plays into a lot of their players' strengths. Well, their site hits are similarly ferocious. We have round 9 in this game where, despite the fact that they do lose the opening pick, they just go for a really typical cat swing. Like, the macro of this round is not terribly exciting, but it's just that Spirit have so much firepower, and the execution is quite good too. We have a double setup, actually a triple setup for MOUZ here. And look at that, like, it's like Chopper just immediately annihilates Brolin right there. There is a ramp player, a person at Goose, they molly out the Goose player, they have supporting flashes as they're approaching, and they even have a perfect nade to close in on the guy despite the fact they had 10 seconds left. So they had that final nade to secure the bomb site too.
Yeah, and that spot on Goose, you see people peek from it non-stop. It's one of the most popular angles right now. You throw the double click flash into the palm tree, nobody can see it, swing out, get 3. Instead, he swings out, gets none, dies immediately. Player ramps, swings, tries to support. Well, my teammate's already dead, I'm dead now too. Doesn't work. I mean, it's not even close.
Now, let me ask you this question. It's a bit more on the mental side of it. Do we think that Spirit is a team where, like, you know, they lose the game in EPL, they have that revenge in their mind, they're saying, no, we're not letting this happen again, we want to go back?
I think that Spirit really, like, if they get beat by MOUZ again, then what they're going to feel is not just, like, they think they have the better players, especially after a map like that. They think they have that. And if they go to Nuke and they lose, then they have to just, again, look at the floor after and just say, wow, our tactics are worse. And that's not, no one wants to say that in Tier 1 Counter-Strike.
I don't think they'd even admit it. They're going to lose. If they lose that game, they're going to go, nah, we just didn't show up. Just didn't work out. Just didn't work out.
Surely they're more thorough than that.
You're saying if the tactics
behind closed doors.
But Chopper was working out, right? Chopper himself was having a game. Can you rely on that a bit more in this? We keep seeing, actually, more games than not now from Chopper doing this, man.
I think also, Chopper not only was finding kills in this one, he was cutting off rotations well. And this round, again, where he got that kill on a Brolin as he was approaching that A bomb site, the round 9 we just highlighted. One thing about this round also is I think Chopper, he does call on a few maps quite well, Dust2 being one of them. Just reminding people, like, they lost that pick early, and I know I'm going back to that round earlier. It's like, they lost that pick early because Torzy was in a mid to B, and that's when they say, okay, we just swing up cap because we know the op is towards B. So, like, he still can have a great read of the game, a great feel of the game. The fragging on top is just a huge bonus.
When it comes to Chopper, I think he's one of the best mid-round callers, mid-game callers, where you can see how something's going, he can manipulate rotations, and Dust2 is just a perfect map for that. You draw the rotate to the wrong side, didn't do it in the round you're talking about, but he saw an opening, went with it. That's what Chopper does. He's explosive, and he can manipulate rotations. Dust2 plays into that perfectly. Nuke, a little bit less so.
It's tougher.
It's a health buff, though, for Chopper, you know? He said he's well now. He's good. He's active again.
Yeah, I mean, I think the nose strips probably are adding something. Apparently, Launders is the first person to use those. I heard he also came
Launders was the first person ever to use those?
Yes, and he came up with cultural impact and air quality.
Now,
everyone's got nose strips. Everyone's got nose strips now. It's like the new popular thing. They got the magnetic ones, too.
There's magnetic ones?
Magnetic? What?
Yeah, they're like...
So you got metal in your nose?
I don't know how it works. I don't know how... Someone said something about magnets. Okay, that's... magnets, how do they work?
You didn't expect us to push you on this and try and understand?
No, actually, I thought we'd all believe that, you know, magnets, nobody knows how they work.
It's true. They're confusing.
I'm just baffled at this point. I have no idea about it.
Yeah, no. I feel like, to be serious, Machine had him first.
Oh, okay. Well, he's the trendsetter in all of this. He taught Chopper how to use it. And we'll try to find some more information out about nose strips and see how it can help your game. But Chopper didn't even have his today, and he played that well. Maybe if he did, he'd be topping the scoreboards above everyone else. We'll find out after the break. to continue the conversation about magnetic nose strips, Vu is not crazy or delusional. I read here on Google that it says the magnetic nose strip aspect could introduce an additional mechanism. Some products claim and suggest small magnets embedded in the strip might stimulate blood flow or influence tissue in the nasal area. Well done, Vu.
It's okay. This happens a lot where I make a take and people are like, that's the craziest thing. 13-0, that's never going to happen. And then
to the wrong team.
A few hours later, nobody apologizes. This is actually different. Nobody apologizes. Usually they just move on.
No, I like to give you the credit where it's due, but we're never going to give you credit for the 13-0, so please stop mentioning it. You were incorrect. It's not allowed.
The universe told me a 13-0 was happening.
Yep.
Just didn't point you in the right direction.
It just didn't point me in the right direction.
He was kind of clouded in all of it. Are you clouded when it comes to what will happen on this map? Is it straight 2-0 Spirit, Vu?
I want to see a 2-0 for Spirit.
Oh,
I want Donk.
You want to see? Look, he's doing it again.
I want Donk to be the #1 player in the world again. And right now, he's close. ZywOo might be ahead of him right now. But if he can dominate on Nuke again.
Maui, is he serious?
I mean, I understand why Vu says it. To me, Donk plays the hardest role. So to be this productive is always exceptional in terms of output. For me in this one, though, if we want to focus on this map in particular, this has obviously been one where MOUZ have had Spirit's number. They beat him at Shanghai with Shuhei at the helm. They beat him at ESL Pro League with Brolin at the helm. They have a great variety of outside yard smokes, zigs, the diagonal, the old cross ones. They're putting Donk in the blender almost every single round. It's one of the few maps where he actually looks like he doesn't know what's coming next.
Well, if he can find out what's coming next, and if he can find his way out of the blender, maybe it will be a 2-0. If not, we're going to a third map. But either way, Scornian and Lauders will be delivering all the action.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yeah, I kind of co-sign what Vu's talking about. We just wanted to see Donk back on top, Mohan, because to me, ZywOo is sort of pulling ahead this year, and I want that competition to be as tight as possible. So, you know what? Get rid of MOUZ. Get the revenge going, and then I think MOUZ are still going to end up in the playoffs. We could be looking at a Lisbon bracket that ends up winding up with both these teams there. Let's save it for the big stage.
Yeah, like you give Spirit this one, then you give them both the grand finals.
Exactly. Okay. Something like that. You know what I mean? I don't doubt either of these teams. It just feels like sometimes with, you know, how common this head-to-head's become, and with these two players, almost with these two teams specifically, like it can be slower days. And this one to me just feels like Spirit are going to get their revenge and remind MOUZ, you're not just going to simply get back-to-back best of threes over top of Donk.
MOUZ has shown us a great floor in the last couple of events, and that's something nice to think about with MOUZ. You know you're going to get a consistent bottom level. For Spirit, they have been more of a glass cannon. They have been sort of their whole careers together. And what we're seeing today is the higher end of that. The team with sometimes no floor, but also no ceiling.
Popping door off the hinges instantly, and it's going to be a world of pressure here for Magisk. Fast move out through Squeaky with 3. It's Chopper back, Sight tapping him out, but he's already lost 2 teammates. Down the vent they'll go. Quick little redirection coming through. And there's still a player ready for them. Zontic's bit labored. That could have been the difference maker for this pistol. Not ideal. Oh, Spinks just shaving a shot around the corner. So it looks like MOUZ pistol guaranteed unless Donk does what he does. Is the scary thing with Donk. You've seen it before. They're trying to challenge, and Zershin gives him the wide swing headshot for the T-side pistol. That's 3 for 3 in the pistols so far this series out of MOUZ.
You know that Zershin is happy to be on Nuke because Dust 2 was not a great map for him. 2 kills. Good round out of MOUZ here. They keep it simple, but they started with a pistol and conversion on Dust 2. That wasn't enough, so not enough data to be convinced that we're looking at a much better team so far.
To reiterate one more time, CT side Donk on Nuke, last head-to-head, 5 kills, 13 deaths. That's considering overtime. Absolutely nullified Donk's impact on this map, and that is really what MOUZ have to tap back into today, especially coming off of such a blowout in the first one.
And that was, you know, the Shuhei MOUZ, the thing that they flexed the most was being able to take down teams as superstars. It was Vitality at Pro League, it was Donk and Spirit at BetBoom Dacha. And Brolin said the secret is just not give them space. He said that the reason that Donk gets more kills because more people are more afraid of him. And he said if you respect him too much, yeah, he will kill you.
Ooh, takes a dink for 93 damage. Trying to rile up some impact of his own towards the secret stairs.
That's a good nade.
Rampage down into lower, but Chopper knew that's
what a trade.
Pretty gross. Spinks very fast with the Mach 10. Scout damage for Torzi to have to handle. Obviously, Util to give them a little breathing room as Torzi's hands will be busy with the plant on Astralis.
They'll leave this one alone. Don't even have the best guns to save, but they know there's still a lurker elsewhere. It's just... Magics will have to move from here. Let's see if he can pick up an AK. Top Hut's a weird position to be in, so...
There we go. Galil as an upgrade. Not a bad reward. That's two really gross headshots out of Spinks so far on this map, right? The Glock tap that comes around through Squeaky Door.
That was a crazy.
Just barely seeing his opponent, and I don't know if we're going to get it from the POV for this frag, but dude, Chopper got blasted away.
Yeah, even though the last series they played, Spinks wasn't anything special. In general, Spinks has been incredibly good for MOUZ. He has looked so good, especially in closing rounds, individual moments throughout.
Yeah, okay, another one of those. Did you see that?
Since they haven't lost all their players, they're just keeping this sort of Value Village buy together. Make this as annoying as possible for MOUZ. Ooh, double ramp setup with the better gun here, and Donk gets his first.
Yeah, I didn't expect the second one, though. Frag grenade sails past. Bad nade off of the ramp play.
Oh, man, that scout tag, that'll take the wind out of your sails. They have left ramp entirely now. Still two upper as well. Possible chance for MOUZ to flub if they're not careful.
That scout tag would have been even nicer if that nade was able to find its home.
Doesn't look like they're going to set up hut mollies. Looking to maybe wrap mini first. It's actually a great solution.
Very true. Just having Shiro on this passive angle.
Yeah, that's actually good counter coverage. You're right.
But as he's kind of two minds. Oh, misses his chance. That would have been a total blindside. Could still be saved by Magix, but they know where he is, peeling away, and Zontix dies up in heaven. Two moments here where either the frag grenade could have softened up the first player so the scout killed him in Torzi, and Shiro has a head looking the wrong direction. No save allowed. Torzi connects through the smoke, and that 3-0 start for MOUZ collected.
They had the right positions to cover the attack that was coming in from MOUZ, but it's still a good idea for MOUZ to add in that extra piece before they went for this attack.
Over adjust.
Just off the money, man. Great start here for MOUZ.
First gun round comes through for Spirit. Opt for Shiro, of course.
We've seen Donk play when he's mad. He's got a bone to pick about MOUZ dismantling him outside, making it impossible for him to have impact. How many series in a row will he be able to do that? There's not really other teams on specific maps that have solved the Donk in the way that MOUZ have done it here on Nuke.
You won't find anything to shoot at this time around. Completely vacant outer yard for MOUZ, just setting up two players on the rooftops. Looking to set up Spinks for his entry. Magix looks away for a half second. Spinks blind finds the headshot.
What?
Felt like Magix was going to be able to stop him, but instead it's both A defenders down with nothing. MOUZ rampant into this A bomb
that
site.
Was tricky, man. There was no door open, I think, before they came out hut. And you know what? Still, Magic's put himself in a great spot. Like, he saw Spinks' feet as he was running out. I need to know what happened right there. You brought it up after his first 2 kills. Spinks is on it.
Could we switch back to Zontix for half a second, since this is a save? A pimp sticker. Ah, damn it. When's the last time you saw a pimp sticker? Look. Oh, damn it. Come on, this is Jacob's moment.
These knives are just like fidget spinners. Come on, Zontix.
Dude, pimp sticker in the wild. I didn't think he had any fans.
Is that it? Is that Zontix's gun, or did he grab it from someone else?
I don't know. How did this happen?
Oh, no way that's how he got it.
He sees him for a second, but the crosshair was not on that player before he gets full white.
Not even close.
Right? Holy hell. That wasn't even, I mean, really nice entry frag from
That's
Spinks.
a good, yeah, that's a good aim test, aim exam right there.
Lovely stuff. So things go from bad to worse for Spirit. 4 straight out of the MOUZ attack. The A-site just can't get its legs beneath it. So Magix will solve that by pulling out an auto shotgun. Classic Magix antics. Donk still kind of removed from these early gunfights. Looking for something outer, and this could be the round where he strikes him down early. Chopper gonna warn him that one's already up behind red, so Donk should catch them off guard, and will. Double kill for him made way too easy. This looks like it'll be Spirits first. Looks like
Donk.
Damage comes back through Squeaky Door, and Chopper's gonna have to climb up to top up low. Remember, that's now a low health Chopper and an auto shotty on A.
It's not a bad gun if you've got a teammate, but yeah, Chopper could have gone down. 3v5, they're not totally out of it. You don't necessarily need that much utility depending on how the round plays out. Donk still patrolling around, avoids the op narrowly. Let's see if MOUZ can raise some hell here.
Chopper waiting it out, but Jimmy still looks locked in on him. Careful. Yeah. Goes for the overstep, low health, 7 HP only. Knew it was likely. But honestly, info at 30 seconds, well worth it in my mind. And still that shotgun hides behind Xbox. Just waits. Just waits. You're gonna have to cross his line, and Magic's shotty. Easy headshot to Jimmy, just blasts the brains out. Who's next? Him. He gets cleared out by the Torji, who's then just gonna try to run for the save. So no entry allowed, you know, for a bomb site that's fallen so frequently to MOUZ. Main gets held on to, 3 survive for Spirit, and that's the first they were looking for.
It's an economy stabilizer too. If you get a kill, like it's not as good as a rifle or consistent, but if you get a kill with it, it nearly pays for itself. It just helps you out for the following round. So either way, full control off of the first 2K from Donk. All he had to do was sit and listen. His teammate drew the distraction. They had no idea he had pushed up red. And this is obviously just really solid continuation on the spray.
Blah. And that's your round over. Also, I can highlight the, shotgun as a weakness, but it does feel like Magix might be one of the better auto shotty players in the world. Fast one. Fast hit, already out, already trying to swarm into the shotgun. Single kill from Magix, zoned inside of main. An all-in rush on Magix as he saves the shotty. Down the vent, they'll go. 2 players already finding footing towards the B site. No rotation either, because right now instead they've got, oh, no, excuse me, this is Torji. That's where the CTs would have liked to be.
Wow, the amount of vent drops actually working out extremely well too. Ah, missed opportunity. 2 of them, in fact.
Donk's getting closer, but Torji's got a nice locked-in angle. Zontix delivers the kill. Called it an economy stabilizer in the last round, but Eesh, man, disadvantage to have to deal with, and Xertion's gonna win the duel to Donk. So this is MOUZ with a fast reaction. Instantly calling the all-in on A, and then also dropping down the vent when deaths started to trickle in.
Yeah, MOUZ at their best, absolutely, on these T sides. They have such strong entry potential. Back at Pro League, one key round, even versus Zontix, who can be really reliable on ramp. Brolin just swings out right behind a molly. Instant first bullet. The second part to this is always them getting down vent, going for the B plan instead.
Odds Brolin calls that because he knows the auto shot he's still on A?
I mean, I don't know. I guess.
Somebody check the comms video.
Yeah.
Swarmed him. Torzy's still yet to die at this moment as well. So nice, comfortable 6-0 start and finding impact. Those aren't empty 6 kills. Ooh,
is it an empty 0-4 from Brolin?
Yeah. Except for that last call. We'll give him that one. Half points. Xertion just creeping around the utility behind red.
Got
while
world's most dangerous job outside.
Mm-hmm. Between Donk and Shiro looking for you, yeah, I wouldn't want that job at all. They're going to try to pounce on Zontix here, pressuring him with util. He is full white, can't see a damn thing.
That's beautiful.
And won't find a kill. Not pretty, but the fire spreads. So Brolin finishing off what Jimmy couldn't get done himself. And Xertion still scared because he knows that someone's out here, and that someone's going to be Donk. Stuck inside of the garage as his A player changes positions, but I mean, to be honest, B-site could already have been lost. In reality, you've now put this back to the 3v3.
Yeah, they wanted to change up, I think, because of Xertion, thinking that he could breach Mini, they could take it upstairs. Oh, now they've got the hardest round possible if they're going to take A.
They're going to walk out hut just as Magix didn't clear it.
Oh, timing is there, though. Magix will be late to clear this back. It's a free frag.
Just missed it. And Jimmy with the instant headshot. So 6-1 MOUZ. The timing is critical.
I think Donk is up there watching if they come out the back of the site, and instead they scale in front of it. And yeah, it's a 1 second difference. Magix, to be fair to him, has had a couple of unlucky moments. It was an amazing Spinks shot when he saw Spinks first, and this round as well.
So, meet you on Ancient?
Yeah, I guess so. Look how fast this half has gone.
Right? Pick for pick. Things going real well for both these teams.
Zontix 0-5 on the ramp. Every upper hit's working out beautifully.
Ouch.
They're dropping vents all over the place, and yeah, Donk's had a couple of rounds of good sprays. That's just not enough, though. He's suddenly become the only one to really have high impact.
Look at that timing. Yeah. Oh, man, it's not even a second.
It's a little, yeah.
It's not even.
It's a little unlucky. That's sort of the game. I mean, Magix is like letting Donk take that over, so he doesn't even come back to look again, right?
Ooh, kill back from Donk. 2 headshots onto the top silo play after losing your secret cross. Ooh, He does it again. He loves a smoke spam.
He does.
He's just got that killer instinct in him. So man advantage taken off of that. You know, we're saying like Donk's having a good game, but there hasn't been as much outer play.
Oh my God, is he gonna meet them here? No spray just yet. Jimmy spotted crossing.
So slow.
Jimmy's still walking. Why is he still walking?
Don't want him to hear me, bro.
Yo.
He's just the whole way over.
Jimmy waddling over.
Yeah, he joins him. And they're gonna for sure put that bomb down uncontested. Fire and smoke on both sides of the base of ramp. I can't believe that walk. That's egregious. Torsi to plant bomb. As said, no challenge as 3 players from ramp and eventually one to look to come down vent. But obviously scary, not knowing where anybody is. Magic's thinking maybe still some kind of lobby lurk. Whoa. Throwing nades out with your arm sticking out from the doorway. That could have been Zontix dead right then and there. Now the 2 kit players are Donk and Zontix. Zontix goes down instantly. No trade right behind him. So they're going to try to come at both doors from the same time. Good kill from Donk on the Opper. Misses his nade. He's going to get a bit of damage over towards the doorway, but his gun gets empty. Jimmy able to hold that back, and it's a late vent push, but so late that there's no time to defuse here.
Yeah.
CT's trying to get out, but they just burn that clock, and MOUZ will take the 7-1 lead despite Donk's best efforts with a 3K.
I think have all your kills in this situation. They don't get the round because Magic takes too much time to get downstairs. He's chasing Ghost. He's been so afraid of MOUZ and how many lurks that they've employed in this half, which is, I think, is full credit to them. We've got Spirit fully conditioned to be afraid of everything now. And one person who isn't, once again, is Donk. He's actually just having a much better game here on Nuke, but that's just not enough. That's not enough. He even takes out Torsi, holding his angle with an op on this retake where they have no utility. That's about the most that you can do.
Safe to say Xertion's turned it around.
That's true.
Struggling back on map 1. You know, one of the talking points that the devs brought up at the start of the series was just the way that there's not really like a 3rd star for Spirit, and like they want to see it happen. Well, there's the first kill for Zontix to really emphasize the lack of impact from anybody beyond Donk. Catches Xertion in main. Auto shotty gonna let Magix down as he tries to press in. Chopper, ooh, in the rafters, gets the headshot the other direction. Torsi will not let him escape, so we go back 2v2 with just lobby control for MOUZ at a minute.
I feel like they're gonna go late squeaky. This has been really good for them. Donk is just searching.
Keeping the pressure up through hut, he'll go.
It's possible they drop vent again. This would be a problem.
Yet to get popped, so the moment he hears that, he still is not able to stop them. They're gonna go stampeding down into the site. Do they hesitate once they get there? And yeah, they stall out. Torsi catching Donk on the timing. Great cover, considering you just left the bomb plant on his own for a moment, but it's within that one moment. Gonna need more kills right here than the rest of the game, and Zontix, he'll find that first one. Torsi misses. Big reposition from Brolin over towards stairs. Smoke for the bomb, and it's not planted for Brolin. This is going to get awkward. Zontix taps it once, trying to elicit a reaction, but no panic here for Brolin. He's going to take his sweet time on the wraparound. Fire at his feet now. It's going to have to be a spray through. Zontix going to try to defuse this, and okay. That's,
hey, that's pretty good from Zontix.
That's one way to play it.
Reads exactly how Brolin's going to play it on the timing. Not much to do behind the molly. And he diffuses so far away with the smoke blocking every frame of reference. So everything in the frame of reference. Well done to finally win a clutch and a retake at that. So maybe I take less damage if I'm a little higher.
Yeah, I'll stand in the sink. Didn't help. And the money wavers here. Ooh, there's a push past Jimmy.
Oh, so awkward.
Zontix got past Jimmy. And
Donk's actually still watching the smoke, but he's trying to just bait here.
Yep, as if a CT's not inside of lobby, flanking around this outer setup. Now, you only have an MP9. Don't choke this. Brolin's been found out.
He's only got the MP9, so he does want to wait a little bit.
And how much more can he find from this? There's the bomb. There's one top. He's got vision on 3, so he'll take his shot. And he'll peel away. Real problem now for MOUZ. How the hell has this happened, they wonder?
Well, one guy spotted top mini. There's a chance for Shiro to make this even worse. Let's see.
Yeah. Able to catch that other one who had to just lock in behind main. Frag grenade for the guy on the roof.
Oh, that's nice.
Zontix blows Spinks off the rooftop. And it's 4v2 from that one. So poor Jimmy kind of getting...
That was I mean, that's like a demo play, right? Because even Donk knows he's in the corner in the smoke. he's not properly watching that. Zontix just walks right through the right side.
Yeah, I love how Donk just really emphasizes the cell as well, spamming through it. And it's almost like if Donk gets that kill on Jimmy, if the lineup happens,
Maybe
you start to become nervous about your flank. But the fact Jimmy doesn't die just sets up Zontix to finish off this round hook line and sinker. Time's going to expire. Torji's op saved. I mean, a silver lining, consider we just watched all the money get burned out. I said save. It's not a guarantee just yet. We'll see if Donk doubles back, but Torji is hiding well. So it's looking good to move it forward into the next one. You'll at the very least have an op to try to play around with as everybody saves for the buy in the final round of the half instead.
I'm not sure how intimidated they'll be by this T-side start. Well, again, it was a comeback last time that they put up versus MOUZ. Just with the familiarity, I think they're thinking about this round, one round at a time. For MOUZ, I don't think they feel 7's enough for sure. No reason to be stressed or anything, but it is just to save op on this round.
Let's see what you got, Torzi. Pack of pistols around him, one to the silo. I like it. I like it indeed.
Wow, that's a good view.
It's the penthouse suite. Donk figures it out. Well-timed flash disrupts it all. I'll go for the red boost instead to put Torzi up into another chance. And there we go.
Shot.
But a fast reaction out of Chopper, and he keeps his head down. Tuck through main. Better be careful. Player could drop. And Shiro's too far back to stop Jimmy from getting on top of you. Of course, it's Glock, so how nervous should you be? They haven't gotten the op back yet, have they? Not even going to try to grab it off top red. Just going in with the pistols, looking for maybe a bomb plant. Trimmings for the final round of the half if they secure it. Magix sits you on your ass.
He's trying to get revenge. Okay, yeah. He's had a really rough day upstairs so far, whether it's timings, amazing shots being hit, or whatever. So a few ecos to fuel the confidence. And another good round. And Cyclone says, it's all chill. We got a great lead. We have a good T-side start. Map down as we were last time. No big deal. And Hallie says, this is an opportunity. Brolin has mentioned before, it's just like the stress of having the call is something that he has to get used to, just because like being like a part-time caller is a totally different job than doing it full-time. There's so many rounds that you're inspired, you're motivated, you're feeling it. You're like, yeah, I've got a great idea. But to have to do it through every eco, every lost round, whether you're emotionally there or not, like that's the real difficult part of the job. I think there's no shame in admitting that that's something that you want to try to work through. Coming up with the right idea every round, no matter what.
No room to just pass the reins back over to a main caller.
I think we're losing from Brolin in this half and entry frag, and you're kind of getting out of Spinks.
Sure, yeah, fair. And you got some of it out of Xertion as well, but... Spinks right behind Torzi at the moment in terms of kills. Chopper climbing down off hut. Fire at their feet. Spinks ahead of that. Full blind. Magix just trying to stay alive, and he will.
Alive.
Chopper gives great cover.
Wow, that's incredible.
Magix, huge reposition.
And they blocked the vent.
This time Shiro body blocks it. Still bodies dropping and stomped on by Donk. But you've lost lower control. Brolin gonna put himself in a post plant 1v3 to close out the half. The fact he finally got by Shiro, but oh god, missed op shot twice!
2 missed op shots!
He jumps on him. Brolin gets the first of the 3. You've got Magix low, but Magix is just gonna waste no time, sticks the defuse. Okay, that's a round. That's a wrap. 5 for Spirit at the end of this half. Bow! Well, when it comes to Counter-Strike, it's not always pretty.
No.
Not always pretty. And this is an example of that. Shiro. Luckily for him, teammates still cleaned it up. But to be fair, hard
John
target.
Wick over here.
Brolin jumps 3 times in that sequence, so what can you do about it? You're the opper. You're not looking for fights like that. At the end of the day, 5 rounds. You know, 5 rounds on a CT side for some may feel dire, but we have to remember that the last time these teams met on Nuke, we're talking about a MOUZ win, but it still went down in overtime, and that was after a 9-3 T side. So Spirit should be able to bank on their offense as well.
They also arguably got a little unlucky with some of their positions upstairs, so...
Well, just unlucky, huh? Well, they're going to play the same tempo that MOUZ threw out in their T-pistol with this upper barrage. Kills don't come in instantly. Magic's going to try to help out. Donk gets his second, and Zontix has that hut push into sight to secure the plant and probably the pistol.
Oh, that's a momentum starter.
First pistol round win for Spirit this series.
Oh, they didn't win a pistol on Dust 2, and they still creamed him.
13-3. Two of MOUZ's 3 rounds.
I'm wondering about the strength of the upper hits, because I remember a couple of years the conversation was teams are using upper hits once or twice a half, you know, timing them really well, and they were still key because they're rifle rounds. You only get 4 or 5, right? But now, like, it feels like people are spamming them.
Okay.
You've got the ability. Just make sure that doesn't get ninja. That's the only thing. If Jimmy's on the map, don't ever leave that bomb. It just feels like it's more viable to really try it over and over again, especially the late squeaky plays. I mean, these have always been a good option for the T side because you have so much utility. You can drop vent, you can fight upstairs on so many good angles with your back to the wall, as opposed to Hut, where you above you, in the corner, in Mustang, in Heaven, etc. Squeaky is actually kind of difficult to deal with, especially with a good top Hut molly. A very scary option. So CT side survived, I think is how we want to characterize that first half, because getting only 5 rounds is not great, but it's pretty amazing when you do it after being down like 5-1 or 6-1 or whatever it was.
Yeah, my favorite thing about the A hits, it's such a rare occurrence in Counter-Strike to be able to just redirect so quickly. You know, access to the B site just comes with a failed A entry is still a chance to drop vent.
Yeah.
What other bomb site has such an easy emergency protocol?
Some call it a whiff. I call it an opportunity.
Yeah, man. Feature, not a flaw. This round features no nades for the defense, so you're not going to stop back this pack of players pushing into ramp. Nothing you can do about holding that. You can lean down onto the bomb site instead, as they do. Majority of MOUZ now downstairs. Poor Brolin floating around on this A site entirely alone.
They got the read.
I have a suspicion he's going to die.
Yeah. But the question is, with this Honda 5.7, they're going to get 1 kill?
No, Chopper's going to give him the old jumpin' Mac 10. Ladder sound's going to have Brolin turning around. Chopper looks the wrong direction. Oh, okay. Mac 10 good for half of Magic's health as well, but calculated. Shiro gives cover out from Heaven. Bomb drops down finally for Magic's to bomb plant, and that's going to be Spirit tying this game up, as MOUZ won't find anything.
That was the Honda pattern 5.7. Is that a thing?
The Honda pattern?
I've always seen the Honda logo on the back of that 5.7, like that skin. In terms of that,
you mean like Honda the car maker?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Honda from Brazil.
Like Honda Peak.
Like Honda's got a 4th.
Yeah,
you know, that Honda. I was like, oh, that was with a Deagle, not a 5.7, but I was going to let it slide. Okay, no, I wasn't paying attention enough to look for car logos. Sorry.
I see patterns everywhere.
What do the patterns mean? What do you see in this one?
A Cyclops.
Yeah, it's like a Cyclops gummy bear.
Yeah, exactly. Some kind of weird Teletubbies crossover.
Poor Chopper. Okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like it.
It's a red Civic.
VTech goes. And And now the tough one. Eco for MOUZ. This is Spirit with a lead on Nuke. You know, they were looking for the revenge because they didn't want to lose back-to-back after their Pro League loss. But again, I feel like this is now, with the nature of Dust 2 being such a blowout, we'll see how this one ends up wrapping up. But we can start forgetting about MOUZ having an edge over Spirit.
It's important to keep the competition alive, that's for sure. Oh, what a shot.
I said the free one.
Brolin enters the map. It's his 5th kill.
It's no surprise that there are more players outer. Utility, a dead giveaway, fire for the credit card peak. So you think Shiro should be on high alert for this left side blue box, but Magic's not going to waste much time here, just jumping into the A site. Good damage on Donk. You've dropped him down to 50. If that 5-7 connects to the head fast enough, then this round could still get weird. Waiting for that main flank, hoping it comes through. Fake plant first. There's the swing out of Torzi. Predicted. Heaven player will connect. Xerxion's able to drop down in the middle of all that. 2 versus 2. Both players here swinging hut into the Galil and Mac-10 of the last 2. So not bad, Spirit. A 4v5 that finishes still with 2 players up.
That's very scary, but they actually have spots for every player up until the final kill that cover all the positions that MOUZ were trying to take advantage of. That was like best case situation, I think, for MOUZ, getting the kill up from Heaven. Jimmy dropping into sight. This is displacing everybody's aim, making it messy, but like even Shiro's is confident here. 40 seconds, bombs down in sight, teammate behind me and Mini, and it's the CTs. They cannot stay in hut and win that round.
Yeah, good protocols there to just make sure things don't go further south than they started off as. Torji outer.
So again, a big difference is they had the good start, but they didn't counter Donk this game. Donk has been playing well.
Very true.
Now they have a chance to do it again here on T side.
They kind of countered the A site, and then they took ramp as well by storm a couple times. Donk just a little too slick. Gets ahead of the second shot as well. You've got one player right there on the secret steps, but he's peeling away now, so Donk will not be attacked from below.
And no
spam. Going to go make sure that they hold on to site instead.
Kind of wish, you know, you see more spam, more pressure. I think Torzi put himself in a great spot. Nearly got Donk, had the nade out with the molly on the cross, had him exposed for a little while. Looked like it was one of those situations that was too uncomfortable. Oh, this flash is excellent. Spinks blind again kills Magix.
Dude. He's done that twice. Tough pill to swallow if you're Magix, but now you just got to sit on your hands and watch. 3 players down. Secret is decent positioning, but gets caught by Xerxion. At least somebody coming down to check out this B site. Jimmy can rotate down from ramp. He's doing that now to get ahead of this at 35. Will they go back up?
They're late to get down the vent, which means, I think, yeah, Spirit realized this. They have a lurk in place.
Lobby. This is a very strong position for Xerxion to just lock off the B site. He'll turn back around, does a ton of damage, loses his support, but he's looking for his 3rd kill here. USP up, Chopper just can't get it quick enough. And now you've got Brolin just barreling down from the vent, and a good cover from Spinks to kill Chopper. So this one fizzles out.
I think you had it, Connor.
Considering going back up, right,
yeah,
for a second?
I think you had it there. The rotation was heavy downstairs. They had Zontix not seeing anybody go down the vent. They were readying the attack, but they didn't get control side early. They didn't have a ramp lurk, which would have been nice for a lower attack. So I think you were correct. And it looked like they thought about it too. Now this play right here, I mean, the flash could not be better. So it's just like, what is he even shooting at?
How? That was 2 flashes.
Dude, Spinks has been getting some kills this game.
Yeah, I understand your confusion. Okay, Spinks. I knew the Spinks didn't have a nose, but no eyes either. Xerxion welcomes the spam through smoke and then just peels back to make sure he doesn't go down for free. Gotta be careful with Donk outside, floating around as he is. They won't expose him, and Zontix spams through. Xerxion does all of that effort to not get spammed through the outer smokes, only to back up into the squeaky spam instead.
That's good map pressure.
2 players down vent.
Yeah, again, heavy rotation. They saw that last round. Torzy's not convinced just yet. Still upstairs. Smart by him. I like the spots here for MOUZ because they're watching outer and lower. Instead of playing upper, watching for a hut or anything squeaky lurking. But now, as we near the end portion of the round, there'll be a commitment here from Spirit, and there should be a commitment from the guys outside as well.
Spinks is going to walk up to try to interrupt this. Donk made out. Ooh, but he jumps back around the corner, comes at the duel, and goes down. Spinks is hitting headshots. 13-9 at the moment. He's got cover inside vent, but he's content to just keep this pressure up. Chopper will kill his teammate upstairs, but you've got 20 seconds on this clock, a 3v3, and no bomb control, so you better hurry up. You've got to rush this now. Spinks behind the door. Third and fourth. Single-handedly destroys downstairs and soaks up the hope of Spirit. MOUZ back in the lead.
That was killer, man. Behind the door as it opened. Guard down on the player coming down, control steps. Beautiful sequence out of Spinks. He just shut down both sides of the split by himself.
Sound. Oh, the timing on that.
Yep. Oh, good. Yeah, that was amazing. That really showcased his full range of abilities right there between the aim and the positioning.
He's starting to take over as well, sitting pretty at 16-9. MVP of map 2 so far after a play like that. That's such a critical juncture in the half as well. You've got an AK on Chopper, saved from the last one.
And just head-on out-dueling Donk as the first kill.
And Donk, it's not like you caught him off guard either. Like you said, head-on.
That was, we take 10 paces, then we turn around and we start shooting.
Donk got around the corner, jumped back into the action, knowing damn well Spinks was there. Now Jimmy's gonna have his hands full on ramp, but he's covered by Torzy. These pistols are not gonna get through. That single AK finally gets one. And Donk actually with a Glock headshot. Okay, he's also got Kevlar, interestingly enough. So now with that picked up rifle, you've got a 2v1 on the bomb site. Right now, Zershin on his own. They delayed for a second. They actually split up. Donk going for the AWP instead. And at the same time, Chopper steps out, unbeknownst to him. Zershin on the angle. And Donk has 45 seconds to try to piece together a clutch with an op.
He really did buy armor for a round with the Glock.
Yes, he did.
This guy's wearing a raincoat on a sunny day.
Yep.
Ready for anything.
And he... Ooh. Yep.
Did they get it?
Yep, they got the op away. Not saved. Donk chucks it to the wayside the same way MOUZ throws Spirit in the bin. 10-8.
I think you shrug it off a little bit if you're Spirit. I mean, MOUZ have done an excellent job here because now they're 2 rounds in the lead. Spirit are using their last timeout, so it'll be up to them to dictate the momentum. But because it's the individual skill from Spinks that has done so much in these 2 really key rifle rounds, I don't know if you overthink your game plan. Your flash and a mini was excellent. If you're doing a 4-player split to lower and one guy kills all 4 of you, you expect that if you run it back, that's not really an issue. But we are here to see how much more Spinks can do in this game because it has been nothing but highlight moments so far.
Quick reminder that playing on Underdog, our fantasy Counter-Strike sponsor, is easy. You choose a higher or lower on your favorite Counter-Strike players and you can win real cash. As simple as that. Underdog. Gotcha, dog.
Roof, roof.
Frag grenade to the base of Silo. All that's going to do is get Donk wound up. The kid's buying Kevlar with a Glock, so you know he wants in on the action. And Torzy falling away with the reload. That sets up the easy pickups. Double kill for Donk. As Spirit need a little X factor, he will be that.
And he takes the highway to Unbreakable. Jimmy waiting patiently for this peek, and he'll grab it.
That's a good response. Something for MOUZ to recover with. Brolin connecting the player up top main. Then Chopper gets his back turned to him. So man advantage maintained thanks to the in-game leader of Team Spirit. Spinks locks in behind Vent, and Jimmy just floating on ramp.
We had no babysitters for Spinks last round, and he ended up winning it. These are 2 guys in a late round situation. It used to be just Jimmy sort of for MOUZ, right? He was the guy you wanted a clutch. So I think the threat is here. We'll call this 2.5 versus Spirit. And they have their closer too. Oh, Oh, but that first spray is no good. Zontix dips underneath the ammo. Spinks up to the plate. And the late peek looks like it should work. Oh my God, he'll let this one go. Zontix can't be found either. At 30 seconds, something's going to be happening. But Spinks, how's he going to figure this out? Walking out, just grabbing Zontix, and now maybe there's a chance.
Oh, okay.
Whoa.
When he pulled that AK back out,
seriously,
that crosshair was on the head. If he had a gun in his hands.
Chopper was shooting like it was a part-time job right there.
And so I
Time
asked,
to focus up.
Why pulled the knife out?
Yeah, I don't know. I think he's pulling the knife out to walk around a squeaky. Because he walked into lobby, didn't see anything, so. It does give you 5 more movement speed. You didn't know that?
No, I do know that.
Oh, okay.
I just think it's negligible in a clutch situation. I think he should have kept his gun. I bet he wishes he hadn't spun that fidget spinner around. Of course I know you walk faster with a knife out. Don't look at me like an idiot. What the hell?
I mean, I would say small amounts of time matter more in a clutch, but okay.
Well. Caught by the chopper. Slow play. Does he inspect it?
That doesn't, you know that doesn't cost you time now.
Yep. Nice knife, bro. Here we go for the tie. Spirit. Fast clash. Yeah, right onto the site. Heaven player can't hold him back.
Ooh, it's the upper pops. They're coming in from both teams. They're both working.
Yes.
This is becoming a problem for CTs.
And there was a bit more of like a continuity to the upper hits with MOUZ. You know, they kind of strung them together a little more back to back than what we've seen out of Spirit, but by God, sprinkled in at the perfect moment. And now Xerxion's just going to try to save the M4, but that gets cut off because Shiro's already pushed all the way out through ramp. We're going tied game again.
If you're the pistols, do you try to fight back to get to the gun? Because right now you're saving like 2 5.7s.
With Kevlar.
With Kevlar, that's true.
You also kind of look like a dork if you take a duel to heaven with a 5.7 from spawn. So it's like, I think you gotta maybe hope the bomb blows it away.
There's something to that. He was near the door, but
nobody checked.
Nobody even looked. All right, this is where it's a scary moment. Again, even though MOUZ had that lead, I think for Hallie, on your last timeout, your last breath, you go, listen, guys, Spinks had an amazing couple of rounds, but can you say we didn't get into good positions? Because they did. And now they've cleared that lead. 10-8 with an eco up front. We'll see how much the half armor helps these pistols.
Not the cleanest ladder climb.
Call that the Free Willy.
Yeah. It's a fun angle for Xerxion. Not one you get to play all too often.
They have been finding boosts.
Yeah, got to give them that. It's because they're all good friends, you know. How many days of the week you think MOUZ just run around looking for boosts? I can picture them all giggling together, trying to find these cheesy little strats.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, well, that's what I thought with the last iteration of MOUZ.
Yeah, sold snake oil.
Yeah, man. There's something we weren't told.
Cyclone had me convinced.
They only laughed on stage.
Right?
It was all performative. As soon as they went
the
into the
part,
locker rooms, they were
like,
throwing things at each other.
Yeah, but like we even saw them behind the scenes too, you know? And I was still sold.
Yeah, it's true.
I think it was real.
It had to be real.
It was, until it wasn't. I, for one, look forward to the return of Shuhei, wherever he may end up, whenever it happens. An inevitability, I would call it.
I don't know if it was just rumored, but it was the lineup with the 3D Max core, right?
Oh, right, yes.
Yeah.
And Ash. The return of Shuhei and Ash.
Yeah.
Ooh.
There's one guy that believes in him. It's the guy that was with him in a major final.
Yep. Very true. So this one goes about exactly how you'd expect it. Nothing achieved by MOUZ with a buy like this. Spirit to the lead. Again, we tried to emphasize it coming into the second half. 5 rounds was an improvement for Spirit after the CT side of Nuke. And they have taken that improvement. They won a pistol with it. Same pistol plan that MOUZ implored. Bomb drops a few bodies, and we go into round 22 with an 11-10 Spirit lead.
And this is a moment where I think Cyclone's got to be kind of careful because it's like now they have to make a comeback, but it's not Spirit who can call a pause at any time. So if he does give him the chance to talk, he might be making the job harder for his team. So let's see. This is where Brolin comes in clutch. I mean, obviously he's not had the best game individually here on Nuke, but it's the late round calls. We have seen some very impressive ones in the late game. And I'll go out and say I think he's a late game fragger.
Okay.
I think sometimes just turns up out of nowhere.
Oh, I'm here for it. Not disrupting these walls of smokes. MOUZ. Yes! That's what you want. Due to Donk, what he has done to you. Perfect timing on the spray. A second one there for Xertion, but he just gets him to sprint into secret. He will still find his double kill. Spinks, util bounces past him. Shiro tries to lock this kill in.
He's going fast. Spinks is not moving, though. He knows something's up. And Torzy in a really key position. I mean, honestly, it doesn't get much better for MOUZ. They've been so great late round outside and
great crossfire.
Yeah.
And obviously Shiro's going to be looking for the kill in CT, but Spinks actually gives up his angle so much that now Shiro can creep
he's
beneath.
let the cross happen.
Did they play it too passive? Both players give up their angle. They've got no info.
Is he going to check this?
Walked across the screen. Shiro's little helmet was tiptoeing its way past him, and Torzi's staring at a box as Spirit are now in a man advantage with an A-site under wraps. You just slipped under Torzi's nose.
Yes, he did. And Torzy was assuming it was covered, right? He was assuming it was watched. He was assuming that I could let this happen because the reason that he's crouching underneath that is for a guy who's playing CT, they cannot watch it. They have to look for help or they fall back even farther, right? We've seen people go to the forklift. If you're really alone and then you play for the late situation where someone's trying to jump up into heaven or walk into hell. But Torzy, I think because Spinks was in mini and he was checking once or twice, he thought, nah, they wouldn't try this.
But then Spinks did really stop checking.
Yeah, he stopped checking. Yeah, no, that's why I'm putting it on him as well, for sure.
Just making sure, because
I'm with you. If Spinks peeks that, he dies. At least Torzy has some information he can use. But instead, when somebody's gotten this far out, it's too late for both of them.
Like not even making contact on the second or the third guy.
Yeah.
You could let Shiro slip by and still cut off the rest, but...
and they're watching.
That is a 3 versus 5 for 12.
It was a great call though for Spirit, man. They came through in that moment with conviction. They knew they were running by mini with someone listening to them. They had a plan from the get-go. As they're crawling up the wall, they technically have an isolated duel versus mini too. I think they were happy to take it. And once Shiro got by, he said, this is over. We win.
2 map and match points.
And the attack does come out. So they feel that it needs to. Opening kill to MOUZ, but that was it.
Opening 2.
Was 3v5 though? Ooh, yeah, opening 2, okay. MP9's here, Spinks and Brolin.
Scout as well. Limitations for MOUZ in what could be the final round of the series. Enacting revenge only 1 week later. Donk not nearly neutralized in comparison to that last head-to-head. When they did go outer in the first half, he dealt with them. Spirit get a couple more rounds on the defense, and their T-sides look just as strong as last time as well. Donk doing his own thing here, floating outer as everybody else waits inside. And he will not be found out through the smoke spam as he was the first casualty of the last round.
They're going to make this a ramp play. Eyes on Jimmy. Did he dip downstairs completely? Yeah.
Really leaning back.
Yeah, it's got to be ramp, right? Unless they're going to go use him in the vent.
You see Chopper chucking some grenades through the roof, I think. And it's going to be MOUZ to make a move. Magic's eyes on the crosshair. Jimmy peeks right in, kills him. No support at all. They're all starting to peel back, and Donk just still remains floating around in vents.
Technically don't know he's crossed. They have a feeling, but they don't know for sure.
Spinks gets the kill on Squeaky. That's the next player also found out. His feet burning, down to 30. Donk is still sitting downstairs. You think, what, Shiro's gonna try to come join you? If you can just get into the vent, that's one thing.
Oh, he shot at nothing.
Brolin lets them know exactly where he's at. Damage up from heaven. Jimmy helps, and Brolin cuts off bombs.
It was a
Spirit
bait.
have openings, a little MP9 spray, hook, line, and sinker.
He shoots at the vent. Maybe he does or doesn't bait, but it works as one. There's a guy in heaven covering him perfectly. And even though Donk made this cross so early, oh, he'll die in the vent too.
That's gross.
Okay, Cyclone waited to use the pause. Off the pause, they win the round.
Man, the tricks come out in this one.
Yeah.
Brolin draws attention. Xerxin wallbang to close it.
You know, that's a spot where if they did make this just a simple ramp play with the secret move, Donk had cleared out every single position lower. They did not go and try to approach him. You know, this is a spot where technically even the whole team could have crossed secretly. If Magic's had some help trading, that would have been a simple round.
Push to the limit. Donk stomping around upstairs. Really prepared for what felt like it could have been another fast A play. That's why we see so many bodies inside this site for MOUZ. Look at this. You've got 4 players on the floor. 3, excuse me. You open up smoke. Oh,
just to get your teammate killed.
Right? Who gets exposed? Who's locked in with who in that instance? Xerxin still dropping utility to try to, give himself some room to wiggle around in. Spinks, we saw that fantastic 4K when he single-handedly defended this lower site. A heads-up duel to Donk is what it started with. Brolin catching a kill back on Chopper could be big. We get evened out. There's the contact for Spinks. He's not going to try to force the issue. Instead goes running back. Then he holds the line with just the one. Xerxin queued up as he tries to lend a helping hand. It's Shiro and Magic's on the approach now. Shiro not with an op. Pressuring Xerxin back. That's 2 players inside B. Brolin alone, and Zontix would have him pinned if he knew his position.
Now the bomb's walking back upstairs. Why? Because they know that upstairs is light. Brolin here, opposite vent. Normal position to play late round. 30 seconds. They can approach him slowly.
Brolin starts taking a look around these sides. Takes a glance out. Now Zontix caught. It's a bit of damage. It's Brolin low standing on this A site, but Spirit don't want to announce where they're at. Jimmy's got to try to get up this ladder, and so that's an added layer of defense for upper at 10 seconds. Jimmy will come help Brolin when he needs it. They're slow, and as they just get peeled apart inside of main, this one's denied. MOUZ again will take Nuke to OT.
Yeah, there's a late game moment here for Brolin from the opposite vent. This one gets slightly disjointed. I think if you're in a spot where Zontix is, they could use the extra 10 seconds between it being too late for the last 2 guys and just Zontix walking out to have Magic's walk up to Mini first, or for them to try to make it an A play together. But instead they use him as a lurk, except they're still going to commit to A, except after this kill goes down, it's too easy for Brolin to go and hide. It becomes impossible to really find him with the amount of time left over. So misstep, followed by misstep. And MOUZ capitalized on it. They did it on the low buy. And now a timeout is replenished here. Used instantly for Hal. He's got a lot to say. It's 2 moments where, again, the 4-1 ramp to lower would have been a call with conviction they could have done. The push came out they were looking for. They couldn't get that kill. Then they had no follow-up idea. Donk was useless downstairs. Then on this round, they could have made it the A split if they wanted to. Zontix was actually in a prime position, 3v1 upstairs, but they don't attack at the same time.
Can Spirit pull off the overtime win this time with Donk being here to deliver? That's the variable that was missing in the last matchup. It's Donk on a good day.
Oh, Zontix surely heard that.
Towards he drops smoke on Squeaky. Spinks keeping his head down. Ooh, goes in, huge damage. Spinks with a second kill on that.
That's enormous.
You love the killer instinct. Just as easily could have peeled away instead to just make sure you don't die. But Zontix,
he heard him drop out of hut, or out of heaven, excuse me. He knows Torzi's up there too. Heard that scope.
What can he do?
Free kill. But
main, yes, Brolin over towards the vent. Won't be found out. Back turned over. And Brolin's going to continue to be a nuisance inside this upper defense. Torzi decides not to go out into the open. Brolin pressured out into a new position. Heaven support now down. Brolin can't do it any further. Here comes Jimmy on and off. And with a frag in front of him, the 1v1 left at half health. You've got Magix with bomb in hand to fake
another nade.
Jimmy nades out, but that's fine. It's the 5-7 to make the difference. Jimmy running with risky business. Clears the board of the last, and a heads-up 1v1 to take the lead in overtime.
Big cash utility up there made it real scary for Magix on low HP, and the upper hit eventually fails. It's actually a very nice move from Zontix, but this is the key moment, right? Again, starts it off technically 3v5 for a second. Spinks gets info, double kill outside.
Jimmy the Opper.
Yeah.
Rare treat. Fast one. Oh, they're going to try to crank that tempo again. Spinks holds the line on Squeaky. Then just runs into the smoke. That temporary cover enough to keep him up. Frag grenade to chip damage too. That's still bomb on site though. Nice move from Spinks. Quick on the tempo to flank back around this hut to attack the bomb site. Shiro with a nade out. Oh, you gotta hold it. And he will. Then he turns. Heaven clears him. Jimmy back in with it. Insertions wallbang's gonna push Chopper to the clutch.
They heard him.
So outnumbered. Heaven player dead first. Chopper beckons them in. Come get it. Smoke grenade will cool him off. He's got to wrap back around, and it's a tough one. Time is not against him. It's just all the way through. Torzi on the defuse. Chopper's clutch fizzles out.
Yeah, no chance for that. From 10-8 to 14-12 here for MOUZ. They have made it all the way back. Last time it was a 16-14 finish in their favor.
Spinks, man, just runs
this
for the hills.
Oh my gosh. He just needed one bullet of damage. Magix couldn't follow up.
Guys, fucking sick boys.
Looking to sweep it. Donk right in for the Heva entry. You've got an Opper in sight supported by Spinks.
Wow, that's amazing from Spinks. Perfect awareness right there.
He's been rock solid. He is outperforming Donk at the moment. That quad kill lower really told you what he could do. Torzi, low health, will not be spammed out. The cover from his teammates has kept Torzi in this as long as it has. Finally toppled, this time by Zontix.
Oh, he didn't see it?
He did. Just didn't capitalize on the moment. Still Brolin into the peak with high alert, knowing he had that edge, and now Magix surrounded soon enough. Not to mention, Bomb is still outside of lobby over towards spawn, so what were you gonna make of that? It was an all-in moment here from Spirit, one that didn't feature Bomb. Magix 1 kill deep in this 1v3. Still not playing for bomb control, looking to catch anybody else that's breathing down his neck.
It's a much harder and much longer round if he tries to get this plant off. 2 players still alive. At least he can't audibly reload in this position, and Brolin's finding a nice safe position to hold this from. Magix 63 HP.
CT's actually joined up outside for the moment.
I mean, I guess if there was a way to attack the upper side, it would be through hut right now.
He's got a smoke and a flash as well, Magix. If he blocks off main, that could slow them down from the retake. If he does it, gets into the backside, Brolin doesn't come around to check it. He's gonna drop the smoke to cover the plant. He's gonna emerge from this before they can fully attack him. Eats a bit of that flash. This is very disorienting if you're Magix, and so he gets spammed down by Brolin. Made way too easy by the util. Flawless defense here for MOUZ and OT.
And they're playing so hard right now. Every player is swinging a bit better. We even have, it looks like Donk basically instantly transmitting into Mini at a timing that you would think you could catch someone off guard by, but you just cannot get the better of Spinks. Spinks is outdoing Donk on this map, who's having a great map, and it's a lot of these rounds, it's by killing Donk himself. Like, look at this moment. He's full flash, knowing that there's going to be an upper attack, doesn't know that someone has just dropped into Mini yet, and has perfect awareness for it.
It's not an easy kill under any circumstance, let alone knowing the rush is right next to you. Spinks, the difference maker. 3 map points for MOUZ. Coaches out of timeouts for OT1.
Cyclone got to be super proud of his team right now.
Yeah, strong resilience from MOUZ. And a solid showing across the board from the players. But no denying Spinks a step above. You said it earlier too, right? Like some of the entry fragging was even being offered up by Spinks, so kind of full package ordeal. Obviously won't be as raw as Xertion's approaches. He is left out here on his own. Everybody else for MOUZ inside that lobby.
It's interesting because this is fully heard, so Xertion is approaching. It's kind of dangerous. Does Donk take a timing to peek this? He might.
Ooh, off the flash. Doesn't move.
No, not yet. Here in the ramp play as well.
Zontics knows they've already managed out.
Ah, there it is.
Bit of damage for Xertion, but head popped.
This is crazy brave from Zontics.
Sticks around and it's worth it. Double kill. Not able to get the third as they topple down on him, and it's just going to be the follow-through rush downstairs, but they left the bomb.
And they just smoked themselves out by accident.
Yeah, one of the 2 players that dies drops bomb, so you should never win this. We will keep a glimmer of hope here for MOUZ as they scoop that bomb back up. Your 1 lower player left for Spirit is Donk, although low, 14 health. And his teammates not close enough to help, so if Donk dies, that bomb goes down. Shiro's gonna keep the pressure up by clearing from behind.
1 nade into control side. Oh, and Torzi gets spotted. I mean, they don't have time to come and clear this again. Shiro is in a great spot.
Yeah, you'd think he's got backs turned to him. It should be hook, line, and sinker, and it will be. Bomb down now. Jimmy can't really cross sight back without having to deal with Donk, so they will finish it off. The life on that round gets sucked out thanks to Zontics. Good, solid hold for one of the players that maybe wasn't able to contribute back in regulation. Not on the CT side. That ramp room fell a little too often. And this one a contrast.
And the big problem about the first half was the fact that the lurkers outside were causing MOUZ to be able to get in all these positions. Spirit were constantly looking for them, couldn't find them, but Donk takes out Xertion first. So it's not a problem they have to worry about. It was the lower retakes and stopping the vent drops that really got MOUZ so many rounds. They were upper hits that turned into lower plants. Another player that Spinks has given a lot of problems to is Magix upstairs.
Still having a great game though, Magix, 21 frags. Definitely have his hands full though, all map long. And this round looks no different. Utility drops in. Magix instantly bails off the position. They can hear him burning, so he steps out into the gunfight. Drops 1. Chopper's chance to shine is, oh, they come through, still burning. Jimmy taking a fast timing as the Heaven fight also starts to unfold. Brolin's 1 kill shouldn't be enough. Fast swap out from Shiro. It's man advantage here in the post plant. MOUZ just crank that dial, swarm into sight again. The pressure immense. And with Jimmy eyes above, down goes Shiro. Donk has to do it on his own, and the nade's gonna make it all the harder. Not to mention, you've got this insurance policy of an eventual Heaven wrap. Jimmy giving up the kill sight's gonna bolster Donk's confidence, but the Heaven player, why would he ever be expected? Donk's so fixated on Hut towards Squeaky, but bomb's also not planted. Won't be a problem. Torzi's the closer. Heavy impact, despite not the most amount of frags for MOUZ's Opera. This series going the distance yet again. Ancient where it ends once more.
It ends in overtime once again, but it did, for a brief moment, look like it would all be over 2-0 for MOUZ. But they managed to pull it off. They fight back into it. You've got to give them a lot of credit for the heart and the strength they show in these situations.
great resilience on the A site defenders. I mean, Chopper was really targeting that bomb site towards overtime, and yet they were able to stand the test. So all in all, I think that MOUZ feeling great about this one. They had to make their own little mini comeback in it as well, so good fortitude.
Yeah, I mean, 7-2 down to start is Spirit, and it looked like it was just going to be almost a replay of Dust 2 in the opposite direction, but then, I mean, MOUZ started to fumble near the end of the T half, gave Spirit some life, and Spirit ran with it all the way up until overtime.
We should stay with some of the positives on the MOUZ side, though, because that was the beginning of the map, was very positive from starting with round 6, right, Maro?
Oh yeah, I think the mid-rounding was really actually pretty exceptional. I mean, this is something we keep talking about like, can MOUZ put things together when things are going awry? And I love the just instant turn on a dime reaction that they have for themselves, where they just dive down the vents. They realize that there's a little bit too much pressure towards that upper bomb site. Exertion's just kind of waiting by the vent, trying to hold on for something, and just by going down lower, I feel like they raised their chances, the percentage of winning the round by something. It was probably like a 55-45 advantage for them. Suddenly it's maybe 80-20.
Yeah, sometimes that can be a bit of a rough one to call because you're worried someone could just be... Donk could have played secret. He comes up the vent, just 3Ks you. You look like idiots, but it's a great call. Puts them in the right spot, gets the free bomb plant. Easy round.
And it's pushing us into round 7 as well.
So one of the things I think about when I look at Spirit, when I said in the pregame, Zontix is a bit predictable. He sticks around too long in ramp, and he doesn't very often have Shiro with him or Donk with him or someone to support. So Vitality does this, MOUZ does this. I mean, most teams do this type of play, but it just nets a kill against Zontix far too often. MOUZ know they can run it. Shiro tries to get the frag back, but dies to the molly, and then you just have a free 4v3 opening. Zersh even tries to take the duel against Donk. Doesn't win it, but they still manage to convert the round, and that goes on to Maui's point as well. That's a great mid-round, even though it was a 4v3, great opening, great game planning. They did need to close it out in the 3v3 still.
The thing with Zontix as a ramp defender, I feel like I see him hug that close right wall more than anybody else, because he just wants to shoot people right in the belly as they're running on it. I don't know what he has with the belly, but he just hates bellies. He hates tummies.
And heads even more.
He's like a bad meal. He's just like ruining tummies everywhere.
And do you think this is like tendencies that players just easily picking up on, right? Because you guys have mentioned this a lot now. Do you think this is where you say, okay, look, I can just beeline for that position knowing he's going to be there?
Totally. I mean, I think that the explosion towards it was really targeting it. They did like a bank flash towards the right side position. So if he played there, he would have got blind. And if he jumped down the ramp, they had a flash on the ramp as well. I mean, that kind of pop right there. I mean, Vu nailed it. The thing is that people are now anti-stratting him. And MOUZ is already a team that likes going ramp against all teams. They make it's even easier when Zontix is a little bit more consistent.
Yeah, that's not a strat that teams don't run. It's just that MOUZ are going to run that. They ran it, I think, twice the last time they played. They ran it this time. It gets a kill on Zontix almost every time, and then they often transition that into, surprisingly, they'll try and attack Donk. That's one of the things MOUZ do that they failed with this game, but they'll attack Donk from ramp, take him down, and convert rounds that way.
But it wasn't all negatives for Spirit, right? We look at round 22, for example. This is what gave them the chance of finding the success into this.
This was a great round from Spirit because sometimes you don't see the depth on their T side. It's almost like an all-in, all-for-nothing. It's just, can Donk get the kill? They have a 3v4 disadvantage, and they go silent, but they're actually creeping towards Torzy, towards CT. You can see that Shiro just pops up like a whack-a-mole, is able to take him down, stereo frag from, I think it was Zontix at the same time, and then they're able to bust into that bomb site. Very, very sneaky approach for them. They know that MOUZ in a 5v3 want to turtle up a little bit more, and then they're able to just take advantage of that because they pushed him back, even by just losing their own players. They understand the reaction from MOUZ there.
And that's a situation where MOUZ look like they're just going to close it out. I mean, Spirit, they look like they're losing steam, they're losing momentum. MOUZ are going to close it out. That round, I don't know how they didn't win the game after that round.
That was a problem, right? But then we do go into overtime, and we've seen this now a couple of times. Get into overtime, MOUZ kicked it up again, right? They showed that more depth we're talking about.
I mean, Brolin individually looked better on the defenses there. We had, I mean, pretty much everybody that was on these site defenses was doing a fantastic job just getting theirs. So Spinks as well doing, like, they're able to counter these plays very nicely, able to keep themselves alive. Like, I don't know how in some of these site defense, Spinks didn't die. Like, legitimately, it felt like there was one round where Magix was, like, tracking him with his aim, and Spinks just dive bombed into the door smoke, evaded them perfectly, and yeah, it was just kind of by the skin of their their teeth. MOUZ are keeping one extra player alive or getting that necessary frag, but that's sometimes the cluster of fighting on the A-bomb site.
Yeah, that's the setups they were in, because the players on upper, they just delayed just long enough that the player gets the kill, turns to heaven, he's already getting shot from heaven. That player just had that extra 1-2 seconds to rotate in, get into position, and shoot someone on the side that if their teammate had died a little earlier, hadn't got a kill, that they would have actually been ready for them.
Now, you guys spoke to me as well, saying about how Xerxon would be the one to put forward and put into these positions where he can challenge Donk a bit more. He's still finding more success with it, but overall, if you just look at this map, it was Spinks who was the standout player, right?
Spinks was in so many of the positions he needed to be. I mean, in terms of being the door guy for them, he was rotating down lower so frequently. His understanding in some of these hectic situations towards the B bomb site was such a blessing for MOUZ, because he was getting multi-frags. Also, his entry work, if you can see some of these when it's the over-the-shoulder camera, he's completely blind. This is an issue I brought up, that in CS2 observing, it's a little hard to tell. Like, what did he shoot at there? Like, what is he shooting at? Like, people, look at, there's a dead guy on his screen right there. He's fully blind, and he just knew where to line up his crosshair. Like, that's so crazy. And when you're watching it live, because all we get is kind of like a slightly like washed out screen, you can't really always tell just how blind he is. But those shots that Blast get, like, you really get into his perspective.
And if you compare this to Zontix, if you were watching closely, Zontix did a whole lot of not a lot on their T side. That's what you want from your lurker. You want him activating. He gets the kill out hut. He gets these entries when he needs to. He's willing to take some space, and he actually delivers when he's given space.
Donk, though, is a name that we can't ignore whenever Spirit are playing, right? And this wasn't him starting off badly on Nuke, right? He was able to find his footing quite early on. He was having success.
I feel like I think he definitely did. I feel like when I try to like break down this game and the characterization, though, I kind of go to another point actually a little bit here. I feel like Donk gave what he needed in this one. Okay. And I feel like Chopper, unfortunately, kind of had a very weirdly one-note game plan towards the end of it. That was what was a little bit upsetting, that you actually got the Donk performance. Like, he was, by the way, going into this Nuke game on CT sides, he was, in the last 2 matchups with MOUZ, he was 8 and 24 on defense. Like, he was getting blown out of the water. It's the only map that I've seen him look really uncomfortable on, and yet they couldn't really get more going. And that is kind of why we pointed at Zontix earlier.
I mean, not only was Donk doing well, but you can see MOUZ, they were trying to duel against Donk. That was kind of the plan. They wanted to take some fights against them. You saw, even in the round I highlighted, round 7, they kill Zontix, and then Xerxon is just taking the duel against Donk. Donk just gets the kill. Donk is not only, it's not like he's finding exit frags, he's finding kills on the side. They're going after Donk. Donk is killing them, but his team just can't make it work around him.
I want to come back to, on the MOUZ side, the chemistry we spoke about and how much these guys are enjoying playing with each other, because the mental bounce back after losing Dust 2 in the way they did showed they could do this again and pull it back into an overtime win.
That's honestly why I love Torzy. I think Torzy is such a positive asset to this team. When I hear them communicating, like in the last few rounds, we get kind of closer to their booths over there, and I can just hear him throwing out all of these words of gratitude, like everything that needs to be said by a good teammate. He's throwing it out there. He's keeping the mental aspect of it at such a high level. So yeah, he's always bringing the fire.
You said that about him keeping this at a high level, even when he's not performing highly like himself. That's really hard to do, right? If you're down in the dumps, you're not hitting your shots, you're not performing the way you'd want to, and you can still do that for your team, that's invaluable.
It's a night and day difference from the mentality on Na'Vi right now. So I feel like that's why MOUZ, they really have a lot of room to keep going, because it feels like even when they're in a super tight, tough game, they can still somehow keep their heads above water.
Well, they've kept their heads above water for now, and the water will be rising higher when it comes to Ancient. That's where we're going next. That's where the decider will be once again between these two teams. You won't want to miss it, so you'll join us after the break. it all comes down to Ancient. And while both teams know exactly what to expect, some slight differences will surely come in, which is why this series always ends up being so good for us to enjoy. I want to start by looking at Donk and Exertion, right? We mentioned it, that it has to happen. This battle continues to happen. For now, Donk has been the master of mid, but it's not every single time.
I mean, when you look at most of these maps, Exertion and Donk, they're kind of playing against each other. They're both on the same server, but they're not playing against each other. This is Ancient, they're playing against each other. If you look at their heat maps where the kills are for both players are, it's just middle. It's only middle. And the last time around, it was Exertion getting the better of Donk.
The one thing is that I was surprised. I looked at Exertion's demo the last time they faced off against each other this morning, and it is a lot in middle, don't get me wrong, but I also love that maybe at the 40-second mark, they usually tuck him away onto a bomb site. They actually move him away from middle. He's not just standing underneath heaven. He's not just standing in cutout waiting for them to try to retake middle. They just use him as an additional site defender, and it caught Spirit off numerous times. It's one of the reasons on the CT side last time he had over 100 ADR. I do think they guessed right a couple times. Like, they just kind of said stack B, stack A, and they just got right a couple times. But if he is on those extra bomb sites, it is the extra defender that we have seen MOUZ need in order to stop these big site hits from Spirit.
Yeah, I'm thinking for Spirit when it comes to the CT side, Donk kind of ran over in middle. Exertion was, you would think it was aim duels. You know, you have Exertion pop off. They were setting him up perfectly. They were putting him in the right spots. Donk just didn't have a chance a whole lot of these rounds. And then they can, once you get mid control on Ancient, it's like Banana on Inferno. You can play throughout the entire map. You just have such a massive advantage. Spirit need to fix that.
How do you expect Spirit to fix that? Surely they've looked at that, they've seen this, you guys have noticed it. What's the solution?
I mean, seeing it from Exertion's perspective about why it worked so well for MOUZ last time, I think Spirit would actually need to, if they lose middle, just go into a site hit a little bit faster. Just pivot a little bit quicker, and that's really, I think, the short fix here.
Well, we'll be looking with keen eyes to understand if they are going to make these changes, and I can't wait to see how this is going to go down on Ancient. So Scrawny and Launders, take it away.
Well, luckily, James, you don't have to wait much longer now, do you? Mo, it is time for the decider. It is Ancient between MOUZ and Spirit. And
my favorite map.
Your favorite map, my favorite head-to-head. What a treat. I think, fingers crossed, this is the most competitive map of the series. That's what I'm preparing myself for.
You're saying double overtime?
No, I mean, not, you know, I think there's some of those rounds back on Nuke were a little fluffy at times.
Okay,
you know what I mean?
sure. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, like a real back and forth is what I think this head-to-head needs, because now, again, we're just par for the course. It's the same outcomes of the same two maps as the last head-to-head. You'd think you would work on your decider if you're Spirit. Let's see what they bring to the table in terms of change-ups. I know Hallie's been cooking.
Your innie plays the same series every day.
What the hell is that?
It's a Severance reference.
Okay. For the nerds.
Yeah, and the people out there with Plex servers.
Okay.
You.
Jimmy on the wiggle will find nothing. Chopper sits back in Arnold. Using that smoke over the top. Fast push up through Donut, dude. Zero resistance for this A site because it is just banking on Jimmy. And he has missed the timing on Chopper. Now he hears the players from the bomb site, but he won't expect Chopper to be this close because the only footsteps he heard were the guys coming from site.
They knew he was
Chopper,
there.
who had wrapped around. In fact, this whole pistol feels like they knew where everybody was.
True.
The fact they confidently ran out through mid to Donut. You don't anticipate Exertion being an elbow, so the retake's still on. You can't calculate this part of the round now, can you? And unfortunately for the T's, this actually compromises Donk. You can see how suddenly everybody kind of panic repositions. This isn't the post plant they were hoping for, but it's still looking like they could pull it off. Donk and Shiro V2, Exertion, all 3 kills. That's 4. On for the ace as he figures out Chopper's position. Spinks, 10-second stick, low health. Oh, God, he stands tall, but the kit, the lack of kit decides this. It's Spirit's pistol.
Oh, Exertion could have both had the ace in the round with 1 kill right there. So much pressure on his shoulders, man. He's also the reason the whole site setup got messed up because he came in from A main, and it was all because he knew that Chopper was gonna go back through A main to elbow. Reads on reads on reads this game. This is what you wanna see, right, Connor?
Yeah, it's already a great sign of what we would hope for, right? Recent game tape. well-prepped systems for both of these organizations. Come on.
They were looking around and, hey, man, I know Jimmy's greasy ass is in here somewhere. I want to find this guy.
23 more rounds of that. Thank you.
Well, Exertion, not a great dust too, but now 2 good starts between Nuke and Ancient.
Arnold.
This one's Arnold, right? Okay.
That one's Arnold.
Yeah, okay.
Magix is in Shrek.
Okay, all right. Shrek and Arnold, man, once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Okay, easy does it, dog. Settle down. I'm not going to give him a chance to even shoot a USP bullet in this one, so conversion made simple.
Oh, Austin.
And Shiro not going to let anybody else die. So 3 kills to Shiro versus USP Spirit 2-0 start map 3 of this playoff qualification game for the Blast Open Lisbon 2025.
Bars.
Brought to you by Blast in Copenhagen, Denmark.
Denmark. More information. More information. Loading.
And more Counter-Strike.
Your innie loves Counter-Strike.
Donk out middle. Not out. Just taking a look. Waiting for Chopper's arrival. He's the first set of eyes for Spirit on middle. Jimpat full blind. Still stands covered by Xertion. And that heaven swings a little bit late. No way. Chopper double headshot rolling with the MP9. Fast answers. We got layers. Everybody ready to pounce. And now they're so far removed from those first kills. Look at your radar, folks. All those X's stacked up. Zontic's reading this. Zontic's waiting for that flank.
He's waiting for Spinks at 1:11 coming around through the spawn. That's sweaty. Shower time, Zontix. 28 HP. And Shiro, he kind of needs that. And he grabs it. 31 health for him. Close calls all the way through. This round ends in mid.
Please give us Chopper's POV. Fingers crossed we caught that because, I mean, back-to-back headshots on the MAC-10s. Yes, we do. Oh, Jimmy just streamlines into the headshot. Bada boom!
I honestly thought that Spirit messed this attack up because their flash was so good. But then when they came out of the elbows, well, they didn't commit out of the elbow smoke while Jimmy was blind for almost a full 4.5 seconds right there.
Full volley util. Doesn't look like they're going to be too afraid about that top ramp smoke. Donk finds the entry and the second kill. Xertion slips through into the bomb site. Donk's on a triple kill.
And Donk.
Making mincemeat of this majority pistol buy-up from MOUZ. Just a little halvesies. Cheeky pistol pickup.
Cheesy gordita crunch right there.
Extra Baja Blasto. And Spinks. I mean, careful now, gentlemen.
Hey.
Right, kind of feeding him over. Shiro 7-0. That happened fast.
They can't kill him. They can't get rid of him.
Just run
to
the hills.
Still causing some problems, but they don't die to the bomb. They survive with 3 here. And Donk, man. He is exactly where they wanted to be, just like he was over on Nuke. Like, look at these entries. Set up by the utility. This is Spirit at their best. Donk in front. Everything mollied or flashed or smoked. And him able to scale as quickly as possible.
Fun and games out the gate for Team Spirit.
If they rush mid, and it's always an important question to ask yourself because you're going to be fully prepared for it on a gun round. With all the utility, there's no reason for the CTs not to fight this in some way.
Magic's trying to cross over. Tagged up slightly. Xertion down behind him on the climb up. Flash not good enough to blind Xertion. It's a little labored to kill Chopper. If he peeks over, Jimmy's got it held by red, so he tries to get the bank nade, and that's not enough to kill him.
They're just too scared about the way that they could try to get these trades, and Will there be a jump first? No, Donk just goes to the swing. Nice. Easy for Torzy.
Jimmy back into the action, confirming the last 2 players bottom mid. And they had a reason to be cautious because he was right. If he peeks over to try to clear Xerxin from down beneath him, you've got Jimmy ready to hold that. What he didn't think of was dropping that frag grenade fast enough, because you see him kind of 5 seconds later bank it off the other wall. You just underhand that bad boy. Xerxin's dead. But
they also just, yeah, they missed it. Missed that flash entirely. And Shiro's thinking, man, I was about to win this game without dying. And now I probably have to die. Right?
Maybe not.
Oh, and the smoke to threaten the A split. There's no main push. There's no donut as well. So the CTs are going to be worried about this.
Brolin's still concerned about Cave. Has good reason to be. Also, just kind of take a look over on Long. There he goes. First death for Shiro, and the round comes with it. Now it's all about Zontix just trying to hang on to the Kalashnikov.
Brolin didn't have a great nuke, but up until the final rounds, and he got a couple of really big moments. I think it's overall it's been a subpar series overall, I think, for Brolin. And his stats have taken a hit, but he gets critical. He gets into critical positions, and he has really good aim when it matters. And I think it's his entries that are responsible for their best comeback so far with this new role of IGLing on this team. Now, right here, Spirit need a bit more follow through when it comes to mid. Whether it's the trade from the guy on Heaven or the flash just hitting properly or the commitment out of elbow, it's always one of those 3 factors that's not in place so far.
See if they can tidy up any, if not all, of those variables. And it is Hallie who blinks first.
What are they going to do at Majors when he can't get those shoulder rubs? Are you allowed to shoulder rub on tack pauses?
I don't know. You know, at Majors, you're lucky if you're allowed in the same room. So,
yeah, true. Says Xerxin actually given a lot of feedback in these moments as well.
Oh, good. Feels like he is in the zone. I know what this looks like. I'm going to call this the B hit. All in instantly. Here comes
no molly
Spirit.
on the ramp, nothing.
Keeping it simple, huh? Off of the tack pause. Straight up rush. We saw this back on Nuke with the upper A hits, but Brolin's going to find what could be a critical wall bang before bomb can go down. Chopper has to double back. He will plant safe.
Tees don't have log control, but they're smoking for short. They have this cross watch now. They're going to flash through it.
Zontix trying to dodge it. Does so well, and then eats the second, but recovers vision fast enough. Spinks goes down alongside Xerxin. And one of them has been playing well.
So essentially dodging the first flash is enough here for Zontix. Just playing anti is great. Oh, making a movie.
Go
6
on.
and 1. So the best part about this is Brolin getting his kill through the wall. That was cute, but the problem is, man, not a single piece of utility down the ramp at all. And I mean, you can't really trust the mollies, but no double nade behind it. No players watching it. No one with a smoke to right-click it as they're shoulder spotting or anything like that.
Yes.
They simply allowed this to happen. Oops. And Hallie talked a lot that round, that tack pause, but he was really just saying beep, 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 beep.
That's why it looks like a lot. Just spams. Dodge the first, regains vision.
Didn't help they also ate it.
And then one for the road here from Zontix. Stark contrast from Nuke to Ancient so far.
Oh.
Only 6 rounds in. Spinks 0
What kind
kills.
of round is this?
Well, this is one that features nades on B, and look how it changes the tempo.
But they still have not. They don't have anybody holding anything else. And actually, MOUZ haven't pushed down the ramp with Exertion. Their Exertion's going to be spamming, but I think they're just going to commit through this.
There's a lot of bodies on this site, though, already flanking around through middles. Spinks his first kills connecting, and Brolin, very little cover here for him to work with. 2 players behind that pillar. Chopper slow wrap out with a Tech 9. Decided not to buy this round, for the record. Kept his $4,000 and wanted to play with the pistol instead.
All right, nicely done. Nicely held here for, honestly, the angle that Torzy picked to get a little damage was great because sometimes people commit for the headshot and someone's running up the ramp, but here he knows it's going to be a little bit harder to guarantee it, but gives himself some time to react. Spinks also blind again, getting this kill in the molly, in the flash, with a player running up the ramp. They're trying to specifically isolate him in that spot. I think Spirit do the right thing since there's no actual banana pressure in this situation, but like...
I like this round because obviously saving Chopper last round sets up Donk to be the hero AK this time. That's why Spirit can get away with rounds like these.
Yeah, that's a good point, man. Pointed out the money right there, and here's all the money gone, and suddenly Donk still has a gun. All because of Chopper.
He limits himself when majority have a gun, have weapons.
Uh-oh. Dangerous for Spinks.
Spinks trying to get into the action here. Bit of chip damage on 2.
He saw the bomb right there.
Fair. Yeah, Zontic's back now all the way, wrapping back around through spawn, at least for a moment. But it looks like they're going to remain adamant about hitting B.
Yeah, and look at this. I mean, MOUZ are overcorrecting. This is, I think, Spirit. Again, strong game plan. Starting to come back, but Jimmy hasn't gone all the way through A just yet, so they don't have full info. Donut has to be watched because there could be lurks in middle. It's in the best interest of Spirit to wait a couple extra seconds. But, man, retake spots on B. That's where it can get dangerous. No cave control at all. It's a mid walk up. The CTs are going to start rotating around, and it's the A players who are kind of blind to this.
Smoke ahead of them, though, at 30 seconds.
Yeah.
You know, Zontic's what? Puts 4 Tech 9 bullets through the ramp smoke on B as if there's some sort of immediate follow-through, but feels like MOUZ's caution for Red Room
They're going to try to jump by.
It. They will
and
jump past
do.
the angle. Nobody even saw it. They're going to hear it, obviously. So Zershin and Jimmy up inside A main, but bomb site itself will not be held. Donk, that solo AK has found its first victim, but that main control, wow, drive-by from Zontix. And still you at least have Zershin back here. Same position to try to hold on to. The hero AK with 1. How many more?
No one's coming through Temple.
Flash goes too far. Torji kills Shiro. There it is! A little more, but not enough. Torji with the last shot of the round.
That's clutch.
And 17 health makes the difference. Nearly a single AK round win for Spirit, denied at the final hurdle.
That was the best use of Donk and the most clutch shot out of Torji. Wonderful last frame for him. 17 HP. The spray was right on him. He had to hit it there and then.
Let's watch this last one. Boom! While getting hit by Donk, he denies him.
Credit to Spirit, though. They made that round really scary. I mean, the fact is, they didn't come in with much, but they had all of MOUZ in very passive positions, no donut control, no one watching window, 2 players in retake spots outside of B, no cave at all. Not a huge fan of the way they staged that. But I feel like Spirit have been very intimidating in terms of the way that they're attacking. And it's this sore spot on the B ramp that they keep exploiting.
Still this 3-player B lean.
It's much more active, though. I mean, I love this so much more in terms of the A setup because Zershin has safe information, plus he has Jimmy right behind him in a great spot to hold. Any kind of players walking out of A, they can play together. Oh, man, Torji's probably a little bit worried about this.
Right.
In a great spot, though.
Close enough this time that if they go for the jump, he should still be able to hit one if he's got the tracking skill for it. But instead, they just pop into him. Oh, triple from the Tech 9. Okay. Sidearm a little better for the situation. Luckily had a teammate with him. That's a second one from Donk's Eagle. And he misses his chance to just strike down Brolin, so he is dead alongside Zontix, but still a scary one for MOUZ.
It's been a great game in terms of scary rounds, late round moments from both teams. Clutch is going the way of MOUZ, and even though they come across scathed, they still at least win the round in a spot where Torzi's probably really nervous here.
3 Tech 9 headshots, not bad. Luckily had that meat shield standing next to him that everybody was shooting at instead. His life flashes before his eyes when that first player jumps. Now out middle again, great util to turn that one away. Spirit have kind of been posturing in elbow a few rounds, but we haven't had these like just straight up swings. They finally try to truly force the issue, and they eat nades every step of the way. Zontic's down to 2 health. Chopper sits on 50. Brolin still with a good amount of B control is going to try to press his luck. Opper's on him.
Whoa.
Shiro, free kill delivered to him. We go back even 3v3.
Yeah, it was, as you pointed out, 4v3. And the reason is we have Chopper who gets his kill in mid, walking out of this lurk smoke. Just a really important shot to hit because now it takes away vision or at least ties up Torzy to hold on to middle. And that makes Brolin nervous. But he thinks because that kill happens in mid, they don't have to be worried about a passive setup outside B. He's trying to ensure the round that goes to A, but that's not the case. Spirit have made it a point to keep trying to attack this way.
They pass the Molotov to Shiro. They pass the op over to Zontix. That bomb as well on the Opper in the back. Spinks looking for timing on this hold.
He took some damage on
Chopper
the foot.
first. Doesn't win the duel, but the trade's good from Shiro. Not working with the trusty op. Still, great impact so far this map from Shiro.
Torzy has a full kit of utility. Not going to use it just yet, though.
Op duel not favoring Zontix as he shows shadow around that corner. That's just information for Shiro to calculate. He swings on the op, but won't be able to capitalize. Does he go? Yeah, right in. And Torzy ready for it. Forcing his feet forward. Spirit lose their lead, and we're tied at 5. MOUZ answer a little rebuttal that looked easier for a second, but with that Chopper walk out mid, and with that delivery of a kill to Shiro, MOUZ opened up the possibility of this throw.
Definitely. I mean, just want to give credit to Torzy for a great game of CS so far as well. Like, every decision has been very smart and also just reliable and careful on this op. Blast TV are believing in Spirit ending this game. I can understand why, even on the low buys, they've made it close.
They've definitely lost that, like, oomph that the start of the T side had. This could help.
Oh, that nade doesn't.
Could have been on the money. That may have finished Donk. If he gets anything else, you think that frag grenade could have finished him. That's Magic's first kill, and then Donk with the smoke spam at the nade.
Man referenced oomph right before this. They just brought it back. They go with the same attack, just a bit more oomph, Connor. It's like the same thing. They dress it up a little different. They get the kills this time.
That nade would have killed Donk.
Yeah, that nade would have killed Donk.
It would have killed Donk. Donk, dead.
That's true.
If nade good. The moment they lose that lead, they take it back. 6 to the T side, guaranteed. Also, Magic's first kill of the map.
Couldn't come at a more opportune moment.
Yippee! Yippee! I got one, Mom. They will all save in Shrek.
Yeah.
Terrorists win.
The safety of the swamp. Yeah, look at that. That need, ooh, what could have been. And instead, he spams the smoke for the third one. Really, this here, 4 HP the difference. No retake allowed. So final buyout for MOUZ. Comes with a couple limitations. They've done more with less, and it's, again, not an immediate follow-through. Donk trying to find a safer pathing, and there's nobody actually thrusting themselves down into that fight this time around. One of the few moments where Spirit are actually allowed to take over mid.
Donk looking to assist with just some utility. He says, just turn me into a mercenary here. I'm going on a mission. I wonder if he's just going to literally walk through this or not. There have been a lot of moments for MOUZ where there's just no one here. Zontix, ooh, that's just perfect. Not a bullet of damage from Jimmy.
Damn, usually Jimmy's a bit of a god in this position.
Yeah, I mean,
not having his half.
I guess that's part of it. He's always there. He's always pushed up A main, so fair enough.
Zontix very much ready for it. And certainly having a better half than Jimmy. We're going to throw Magic's under the bus. Jimmy's right there with him. Double cave setup. They haven't really found fights in cave like this
That's
We'll
true.
see if the changeup for MOUZ can catch them off guard. They waited for the final round of the half to just allocate Spinks to the deepest corner, but he kind of jumps the gun.
Yeah, it's very safely held.
With Donk still all the way pushed up through Red Room, you know you've got options open, so now we start to see that bomb double back. Xerxion's going to be operating on his own, but he's peeling away thinking B's probably the intended target. If he's not careful, he'll back up into Donk. Instead, he's going to play that sight box. What if he mows down the donut push? Donk's going to show himself. Now, Zotic's cover is limited, but he's also got a smoke in front of the 3 players that have to come through. Donk's going to come help, and Donk could very well just do it all. 2 kills to his name, finally activates late through red, and that should be enough to siphon out one more round on this half. Yes, sir, 7 established. Team Spirit at the tail end of the attack. Sprinkle in 2 more and put MOUZ on high alert. As much as he did on Nuke, but look at this, a Guardian Angel. Watch the Spinks AK block bullets for Torsi, who then still hits the shot. That would have been Donk's moment. That would have been Torsi dead. The only reason he lives long enough to flick under that high pressure situation is Spinks from beyond the grave. Dude, that is some goddamn Counter-Strike.
Yeah, you saw the dinks right there. Now he just came running into our room like, guys, you'll never believe this.
Ladders. Thank you,
That's a
Maui,
nice find, yeah.
for clipping it and shipping it and letting us highlight it. Save from beyond the grave. And now in with a pistol. Team Spirit, honestly, losing pistols to start this series. Trying to collect one here. to kick off the defensive side well. Fast on the donut flank already. Xerxion's got one player dead, and Shiro waiting to get these Berettas going. Oh, it's just a clean sweep. 4 immediate kills from MOUZ. They put that bomb down. They felt like they were caged. Turns out Spirit locked in with the beast.
Kept this one simple, jumped around every corner, readied up for that A attack. Zontix couldn't hit his bullets, and, well, no one could, honestly. Only Spinks goes down to Shiro.
Game on.
Yeah. We got a real one. T-side here for MOUZ on Ancient. It was a slow start, but it could end just as badly as Nuke.
CT pack just gets ripped to shreds.
Nice, boys.
You love to see it. On the third map, the deciding map, we're going to split the pistols and keep this game as close as could be.
You know, sometimes Spirit have games where they don't show up. But versus MOUZ, and last time they said, okay, we're not at 100%. Everyone was sick back at EPL. That happens. But this game, for the head-to-head, if they're able to win again, imagine what that means for them. There'll be a number of teams that, how do you do it? You know, how do you beat Spirit? And here are MOUZ, able to consistently play close no matter what, and maybe just always win from now on.
Yeah, I mean, in a world where Vitality are kind of being touted as the world's best, and you've still got the likes of Spirit right behind them, MOUZ definitely putting themselves in that conversation at a critical juncture in this first season of 2025. You know, the doubts of MOUZ in the last couple of years, they've slowly been piecing together the solution to those problems. A trophy hoist without Shuhei is such a sign of greatness that could be for MOUZ, but could be. A head-to-head win over Spirit this consistently, put that right up there with it. Donk's got an AK though, so your chances not guaranteed. They'll back up.
They run away.
Yeah, you know Donk's in here. You know he's got a rifle. You dunk a nade on top of him to soften him up, prime for the sweep away. And Donk's going to use that as a chance to reposition.
Wow, he thinks that they've actually left to go to the B site?
Outplayed. That's how much he thinks they fear him.
Wow, that's wait, what in the? This guy's doing the world tour. Okay, now he knows that they're finally going to plant.
Just getting his steps in.
He even saves really fast.
Okay.
What do you call this position? Zen Garden?
Just Zen. Ah. No, it's actually T-spawn.
T-spawn, right. Creative. One day we'll be able to walk on that bridge.
The door's locked.
It's where you press E.
Oh.
Duh. Also, where does that door go?
Don't ask questions.
A new way to bid. Donk genuinely believe they ran away to go to the other site.
Yeah, that's... I mean, he tries to get ahead of it, but they weren't that scared. They were somewhat scared when they all paused.
They all ran away, yeah.
You know, the nade softened them up for 50. But we already saw what happened. I mean, we started this half by highlighting the solo AK round of the first half for Team Spirit, where a dropped AK from a dead body saved MOUZ's round. That's how close it came. So don't think things are guaranteed. Donk is indeed on this B site, where right now MOUZ are setting their sights. Couple smokes for Spirit to try to burn time off the clock. Pistols could try to foray into the caves, see what's up, see who's home. Negligible damage for Chopper to have to handle. Still sitting outside this site, but we do have Xerxion at the same time.
Ooh, smoke.
Carving a bit of...
Look at this. Magic's got another smoke as well. They really want to commit to this site. Oh, I'm starting to go back. Okay.
Xerxion versus Zontix in this critical red room position.
This might be a spot where actually... Oh, there's one spotted. Nice one from Xerxion.
Yeah.
Open,
finds the right path. Yay.
Yay. This is one where actually the smoke that's supposed to sort of invite a team that's trying to call your bluff actually works against you. They did have so many people there waiting on B. They actually, deep in their minds and hearts, wanted it to be the B site.
Oh. It's another gun to be saved here for Spirit.
AK's close by, Con.
Also, remember, Donk has a kit.
Yeah, true.
Ooh. You thinking what I'm thinking?
They have a smoke, a kit, an AK on their top fragger, half the bomb left to go.
You thinking what I'm thinking?
And Torzy with one refresh smoke if they want to use it, but it looks like they might try to dive in and go crazy.
I'm thinking what they're thinking. Torzy's going to confirm they're still close, though, and honestly, good job by MOUZ. They keep enough bodies nearby. Just trying to scare him, to scramble him, keep him close for that bomb to pop. Shiro going to make the most of that. That should finish off Brolin. And it nearly kills Spinks as well. 91 damage to him, but MOUZ still. Round win to the scoreboard, 1 round in the lead with 2 players alive. If not for Torji finding out that CT stack, maybe they try to throw the Hail Mary.
It's been a solid game because every round's competitive, even on low guns. And to Spirit's credit, they're always keeping something in the mix, you know, in terms of utility or weapons or ideas to make these rounds competitive. But MOUZ have taken the lead. Now we've got one of the early turning points, right? We've got Spirit and MOUZ both buying in, both not rich just yet. Molly missed to the cutout. This slows down the mid attack just a little bit. They're going to come in manually, clear it.
Just missed his timing, which is usually his strengths. Oh, Zontix wins the duel.
Yeah, it's a little messy. Xerxan shoots too early, even though Zontix showed himself.
And Xerxan's been playing so well, so slight gap in the cleanliness of the kill. Chopper inside cave gets bested straight up by Jimmy. Magic's full blind, but Brolin
doesn't clear it properly.
And that just sets up Shiro easily, stuck in the corner, but good to deliver a second. Spirit looking to instantly answer that 8th with their own. A wide swing out into the cave to finish. Donk's got the trade. Brolin jumps with gun behind him.
That's a brutal mistake. You know, the Xerxan shooting a little early. Maybe he just misread the swing. Brolin, that's sort of one of those inexcusable moments. You were clearing it properly, but you didn't clear it fully. And really, the round comes with it, right? All control of the site. And the reason that Magix is fully tucked is because the flash was so good. He wouldn't have been able to shoot back whatsoever. And again, it's early into the half, but the money implications are there. Turns it into a B rush.
Gonna try to just overwhelm Chopper. Firebomb.
Oh, that cover is beautiful out of Magix.
He's got another one up next. Brolin gets revenge. Double tech 9 kill here for Brolin. Frag softens him down to half health. Fire's gonna force him to reposition, but you've got a smoke in front of this pack. The entirety of Spirit sits behind this, and it's just enough room for Brolin to outreach and grab that M4. Are they gonna save?
I think, oh, another smoke comes in super deep. They're still thinking about running through this, but, you know, it will have to be through a smoke, essentially.
Incendiary does nothing. They try to pop it. Flash does find its target. Brolin's got a triple. Here comes Donk. Won't be able to get the better of both. And Shiro's op, surely too valuable. Brolin makes up for it.
Dude, those are the entries, man. Again, he makes up for it entirely. It was his mistake. It was a small one. It just had large implications, or should have. But this save, no problem for MOUZ. So they make it a full B rush. They smoke them all the way up the ramp. They get a flash that actually blinds the default player. And Magix actually gets the first 2 kills. So this is a 3v5 with Tech 9s, all because of Brolin's entries.
Third one's nice.
Wow.
Stomped on. Hallie's always a little sassy.
Yeah.
It's that curled upper lip. Snarly.
Coming in, 3 MP9s now. The economic game of chicken does not stop.
Jump into cover, but Xertion's going to keep that tempo going. There may have been CTs here at the start of the round, but they get frazzled back into Donut. Felt a little too ominous. The moment, though, you are, because of your fallback to Donut, kind of still leaning 3A, but you were. Donk actually leaves.
And the setup. Shiro, they walk into it.
Right, easy shadow for Shiro. Zontix holds his with the MP9 double kill towards mid.
Wow, round's dead just like that.
How?
They
How
know
does that fall so flat?
The split's coming in. It's the perfect setup for Shiro, for sure. I don't know how Zontix gets his, but oh, and Shiro gets another no op down. Oh, that's brutal, man. Again, it's a round that's forced here from Spirit, and they come up spades.
Man, we've had some really action-packed rounds, and then this one's just a calamity.
Yeah, like no rounds have been this decisive.
Right, yeah. MOUZ absolutely zero footing. I mean, I say zero footing. They took over middle. They were feeling confident. They thought they had that bomb site primed to be split. Little shadow tease. Torji, 30 seconds to try to hang on. There's 2. Go for it.
They immediately rearrange. Chopper even goes to think about the B site just in case Torzi wants to try something. But I just don't think he has the time. Yeah, site's too far away. All right, so it gets marginally competitive. A couple of kills at least in favor of MOUZ here, but a great opening, man. That was that Halley off the tack for whatever reason, had the right read on the A play that was coming in, and Zontix, well, what more is there to say than MP9 2K by himself inside Donut?
I mean, garden hose of bullets inside Donut. That should not be so easy, but it was. Again, shadow advantage, that's one thing. Zontix just rips their heads off, and look where it leaves them. Look at the economy. Dude, that's the round. That's the round that could have huge ramifications. Spirit looking for the double digits off it. Donk, you know he's going to try to charge you down if he thinks there's blood in the water.
That was an excellent seamless run boost. Do they kill him?
No,
they don't.
Donk and Zontix hold down to the bottom of mid. Here's the late answer out of Brolin with the double tech 9 kill. Looking for a gun as the Opper misses 2 shots.
And I think he's kind of worried. Shiro just wants to get rid of this problem because even though it's a 3v2, Bomb gets spotted.
And now he waits in.
Shrek. He waits in Shrek.
Wow.
Would need a call out.
I never thought this would be a relevant position, and
Part of
here
the reason
we are,
we're calling it Shrek is because you said we'd never have to use it. All right, and here we are.
We do.
What a key position Shrek has become.
Yes, it has. Chopper catching him off guard. You never see it coming. And now Brolin, 3 kills into the round, on for the ace at 50 seconds. Bomb can be grabbed if not for Magix locking that in. And I kind of tried to hype that like Magix dies because he was 4-14 when he takes that fight just now.
Right. Every kill's quality.
He'll close out the round. It'll put Spirit back in the lead, but that was just Donk unleashed this time. Run boost into the Heaven fight. I mean, talk about a swing.
You honestly don't even see people execute on this run boost as much anymore. Like, sometimes it's run boost just to get in front of elbow instead. And they're just not ready for the timing at all. Whole kit of utility and the first kill goes down. Back to pistols. MOUZ. Not even a Tech 9 for Brolin. How are they going to do this?
It's crazy when you think that that Tech 9 moment from Brolin is why this game is even still just a 1-round difference. Spirit's CT side would have been much healthier. So this one's free. Brolin's Deagle surely not destined for too much. Torji thinking maybe he could have jumped on Shiro up close, but Magix has got the cover offered over. Jimmy's P250 finds 1 kill, but Brolin not as lucky this time around. Doesn't open up sight. Spirit 2-round lead and 2 away from Lisbon.
Yeah, 2 away. It's a very close game still. It does feel like, though, MOUZ are in more control than they were on Nuke. And Nuke, I think they played marginally better, but then MOUZ made the comeback. Here, it feels like their CT rounds much more consistent. Openers, much better at mid-control so far. Little scarier on the eco rounds as well, even when they were saving. And this will be the final time in regulation that Hallie can talk. Cyclone's going to be calling the pause. They've got 2 left. But he says, I'm going to try to come in again. Let's not let this get to map point. Again, we see when those pauses are called or run out for Spirit, that Cyclone just waits. You know, hopefully my team can get us out of this rut so we don't allow the other, you know, allow Spirit to power up at all. It's a top-heavy scoreboard for Spirit.
Yeah.
They haven't nullified Donk this game.
Nope. Shiro's found his impact across maps too. The real savior in Spinks back on Nuke is nowhere to be found in this decider. Sitting 7 kills, 17 deaths, lowest performing player for MOUZ on the map that dictates who steps forth into playoffs. There is still chance for him to recover. Donk off the timing again. Xerxion's been a little faster than Donk's anticipated. Shiro's gonna catch Brolin.
That's all the way back in the default.
Damn.
He was just watching the bomb, and Xerxion, I mean, Donk's gonna corroborate Donut with smoke, so Xerxion's gotta get this kill, and he does.
Wow. Nice adjustment. Magic's hoping he'd catch him off guard. Suddenly the back of this B site feeling a little hot. So Chopper's going to approach it, but has to do it with caution, has to consider every corner. Shiro's going to kill one back on Cave. Chopper makes steps, and now if Xerxion times this swing correctly, he could catch them kind of jumbled up on each other.
Yeah, they look a little uncomfortable at the moment.
Surely, I mean, they know this squeeze could come at a moment's notice, but Xerxion's taking so long that they're just going to play for sight instead. Torzy's got 2 players up front.
Spinks kills him.
Team kill, and now finally Xerxion's going to make his move, but after all of that, he only gets active in the 1v4.
I think he needed to be, even if he dies, if he's the one who swings right there, then they can get out of a cave, shoot someone in the back, or at least take space at the same time. But Xerxion, I think he feels he makes some presence and then doesn't want to be involved. I get why you're patient. He's out of vision. He doesn't know exactly what they're doing, and he's assuming that they're holding him. But in reality, Chopper didn't know that he took a step forward, right? Chopper thought that he was hiding somewhere within CT spawn or in the window room somewhere. And that was the wrong read.
3 map and match points for it.
Yeah. Sometimes, you know, Xerxion at his best is an aggressive lurker, right? But sometimes we do see him just a little bit too tepid.
Man.
Timid.
Donk jumps over. Not working with the best tools for the job. MOUZ, they found a little space out middle. You know, considering Xerxion was able to take over Red Room in multiple moments, makes sense to put more bodies behind that. He's working with the Galil, but caught on the climb up. Shiro has been playing excellently as well. Right there with Donk. 21 kills established off that one. The immortal, omnipresent. A part of all of these rounds. Not just a closer, but here in the 22nd, an opener as well. And you topple Xerxion.
He's looking to follow them to their final resting place here.
There's a lack of impact from Spinks and Jimmy Mo.
That's true. Yeah, Spinks, not the beast that he was over on Nuke, the best player on the server back then. Sontic said, I can do that every day. Or sorry, Donk said, I can do that every day.
The nice thing here for MOUZ is at least they've got footing inside Cave, so to step forward with a smoke in front of you could very well put this bomb down.
Yeah,
and then just hope to God Spinks is able to use that best weapon of the 4 remaining players to hang on to the retake. A retake that won't feature too much utility, but a very key incendiary still for Shiro that could flush players right into these rifles. I mean, the edge is clearly Spirits. They go swinging in and triple kill. A quad straight for MOUZ. All of the advantage was theirs for the taking. You can see the damage that was done. Shiro has to tuck tail and go. How do MOUZ pull that off?
I don't know. Look at the X's on the map. It was the exact fight that MOUZ were ready for, but they decided not to approach too heavily. Instead, they waited for what they knew was going to be retake utility and took a bunch of fights. Obviously, a lot of that has to do with aim, but they at least didn't overcommit to pushing. Maybe if they turn the corner, that's where it goes wrong. So giving up the site was a little bit too much respect out of Spirit. MOUZ step back into this game.
It's Brolin again.
Yeah, seriously, Brolin on pistols.
2 kills right here. They kind of jumble up all on top of one another and the lesser weapons prevail. 4v5 walkout, and what that also allows is MOUZ to now come in with real guns. That could have been the guillotine dropping. The first tickets to Lisbon booked for Spirit right there in front of you, and they can't close a 5v4 versus sidearms. Doesn't mean Shiro will haunt them as they try to approach the B site again. It's just an MP9 from Magic, but Brolin is going to continue to tear up players.
And Shiro peels back. I mean, they still have Cave here with Chopper. And he won't die as he goes to look for any type of lurker. Obviously, wait, they're not even going to attempt this. Oh my god, that one kill into Cave, Brolin on 1 HP with an entry again, and they instantly win the round.
Spirit are letting this slip through their hands.
Oh my gosh.
Back
and maybe
to back
that
B sites
is a little bit like Nuke. Another small comeback.
One HP on Brolin in that moment. But really leaning away from this B site. You know, we've seen it multiple times, just playing that back lane.
Yeah, playing retake spots, it just feels just like if they played anywhere committed, like I don't even think we're getting full grenades coming in for MOUZ on these spots.
Of course, going for the save just means that it's all grenades, all guns.
Crazy how much the situation changes just because Brolin survives. 1 HP gets a kill. If Magix kills him with that MP9, they probably attempt it, and then we see if Spirit even have guns this round if they lose.
Instead, they're going to put all their eggs in this final basket, round 24. Donk is looking to get into the action, hoping to be let loose.
Hey.
Thing is, what was working was that B hit. But also, at times, we've seen Xerxin get away with this top red room pressure, and he is able to step forward
Molly.
again. Xerxin should trust that Molotov, and if he does, Zontix's position will catch him off guard.
This is a spot where if you rotate, you call for a Donk to run by, and he can clear this, obviously, but you really want to feed into the spade as much as possible.
Instead, Donk just kind of gives Xerxin a warning.
No, but that's fine. Hey,
Sure.
Here, even Donk, it's like, oh, why is he fighting this if there's someone holding?
Now here comes Spinks. Instant headshot on Magix. And you've got Chopper surrounded. Brolin's coming up that ramp in a moment. Spinks gets a double from the bottom of the board with a double kill. Finally able to have something to be proud of. Xerxin, the late activation, catches the rotation, and it's gonna go overtime surely. Zontix, a measly 3 HP. If it was not for Brolin, this is done. And when he pulls off that Tech 9 round, MOUZ barely celebrate, realizing what's ahead of them as they overwhelm it 3 rounds in a row. They take that B site.
As Xerxin got into the window again, but this time he's not too slow. Perfect move from him. And Spinks, what can you say? 2 kills on these entries. Entire site dead. That's him, I think, just getting to 10 kills now by the end of the game. Just to get them into overtime. That's a crazy hype moment, man. Spirit hit match point, and then they get a little bit more fragile. Timeout gets used instantly. Surely Hallie's frustrated. It's like a mirrored map here to Nuke in terms of a 2-round lead. The last timeout called by Cyclone, waiting for Spirit to win just to see if his team could do it, and then they win out from there.
Spirit have had 5 match points at this point. 2 back on Nuke and 3 now. And we know what happened in the last overtime. MOUZ swept it. This T-side has struggled to find success, but breaking through in the final moments is enough.
And between the Brolin entries and the 2 B-site players having 8 kills each, you can understand why this has been a successful bout for them. Oh, and Dunk goes down through the smoke.
Zontix now in a critical position, but as he climbs up, Xerxin's going to attack him from behind to 9.
Oh, it's a bad spray.
But a second layer. Jimmy comes in from behind as well, and that tiptoe through smoke spells disaster here for Spirit. Total mid-control offered over to MOUZ, and everybody's still just positioned outside B. B has already fallen so many times. Spirit walk away from this. Why wouldn't you think it going elsewhere?
Yeah, I mean, Chopper's going to throw 1 smoke just to try to dissuade them, or make them rethink this. Want to make it feel like a stack. MOUZ go back to check flanks. They have time to work with. Shiro trying to get into a position to help. But from these retake spots, there hasn't been much done. If he goes over committal, he's just going to die from cave. And however, with Magic's pushing all the way through, Chopper, surely he's got to start to make it over here. Shiro, some damage, but no kill.
They'll switch over to the cave exit instead. No reason for Spinks to really jump out. It's an incendiary for Torzi. That's going to burn him down significantly.
Oh, but he commits.
You've now softened up 3 players and you drop Brolin. It's going to have to be Jimmy's health bar full. And so he trades out after 2. Chopper getting a double's good. I mean, it's a huge edge here for Spirit in the health. And then a nice passive approach from Shiro gets the edge back taken. It is Spinks on 16.
He's so low.
He has struggled so long.
Magic's to clear out the whole flank.
And so he is stuck here in cave, and they should damn well know it. Magix could get on top of that bomb, and it's gonna force Spinks into the open, dead to the hands of Shiro. Spirit finally with some success on B.
It has to be in overtime. That's where they get the round, and somehow it's this one of all rounds. The round where MOUZ's staging was perfect. That was they almost gave up trying to stack over towards the A side because MOUZ did not move with enough conviction. After this kill, I thought Donk's on full tilt. Yeah, I was like, a death like that in this moment. It's basically been him or Shiro or no round win, period.
And that was one of the big talking points of the desk before this went live, right? Just hoping for the 3rd piece of Spirit. Hoping they had that player to step it up. And Zontix is like kind of trying to float above the 2 very much struggling B players. But this scoreboard for Spirit is so top heavy. It's just more of the same. And in a game this close, 2 or 3 kills do make a difference.
Yeah, between the coaches, this is a game of chess. I think they're playing a totally different game to the players right now, just hoping their pieces deliver on the shots, but really controlling the macro whenever they can. Very liberal in the timeouts.
Roland not wasting time here. Runs up to the front of A. Keeps the pressure up. That's 3 players focused on the A site instead. So Zershin, thinking he can cross out middle once more, will do so by blasting away Donk.
Oh, and they almost got 2.
They caught Zontix crossing, but he gets away unscathed.
It's actually critical here for Spirit that Zontix crossed back to Donut, didn't die, and established control. This helps Shiro focus on A main. Brolin's going to be stuck in here, but look at the B side again, vacant.
I mean, it's such a good job by Brolin to just throw that early util to show bodies, multiple out mid. Of course you're going to peel players off if you're Spirit.
Does Shiro know? I mean, he's holding the right side specifically, but Brolin's not going to move until someone else makes contact because it's MOUZ who are up a player.
Frees up Zontix to go, right? Zontix was given utility to come bolster this B site. Chopper's gonna find contact ramp, but
that's just...
yeah, not beautiful.
Yeah, again, between him and Magic's not been great, and Shiro misses one.
Spinks burning ever slightly. Magic's still not given a duel, waiting for that swing over. Bombs from Cave, though, so Spinks can just hold this line. Jimmy can plant that bomb with confidence, knowing nobody's gonna swing up and deal with him. Magic's being in this corner could catch Spinks off guard, but it's still such a difficult spot to get anything done, and he starts to stomp around, announcing the retake's not too far away. They'll boost inside of Cave. That's going to be a good angle for Jimmy. Spinks draws the attention over. Jimmy actually goes down, but Torzi through the smoke as he pops it open. Guarantees what has been the success of MOUZ once more. This B site with their name stamped on it.
Ooh, man, and they break the trend. Spirit do at first. MOUZ back to winning. It's another solid round from them. It's Zershin, you know, we've had really big highlights and a couple of low moments mixed in there. His bad spray last round, but he's getting so much space here inside of middle. Now Donk gets taken down again as the first player, and that's a duel that Donk wanted. But Chopper Magic's, man, over on B, just not doing too much. And not in the chill guy way.
Some of the more successful B holds has just been when Donk has thrown up heaven, when Donk is able to slam them from outside caves. Here goes Brolin. He was aggressive with it last time. And once again, just doing a great job of trying to sell this, but Chopper eats a flashbang, dead on B again. And look at all that early pressure applied by Brolin. Understaffed B site once more. Magic's trying every time to do something here to hold them back as reinforcements arrive in time to trade. And that bomb gets sent back down ramp. There's still so much time. Neither team with information anywhere else on the map, so Donk will do what he does best. Goes forward into fight. Shiro slams Torji. And that's bomb dropped on the ramp. 1v2 for Brolin.
Oh, just a couple of missed moments. Brolin, full HP, lots of time left over, bomb in hand, and 2 Spirit players searching.
Separated.
Zontix jumping up, getting spotted, and getting killed.
20th frag for Brolin, up on the ankle.
Right
Shiro, close enough.
Well, honestly,
luckily, they have a closer.
Yeah, and also, like, Brolin's like, what is he doing there? Zontix jumping up. Shiro, I think, was about to make his way over towards A site.
I think so, too.
But it's those moments, and you can see how mad Donk is. He's just running into the site, swinging on B ramp as well, getting the kill on top of it. This tactic is excellent. Brolin sets up a small fake over towards A so they can explode towards the ramp. Oh, that's the shot?
Gross.
Wow, I knew you could only see his head, but I thought Shiro took his time. Anything but.
What I love about this play from Brolin, too, is 1 round ago, he kind of did a similar thing. This time, he makes sure to go that 1 step further, right? Smoke out to the right. It felt like more of a commitment.
And it's a small thing, but MOUZ missed a second flash as they were trying to get up the ramp.
Ouch. Devil is in the details. Now we swap back over. MOUZ to the defense. Torzi on the line. 22 kills to his name, but give Donk a chance to entry, and he will dominate this bomb site, making the defense feel like Chopper and Magic's. 28 frags now to Donk's name, completely overwhelming this to just lock in an early 15th round win.
Yeah.
Spinks gonna go down empty-handed. Shiro also 1 for the road. Jimmy, last man standing, is delivered 2 kills in a 1v5.
And there are a couple of players who are low. Chopper tagged up a bit.
Might as well play for this.
Nothing to lose. Go for it.
He's got the smoke. He's got the kit. Blocks off cave first. It's a double up over towards ramp. Frag comes out, which means now he can cross for free. Gets that 3rd frag, but the wall bang's good. Tries his damnedest. Has to. His teammates left him everything to do.
I mean, it's hard to give anyone else credit. Right now, Donk is insane. He just took out Torzi. Raw duel. Torzi's holding for this ramp push. Perfect pre-aim right to the dome. Barely could even click, and Brolin, who has been his nemesis, gets taken out next. MOUZ can't be mad about it. That's how they made their bread. A lot of T rounds running up the B ramp as well.
This will be the 6th and 7th match points for Spirit to try to end this.
It took until overtime for everyone from Spirit to get in double digits.
Yeah, those scores for Magix and Chopper, man, leaves a lot to be desired. But luckily for you, you have Donk. And Donk has Shiro, and Shiro now has Zontix. Right? When you want that 3rd piece, there is a clear step up from Zontix. Still on the heels of the Stars of Spirit, but not too far away.
Again, the MOUZ.CET side has been a lot less B ramp pushes and this was a problem for them in the first half. Leaving that open, looking for the late mid control. Torzi gets his on Donk.
Love that. With Donk dead, who steps up? Shiro's your closer, but you still need that space created, so Chopper goes for the wall bang. Nothing home. Jimmy just watching it with the pixel gap, and you got Shiro. Wow. You move fast, right? That's the whole point.
Yeah.
Spot it and react, but Shiro almost gets a shot off on him. And you've got Zontix on main control. Bomb is inbound.
Yeah, I mean, with the deep smoke here, A play does look viable.
They're going to emphasize main instead, triple main.
Yeah, and with no donut to run to. It could come down to Magix if they fight him.
20 on the clock, and we've seen this setup before from MOUZ, right? 2 players towards Donut. Magix doesn't see that coming, almost dies by opening up his own smoke, and that would have been all the attention turned towards main, where now Chopper is trying to exit with success.
The time.
Down low, time expires. Nothing that they can do about that.
Oh.
No donk, no round win.
They could have moved a little faster right there. I mean, Magix blows open the smoke, but they needed to scale out of A. That's not even his fault. He took control of Donut, and yeah, when he blows it open, doesn't look to see if if anybody's in there. But that's a setup that's atypical for MOUZ. They're the ones who are terrified. I think Spirit just didn't believe it. 4v5 makes this difficult, but it's a matter of calling the fact that they didn't actually exec when they needed to.
Magic's really didn't keep up too much pressure either, right? No spam through that smoke to try to make it awkward. Really didn't expect people to be right behind it. You see that when he almost dies. Oh, and you've got Donk down to 10 HP. Those grenades, those grenades are exactly what they're looking for. A way to slow him down. To, dare I say it, stop him.
Let's see if it matters. Donk has died instantly in a few of these openers. Him on 10 HP. It might still be a blessing. You know, his aim sometimes doesn't take any damage.
That's going to be Torzy having to make a choice.
Magic's here is to cut off rotators. This is not something you see that often. Sometimes you see someone playing an elbow, but full mid control to start this off. Torzy in a solid spot.
Torzy's going to be allowed this angle.
And Donk's on the op.
Just sitting here, ready for it. Lands that. Zontic's now on 62.
Donk, does he die here? No.
More utility on top of it. He is locked in that corner with the op. Nothing he can really do at 45. B player is still not going to move. They've got 3 guys inside sight, and Magix drops the ball on the other side of the map. A little bit of movement in the donut players as they hear that stomp over towards elbow. Zontix, what are you going to do about this? Torzy's locked in on you. The 7th chance to close this series, to lock in Lisbon, and it's uninspired again. They just limped their way into a stacked A site that MOUZ refused to lose. Donk will get 1 kill as he's the last player to step up from it. MOUZ have been against the wall many a time in this series. 8 seconds, denied. MOUZ just had to wait because Spirit don't have what it takes to close this now.
No, they really don't. They've shown this over and over again now. They just cannot close.
He is mauling.
No, because it's either he gets 3 kills or they simply cannot close. Without Donk, they lose to time. Second round in a row. It's one thing for him to be the entry fragger, but someone else has to step up when he's that low on HP opping, or if he dies first.
Yeah, you think the most frustrating thing for Donk is to just kill him outright. No, it's to put him in the back and watch all his teammates fail first.
And Magic's Chopper would have to be that second guy. But they weren't there swinging, scaling, and allowing for trades to go down. Another overtime is needed.
Turns out this will be the closest map of the series.
Yeah, seriously.
The second OT.
Yeah, I think if it wasn't for pressure, this game would have been over on Nuke. The fact that MOUZ can be more resilient, more composed.
Right.
I mean, that's great to see for a team like MOUZ that were doubted on stage just a couple months ago. I mean, Spirit are literally coming off a major win here, but they still have the same problems that they've had for the past couple of years in moments.
It's wild that resilience can be harnessed when you don't have to think too far back to remember that those attacks onto the B site, sure, they end up bullying the defenders, but it was a Brolin triple tech 9.
Yeah.
That's why we're here. That's why we are now in double overtime.
Yeah.
And that was the round after Brolin absolutely dropped the ball and almost cost them.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I mean, it was gifted to him.
Yes.
It was gifted to him.
I mean, I could sympathize with Donk's frustrations. They were standing on the finish line and then yanked back by a triple tech 9.
But that's got to be the recipe.
Fast peek.
Oh my God.
Zontic's Chopper dead. First round of OT2, and that's Jimmy in the background with the kill over towards mid. Not a bit of success here.
Oh,
nothing
smacked
for Spirit to be proud of. Now MOUZ power up.
That's amazing combat opping from Torzy. A main shut down entirely. Spirit wanted to fight in mid as they took the A site. There was no one there. And all the pawns get smacked down.
Dude, Torchy's been the fire in this squad tonight. You know, even when that triple tech happened, right? They kind of like couldn't believe it for a second. They were stunned. And he tried to crank that dial to remind them, you are in this. And it is playoffs on the line.
And that's how Dog dies. 72 damage to a Molly. Headshot on the cross from Jimmy. And now what?
Nothing.
A minute 23 on the clock. Chopper, you have to take control of this situation. Believe it or not, you still have great players on this team left in this round with time, with some utility. Oh, and Zontix misses a key opportunity. He just drops off at the wrong moment. But still, 4v5. Won't spend too much time waiting around.
The defender's in the right position here. Spinks into the corner. Lets Brolin take the contact. And Brolin may not even need help. Zontix kind of stuttering to try to trade this. And the ramp player is still burned out by Torzi. He puts fire at their feet. Spinks doesn't even move. Spirit with Donk dead do absolutely nothing.
Oh man, I hate that that's true. I hate that that's true, but it has been.
Single kill for Shiro here in a 1v5. Denied after the one.
And the fact is that Shiro is having an amazing game, but it's set up by the opening kill. So Donk once again becomes the limiting factor. The floor and the ceiling right now for Spirit.
Dude. We've seen Donk try to get that same spam on Xerxin many times on the defense. Never connected and ends up being the victim instead.
Decisive rounds are so rare up until we got to overtime here.
Chopper manages to get out elbow at least, but operating on his own. Torzi's gonna go for the ramp play, and he is just not missing. But Donk is close enough to go for trade.
And there it is.
I mean, if not Donk, then nothing. It should be no surprise. Chopper wins the lurk fight out towards middle. Donk's dead now to Xerxin. Xerxin just came up into short.
Oh.
And he's got Shiro pinned in behind the site pillar. It's got a low HP Brolin dead now. That flank from Chopper arrives in time, and Shiro's there to close it. It's one on the T side in second OT.
Wow, just so happens to be the round that Donk comes up, gets the 2 entries inside B. But still, one may be enough. We'll see. It's a new lease on life as they switch over to the other side. My goodness. I'm honestly wondering if he should even try to go into mid where all the grenades are, because that's where he's been dying the most with the least output. I think it's disheartening to think you have to call rounds around just site execs, but honestly, with the rest of the team at the moment, it's pretty much the only way that they've been winning. But again, now that it's CT side, new set of problems here for MOUZ.
Magix wants this fight right into it. You love that. He gets the dink too, so he knows there's someone in it. Can't quite figure out where he got off to, but he knows Spinks is low.
Yeah, he could calm this. Spinks smartly just switches places with him.
It's crazy that Spinks is alive. Anything that he can make happen here. If Chopper drops the ball.
I mean, they have to have called this
Chopper
dink.
dies to a 7 HP.
Okay.
That would be insane. And so it doesn't happen. The ball's on Magix.
But they know Magix
score line to go that aggressive out through cave. Information goes both directions. Like you said, they know he's there, and it's going to be Shiro to try to come and bolster the site as Chopper allocates himself inside cave. Awkward one here for Shiro. Does he try to press out? Because you've got Jimmy making noise right next to you. Up close and personal, drops him. Bomb could be planted here from Torshi. Xerxin's gonna cover the cave. Donk just steamlines his way forward, and then the Opera connects. Torsi, one more shot to take that 18th. Welcome Zontix forward, but he turns. And as he does, the CT ever closer. Oh, a missed shot. Down to 15. Left or right, that's the question. And when? Torsi waits, and the swing comes through. Ooh. Finally getting the Opera to miss a shot. Spirit to tie at 17.
Oh, just had to hit that shot. Torsi just boiling over, angry, hits that monitor. Donk dying, he thought was the end. But Zontic still pulled out the clutch. I'm honestly glad to even see Shiro go out to try to get the 1-for-1, because if they just go for a retake situation, that round ends losing to time, the bomb exploding, or something even more awkward. We've got MOUZ using a timeout, trying to keep energy alive. They know how well they played in those first 2 rounds, how they've climbed back in the last 2 maps, and how tilted that Spirit get. It's visible, it's palpable.
That shot, just to give himself a chance.
Oh, opportunities there. I mean, for the game that Torzi's had, it's sad that that's the last moment for him here. Can understand why it's hard to contain that one. Oh, and Donk dies again inside middle.
Trades there, but the exchange goes back to MOUZ's favor. Jimmy ready to come out through smoke. You know what happens when Donk dies. Team Spirit loses.
Yeah, quite often.
Unless
at least they don't have
course correct.
It's like at least they don't have to have him going for entries this time. Shiro, oh, won't hit that. Brolin between the eyes.
Brolin has found success inside this B site. Will do so again. Gets past the Opper. And the 2 underperforming players of Spirit left inside the site, where it looks like Brolin's just going to try to carve out more information. All the information, his for the taking.
All right.
As Magic's. That's not going to work.
That's not going to work. Oh, man.
MOUZ.
And here's,
match point.
Yeah. And you want to tell Donk just bait more, but like, who's he supposed to bait as the entry player? As the guy who plays aggressive middle. But here's where you can just give enormous credit for MOUZ, because when they've attacked mid on both sides, they've dealt with him first, you know? They know he's going to be there. He has the nades to support him on his opening kills.
Fast again, fast again! 3 players out mid.
Oh,
Wild
baby!
Spray, but he still gets it, and Jimmy still trades. It's the same formula that pieced together last round. Man advantage off of it.
Oh, and he wants to go forward. Oh,
this
that
time
flash.
He won't miss, but A-site prime for the taking. Look at the tempo that Brolin's got to throw out. Shiro, he's not going to arrive in time to stop Brolin from crossing over towards the temple entrance. But now maybe Spink steps forth unsuspecting. Yeah, I mean, you've got a nade out. Torzi didn't know about Shiro. He's going to miss the chance to kill the next one.
They must know someone's crossed. We'll see if they're aware of it.
Brolin's getting ever closer. Shiro, he's let his guard down. And Brolin's timing again, whether it's B-side or A, comes in with conviction. And the one thing MOUZ haven't wasted are match points. 0 for 7, Team Spirit. MOUZ 2v2 right here, right now. You've got Magic's back, spotted, burnt out, nothing he can do about it. Brolin, what's the call?
They feel like they can't plant yet. They've established on Donut. It's Spirit who are rearranging. Both coming in from CT spawn. A smoke to work with. A double donut play might not work, so Brolin expands.
But there's a frag grenade. A frag grenade if that smoke is dropped in front of Spinks. And if he can serve up enough of a distraction that eventually Brolin can get here, but Brolin you'd think is gonna have to run. Spirit trying to get us into a 3rd OT, but just enough time burnt off of this. Now you've got Chopper on the bomb. Brolin's gotta activate. Sitting duck. There is the trade back. Spinks, he's still alive. He's still alive, and he lets him defuse this. No way!
Oh, he just sticks it. Pros don't fake.
Just lets him defuse it.
Oh, he's in the smoke running through. If he commits on the run through, he assumes Chopper's going to keep his eyes open, because why wouldn't? He was so close and he was running. Honestly, I think it's actually crazy that Chopper is full committed to this defuse, but it's the perfect read.
But no spray, nothing? The game goes on.
We reset.
A 3rd one needed. This time Donk isn't the first casualty of the round.
He is so blind.
He will lose Zontix. on the fallback. You know they're going to chase. Brolin trying to come at him with the fire in hand.
Molly's no good.
Nah, smoke still over towards elbow. That'll keep the op off Donk's back for now.
Gives him a way out, too.
And he'll exit fully. Safely tucked in red room, smoke in front of Spinks.
Donk, is he just going to take a timing peek? That's the question. Torzi's holding the wrong angle, but his flicks have been tremendous in this game.
It's not if, it's when.
There it is. Too hard to hit.
Torzi a sitting duck.
Oh, and Chopper
Chopper's got a
gets hit.
fast one. Spinks activates. He's still got Jimmy behind him to grab bomb, but a dink's going to tell you that he's closing the distance. Swapping over to the op now is Spinks.
Okay.
He's got Chopper in front of him. That much he knows. Donk is also moving forward, but the trades come out. Good job by Magix. Your B players are starting to deliver something for Spirit.
This has got to be the longest that Donk has stayed alive in a round. So here he is, 2-on-1 versus Jimmy. Man, with the amount of time left over and the players spotted, it's a chance for Jimmy to go all the way to the other side of the map. Yeah, he's just going to skip this entirely. But, okay, they're looking for him. It's very awkward now for Jimmy because the timing that Magix is just going to run into is pretty perfect, I'd say. Because now he's ready for anything towards the A site, Jimmy. This would be a dream if he could pull it off, but I don't know how.
I mean, he would just need the instant kill to Magix for Magix to let his guard down, but Magix not even exposed. Gonna force Jimmy into the bomb plant, and then you'll find him with his hands busy.
That's it, round over.
Yeah, Magix plays around with him, and that's gonna be Jimmy to unfortunately move off of sight.
It was worth a play. He just needed to run, essentially.
Exactly. Yeah, worried about the ramp flank, which was coming.
So, okay. Donk stays alive in mid. That's, well, it's pretty much just everything, honestly. Just like what needs to happen. They finally get the better of the flashes as well, because again, MOUZ.CET's utility has been perfect on the approaches.
Those run boosts for Donk have worked well.
That's true.
2 for 2. Last time took the fight outside B site. This time they just use it as a way to get him off the same angle that he's been dying on in mid.
It's risky, like, mechanically, I think, to throw those in, but they have executed perfectly, as you mentioned, even if it's only seldom. And again, we've got timeout resets here and another overtime. Spirit looking better. MOUZ still just as consistent. It's kind of, it feels like it's just a matter of our Spirit going to be better. Because their best rounds absolutely eviscerate MOUZ. But consistently, MOUZ can play close. They have better setups, staging to the round in general.
It's a commitment mid. Jimmy, late nade. I mean, bad nades even.
Wow.
Xerxin gets the 1 kill.
Gets Donk again, though. A site's getting hit.
Zontic's trades have been good. And this time, at least, Zontix doesn't die, because at times, Jimmy's followed through with the next attack on middle.
Missed.
That's 2 missed grenades so far. And you just said MOUZ's utility has been good, because it was. This is an anomaly of missed utility.
But Jimmy's position is perfect, right?
Dirty angle. And Torzi's going to get Shiro, so that's his counterpart bested. Jimmy trying to outlurk Zontix the moment.
Oh my God, going to face forward.
That's 2 Ts who are going to have to watch their flank, though. How long before Zontix gets active?
He's layered up with this.
Yeah, Jimmy's going to try to come clear and will do it eventually. Torzi ends up hitting the shot, playing behind Big Box. Chopper's got him cleared off, but that nade nearly takes down Spirit's IGL. He's working with 12 health. Magic's on the bomb, down to 2 seconds. And this time, it gets stopped. Brolin won't waste the moment. 19 secured, tied again.
I feel like a broken record here. Donk dies as a first player, trying to jump out middle to Exertion's wild spray once again into the full A play. This is kind of what Brolin's looking for. Get that 1-for-1 trade on Donk, get out to his site as quickly as possible. Those 2 things happened, and the rest was actually relatively easy. Jimmy took a really good spot to check for flanks, and even though they missed the molly on Temple, Torzi still got his kill on Shiro. Donk again on this run boost, and he won't survive it because the nade.
Desk smash. He is boiling over at this point.
But they're running into this.
Shiro, he could save it. He could damn well save it. He's got Zontix right behind him.
Yes, he does. Molly's here. They're going to have to reset. Oh, Torzi through the smoke.
Caught crossing over towards Temple. A shot through smoke to connect, and Brolin's timing has been missed here by Chopper.
Yeah. Now this is going to take a whole lot of awareness. But Brolin, he's also got his work cut out for him. He wants to advance, but because the map's so quiet and because they had A main control at the mouth of A main, this means the CTs, they can kind of chill here.
Total forfeiture of A, though, from Spirit. I mean,
Magix will take contact. Oh, Shiro as well.
Sets a second set of eyes on mid. Flashes, nothing. Got to be careful, though. Obviously, Torji on the hunt. And then they don't anticipate Magix for the swing. Here comes Chopper out from cave. Total stoppage out in middle.
Wow, they do it.
They
Perfect
thought
setup.
they had some sort of an opening going to come and join Brolin. Instead, now he's met by smoke.
That's a fantastic mid-round setup, man, between Shiro, Magix, Chopper as well. They all contributed, and they were safe on the A site. They knew they had time there, had Donut protected entirely, and the A play that could have come in very late would have been quite an obvious timing to walk into. I mean, Brolin's going to try it. Let's see what he's got.
20 seconds, and everybody on to Magix to close. About time.
Yeah. But that was a very solid setup from Spirit. Like, even their flash and the shoulder peek got Shiro to show himself, and then he had to hide.
Yes.
So it became much more complicated. Magix had to deliver his kill, and so did Chopper.
And you know Magix is completely catching them off guard when...
So here's the counter, actually. They throw the molly with the nade for the run boost. You know exactly what Donk is going to try. And even though that run boost was rare, now they're using it more and more often.
It's cool that MOUZ have a counter for it. Ready to go. Leaving A open with a forward donut position. That switch up from Magix is what gets them round 20. Majority CT rounds in overtime 3 for Spirit.
This game's gearing up, man. Some moments have absolutely been frustrating, but we're also getting some gems. That last one was a great example. Spirit getting more tries on T side is also really interesting. Donk doesn't die in middle immediately. Chopper takes one to the body. He's down to 17.
Look at this defense, man. MOUZ are so active outside of B.
The molly in front, or behind Spinks.
I mean, at one point here, MOUZ's mid players were even starting to go for a climb up. That was like 5 guys ready to just slam any attempt of an attack on B.
MOUZ have every right to be down mid with B control. Zershin and Jimmy know that they have to be the ones responsible for both A and coming to check on it. Look at this. They've got deep control. They know that it's most likely not going to be B. They still have to hang around for a little longer.
So Spirit are going to try to go numbers strong. Utility sailing over top. Last time Torzi was never smoked off, so he got a free one. Same shit. Oh, excuse me. Torzi behind Big Box throws the nade out, kills Chopper. And I mean, totally stuffed. I mean, that is, are you inspired? A utility piece finally lands on Temple, and then everybody just gets chewed up.
Wow.
Donk's the last guy in.
Absolutely mauled.
Torzi is just allowed to do whatever he wants on Temple.
I mean, the mollies are there. The rotations being there in time was the most important part. And because they smoked B, they knew that for the next 15 seconds that there would for sure be no one coming out. And even if they did, one person to watch it is enough. So it's a very smart round out of MOUZ. A last time out called here for Spirit. In the second overtime? We're in second or third?
This is third.
Third overtime? Okay. And unfortunately, even though Donk's alive, they still failed to scale out of A, but that's, I'd say, a lot more to do with the fact that you still have lots of grenades being held, early rotations, and Torji in this key spot.
Key spot with no pressure.
But, I mean, the other option is they smoke the molly and they run through it, and there's 3 CTs waiting for them anyway. So this is just a matter of map control, and MOUZ rotating soon.
Donk out middle, alone, just dead.
He's just dead again. He is just dead again.
And then that, Chopper comes through late with a flash, but obviously Jimmy's going to take up control. 5v3.
I just don't even want to talk about this utility right now. Like they're not getting him out.
Donk has
He's
just
dying
been
everything.
Getting slammed as this map goes on. Zershin, perfectly timed peek to deal with Shiro. He lets them walk into sight, a little false confidence. A clean sweep would really send a message. 5 standing, MOUZ will give themselves another match point.
Yes.
You're so smart, Jimmy. I love you.
Man, I just need time to process what's happening in these mid interactions over and over again. But this time it's just getting even worse, right? It's not even Exertion winning the duel as he's crossing. This time it's a nade and a molly. It was a nade in the molly when he was on CT side going for the run boost. Now it's on T side as well. This is just something that needs to stop happening, as Donk's having a nightmare.
Fast again, into the boost goes the CTs, they'll miss it. They kind of get away with the fact that there's a lack of pressure this time around from Spirit. Maybe if you can keep Donk alive a little longer, he'll find success elsewhere.
They've been fully conditioned out of it. Now what opens up is an early A timing, because we saw before, they took a long time to get back to the A site. And so yes, if they go now, it's open.
And in that window of timing, you have still allowed Torji to get a little closer. Donk is down again.
The CT smoke.
Tearing his hair out at these kinds of frustrating moments. If Spirit can't do this, then they have thrown away 7 or 8 match points between Nuke and Ancient. As bullets sail over top of the bomb plant, you've got Chopper to try to take position inside of Temple, but they burn him out, and that's gonna make an awkward position for the post plant.
Oh my gosh.
Shiro's gonna try to welcome them forward. You've got 3 CTs trying to fight their way out, and Chopper's trade takes man advantage. Spirit on the brink of a quad OT, unless the lowest performing MOUZ member in Spinks from the hot hands of Nuke to a cold play on Ancient, and he's down for the count. Spirit through that A site. We need a Ford.
Another OT. In the famous words of Connor Gervin, same shit. How many more new strats will they have? But this round is because they do one thing differently. Instead of participating in mid control, instead of going for the late A play, which is basically 0 for 4 or 0 for 5, they throw a couple of grenades, they go for the A hit. And I think this is something that, again, I don't think this makes Chopper happy. The fact that they have to go to the extremity hits, but what are the rounds that are working? If we calculated the heat map of successful rounds for Spirit, it's been B attacks with Donk getting the entries, or now a fast A play. Little late to develop their playbook. It actually feels like they're shrinking it, simplifying it.
Maybe this will help. Adding Magics to the mid play. Him and Chopper take up position in heaven. Again, maybe just somebody else make the space and let Donk then trade. Wait out those nades. Poor kid's been bombarded by them. Chopper thinks he's got a bit of space in middle, but there's plenty of presence here for MOUZ. If it wasn't going to be the donut hold, it's Xertion from Red Room for man advantage.
Not scared of that at all, man. When's the last time anybody from Spirit has got to window? Has lurked up into donut, into the cutout, anything like that?
Maybe 3 overtimes ago?
Yeah. All right, here he is, Donk up front. Again, on the entries.
These have been the rounds, and this time doesn't work. Some of the most simple, successful moments for Spirit's T-side is Donk tearing through this B defense. Not this time around. MOUZ, total lockdown.
Crushed.
Triple kill from Xertion off of Red Room into B. Their defense, strong.
And that sweat off the forehead here for MOUZ as, again, one of the key plays that has been largely successful for Spirit gets shut down at every turn. Chopper does try to make this a little different. He's the guy to get up in through middle, but they don't have window smoked while he's scaling. Xertion's happy to go for a peek. And Shiro has never been threatening that window from elbow.
Chopper getting a taste of Donk's medicine. Solid stuff from Xertion.
The fact that he still has 37 kills is kind of a miracle with the amount of times that he's just straight up died on all these rifle rounds.
Yeah, but at one point, man, he was like positive 15 or something.
Right.
Now it's only 3 more kills than deaths. There's been a change in the tide. Torzi, aggressive A main.
Yeah, that's a new look.
Look at all the info and map control that comes with it.
See if Zontix just walks into this. Bomb, though, in a position where he's got to go back. I wonder if he really expands towards A.
Oh, I mean, I'm shocked Torzi's going further.
Yeah.
I mean, what more do you really want?
I'm shocked that Zontix is this far out, considering, again, who's going to get this bomb?
Torzi's going to walk up. He's a sitting duck.
Whack.
Nice try. Wasn't content with just sitting A main. When those smokes went up in middle, he thought he wanted to go clear behind it. would have freed up the other players to go stack B, which they have still stacked regardless. At 50 seconds, do they pull the trigger into a stacked bomb site, or does Zontix gather enough info for them to have second ideas? There's got to be a thought in the back of your mind that there is presence here. CT's getting aggressive right down into the ramp play. Spinks double kill. Donk's still alive. Pistol from Shiro. If cave control's maintained by MOUZ, then this could have gone south. Jimpat in with one. On what could be a killer clutch, bomb planters got him. If Donk is standing, so are Spirit.
Absolutely. 22-22. Double trade down the ramp. Perfect ending here for Donk, and a lot comes down to Shiro. He knows that someone's close by, right? He can really sense that Brolin's holding an angle. Someone's waiting a K for him. He switches to the Tech-9 because he has to get out there with his team, and just delivers on the pistol kill. Close quarters.
Donk back at mid with nades. You notice how Donk was third in on that last round?
Yeah.
Keep him alive. Chopper's got an entry frag. Good on him.
Strong.
And it's been a tough go of it on this decider map for Chopper.
And yeah, honestly, he's speeding up at least a little bit more than Magic's in this game. They were both on 8 kills before we got into overtime. Spinks also had a very slow start, now at least on 20 himself.
His rough start was featuring team kills too. This game would have been done if he gotten Chopper off that bomb, but alas, here we are. MOUZ have had far less match points to win with.
This really is the grand finals.
But everybody skipped them. No, wait, we still going to Lisbon.
Yeah.
This is just about who gets to book their tickets first. Torji, good reaction over to Magic showing skin. Chopper's gonna come at this, but the crossfire hasn't even been found out. Not only does he doesn't get a kill, won't even find the full information. Torji, thought he was making a play, instead gets blasted back by Donk. No trade out of Zontix either. Shiro clutch demanded, and they don't know that there's two inside here. So he peeks in, falls to the USP. MOUZ with majority after the defense.
Yes, they grabbed this one, and it's Donk with a single kill. As they try to get into this alley, it's just like, when does this ride stop, man? Oh, that molly towards cutout missed. This Chopper kill is for the 5v4. It's like one of the best starts that you could ask for, and it was MOUZ to blow up their own smoke. I thought that's how Donk would die.
Fucking good.
But that's the thing about MOUZ. They can afford to lose one player. They've got honestly, just a lot more that can pop off. We're getting into the raw hours of these overtimes. There's no amount of prep that goes this far. This is teams who understand each other, who scrim all the time versus each other, who now have a very serious head-to-head. And this one, even if MOUZ win at this point, it shows you how close the next one will probably be as well. But the stakes go beyond the head-to-head. It's the plane ticket to Lisbon on the line.
3 players in this server on 40 kills or more. It's just the fact MOUZ have 2.
Need to see the Xerxia and Donk head-to-head at the end of this map.
Chopper, flash, doesn't even get a chance to recover vision. Donk in the corner, covered by Magix. Magix trying to set him up, and Donk looking to make that difference. Can't manage a second kill. Jimmy bests him. 24th round looks secured, and with it, overtime 5 guaranteed for MOUZ. They have worked with less chances to close this series, but they will be given yet another.
Yep. Aging like wine in this game so far. It's MOUZ who are surviving more dynamic tests. Learning as they go.
Completely smoked out. They're just going to jump on him, Xerxia. He knows what he wants. He knows what he can take. And there is his 43rd frag. Not once in this series have MOUZ had 2 rounds in a row that they could win with.
Something tells me that this is the last half that we're going to see.
Best chance yet. And Donk was set up by 2 teammates as Magix tried to draw the attention out. You can see Donk just getting ready to go in on this, but Jimmy straight up beats him. Donk had a chance if the time to kill was faster.
Nice! Nice, Uri! Nice, Carlos. I love you all, but good job.
And they have kept spirits alive, man. MOUZ have never looked so frustrated that they've given up. Even when Torzi nearly smashed his monitor, he was smiling.
Slight utility here for Spirit as well, immediately chucking out a wave of nades. Spinks in between the smokes takes Cave. This is him starting to get that bite on the B site set up.
But Donk seeing them crawl up the left side of mid, which might make them feel like they're going A. Donk actually rotates this way. However, still with 3 CTs ready on the B site, you would think this would be good.
Molotov, that's forced. Oh, no way!
Shiro goes down holding the molly.
No, he throws the molly.
Spammed.
He burns him out, and Spinks just hits him on the headshot with it. He was ready for it.
No!
Spinks is triple. All of this time, we sat here saying Spinks lacked the impact that he showed us on Nuke, and it turns out he's the closer. On for the ace. Sershin steals it, but what he does is books their tickets to Lisbon, the first team to step forth to the MEO Arena. MOUZ beats Spirit not once, but twice in 7 days. Closer than last time, which means it's all the more frustrating for the kid who couldn't do it.
That's why you don't try these stuff.
Oh, I'm hearing the smack talk coming out from Torzi as well. He knows what this one means. He knows what this one is about. Back-to-back wins, and they had to fight again and again for it and give it the absolute all, Vu.
Do you remember Dust 2 was 13-3? Like 2 years ago?
Yeah. You had hair back then.
That might have been that long ago. This game is unbelievable game. I mean, both teams did a little tossing it over. They had their chances to win. They had their chances to close it out. I don't think either team can really complain that they couldn't get anything going, but Jesus.
Yeah, there was a lot in this one. There was a lot of emotion in this one as well. The collapse, you know, the amount of chances Spirit had to take it over the line. This was a game that truly was absolute cinema. And a man who was part of this cinema is putting his headset on now is Torzi. How are you doing, brother?
Hey guys, it's been a long day, but doing good, a little bit sweaty.
I'm not surprised you're sweaty after that one. You also had some words for Don. What did you say at the end?
Yeah, I just told him not to write those stuff. He was having fun in the chat.
Ah.
Yeah.
So when you get into overtime, you guys actually, like, Donk tapered off. You had Zershin running out mid, destroying him every round. Did you guys, like, start to figure out kind of what he was about in middle, or?
Yeah, I think Jimpet and Sershin, they played amazing on mid, and they read almost every round what they will do, and they shut down every time they wanted to go fast. So we had a lot of information, and I think they played really good, and they gave us a lot of information. So yeah.
I got to ask, he cut me in with a question, but what was he writing in chat? Can you tell me? We can download the demo if you don't want to say it. I can go back and try and find it that
he
way.
was, there was one time Luda lost a clutch on Nuke, and then he wrote like, well played or something. And then after he wrote like, you should go above 1.1 HSHIV rating or something like this. He was just trash talking, but...
It was a FaZe level trash talk.
Yeah, but it was pretty funny.
Well,
So, yeah.
you might not notice, but he was also getting majorly tilted as well. There was huge frustration coming out of him. But you guys, you held your composure the whole way through. Even one thing, right, I'll say is you had an amazing Ancient here, but even when you're not playing so well, you're still bringing the hype for the whole team. You're still boosting everyone up. Is it hard to do that?
Sometimes a little bit, but I know that I think I was doing the right stuff on Nuke, but maybe I was just not as sharp as on Ancient.
Yeah.
So I think I was playing decently well, but I was just not hitting my shots when I had to. So I know I was doing the right stuff, so I was good in my head, you know?
Yeah, good.
So I just know if I will keep my stuff up, it will come eventually. And on Ancient, it came. So yeah, I know this is my role. I need to boost my teammates, even if I don't have the best game of my life, so yeah.
I appreciate that so much, and I'm sure your teammates appreciate that as well, because when you're down and you're maybe not feeling the game like that, to be able to do it is highly important and highly impactful. I also want to talk about how you guys managed to reset after Dust 2. I know you didn't win Dust 2 the last time you played these guys, but you got destroyed more this time. Was it easy still to fight your way back into the nuke in the same way? Because you came back and you were still loud, you guys were laughing and joking, and I was like, okay, they're unaffected by everything.
Yeah, I mean, we know like our Dust2 is not the strongest map in our map pool, but we talked a lot about after the Vitality game when they crashed us, actually after the Spirit game in Pro League.
Yeah.
And I think we improved actually a lot on that, even if we didn't see. I think there were situations where we had entries and we were in good situations, but we just couldn't convert the rounds. I think we still need to do some stuff on Dust2, but yeah, we will try to get better on that.
I wanted to ask about, I'm sorry to ask you about Donk again, but he's kind of the most interesting person on Spirit. He struggles against you guys regularly. You shut him down all the time. Is there like, do you guys have him figured out, you think?
You want him on stage? He can answer. I don't know. I think we are just playing good versus Spirit because, I mean, we know how they are. We played a lot versus them when they were just even an academy team, you know. Yes. We know how they are, and we know they are really young, and I think we can get them into their head. And as you said, we didn't see, but if you said Donk was tilting, that's pretty good for us because that's how you can get him, you know? Like, you need to tilt him. That's it.
Well, it works out very well for you guys. Now, obviously, you've made it to the arena, you've made it to the playoffs, which is huge for you guys. You have a chance of going all the way to the semis. You probably, maybe, you know, depending on what happens in the next game, will face Vitality again. Is that a matchup you want to play again? You know, want to try and show if you can do it? Because obviously what happened last time wasn't pretty.
Yeah, I mean, they are playing really good. Obviously, they are the best team right now in the world by far. So, yeah, it's going to be really good to play versus them again to see if we made improvements since Pro League, you know. And, yeah, we just want to be better, learn from them as well. And, yeah, I think it will be a good game.
Have you had much time, though, to be able to change things, to make some improvements? Because obviously it's back-to-back events again and you're traveling non-stop.
Yeah, we had some time, like always, after you lose a game, you need to talk about. That's what I said, for example, on Dust2. They also crashed us on Dust2, and we had to talk about because we know they will pick versus us and we need to improve on it. So we always try to just maybe even just talk between the site mates, you know, like it doesn't need to be all the time between the team, but just site mates are talking, or sometimes in theory, like for example on media day we can practice and have theory, so things like this. We have some time.
I wanted to ask, because before the tournament, Cyclone was talking about this tournament, you want to work on your CT sides. Is that something he's talked to you about? Is that a plan for the whole team, or is he kind of like trying to inception you and he's talking, like, how does that work out? How does working on your CT sides look in this event?
Look at this smiling face. He knows something's going to come up.
He admitted it. You're allowed to talk.
No, I mean, yeah, we know that our T sides are pretty good. And we don't need to work too much on them. Of course, we need to, but we need to focus a little bit on city sides. But it's just maybe a little bit on me, like how am I moving around the map, you know, and how do I do my rotations, and also it's about Sertian. Like, because he's our like in the start positions and he has a lot of responsibility with me as well, and also with Spinks, you know. So it's between me and Sertian to, I think, bring better city sides, and yeah, we need to work on those, and I think we did pretty well on this map. So
now let me ask this as the final question before I let you go. I know you're sweaty, you're probably in the shower, and need to relax after all of this, mate, but you've been now winning Cluj. You made second place when it came to ESL Pro League. It's only Vitality that we saw you like really struggle against. You can even take down Spirit. Do you think that puts you in a position of being the top 2, top 3 team in the world?
Yeah, it definitely does. In my opinion, I think we are playing really good, and we are also confident in our abilities and what we can show on the server. I think we wanted to show on this game as well that it was not just one thing beating Spirit, you know. Yeah. And I think mentally we stepped up huge this game. So I think it's a really good sign. Yeah, I would say top 3, top 2 for sure, but we all know, I think the other team know that Vitality is far ahead right now, and that's the gap we are looking for to catch up until the major. So, yeah.
Well, hopefully you do it before the major, and it can be the major yours as well. But we'll wait and see how it goes down. Thank you for the insight, man. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
And I appreciate all that hype you bring for the team as well, man. I know, I love that stuff.
Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
You too, man. He says, have a nice day. We had to go through this long game.
I can't believe he has the energy to smile.
I know, bro. He was so hyped. He was so happy. He was enjoying it. We got some highlights of him here because there was highlight after highlight for this man. And do you know what? I respect him so much, Boo, that, you know, Nuke he mid himself. It was rough, but he can still bring that energy for the team. You know, right? You've been having a bad game any time, and you think, damn, sometimes I can't bother to press the button and talk. I'm just going to tell you the spot. That's it.
Yeah, sometimes, I mean, you're getting tilted, but you don't even realize it. You're just not playing the same. And we talked about Xerxon had a bad dust too. Really great nuke. I was questioning if Torji could do the same. Didn't seem to phase him at all.
No, didn't phase him at all. He ends up with a 1.05 rating for the series as well, considering how that series was, considering how bad Dust 2 was at the same time. This is hugely impressive. And do you know what's more impressive? We got more MOUZ glazing for you. Maui's over there with Brolan.
That's one way to put it. Yeah, thanks, James. I'm here with Brolin after a marathon victory game. Brolin, first thing I want to say is I have been wildly impressed by your mid-rounding, your calling. You know, I had no expectation of what you would be as an in-game leader, but consistently now another playoff secured after a Cluj win, a grand final appearance in Pro League, and now another deep run. So, I mean, 3 tournaments deep into it, I guess 4 given Katowice as well, but 4 tournaments into it, how are you liking the role?
I mean, it's really nice. I really enjoyed it, and I really enjoyed to like put everyone on the spots and see what they can bring, of course. But yeah, I think I've always been the guy who was try to improve on everything basically, and now he comes with the leader role. It's a huge step. As a leader, as an in-game leader, I can do a lot of improvements on both, but mainly on the leader side maybe. But yeah, I really enjoyed it, and it's just. Yeah, I'm just really confident, and my players are really confident in my calling as well, and it's mainly because of that. And since you can't really get 100% trust all from the start, right? But I feel like they're really trusting me, and that's I really enjoyed it.
How do you keep it together in a game that's this long? Like, you've probably expended 90% of your playbook, maybe even all of it at that point. So how do you come up with like the finishing blow, the call that gets you over the line?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's in 2 sides. You do want to toy a little bit with them, how they are playing and these things, but I think just try to trust your playbook, basically. You know that something is working. Sometimes you maybe going A too much, sometimes you maybe going to B too much, but we are really confident on what we are doing, and it doesn't matter if we go, sometimes we maybe go into stack sometimes, and we are really aware of that, of these things. But yeah, I missed this game. It was purely mentality, I think. I think what I've been recognized since I was joining or been in-game leader is that I really need to be in the first second of freeze time, and that I think obviously I think I'm doing a great job, but I can do better on it. But I feel like recently I've been improving that a lot, and it's just I have a lot of calmness, if I say so, in myself, that I can just calm with my confidence, and yeah, I'm really calm in these stress situations.
One more question before we jump into a round over here. When you're going through a game that's that long, you probably do want to just change something up. What usually comes to your mind first? Is it changing one player around, or is it changing a tempo, like do something a little bit later, or are you mostly just following everything that you've already drilled?
I mean, maybe everything, I would say. Like sometimes you can like fake a strat, you can play slow, you can play fast, you can play basically everything. But sometimes you just need to see what actually worked on in the game, and yeah, you just go with the flow basically. And yeah, as I said, like you can basically call everything, but yeah, it's just basically call with everything. And just, if you call it really with confidence and teams are believing it, is mostly working. But sometimes you can go into stacks and these things, of course, and. Today I think we played really good with reset mentally and these things, so yeah.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Okay, so we have one round here actually from your game against Falcons. You guys obviously didn't play Train today, but this is a round where things just didn't go well for you guys at the beginning. From your perspective, you swing into 2 people at Pop Dog here. Xerxon tries to find something out towards middle. You're in a 3v5. How do you put the round together from this point? Because this is a huge deficit.
I mean, I think it's really, I mean, with how Train are playing, sometimes I think maybe Falcons are doing too passive maybe in this situation, and I got a little bit shocked about it. But I mean, just try to, in these scenarios when we fire free, try to, I mean, obviously you can win the round if you want, but there's mostly just try to do so much damage as you can basically. And with this call, I mean, it's basically maybe not me who did the call, for example, it's maybe one of the guys who was alive. But I think yes, this is just a pure, I don't know who called it actually, it's not me. But yeah, I think this was just a confidence boost for me, just doing as much damage as possible, and it went very well in the end, of course, and we won the round. But I think Falcons did not maybe played the best in these situations, of course.
Yeah, you guys kind of just took like B main control and then just exec on the bomb site. What Train's kind of a new map right now. You guys had limited utility here. What would you guys consider as maybe like some people say like the God Flash or like the molly you always throw or anything like that? It feels you guys mollied Z in this one. Is that just the high priority molly for you guys on this kind of take?
Yeah, I would say so. I think there's a priority of Molotov, of course. It's just try to cut off the rotation and just try to kill the guy who is holding the site, and then you have more space to go with, basically. And yeah, I think it's really tough to go out, C connector, basically, and it's just probably basically with the priorities of the Molotovs, basically maybe just cut off the rotation and get the guy who is on site, basically.
Okay, cool. I mean, that's plenty of insight. Really appreciate you taking the time to sit here, and also congratulations on the marathon victory.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And it was truly a marathon victory. And respect to Brolan as well, you know, it's coming through, breaking that down after that. His brain is probably fried after having to go through that ancient, man.
Yeah, I mean, at some point he was, I don't know really who called that. It was someone. Oh yeah, I remember now. It wasn't me that called it. It was actually someone else. I mean, credit for actually, credit for admitting it. You know, you could have just sat there and been like,
yeah, man, it was me.
I'm such a genius. Well, like, what a sick call.
But he is a genius, bro. He is a genius. Did you hear him over there?
He was great. I mean, one of the questions we had coming into this series was, I think MOUZ have great game plans, but can they do it late in the half? And I think that map showed, they absolutely can.
3 maps later.
I mean, that game honestly felt like to me this giant tug of war where Donk is just a huge, gigantic anchor in that kind of matchup, and then somehow with like the metaphor is that it is nades in the game, mollies in the game that was stopping him mid. Somehow Torzy and Exertion just somehow threw rocks at his legs or something like that. Just took it out under him, and the rest of Spirit just collapsed and fell over.
Yeah, if we have some stats guy online, find us how much damage Donk took by nades in that game, because he died like 4 times to nades. Every round he was 50 HP from nades.
It was the lack of HP he had going into the duels he would love to take.
100%.
He's either dead or he's got sub like red HP basically.
And this is recurring now, because everyone talked about this when Vitality did it. I said, I don't know if I believe that. I think, you know, nades sometimes they get a little bit lucky. MOUZ does it again. They did it in their last matchup on Ancient. This is a problem.
There's got to be someone there to figure this out. But I want to come back to your conversation we had not so long ago at the beginning. I said not so long ago, 5 hours ago.
I know, right? Yeah.
But you said about your top 5 AWPers, right?
Oh yeah.
Torzy right now overtakes Shiro.
Because of the series?
Both series.
Because of both series.
EPL and here.
Ooh, man, I feel like in terms of pure impact, it's hard to argue with that.
He's got cultural impact, he's got hype impact, and now he's got impact in the server as well.
I think, okay, here's a hot take about just Torzi's career versus Shiro's career. I feel like if Torzy is able to keep on progressing like this as a player, and MOUZ is able to consistently beat Spirit in this fashion, as they are now showing is a trend, it's a pattern. I mean, at the end of both their careers, people might look more favorably at Torzy, honestly, because he's a hype man, he's got cultural impact, and he's got the fact that he's got his number in the head-to-head now.
Now, let me give you this as well. We're going to show you this thing we were talking about with Torzy, and you can react to it as well, Maui.
Okay. That's why you don't fry these stuff.
And that's it, right? That's what he was talking about, because Donk was talking in the server, and he couldn't put it up there as well. I believe we got some of the in-game as well, so we can see what Donk was putting in there.
Bro, you are a bot?
But that's Torzy that said, bro, you're a
Torzi's
bot.
calling who a bot? Donk? Imagine calling the best player in the world a bot. So many people say, oh, how could you trash talk when they're ahead? It's like, this is why.
Yeah, you tilt him.
You get them mad. This is exactly what trash talk is for. It's to give you the mental edge in these kinds of warfares.
They looked out of it. They looked like they got owned.
And Donk was completely out of it. And Torzy said it just in the interview we're doing, right? You want to do that to him. If you can do that to him, then you mess with his head.
They nullify Donk. They actually, I think they not only got in his head, they anti-stratted him really well, but I wish we also had the stat of just like last 10 rounds, how many kills did Donk actually get? Because he was just getting swarmed in middle.
I was looking at this in overtime. At some point, Xerxin was 5-2 up on Donk in the head-to-head, late on into the overtime. But in the regulation, Xerxin was getting kind of owned. Yeah. It absolutely flipped, not only from Xerxin, but from Torzy. They came together, and by the end, I mean, Donk probably only got like 10 kills in the last 20 rounds of overtime.
That's how it felt. He definitely slowed down, that's for sure.
Well, this is a series that I love. This is a series that we could talk about all day because it was absolute cinema. But we've got one more game coming your way tonight, and it's the big V, not just for Victory and Vitality, but they can do no wrong when it comes to this whole roster. They're taking on a VP who were able to take down FaZe, but this is a whole different beast ahead of them. And we'll be bringing you all of that after. VP truly is for victory when you look at this current Vitality. A 12-match win streak, 3 maps with over 100% win ratio right now, and they are one of the very elite. They look like they have the chemistry, they definitely have the aura, and it can be anyone at any given time. You know, there's no weak link on this team. And then we have VP. They did face off against Vitality when it came to Katowice, but this is a VP who's trying to punch upwards, and they did punch upwards through I guess a strugglesome opening 2 maps against FaZe, but then absolute dominance called out by Vu in the wrong direction, 13-0. But, you know, you can't win them all, right, Vu?
Yeah, I mean, the problem is VP beating FaZe. VP beating FaZe was an upset. And FaZe beating Vitality would be probably a bigger upset than VP beating FaZe. And so by the transitive property, Vitality's getting 13 out.
What? My brain is fried.
Yeah.
Right now.
I meant to say VP.
Put him in a corner.
I meant to say VP is getting 13 out. But
let's move on, James.
They both start with a V. They both start with a V.
I'm just losing it.
Yeah. You know what? Let's focus on VP right now and let Vu try.
It's okay. We're not going to play Ancient in this series.
That's good. That's also positive. That's definitely a positive line. But let's talk about this VP. It was a positive showing from them where it was a VP we didn't know what to expect, right? Because they'd had that time off coming into that game. And I guess the real positives right now is what we saw from Flamus, this man on your screens.
Flamus is looking so much more comfortable, James. I'm appreciating that even though he was stuck into some roles that he wasn't quite as familiar with, playing more on the sides of the maps, playing by himself a little bit more, a little bit less in the action, he's finding a way to get active. That's what I'm liking right now. He's moving a little bit more, he's rotating a little bit faster, he's being a more vocal asset to the team, because you join a roster like Virtus.pro and you see multiple major winners around. You got Electronic, you got Flit, you got Fame. All those guys have a ring on their fingers and you're trying to say, how do I kiss it the best? But instead, he's actually finding a way to contribute, and I am sincerely appreciative that he's finding his footing on this roster, because it's so hard for rookies sometimes.
Yeah, there was some definite concern coming from a team on Gamer Legion. He's kind of given everything. They're just going to do whatever he wants. They're going to let him make any play he wants. Comes to VP, talks about how he has so much to learn. You're worried that it's going to take the flame out of him, but he's doing just fine.
He is doing just fine, and I think that he will only progress further, right? You are looking at what ability we've seen him be able to have. Give him more time at this level, because this is the very best teams, right? This is the tier 1 CS. You know what? He can adapt to this, and there's a reason they picked him for it. And if he's learning from the players around him, and he's got the confidence and belief from them as well, surely it's just going to be better from here.
That's one thing about role cells, position cells, where they just say, oh, he's going to switch positions, it's over, his career's done, like it's never going to work. Good players stay good players, even if they move around a little bit. If they're intuitive enough, if they're hard enough workers, if they're not just one tricks. The thing about Flamus that's great is that he was young. And when you're young, it just means you didn't really one trick your way to get to a spot. Yeah. I'd be concerned if Flamus was no offense to people that are older, but if he was like a 27-year-old, only played rotator spots his entire life, and finally one breakout year, I'd say, I don't know if he really actually is worth the jump right now, or he's just only good at these one thing. But no, he's much more moldable, much more malleable, and VP are shaping him. He's shaping himself to be an asset.
In terms of him being an asset, though, there's obviously a lot of this where we saw a great game he's going up against the likes of FaZe. Do you feel like he can have that same impact? Do you feel like he's fearless enough to have that same impact here?
This is the kind of test where he really needs to show all of his teachings in a single go, because Vitality, bar none, the most elite team, the scariest team since 2021 Na'Vi in my eyes. This team is terrifying to load up in the server against, because everybody can bang you out.
Yeah, I mean, when Flamus played FaZe, he talked about he was kind of nervous in the first game. The nerves got to him. He didn't play well. He has to avoid that and play up to his potential. And I think it's counterintuitively, it might work out here, because they're not expected to beat Vitality. They're expected to lose. They're expected to get blown out. You might play kind of fearless because of that.
Did you expect them to beat FaZe?
No, but at least it was a matchup. You're talking about Vitality. I mean, we just had Torji here. Torji's saying Vitality's just on another level. Yeah, and that's what everyone will tell you. They're banging everyone out to the point that if you're a VP, you're going, it's okay if we lose this. Let's win a map. Let's try our best, and maybe we can get something done. But I don't think they're really expecting in their heart of hearts that they're that likely to win.
But you've still got to have that belief, and I want to speak to Flamus and hear what he's got to say ahead of this game. Your opening game here against FaZe, there was a lot of back and forth in it, but then there was an absolutely dominant Dust 2 that came out, but also your individual performance was looking a hell of a lot better. What do you say about your performance in that? Like, is this what you expect yourself to do on a regular basis? Is this the standards you want to hold yourself to?
I mean, I've been just doing everything good. I was not making a lot of mistakes. I was still doing mistakes, but the game was coming to me in a way that I was able to kill people. And when you can kill people and when people come into you, you will have a good statistics. Also, Dust 2 really affected this. Since it's 13-0, everyone was, I believe, had a really good rating. So, I mean, I was not looking at the stats. I was looking at my own performance, and there was still some rounds that I trolled hardly on, especially on the newbies. So I was not, I wasn't being happy about my performance. Yeah, I was killing people, but this is what I should do every day, you know. Yeah.
This is the sign when you hear that of a good player, right? That's the difference between a player who gets too overconfident, who takes it too far. He's very understanding.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's not letting the win just carry him on this one. He understands that even though they were able to defeat FaZe, that he did make some mistakes, but he made less, because that's what this whole game is generally about, just minimizing mistakes. People have optimized Counter-Strike to a level now where people know what the proper action is in 99% of situations. The final 1% people are tinkering with still, and if you can just follow that rubric, that blueprint, you're going to minimize the chances that you're caught off guard. And to FaZe's detriment, they were the ones that were actually making the mistakes, despite the veterancy on the roster.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly how it went. They made mistake after mistake. They managed to kind of claw a map out of it, but I mean, they easily could have got 2-0'd in that game.
Yeah.
And then they probably wish they did get 2-0'd after you get 13-0'd right after.
I said no one ever. I would never want to be 2-0'd in that sense, but maybe at the embarrassment of not being 13-0'd, you could save yourself on that one. For a guy we have to give some credit to, though, and we had him on the desk here for the winners interview afterwards, was Electronic, right? He's going through this transition period again because he already tried to IGL once before, but he's got some young pieces that he can really mold on this journey with him. How are we putting him in the rankings so far? Because you said it before, there's ups and downs of this. We saw multiple different styles already of this VP.
That's the problem. I feel like VP has a weirdly low floor in terms of calling. Sometimes it gets very spread out, very fanned out. They just take fights individually across the map. They don't really bunch up, but then I've seen their ceiling too. They have a more set default, then they go into a site hit. That's really what I want to see. That's more meta Counter-Strike. But sometimes I feel like Electronic, at least at Cluj, for example, he loses control of the reins at times. Sometimes the cavalry just get away from him. He needs to make sure that he's able to get everybody in order, make sure that they have concerted efforts on finishers, and not just wander around aimlessly.
Yeah, I think Electronic, you know, he's gonna have some growing pains. He obviously knows the game to an insane level, but leadership is a lot more than just knowing the game. And when you put Electronic in the IGL role, he immediately loses the fragging power you have from Electronic as a star player, and he has to adjust to that as well. That's got to be foreign for him.
Yeah, it's a hard reality as well, right? Because you talk about the fragging power. He's got good fragging power if you now evaluate him as an IGL. But then when you used to see what he could do in the past, it's a whole different side of things. Are we happy with what we're seeing from even just that FaZe game? He showed moments of that glorious Electronic that we know and love.
See, the FaZe game was a good example. What they did at IM Katowice was a good example. I just don't want to see what happened at Cluj, where I saw them just fall apart in different ways. The individual side of things, I think we have to say goodbye to top 20 player Electronic, unfortunately. I think that's well behind him at this point. He's just focusing on being the best leader that he possibly can, and I'm not sure if he gets all of the aspects just yet, but he's piecing it together.
I think one of my problems with Electronic is if you look at his opening stats, they are criminally bad. He goes for a ton of duels, and he almost never wins them. Snacks has a better opening duel win rate than Electronic. But I'm gonna
double check this later.
But when Electronic actually, when he has a good game, which does happen from time to time, like the FaZe game, he's popping off. They can beat anybody.
Do you think he's done some special filter to get these stats?
It might be buy versus buy. Buy versus buy.
Okay. It might be true. We might be able to accept it. But you know what we have to accept as well is that Electronic is going through these growing pains now, but Apex on the Vitality side, he's already been through these, right? He took over the IGL role, he's gone through his own struggles, and now, when he's got these perfect pieces around him, he's finding probably the best form he's ever had as an IGL.
Apex is on a level as a caller right now that not many people can match, and I'm not even just using that as a results-oriented way. He was on my HLTV ballot last year. I had him as the second place caller, even though they only won one event. Just the style that he goes with, it's incredibly modern, it's incredibly sophisticated. They're going for spread out defaults, punishing aggressions that the CT shouldn't be doing, and then they're going for very concerted site hits, and he even has ways to just change things up. He throws one player on the other side of the map, he can change where his position is at the beginning of rounds. Like, they have so many ways to start rounds, they have so many remixes on plays that they already know work, and they're doing almost what Na'Vi did last year. They're catching people in the side of the head. They're getting a lot of easy kills on top of the fact that they have absurd levels of firepower.
Yeah, and as opposed to Na'Vi, where they had Blade creating this crazy system, like, we can credit the coach a little bit, but people talk about how hard it is to play against Apex because of its calling, because they're so explosive. 5 people could be around any corner to pop out and bang you out of the server.
And looking at this, right, when we look at how strong Vitality are, the weakest point of their map pool is Anubis, which some teams have tried to pick against them and been punished for it, and that's still a 50% win rate, right? Like, if that is your weakest point, many teams would be so happy for that to be the weakest point.
And I think that they amended their problems. I think that the Flames Apex swap for positions was something that it was Flames starting at E-Box once Rops took over the A anchor position from Flames, and so Apex stayed at middle, they swapped it up, and now their CT side's a little bit better. Apex knows the kind of the progress, the flow chart of how he needs to play that. Flames gets to be the active player that we've all wanted to see ever since he joined Vitality from OG. Yeah. So it just makes a lot more sense now, and I think that what used to be a weak link for them is now almost a bait, because the Mongols got schooled when they tried to play Vitality on the map.
Okay, so they're looking better, but what else are you picking, Maui? What else are you picking?
If you're a team against Vitality,
yeah,
you're just playing this as practice. It's just practice versus an elite team.
It's like, okay, if that's their weakest, we can go for it, but it's a good test for us. Like, it is a rough spot for any team to go against right now, and that's why we're putting them to this very high side of things. And then you've got to look at the Rops edition. We can't not talk about this, right? Because ever since Rops has come in, things have changed for the positive in here, and it's just added a whole nother level, which seems to have improved all the other players around him.
Yeah, when you have an anchor that plays like Rops, not only is he holding his sight, not only is he helping with his spot, he's getting aggressive, he's taking space on the map, he's opening up, making your defense easier. He absolutely elevates everyone around him, and that's why everyone on Vitality is about to have a star year. Best year of the year, the best year of their career.
Best year of their career. That's the Rops effect. But let's talk to him before we get into the game. Do you guys see this as like trying to understand if it's a honeymoon period or not? Because teams go through this, but like not normally in the way you guys are doing it.
Yes, it's definitely a honeymoon, and we've talked about it. And well, the other part is that there is a lot of work behind the scenes. Like we started a year with a small boot camp. Came into Blast Bounty. Obviously, we got knocked out by Eternal Fire, so it was a bit different than what it is now. So still, we did believe in the work we did. I think we talked about it a lot. Apex said that that the team is working, but more than ever. Like with me joining, giving some. Showing the way of me, like I put in a lot of hours doing tier crafting, and I think it's impacted everyone to also work harder. So I think that's the thing that also is giving us these results.
What is Rops theory crafting like? Can you explain something without giving away secrets, but what is it that you're doing?
Well, the easiest example is with Train. When Train came out, I think I was showing most of the new grenades, which I'm sure by now has even become meta. There's still 1 or 2 really impressive smokes we haven't shown yet. Okay. We will definitely use in the future. So those kinds of things, and just like in general, connecting with Apex, like doing a strat or two which really involves me and puts me in a really good position. But it's like it means that everyone can find impact still.
And that's the extra bits you get from Rops, right? This is a whole nother level added to it. The geeking out, the love for the game, the quirkiness of finding things out that maybe others were not even trying to find out.
Maybe Vitality isn't experiencing a honeymoon as a whole, but every time Rops joins a new lineup, he did this with FaZe also, the dude just geeks out for nades. He tries, it renews his love for the game somehow by donning a new jersey, because I heard the exact same kind of stories when he was on that FaZe clan lineup, and I feel like, if anything, this is good for him that he joined Vitality. It's obviously good for Vitality, given that he has been a positive asset too.
I think they want to pretend it's not a honeymoon because that implies it's going to go badly afterwards, but we even had, I believe it was Apex was saying, yeah, he's just in the practice room all the time practicing. And how are you going to watch an anime when Rops is there practicing?
That's it, right?
I'll find a way.
He's always there. He's always ready. And Vu, you're ready for us as well, right? You've got some stuff to show us.
Vitality against Astralis. Astralis got blown out of the water, but partly that's because of Rops' aggression. Anytime they tried to slow the round down, you have Rops pushing through on the flank. He has, I think, 3 rounds he's flanking T stairs, misses a couple shots there, and then I think they're going to show you that Cadian shows why people are questioning Cadian.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but the point here is Rops is incredible on the aggression constantly, and you think to yourself, a good anchor is someone that he can sit in pit and hold and execute. No, a good anchor in today's CS is someone that flanks when the time presents itself and makes it impossible for the other team to go anywhere on the map.
This is just a great addition to Rops' gameplay, because I mean, I think that he was a little bit more static, maybe, well, on MOUZ definitely, and FaZe to an extent. He started adding little bits to his game in terms of flair. It's a great aspect because he has the skill. That's something that I always really wanted from his T side. So for him to now bring it on CT side too, it's just so hard to tame that kind of player.
Well, thank you very much, guys. We've set the scene with it all, but now it's the most important part. It's the veto. So we'll get the bans out the way nice and fast. Nuke out the way for VP, and then, unless there's any crazy shocks, it'll be Ancient for Vitality. It's interesting, though, what VP are going to pick into this. Do they try and go, oh, yes, we'll do Anubis as well. We can do it.
I guess there's your answer, James. They are going for the punish pick.
Oh, yes, we'll do Anubis as well. We can do it.
That's
exactly that was actually very accurate.
That's exactly. That was good. That wasn't actually quite.
Like I said, what else are they going to pick? They're going to pick Train. People try to pick Train, and it's going terribly.
But VP did like Train at the beginning. They were picking it.
I was kind of hoping they would pick Train, but the Anubis pick is kind of, I feel like people are just looking at old Vitality and saying to themselves, they were bad at it. They're on a 2-game win streak against pretty darn good
teams. A 2-game win streak. You know, they're like on a 10-game win streak on Inferno and like a 5-game win streak on Train.
Stop it. You're being a sample size Andy right now. They switched up positions and now they're on
They won their last 3 rounds.
They did beat Liquid on Anubis as well, and Liquid used to be their main
That's
hit.
fair. That's fair. That's fair.
See, look, I say an NA team, you're like, yeah, that's fair.
Hey, we got Train. We got Train as a decider. I'm a little bit surprised that Vitality let that one through.
They want more practice on it, man.
I mean,
they're not going to get there.
I guess so. I guess so. I feel like this is what Vu wanted in the Astralis matchup. I feel like Vitality are flexing their map pool just a little bit more here. They could have picked Dust 2 on their own pick. They instead went with an Inferno. It's slightly more of a punish, I guess. But in honesty, I'm saying Vitality 2-0. I'm surprised if Vu says otherwise.
I'm not saying otherwise. I'm saying Vitality 26-0.
I had to do some real quick maths with that one. But before we descend into Madness, the teams are definitely ready. They've been waiting a long time, and I hope Scrawny and Launders have got themselves some energy ready for this one.
You know us, we're always ready to go, James. 26-0. Vu, you lost your damn mind. I think that we saw great stuff out of Virtus.pro in their previous matchup, Mohan. I mean, it's no easy feat beating FaZe Clan. It's no easy feat 13-0ing FaZe Clan.
Hey, yeah, that's what we saw FaZe today. They must have been doing something right.
They had to have. And one of those maps, Dust 2, doesn't feature in this one, so they're not going to try to take Vitality's win streak down on that map. They will have to do so on Inferno, or they'll do it here on Anubis and then try to win the decider of Train. I think that, Virtus.pro has shown so much promise. All right, on an individual level, everybody looks so much better. I understand Vitality have looked good lately, but, you know, if you ask me, I'm going to say it. Vitality stomp.
Oh, okay. 2-0. Like, dude, come on. This is a 2-0 until further notice. But we can say we've seen really good stuff from Virtus.pro so far at the event. Okay. Yeah. Very brave, very brave. This is going to be hard no matter where you go. Vitality might be the only S-tier team that we've got in Counter-Strike at the moment. Like,
protect them.
Yeah, we'll have to see when it's the Vitality MOUZ Grand Finals.
Whoa.
Once again.
Settle down, brother. Fast little pistol into the CT spawn. A pack of 3 players from Vitality. Then instant transition into the B site where you'll find nothing because they're hiding in the E-box. They're hiding in the E-box.
Flames plant is careful. It's safe. It's fine.
God, they just look fired up, man. ZywOo, the way he's swinging around. He hasn't even shot a bullet yet, but I could just see it in the way he's flicking around, Launders. There's a cause for concern if you're Virtus.pro. ZywOo, insta-gush, just plays with his food alongside FaZe, who gets the double kill and pushes it on Fame. Fame, Flit, Flamus, FaZe.
Yes.
We'll get there.
It's that's pretty rough, actually.
It'll be a fun one tonight.
FaZe, Flamus, Fame.
Flit, Fame, Flamus, FaZe, Fit, Fame, Flamus, FaZe, Flit, Fame.
That might be a good tongue twister for warm-up.
ZywOo, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's getting late for Connor, too.
James said bring the energy. I'll bring whatever that was instead.
This morning, Connor had a bottle of water with 150 milligrams of caffeine in it. Didn't realize.
Who sells that at the gym?
Yeah, clear water with that much caffeine is crazy.
Yeah, you know what was crazy was that I read the ingredients and there was no Koffenhaven, whatever caffeine is here in this country.
Yeah.
It was just in small writing on the side of the bottle. And then it said 30 milligrams. I was like, oh, that's not bad. Per 100 milliliters.
Yeah. When we were in Poland getting protein bars, it says 30% protein.
Whoa.
It doesn't say. You got to do math in this place.
I don't understand that. The hell?
One big country Europe is. At least that's what Vitality say with their star-studded international lineup. The best part about this team, I think, has been the fact that Mezzi, it's sort of like when Stair first joined Astralis and he was somehow still super good, even though he was like pushed into all the anchor roles and everything like that. Mezzi is just growing up right before our eyes. I mean, he's getting better and better, and the team's only getting better and better around him too.
Electronic gets a dink off on Apex, but
Apex too, actually. You know,
what about
individually?
Oh yeah,
yeah. Like,
he's been playing great.
Who's calling and fragging like he is? No one right now.
They kind of have some of the best of all the roles, really.
Yeah, well, that's like, that kind of becomes like, all right, well, now if you think about who, since they're S tier, then you look at who compares. It's basically the player in their role on this team versus everyone else.
Yes.
Because since they're winning so much, all their stats are going to be good. If this is like the dawn of the Vitality era, which this feels like the most real start, sort of, for a team in CS2 with how strong they look to everybody right now, and we still have tournaments to prove if that's going to be true. When we looked at Astralis, that was Astralis, the first team I think in history to have all 5 players in top 10 or top 20.
Okay.
4 in top 5, I believe. And that could be the case for a team like Vitality, especially with Apex playing this well. But it's because they win so many rounds, they lose so few rounds, all their stats are just up, up, up.
More. And Flamus returns the favor after the 1 kill. 5-7 between him and Fame. Nothing. Mezzi gonna mow him down with FaZe right behind him. 3-0 start for Vitality. And now Virtus.pro will buy, and this will be their chance to shut it down early.
So we have not had an error in CS2. In fact, I think people grew tired of this conversation because I think mostly because it just didn't happen. You know, in CS2 it was FaZe early on, it was Navi after that. It was teams that were like, is this gonna happen? But it never really happened.
Nah.
Spirit were good in the beginning and the end. You know, it never happened. So, but could you see it with Vitality?
I could.
Austin rolls around. They seem like the only team who could definitely make it to finals right now. Everyone else is like, who knows?
God, that's the ultimate jinx, isn't it? Saying I could see that, and now gun round comes through. Maybe Virtus.pro just turned this game upside down. Icy's got 2 kills with the op, so guns make a world of difference, don't they?
Hey, some eras are shorter than others. Nice round, Virtus.pro. Well handled. Icy pop-off is important.
Yes.
Even though Virtus.pro played really well, they didn't, like, Icy wasn't that good. Like, it was like, ops were actually the weakness on both sides, in both teams. And that's impressive for Virtus.pro because it actually had a lot to do with electronics calling and fragging. Team was operating really well. They were out positioning FaZe in a lot of rounds, and then opening kills, Electronic was getting a lot of that, but they didn't need Icy that much. Today, they'll definitely need Icy.
100%. You got ZywOo on the other side, ready to go. Really taking off ZywOo in 2025. In terms of that best player conversation, you wanted a head-to-head, you got one, folks. ZywOo instantly anticipates Icy, and then the follow-through here from Apex, trying to keep up the same tempo on the same pathing as that last round. Mezzy pops Fame with a bullet, and then we get the trade back from Flawless, so he's trying his damnedest to keep this round alive, to keep it viable for Virtus.pro, but Rops has carved a path in through this A site. We've seen the shortcomings of FaZe on Anubis lately, and you could argue that those shortcomings come by way of Robs' absence.
Yes.
Because he is one of the best on A-Site Anubis, and I think Vitality have really benefited from it.
Oh, big time, man. It's just added, it's the experience in the micro, it's also the raw aim, and then it's the fact that he's anchoring. It's these three things coming together for Vitality that are just like, it's just too hard to ignore, because if you put Rops in any team, he's just going to make all of his spots better. It doesn't actually rely on the person who's coming in to support him as much. Most of the time, he doesn't need any help for his spots. So that's the real power of Rops. He's got ZywOo smiling on the mini-map, man. Just because he's close by.
Cheesing. It's been fun watching ZywOo turn into a more confident, more outspoken version of himself.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's someone we've seen Frozen quietly grow. We've seen, and Frozen and ZywOo, the similarity is always having great stats, but the great stats haven't been good enough to convince some of us, okay, in terms of comparing ZywOo to someone like Simple. It takes more than that. It takes the X factor, you know?
Sure.
I think m0NESY was closer to Simple in terms of X factor than ZywOo was, even though he was #1, even though he had great consistent performances overall. Big game, playoffs, X factor plays, you know, that's what we're looking for. ZywOo's just giving you more of those now.
Mind-bending individual moments.
Absolutely. You know,
right? Mechanical things no one else can do.
Everyone's great when you've got a lead, and all you need to do is get one kill around and stay alive.
ZywOo's like a fun blend of so many different types of players. So well-rounded. Maybe one of the most well-rounded players in history.
It's good. Yeah, that would be like a good angle for him, you know. Maybe that would be a device, if not for ZywOo or something like that. Maybe it still is him.
Icy. He was the difference maker in the one round Virtus.pro picked up. He catches Apex this time around, but there's this kill back from Mezzy. Talk about players that kind of operate on their own, much like Rops. I think Mezzy on Anubis is going to be doing that outside of the B site, and just in general as well. You know, when he first came into this team, I just remember picturing him on B-site Vertigo for Vitality all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Right, just this one-man army. And it's because he'll never truly fit in with the Frenchmen as a Brit. They'll keep him at a respectful arm's distance.
Oh, not even respectful sometimes. Sometimes Apex is like, British! How did you lose?
Yeah, you're working on your Apex accent. I love that. Utility here in the face of the E-box exit. Rops almost dies to that flank. Electronic letting it be known that they know what's up. We're behind you, and we're going to try to make this uncomfortable. ZywOo catching Fame somehow. Missed shot down towards E-box, held on to by Rops. You get it. That's exactly what you want, right? The three pieces of Vitality piecing together an easy round. With that little bit of health left on each of them, just a real testament to how difficult it is to pull the wool over anybody's eyes. Vitality, currently, the fullest package.
Fullest. Brimming.
Birmingham.
Birmingham. I mean, some people don't like when there's too much dominance in a game. I'm like the exact opposite. As just like a through and through sports fan, I think we constantly need to prove as a new game as well, and in a new format of MR12, that the ceiling of the game is there. If there is too much parity and new teams keep winning every single time, it might be more fun to watch casually, but ultimately it kind of implies that there's some level of RNG and everything is just based on your aim that day and everything. But if a team can be this good consistently over a long period of time, then it also forces the best rosters to come up behind them. The roster moves of the offseason will be because they want to be a team that can beat Vitality.
You have an inspiration.
Yeah, and we haven't had that conversation, you know, since the Astralis era, essentially. So
I could get behind this idea of not wanting eras if we've just been having them back to back to back, but I feel like it's been long enough. We're a little due for one, aren't we?
Yeah, agreed. I mean, they can overstay their... I mean, there's some point where people just couldn't stand watching Astralis win anymore. I totally get that, but...
Jump through smoke. Okay. Icy's going to capitalize on that one. That wasn't pretty.
Some eras are shorter than others, man.
Vitality did not make that hard for them whatsoever. ZywOo's now locked outside of the site with bomb. It's going to have to be Mezzy, I think, to crack open some sort of opportunity for ZywOo in the bomb. He's got the time to still save this. Those 2 AKs picked up off the dead bodies, trying to move forward towards middle. I love the position, dude. Mezzy, he's got them.
Man, they're just kind of like making this round possible, actually, by going so far back. ZywOo just has a free op shot if the peek comes in at the wrong time, and Mezzy has lots of time to wait. They're not searching here.
They took their sweet time getting into the right positions. Utility's going to serve up a distraction. Icy's staring at it. Electronic, good trade frag. Much needed instant headshot out of him. ZywOo's got him pinned against the wall. You put ZywOo into a 1v3. Flawless, fast on the flank, finds him in the open. Deagle connects. It's a pistol round win here for VP. Vitality better not get too ahead of themselves because they just tried to walk through a smoke. I didn't even see a good flash with it.
That's true. Yeah, they just try to get in there versus Icy in the setup with the anti-flash where it wasn't even used.
That's really hopeful.
Maybe there was a missed flash, I'm not sure, but yeah. Little bare bones for how early it was in the round. They pay for it, though. That's good.
Safe to say Virtus.pro want to win. 2 rounds on the board. Ouch, nice nade. ZywOo dropped by half. Gets off the point for the second.
It's weird how the nade trails don't go where the flash pops or where the nade explodes. They just kind of give up. Lazy ass nade trails.
Close enough. Oh, you're going to use your nades this time, huh? Smoked out at a minute. Our Virtus.pro moving around elsewhere. Enough to bolster this A site. You can see Electronic coming back at it from middle.
I guess because it's so scary to push. We don't have Virtus.pro getting more information, so Vitality actually can just chill here.
Popping it open. Fame knows it's coming. He does his job. 1.5, sets up Icy,
nice,
good
Icy.
return. Op is online for Virtus.pro tonight. Wasn't the biggest piece of their last matchup in the FaZe win, but by God, he's hitting shots out of the gate, and ZywOo's gonna whiff one that will be costly. Another big multi-frag for Icy early on. And that could very well end up being one of the win conditions for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, Icy's hot and cold, but he's got pop-up potential, and he can do it versus any team. This is nice to see from him. It's a good setup, though, as well from Fame. I mean, Vitality were pretty adamant about taking the site, and even though Virtus.pro didn't push anything, Electronic didn't hear anything over on A. There was no real reason to believe there was another attack coming in, so they've earned themselves an eco. Stick to opping. I'm just kidding. That's an unlucky clipping on the wall.
Oh, it was unlucky.
They didn't want that nade thrown anymore. They actually added it.
I see what's going to happen here. They're going to try to bust down the doors on this B site with pistols. Smoke grenades going to come trickling down on top of the E-box exit. That's a weird one. Tries to get them to the pillar instead, but by the time they do, Electronics already moved forward alongside Flit. 3K, 4 Flits. Flamas took one before going down.
And we're going to get to see Flamas versus Apex.
I was going to say, careful, you'll activate him. But I feel like the other members of Virtus.pro are already being louder than what I'm used to. Like, I haven't seen Electronic pop off like this. And it's not even because we're like late into map 3 and the match is about to be won.
I think Maui brought this up and it was like, you see Astralis took a month break and they came back and it looks like they learned nothing and didn't deathmatch at all.
Yeah.
And then Virtus.pro had time off as well. And they actually improved their gameplay, improved their game plans. And I think a lot of that had to do with Electronic since he's calling. So they've got more to be excited about. You know, I think they look at a team like Eternal Fire coming into the bounty, making it to the grand finals. They think, all right, well, eventually put in enough work with enough young players and we will figure it out. And they get a taste of it versus FaZe.
I'll ride that wave because it's 3 rounds straight out of VP. They're going to take the attack outside of B again. Ooh, you caught Mezzi fully blind with a nade in hand. He gets a chance to recover the situation. Fire's not going to let them back. We've got a fight here outside bomb site. Whoa, through smoke. Flit just swings around it. Flamesy trying to get the traits back. A second because of the headshot.
Well
Great
handled.
rifle work. Fame, though, I love this. Trying to walk up into the smoke. Does he take a time?
Man, players on both sides. ZywOo, though, he's got a shallow angle, right? He's not going to be able to help Rops immediately. Oh, and that's covered.
Did Electronic have to go for that?
I mean, they were down a player. Flamesy could have walked into the B side if he wanted to, and now it's just a series of risks that won't work at all.
Big moments for Icy when he's in the heat of battle, but this time the fights are too far from him. Just like that, Flamesy to 10. It's been awesome to watch the growth of Flamesy.
Yeah,
a player and an individual, you know.
Yeah, I made a video about him back when he was on Endpoints, just talking about how active and creative he was, just playing really boring default positions and kicked it off, really getting the chance to play on OG. And obviously looking like he was going to outgrow the roster really quickly.
Oh, yeah, and did.
But then, I mean, he kind of jumped, right? Getting all the way to Vitality. It's, at first it was a question of, is it too soon? You know, but that was sort of like Zontic's last, or Zonic's last, last wish before he left the team.
Right, yeah.
Getting him to replace Dupree. And maybe he did that so that he could meet up with Dupree on Falcons. I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, sure, right?
But it ended up working out really well for Vitality because Flames at first, yeah, he was a bit too much of a raw gem, I think. Some inexperience, but you see it, man. He's the same guy, except he's consistently more reliable, but he's still so creative with the way he fights. And you could put him in a position that, you know, isn't in a textbook like this, and he's just going to be so comfortable, spray-wise.
You know, it feels just like slightly more refined.
I think I had him like top 8 even last year. And like, who was above him? Nico, Donk,
Shiro, Monacy. There's 4.
No, Riflers.
Oh.
Like he was up there. Top 3 or top 4 Rifler last year.
Oh, looking to do it back-to-back. The newly inspired roster propped up by Rops. He's also just never afraid. You know, you tell him to go kill, he'll jump at the opportunity. So currently carving a path through utility out middle while Rops eats flashbangs. Counter flash tries to save Rops. Does give him enough time to regain vision, but now that nade's gonna drop on him. Yeah, almost dead, but still stands on 17.
Doing a good job handling the A main pressure, man, our Virtus.pro.
You got Electronic with fire at his feet now. He waits a second, tries to move forward. ZywOo catching him. Fame, nice.
Wow.
Second kill is as clean as needed.
Yo.
Collateral for Icy. Just racking up the frags as ZywOo sits on the angle at 45 seconds. A 1v4 feels like too much to ask of him as that slow burn flank from Flawless should lock in the round. But the thing with ZywOo is when you give him a little time, he can make these moments happen.
Yeah, that's a peak.
Icy steps out and dies.
Has no trade. One in on the flank. Flawless going to back it up, though. Just make sure he can't leave. And then, to be honest, CTs don't have to move.
Look
shots. How far away they're playing this.
2 kills. 3 to go. They're lucky they've got the clock to play for, because it will be what ends this.
With no smoke, like how in the world could he possibly win this is the question.
Like this.
How could he win this?
By checking that flank, turning back around. Oh, decides not to.
Oh.
Doesn't trust it. Looked like he looked for a piece of util.
It's just there's
oh, this smoke. He wanted the smoke for the plant, I'd assume. If he had the smoke for the plant, I think he tries it.
Made it expensive at least.
Bro, he is scary.
I think Icy's even scarier, though, right now.
Maybe in this moment, but in the grand scheme of things. Good bang for your buck, dropping Apex and Rops with a single op shot. So keeping the success of Vitality at bay here for the last 5. As you can see, Virtus.pro's name stamped on him. Final round of the half. Virtus.pro working with decent tools. Ends up being an excellent half from Icy. 12 kills deep already. And then Flamesy going back and forth for the top performer of the first 12.
Oh my goodness, how'd he get spotted? Flamus couldn't see anything.
Apex makes the most of that one. Icy not able to get a shot off. Puts the smoke down behind him.
Aye.
To what? Open the door for Electronic to try to run through? I feel like going for the kills there would have set himself up more. Instead, ZywOo gonna catch a player exposed. Flamesy, oh, hold on! Bomb stopped. ZywOo comes out, Messi's got it covered. A little awkward there for Icy as he tries to prioritize exit for his teammate. Vitality storm the site for the 7-5 half. Well, Icy was a bit of a showstopper for the success of Virtus.pro, but it is still a 7-5 lead for Vitality as they take to the defense. We saw what VP could do versus FaZe. Only 4 rounds on their defense yesterday, and still push that one the distance. Into overtime they went. Now, Mohan, you've got to deal with the one player of the FaZe clan that had departed that roster. Rops is one of the best on this A site, and you will have to see whether Virtus.pro can best him.
2 nades right at the feet of Fame, but he's far back enough. He only takes 25 damage. More of a message than anything else.
Gonna try to jump on this. You going through that smoke? Flamesy ready to meet you. Oh, what? What is happening? What?
He got a kill. They knew exactly what was coming this round.
Slices Icy, kills. Oh my God, Flamesy.
Double
I've never
nade on
seen
Fame.
it.
They had a double nade on Fame, and Flamesy knows the camera split is coming in. They knew that round from beginning to end with so much confidence that Flamesy pulled out the knife and got a kill.
Is that allowed? Is this legal? Stabs Icy to death, hits another for 55, 155 damage with a knife that round.
Amazing. Yeah, that's why they're hyped, man. They read that.
Vitality lets them know.
And there's the micro of the great players they have, and there's like the perfect example of a perfect game plan. Oh my gosh. Getting spammed on both corners as they're approaching, like,
yeah.
Ooh. FaZe are like, wait, they're this obvious? I had no idea. Well, it's maybe they are learning better. Okay.
Yo, Apex is locked in, man.
Everybody dies.
He will shoot whatever moves. And making quick moves are Vitality, not only, of course, with the bridge play first, but already this deep commitment out of Rops. Honestly, if you're VP, you don't realize it yet. This round is done.
Yeah, it's cooked.
You're coming down into a crossfire, an unexpected position by Apex, especially set up by the bridge peak first. So yeah, he's got you covered top rugs. And Rops is here to make sure that the losses stay minimal, if any at all. Apex just gonna run, let his teammates take over the situation as they hunt down this final kill.
Yeah, you got Rops on your teams, one of the best guys at getting out into canals, and Apex just happened to run it down as well. I think the question sometimes is, can you get out of A main? I think that's the hard part. Like the canals push through dark is just a matter of like, oh, is it open or not? Like you kind of can just walk it down. But it's a little bit more precarious from the A main side. But once you make those 2 connections, it's just so hard to actually get back if you're the T side. So if Vitality want to explore aggressive options there, I feel like that's the way, because over on B, trying to flash retake the outside, that seems like one of the most random ways to approach CT aggression. Oh, that was a chance.
Chance with the one player on a
here
gun.
They are again.
I like that Apex is getting active here. He knows what he wants. Look at you, Electronic, not ready for that at all. Violence between in-game leaders. Still, that Galil's out there, but it's split on half health.
And see how Robs has this cutout? He's actually safe here, or at least can take some unfair fights. They aren't even going to clear him.
Dirty. That's not fair at all. Apex at this range. Gonna try to keep the pressure on so that no rifle can be grabbed, and Mezzi's on the cleanup duty from the other side.
Mentally, they don't even think this is close.
No.
Apex is peeking with his nade out. They have full canals control. He's on their steps again.
You know what Rob said to a staff member before this game started?
What did he say?
He said, "Don't worry, I'm gonna get you out of here early."
Oh, okay. Yeah, he meant that.
Second half feels it.
Yeah, I think that's the golden spot that Rops is getting to. And that's a spot where even if you know someone's there, it's really good. You have such a deep angle for people coming down the stairs, and the people who come down the stairs always have to be worried about E-Box. And then the guy who's up on rugs, like he can't approach you safely at all. So it's just a matter of getting to that position, and then you're just set, especially with someone like Rops, man, holding an angle like that.
It's obviously the difficult task of getting there, But in rounds where you know you've got an edge in the guns, pretty hard to stop.
And you see Apex doesn't even start out at mid again, looking to E-box again. Fame's always going to be responsible for holding this push, but sometimes when you hold it from Rug, someone can just walk literally right under you.
Good nade. Electronic had a field day versus FaZe Clan in terms of getting out middle. Kind of had Alicia's number in that regard.
They picked all the wrong rounds to play it, and then they kind of just stopped entirely.
But obviously the struggle of the A site itself kind of opened a door, I think, for middle to go down easy. I don't know if Electronic's job will be that easy versus Vitality. Not if Flamesy has anything to say about it.
Well, they did put Mezzy in kind of an awkward spot. They can call the timing, but only vaguely.
It's all good though, man.
Oh, man,
Mezzy loves to just, he's such a cleanup duty. Ready to go back and do whatever needs to be held. Gets one, primes Apex to just lean back on platform here. Fame coming at it, loud, doesn't matter. Apex pops him, and Flick gets the trade frag back. Man advantage still for Vitality at 15 seconds. Flick's got the bomb, and that's a plant guaranteed. Fire beneath him. ZywOo's gonna kind of welcome Icy into these angles as he goes hunting, but a missed shot, that could have been the difference maker. That would have allowed you to keep your attention turned towards long. Flit will cut down the one. ZywOo's Berettas end up clearing him off of it, but Rops has got the trade frag, and the Vitality round wins just don't stop coming.
Yeah, you can look at the end of the round, but you got to look at that shot first. That's the best chance that Icy has, and like, he can pop off, but you want to be consistent, especially on the easy ones. And that was actually a difficult round to win, especially after that kill went down. But Mezzy put himself in a good spot. Apex got his when it was real 50-50 between his attention there and E-box. By the time Icy gets this kill, he should have already had two. Whoa. He's spitting.
It was back and shoulders day for Apex.
That's true, we were in the gym with him.
So he is certainly pumped up, you can see it. He's been waiting all day to get inside of the server. Pumping iron and laying down lead.
And he's all out of bubble gum.
Chewing on Virtus.pro instead. Ready to spit him out with a 13-5 if he's gonna have his way. Oh, that's
Yeah, that's the right noise.
That's what.
That was right. That's the noise that should be in the game. Yes. Al, if you're listening, that's perfect.
It's if you hit a perfectly timed jumping underhand throw.
Yeah.
Oh, great timing on Robs, but it does welcome the Flammus spam back. ZywOo's so fast with the one shot into the runaway. He's gonna get chased up onto bricks by the looks of it. Flick goes ahead to cover flank. That's big.
They gotta go get back at the bomb, actually.
Oh my God.
Oh man, Flammus thought for sure that was just the only one. They were about to escape backwards through E-box and split the B site. And even though they still want to try to do it, I mean, they've got two CTs waiting for the...
He's going to catch him. Another second player that Apex has fought, not ready with the gun out, and so this one goes down all too easy. Rops spam on smoke, clean. ZywOo, single shot, nice.
Yeah.
Then the round gets gross.
Yeah. ZywOo is fast in this way that's different, where
it's like shot and
he
move.
just doesn't have to, he doesn't have to flick ever. Yeah.
Very awkward for Flammus.
Just running out of stuff.
You know the trash talk's constant when we can't even fit the whole thing in the replay.
Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza for you and me.
Do you feel it now, Mr. Krabs?
We should just send him like SpongeBob clips and see what kind of noises he does. It's like Connor. You could send him noises and then he can't help it. He'll just start repeating them. They go into his RAM.
Yeah. Not a lot of space in there. You got to be careful. ZywOo on the run. Knows better than to stick around. Okay. Never heard you hit that pitch.
That was hard.
Molotov, 2 flashbangs. All Virtus.pro have left on this attack out middle. They want mid. They want to go with it, and they'll find Flamesy up along the wall. Electronic fighting tooth and nail for a little bit of positioning. ZywOo's not going to let you go for free, is he?
Let's see what Apex's reaction is to this, because this same timing exists. Oh, this time it's the 8 players to go back through spawn, so keeping it dynamic, but Apex is not pushing as far as Mezzy did.
So they get past, but
Shadow. The Shadow, that's
easy.
Amazing.
Oh, and a back turned on the player behind him. Flit able to catch that flank. ZywOo, Desert Eagle. Could have another one in store. Fame now stuck here at 25 seconds. The site gets cleared, but the bomb gets dropped, and they have to come to ZywOo. The fear in their eyes as they have to run down ZywOo on the bomb. He tries to flash and swap out guns. Can't stop him from grabbing bomb and rocking it back. Doesn't sprint through the flames just yet, so a good reposition here for Flawless as Icy just stays up on top of Galil in hand. But then they kind of let him work up.
They're not playing together, technically.
Flawless still holding tempo. I mean, ZywOo could turn around, but Icy's going to make sure the head gets ripped off, and VP's got a little left in the tank.
Man, I wish that move from ZywOo worked. Like the kill that he got did after the Deagle shot. But he knew with the amount of time left over, he could run with Deagle, bait the shot, and then go over to the other side with the op, knowing there's no way to escape. But you have to get that bomb back to site. It was just a perfect play for that moment. But still, it's all handled nicely here with VP coming out ahead, at least for 6 rounds. But my goodness, these have been fast ones. Vitality. They can trip over the finish line.
Ooh, oh, you have a gap.
Was that their own?
Flames.
That was their own molly.
Mm-hmm. It's an incendiary.
Yeah, it's their.
Barely blocks it.
Yeah, they are using this overpriced incendiary to their advantage.
It's just a glorified decoy.
Oh my. Just can't get a look at anything these days.
ZywOo scares me. In all the good ways. Thomas with the best chance
that's just not
to get that site open, and unfortunately, barring Icy, it's just not enough. Across the board here for Virtus.pro, the rifles didn't step it up to the degree that Icy had tried to offer us, and Vitality just looking like a playoff contender. Not just that, I will say tournament win champion contender.
Tournament win spoiler.
On the line, Mo. Another one, as you've come to expect. I mean, they are on a 12-match win streak. This would be 13 in the back pocket. They've got 3 maps yet undefeated in 2025. You're looking at a Vitality that can only be beat by the best, and even that is far and few between. Virtus.pro, not enough here on their map pick of Anubis. When the other team's in-game leader is chanting the map at you, you know you're in for a rough night.
Anubis.
And Anubis will still not be a weak point here for Vitality. No matter who tries it, no matter what they want to have in their wheelhouse in order to try and fight back against them, it doesn't seem to really matter because Vitality are just that good.
Let me say you had a point, MOUZ.CET. Let me say you had a point. Anubis, I was unaware of your game, okay? But at the same time, unless you're playing Liquid or Eternal Fire, I think you go with Anubis because it's just a more random map. You stack the right bomb site.
It's kind of true.
Listen, everyone's going to agree with this. You stack the right bomb site at the right time. You make the right push at the right time. It's just a more random map. T-sided maps suck. Anubis sucks, but it gave them a chance.
Okay.
Gave them a chance.
It did. I mean, they actually had a CT side, Virtus.pro. They actually had something to speak for in terms of why they picked the map. And you're right, they did just get a couple good stacks there, but the T side fell flat, and that's what I was saying, man. Ever since they swapped up Apex and Flames' position, it's a new beast. I don't care about your 2-map sample size because now it's a 3-map sample size, and next time it's going to be a 4-map.
Are you telling the next team they shouldn't pick Anubis?
I feel like when you know NIP's on an 87 series win streak, you're like, Is the sample size big enough? It's not 88 matches in a row. When is it large enough for you sample size Andes?
Okay, we'll tell the next team. What are they going to pick? Train? You want me to tell them to pick Train?
They'll try Train. They'll try.
They got to try something else, right? It's definitely not going to be a new, but you can't keep giving them this the whole way. But let's talk about some positives for Vitality, other than just everyone. FaZe continues to do magic, even with a knife in his hand.
Oh my gosh. This was I mean, FlameZ.
Yeah, get it right. He told you already, Mal.
I stand corrected. FlameZ was great in this one. Yeah, so active. I loved him on the defense as well. We're getting a lot of the T-side highlights, but really,
look.
Yeah, this one was crazy. I think we're gonna look back at the pistol and how crazy that anti-strat that they had was there. But in terms of FlameZ getting him in middle, man, it's everything I wanted. There was one round where Electronic missed a Molotov. He missed his jump throw bind, and then FlameZ just pushed immediately. Said, oh, the mollies that's supposed to be here isn't here, and then he just immediately flanked them. So all in all, FlameZ doing what he does best. That's why you don't want to see him on anchor positions.
Yeah, and at the timing when there was maybe a chance for VP, I think VP was up 5-4. You had that FlameZ double kill outside B. That was where you could have had VP run away with the economy. You could have had them actually build maybe like a 7-5 half. Instead, FlameZ locks it down.
In terms of looking at what FlameZ was able to do, right, this whole Vitality seems to be oozing with confidence, and it is showing on their whole game, right? Is this a point where they can just hit a flow state in some of these games, even when it can start to go badly for them?
The thing with Vitality is that it can go right in so many ways. It doesn't go wrong in many ways. It's that if everybody does their job on Vitality, they're going to win because the calling and the game plan is good. If Apex finds his team in a pickle, he can actually make adjustments in terms of the calling. If things are going terribly for everybody, ZywOo is always going to drop 15 to 25 kills per game, so he's always going to be there to save them. And if all else goes to fail, even the supporting cast, like, I think that's probably what makes this Vitality lineup so ridiculously scary, because I referenced the 2021 Na'Vi earlier, James, and I was saying that this is the scariest team we've had since then, because we have a #1 player in the world contender in ZywOo, just like we did Simple there. We have an IGL who is active and actually a good caller, Boomich versus Apex. I'd say Apex is better today, actually, than Boomich was then. And then the supporting cast behind him, what, Robs for Electronic, or FlameZ for Electronic, and then Mezzy for Perfecto. Man, it just fits so well, like roll to roll to roll and position for position. It's just terrifying because everybody is world class in their positions.
Now, there was a point in the middle of the game I was thinking, Rob's he's only 3-4, ZywOo's only 4-3 or something. It's like, hold on,
sample size, dude.
The rest of the team doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter which one of their best players might have a slightly off game. The rest of them are going to pick it up.
Well, let's look through some more details of things. We were talking about that pistol round 13. We can have a look at it in some more detail.
This is one where it actually just seems like they knew exactly what was coming here. There's a smoke at the entrance. Well, there's first, of course, there's a push here. But then what happens is that Vitality, after their own push, they clump up, and FlameZ understands somehow that they're going to be going through their own smoke towards camera, and he's able to get a triple knife. He gets 1, 2, 3 right-click knives. The other players are already holding A main, and this is just such a defense where it just feels like they knew everything was going to happen before it even happened. And that Vitality, again, it's like the game planning is so good, and then when they're right about the game plan, when they're keyed in, they just make all the right plays because of that.
Let me be honest for a second. You're in that smoke, you're FlameZ. You should be left clicking. Left, right, guys. Have we ever played a knife round before? What the hell?
This is the level of criticism we have to get to when we talk about Vitality. That's how right things are going. Who's like, come on. Not right. Do left, right. Like,
well, Vitality, why are you winning 13-5? You guys suck. 13-0. VP did it. You can do it.
Who's actually literally salty. The 26-0 didn't happen. He's actually salty about that.
That's what's killed him so much. That is why Vitality is so bad in VOO's eyes. But you know what? The Woo was on. The Woo was doing very well, and you expect him to thrive in all these situations right now. He's just loving life. He's just enjoying the game.
He's punishing re-aggresses. He is damn near flawless in late round situations, playing around his teammates. There was a round where he was in what I think was practically a 1 versus 5, and he actually made it scary. I mean, yeah, he is the most versatile player, comprehensive player. You know, the argument is still there for, is Donk better? Is he more impactful? Is he more valuable? But in terms of just the all-around game, ZywOo's the best. He is.
ZywOo is what Device wishes he was.
That's true. Ooh. That's actually true.
That's kind of spicy for you.
It's kind of a crazy thing. Because it's almost like this, James. I think that when Vu says that, it's that Device made all the right moves, but sometimes in reality, his mechanics kind of let him down in tough situations. ZywOo's mechanics are just 15% better while they both make all the right moves.
The 1v5 you were talking about, by the way, we see him go for a wall bang. Nobody else hits through heaven on A, and we're all like, we've seen him hit that before. He can do it again. I can't believe he missed. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's that level you try and hold him to. Now, we haven't spoke too much about this next player, and it's on the VP side, Icy. We were actually very critical of him in the first game, but here on Anubis, I know it's a loss, but he showed us some moments where you can see why they've got him on the team.
Yeah, I think when it comes to Icy, the thing is, I'm not sold on him. I don't think he's bad, but if you look at his stats are like, this is him and James, it's like this is the same picture. But when you actually watch him in the game, he manages plays like this a pretty reasonable amount of time. What I said about Fallen, reasonably effective or surprisingly effective. I think Icy is comfortably effective. It's just, I wish he was just a little bit better, a little bit more aggressive. He could do this a little bit more consistently to actually put VP to the next level.
Do we need a Vu comfortably exceptional like tier list? Can we make this, Maui? I know you're good with tier list.
What would be so funny is just it's a hot to cold scale on the Vu grading, but then it's the adverbs about comfortable are just kind of vague. Like somehow surprisingly acceptable is better or worse than comfortably acceptable. Like
He's comfortably into an acceptable level of gameplay. Yeah. It's comfortably elevated into the yellowish green category when you're highlighting the kills.
See, why is it green? Like, it should be hot or cold. Like it should be blue or red.
No, you have green, grayish green, yellowish green, yellow.
Okay, well, we try and workshop this. We're going to go to a break because Vu's got no idea what this scale looks like, but we'll find out after the break what it looks like. If you even care that much, probably not. Well, it might only go from bad to worse when it comes to Virtus.pro's chances here, because they're now going up against the Vitality, who took them down on their map pick, and will have to face them on Inferno. This is an Inferno where no one has been able to stop them. Vitality have looked confident, they have looked comfortable. Robs is doing his aggressive lurks at the right time. He's just pushing position whenever he feels like it. They've got a good read on everything. Can VP stop them?
They can stop FaZe.
Not on this map, though, Vu.
Wasn't it Inferno?
It's Dust 2.
Oh, it's Dust 2.
Nice try.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was Inferno. I forgot.
Yeah, no. So
who's having a rough time, man? First the color scales, now the maps.
I'm partially colorblind. It's illegal for
but
you to
chose the colors.
So
I didn't give you any colors to look at. You chose the colors.
This is illegal right
He's
now.
colorblind, so he can't remember
This
the
is
maps.
illegal right now.
This is ableism, actually. You just can't see the colors. So, yeah.
I mean, Vitality took on Astralis on Inferno. Astralis picked it because it's their only good map.
Yeah.
Astralis got what? 6 rounds?
4.
4.
And
that was
13,
and we gave Astralis props for going to the right site quite often.
Yeah.
Still doesn't matter.
No, this is a map where it's hard to list anything other than firepower for Vitality, because even though Astralis outplayed them in some ways in the macro, the 2 players that are on site defending for Vitality, and you could take your pick who those 2 are, it doesn't matter what bomb site you go to, they're multi-fragging. They're getting so many kills, the crossfires they assemble are good, they play off of each other, whereas other teams sometimes, like the pick guy will swing out too wide, take the duel by himself. I just think Vitality, they do that, but they do it less, and if they do it, they just hit the instant headshot. So it's really tough to beat them or penetrate a bomb site.
Yeah, you have strategy, then tactics, then synergy, and Vitality have all 3 completely locked down.
What's the counter?
The counter is probably you probably need to
not
play nuke.
Ban it?
No, I don't think you can ban it against them, because they're just gonna pick Dust 2. They're just gonna pick nuke. They probably have another 100% win rate map I'm forgetting right now. Train. They have Train as well.
And we'll get that later,
So,
potentially.
It's tough, James. Okay, what I think VP need to do in this one is they need to just play off meta. I think that's like the only way you have a real chance. The thing is, I don't think VP's gonna do that. VP are a team that's trying to elevate. They're trying to progress right now. They're trying to play a normal style, but it's just a refined one. So, but I would love to see some gamble stack. I'd love to see a 4B start. Show me a 4B start, VP. Give me one.
I'd love to see it as well, but we'll have to wait and see. We're about to go into the game, and then we'll have our questions answered.
Show me this, show me that. We got these greedy analysts on our plate.
Show
don't
me what's
we,
underneath
today?
the pyramids. That's what I want to know.
Okay. Sand, probably.
But how much and how dense and what's written on it.
Okay, all right. This is where we've reached. This is how far we're reaching to find solutions for Virtus.pro. But Mohan, you know what happens when we get into situations like this? When things feel so lopsided that we all stop to think about the possibility of an upset? That's when VP finished the series 2. I messed it up. Vitality finished the series 2-0.
That's the kind of mess up I would have.
I know, dude. I don't think there is a world where VP pulled this off, but I do think Maui Snake is correct in that if there's a world, you gotta get out there, man.
You gotta get out there, man. You gotta explore a little bit. Keep an open mind.
But not too open.
Don't shoestring yourself.
Don't flip over too many rocks.
Don't get funnel visioned, okay?
You never know what you'll find.
Okay.
Oops.
Is that on purpose?
Production, I need help. No, just kidding. Because someone would come help. Maybe that's what VP need.
The help you need is not in the building, unfortunately.
Someone to come help.
Yo, got any therapists?
Running up short side, Flawless thought he could go ahead and take into the action. There's so many players on his screen. Everybody.
There's
what do you
so
do?
many.
Nothing. There's nothing you can do about that. Blink and you miss it. It is a stampede of Vitality players on top of the bomb site. Look at all these nades Fame has. He's got 4 frickin' grenades.
4 frickin' grenades. Save him for next round, eh?
Doesn't even, yeah, frickin' right, bud.
Don't waste him here.
He will save them in the T-spawn. Pistol round, Vitality.
Okay, how many exits? You know, the way that we're already talking about Vitality, who have won 1 tournament with this lineup, is like how we talked about Astralis in 2018. Like, it is like that. with the way that they're winning rounds and the way that they're winning games right now. They have the self-confidence, and they've really flexed, I think, how good everyone is at the same time. There's never been a game that's like, well, this guy, you know, if this guy's the one guy, if he gets consistent, they have it all. We've seen it all from all of them right now. It's like, dude, when's it going to end? Think about that Pro League final, right? Even versus MOUZ. MOUZ has been consistent in every other game they played and looked like bots versus Vitality.
That's blunt, but truthful.
Yeah. Well, people are calling each other bots here at Blast, so.
That's true.
Don called Torzy a bot, then Torzy called him a bot. Both bots, if you ask me. If you ask Zywoo.
Yeah. Rob's Apex Flamesy or Mezzy.
Yeah.
Well, not Mezzy. He wouldn't say something like that. I like the aggression here with the force buy, trying to get up in their faces on Banana. Good double kill out of Fame, but Mezzy, speak of the devil, always on cleanup duty. Rumor has it that if you go into the bathroom, close the door and turn the lights off, look in the mirror and say Mezzy 3 times.
Bloody Mary pops out.
No, he'll crawl up from behind you.
Oh, okay. That'd be okay with me. He's a nice guy.
And tell that to Virtus.pro. They get slammed on the aggressive swing into Banana. Bodies piled. How can Virtus.pro get off meta enough to catch Vitality off guard?
I think like Maui had it right on both points that like they kind of need to be able to win a game like this, but also they're not trying to do that right now. And I think that's in defense of the idea that they should continue to just improve, because a loss to Vitality only means so much.
Yes.
They are going in the right direction for sure, and they have a lot more potential to show.
This is a winnable round. No kit, but looking for something over there.
Yeah.
Maybe another nade to pick up. They don't find anything. So AK Famas, both Kevlard. Mezzy ready to swing, of course, off Flamesy's contact, but he takes a second. They come at him. They could still take this. Bomb. Oh, he gets caught on the corner.
Caught on the corner.
Shots are good. Movement, not so much.
Mans and ends right now. I need to know what that meant. I need to.
And the defuse with it. Force buy, round win.
We wrote their obituary too soon.
Oh.
It's kind of what we did on Anubis too.
Yeah.
But then they still got smoked in the second half. Nice retake, VP.
You know, I don't mean it disrespectfully to Virtus.pro. I don't want to offend anybody over at Virtus.pro.
They do get offended easily.
Yeah, that's true. What if he just started chanting Anubis back at Apex?
I would love that, actually.
Inferno, Inferno.
That would be actually really great. I wonder if he did do that. Probably would have said Inferno, I think. Me thunk.
Oh, quick snap back to reality. You have to remember, though, that was off of a double kill from Fame, so still, it was Vitality who almost recovered that situation. Not like they had full control of it from the start to finish.
Yeah, good point. We're pretty low on utility here on the B side, actually, which is not that comfortable. I don't know how much Split has laying around. You kind of think some of this A side utility is wasted. Maybe they got a bit more somewhere, I'm not sure. But it looks like for now, Fame will have a second smoke to chain, and it's past a minute with no more pressure, so that's nice. And Electronic as a rotator is coming in with nothing to that site. So the weird part about this round is that most utility is on lane where VP are going, or where VP are.
Nate's over the top, smoke in front of the balcony push, which is 3 of the 5 here for Vitality. Flamas under pressure, Apex's Tech 9 and Rops's as well. Both pick up kills to open sight and plant bomb. And the
now there's no retake utility at all.
On.
I feel like this actually became the hardest route to a victory, but just because they were just so cohesive and quick on the approach. I mean, ideally you kill them as they're coming out of the hall, so your next kill is just a lineup frag, but instead they jumped into pit fully. This is also a symptom of playing, you know, pit, sight, arch rotator, QB, top B without car control. Hall's wide open.
2 for the road. And Rops has got to keep running. Ooh. 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 Rack him up.
Rops said every man for himself.
Yeah, right. You got my back, bro?
There's one guy alive at the end of the universe. It's going to be me.
Rough one for Icy. Just gets smacked upside the head by that Tech 9. Jumping on the bomb site. As Vitality just dish it right back out. It's a buy, of course, for VP, so they better hope something comes of this. It's limited with 2 M4s out on the field. You lose this one, and Vitality's T side is off to the races. Off to the horse races, see?
Why'd you just look at me and say that?
Because Chesterfield's having a great season, see?
Okay. Is that a floppy impression?
No. Nuh-uh.
That's so subtle.
Leaving that bomb back, waiting for the banana peek. Oh, Fame, dude. He did that nice double kill when they swung out wide, but he is just no support. This is off textbook.
Off the record?
Off meta. Like Maui Snake wanted. Right? He said go for the gambles. Obviously on a buy like this makes total sense.
Yeah.
But it's the gamble.
They're a little open to anything towards Halls, but it's coming in light for players up on the lane. VP preempting their nades because why not?
Flamesy over top of the fire, ahead of the pack. Good amount of damage on Zywoo as well. Sight trying its damnedest to hold, but Rops connects from up top, 20 on the clock. Electronic trying to pressure that bomb.
Oh, he didn't see it.
Apex didn't see it. Bomb doesn't go down. Somebody's got to go pick it up. You got 5 seconds to spare.
Yeah, and Fame, he's walking it. He's just going to play the standard 1v2 as they get the bomb planted. Oh! NT.
Where was he, site?
No one knew anything.
They showed, it went showed. Nice, Robin, sick.
I like the gamble.
Yes.
It's a good gamble.
Nice stack.
They did Brazil?
This was just a matter of they're so good, they just, you know, they still got the kills. That's kind of it. It's not that the stack was wrong.
Tough one for Fame.
Like, that was tough too. Robs just did a full 180 and he had his aim perfectly lined up.
Yeah, snapped Fame out of it. And Fame had the M4, right? You saw all these other players make it happen with 5.7s, and the A1S doesn't even get a chance. That frag grenade gonna really take the wind out of the sails of what's supposed to be the 3-player swing off the double flash. Like, woohoo, let's swing with 13 health. What's Flit supposed to do here?
Yeah.
Hope that off of 1 death they come to him and his P250 can prevail, but nah, they're caught kind of peeling back for a second. Ends up being the USP kill from Electronic. 1 casualty for Vitality to stomach. So be it. It's going to be the 4-1 start with the Zeus on the field.
It's going to be sitting here for quite a while. That Zeus skin does not look like a Counter-Strike skin.
Nope.
But it's still cool. I like it, but I guess it's just on such a small gun. It looks different.
Just wait for the grenade skins.
I'm ready.
No chance.
Winning is fun. That's that smile was.
Yeah. I can see it in their eyes.
This, and let's listen for the nade.
It's also the fact that, you know, not only are they having fun, it's high energy and whatnot, but they're also staying very much focused on the game.
For sure. They don't really, like, they have confidence moves, but they have them calculated between 2 or 3 players at a time. It's never like someone's making a rash decision and dying and there's no answer. It's really on Virtus.pro as well to earn their respect. I mean, it's only to their advantage to be able to keep playing a little bit too aggressive, because it hides some of their other game plans, you know? Oh, Flamus spotted. Wow, how did Robs win? Man, that's the power of Robs right there. Like, who wins a duel like that?
Second player able to catch him off guard at least, but dude, he just bends bullets around that doorway.
He's just, yeah, so good at halls.
This is keeping 2 of the remaining 4 players from Virtus.pro occupied on A. Octopused. Octopied.
I didn't even make fun of you, and you still...
I knew it was coming. I got ahead of it. You know?
That's conditioning.
Like Electronics trying to do. Get ahead of the full-blown exec. He sees the first guy cross. Zywoo makes sure to keep vision back on spawn, and Flit has gone ahead unnoticed. Ooh, you forgot about him.
No! Okay.
He'll wall back down. No! Mezzy kills the smoke push. His gun is empty. There's pistols out. And Flamesy clears the bomb site.
No. What happened, man?
That could have been it.
That one was all tentacles. Suction. That was Squid Games. I didn't watch season 2. What was that one reference you kept saying?
Welcome to Thanos world. Senorita.
Wait, it was like double up on the Falc. He was so confused about this. This was almost very unfortunate. It was still kind of unfortunate.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Welcome to Thanos world.
A good teammate raises their mic before screeching.
Yeah, yeah. If you've ever yelled on land, sometimes you have to self-mute.
You know, the irony of Rops is he's flabbergasted that there's a second player up there. What he doesn't understand that it's just as shocking the way he gets his first kill.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, Rops, that's what it's like to play against you, my dude. AK for Icy here, trying to be the hero of round 7 of map 2 of match 4 of day 3.
Wait, what?
I don't know. Zywoo also dead to a pistol, so Virtus.pro getting weird with it.
Solid.
Flick can grab the AK-47. That's something for him to work with. Icy's gun is gone, though. Oh, no, that's the one grabbed. Right.
They're just as worried about Arch is the problem. But it's this lane attack, man. They're so comfortable just going mass up lane.
Just need Flamus to draw all the attention. Not everybody's going to turn. They'll clear out Fame first. Flamus is stuck in this spot. They're going to swing down at him. His gun nearly empty, and the smoke's thin. Flit's AK, which was picked up from that banana frag, is now in a 1v1 versus Mezzy, but Mezzy always cleans up. Flit down beneath him has gone unnoticed. Mezzy just plays back and forth behind sight, and there it is.
He's got him.
Third kill for Flit, second round for VP. He'll make up for that awkward engagement on the back of B last round.
That was scary. Ammo got very low, but Flit hit the headshot when he had to. Nice one, and a nice second round as well. You know, every second that Flamus wastes there playing mini pit and taking a little bit of damage when he can is one more second for Flit to get closer to make this play happen. So every little bit counts, even delaying.
No.
Is that an AI voice translation?
Yeah.
Incredible technology that we've got here at Blast.
I've been working on it. Got my new neural link updates. Okay, off the pause. I like the aggression. It works on one side. Flamus bested though, empty-handed on his attack. Good thing FaZe trades out from Banana, but
pretty ready for it, I guess.
Yeah, right? I mean, off of the attack pause, Vitality come in on high alert. Ooh, but that could be the difference. Icy comes back at a middle pry. FaZe floating around still in front of Car.
Oh my god, that's
very dangerous. And he could very well be chased down by Mezzi and the bomb.
No smoke for him to push this one back. I think this means for Vitality, they don't see a smoke. He has to call a second rotation. So this should allow like Rops to speed up towards the end of Halls, I think.
Not moving.
Yeah, well, he's good for now, but there is obviously a timing here where they have to be worried about it. But they finally get the smoke out, so maybe Vitality have used a little too much time.
Just that huge arch gap as well that they're worried about because of this balcony spot. You can see even Electronic worried about it. FaZe a little slower on the rotate back. It's going to be a big balcony push.
They're going to triple up. Let's see how Electronic can fare here. And if FaZe's going to take a risk, he'll clear everything out nice and quickly, and now get into the perfect spot.
Yeah, getting out on the door is good, and it primes Electronic, who could have decided to sit back and wait, but goes in instead. Mezzi turns, second one connects.
Clean.
13 health, and a 1v3, one frag away. Icy's on the other side of the world when that attack happens, but he runs into Library quickly.
So Mezzi's going to set up. He's taking the risk versus Hulks because he knows there's almost no chance for him to get all the way over here. Icy basically just has to hard clear this. And it might come down to a pistol, right? Because he's
not sure. Icy working up underneath him. Right underneath, blocking up. Oh, nice.
Did not
USP clears.
Was that a 4-3?
I don't know. Just happened so fast. USP headshot. Nice and clean from Icy. Well done from Electronic. And I also say nicely done from FaZe, because some players would have just sat in Library, and then Electronic would have kind of had to take contact and be left out here. The fact that FaZe comes out wide, serves up damage. Electronic swings for the double kill.
Yeah, I think Vitality, because there was no smoke, it looked like they were onto the exact right idea. But instead of going lane like they usually do, which would have been about 10 seconds faster and put way more pressure on Electronic, they go at it way after B gets smoked, which is very late, and then allow VP to get into a comfortable 2-1 position. So third round comes from that.
It's also a very critical moment in that last round where Icy decides to re-aggress in mid. You know, after kind of the dust had settled from the first fight, but this is a fast tempo. Flawless triple!
Nasty.
Gun's empty, so obviously not long for this world, but he's done enough to set up Icy, who will not miss this chance to strike them down on short. Done! Vitality's lead whittled down to a single round thanks to a flawless triple mowdown.
Yeah, you got to look at this angle because it's the perfect one for anybody who's jumping out. You block so much of the view from any flashes that could land, and you also punish as soon as they turn. I mean, he could have got headshotted right here, but he gave himself the best chance to grab a lineup.
Should be proud of that one as he takes to the top of the chart next to Flit. 8 kills each. And 3 rounds straight here for Virtus.pro means we have to start to take this ever so slightly more seriously. Got to give credit where it's due. VP dispatching of FaZe in a best of 3.
Wow. I mean, you got to take that seriously. How?
Well, they try to follow up immediately, but now Mezzi's got the the op.
Oh, should have Electronic just fought instead?
I don't know. Would have held them back for sure. Could still be cleaned up. Retakes can be done. AK gets passed around. Now, Robs did have Kevlar. That's the difference. Robs has Kevlar for that AK, so he could be the kingpin of round 10.
It's kind of a weird spot for him to be in. It's off angle a little bit. Let's see if Flit will clear him. Has to flick.
Flit hits that. 64 damage from the headshot.
Now they walk away, right?
Yeah, I think they do.
So I think, so Electronic, the thing is that he's mollying himself off, but they're not trying to run him down, right? They just got the deagle kill in middle. They know that lane's the easier part of the map to take. If he has his gun out, they can't even cross, and his teammate has someone to help. One extra dice to the bomb for Vitality, but that's a win. Right when we were supposed to take it a bit more seriously.
Oh, now we have to be jokesters again.
Oh man, what a shot. Honestly.
Yeah, I mean, there's a moment there for Icy where he's like processing it with frustration. Ah, shit. But then you got to remember that you have to call that this is an all-in rush and that they're sprinting up mid. You see his eyes widen. Still a savable situation, obviously, but not in the end. Vitality steal it away. 6-4.
We haven't talked about Xtaz much in all this. I think it's partially because, you know, the ROPS edition has really been stealing the show in terms of looking at the spots that he's been taking, how well he's been playing. It's just quite clearly like that upgrade that has made the biggest difference. Otherwise, this team is just already consistently good. But ROPS is also the roster change for FaZe that allowed them to win the major, right? Him and Twist coming into the team, and that was it.
Imagine he does it again for Austin.
Yeah. Well, if he's Stewie, he'll grab the Grand Slam.
Okay. Ooh, nope. Not gonna happen. Mezzi's nade, though, will finish the job. Actually, what else hit Icy?
I don't know.
I'm gonna keep an eye on Scorebot. It's a big nade. I hope we have footage of it, please.
Flash is good, but the shot is not. Even though I think he flicked while he was blind, otherwise he would have been just dead on. And Flawless tries to take a timing, but there's two guys there in mid.
Yeah, Vitality are everywhere. You know, we've seen these like little bursts of aggression out of Virtus.pro, and even when it's on their terms, the aggression, Vitality just constant. Ooh, in their presence. You got 3 players up inside the B site.
No one on A.
A is going to be found out for free, so if anything, this just allows Virtus.pro to go into the save and make sure everybody's got enough in round 12 of the half. Apex takes his sweet time with the bomb plant.
Yeah, that fake was easy to buy because, well, look at all the early B pressures, just 2, 3 nades coming afterwards.
Yeah, and he kind of gets caught up on his teammate. Like tripping over each other on the fallback into the stream of frag grenades. Just because Mezzi didn't, there was no assist on Mezzi's nade kill. That's what had me so curious.
Kill feed's been lying.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, remember that play to long where there was 3 people who got, you know, it was like triple flashes, no flash assist in kill feed.
Apex going in. Gave his nades away. Apex died.
Types in chat, you bots.
You better save.
Yeah, keep hiding. You were a little bit terrible.
But we can fix you. We can fix you. This is ROPS stealing the show. 11-6 going into the final round of the half. Vitality have been caught off by a couple moments. And Flamus's triple mowdown, definitely one of those, but Flamesy sneaks in behind him. Now Icy's gonna have a whole pack of players on him, and they dominate the apartments, they dominate the A site, they dominate Virtus.pro. 8-4 T-side on what has been an unlosable map for Vitality in 2025.
You just don't beat this team right now, it feels like. The way they jumped on those kills, what were you supposed to do?
Surrender?
You get one chance, right? You hit your shot in your good setup, or you get run over, and that's what happened.
I mean, you say we hit their shot, the good setup. Poor Flamus just had a barrel put to the back of his head.
True.
Guys walking through mid smokes into Boiler. Now the old classic Virtus.pro rifle duo of Flit and Fame, tasked to the 2v4. Final round of the half, they gotta give it the try. Still a smoke on Fame and a kit on Flit. Pit players hold the line, Vitality take that 8th. Virtus.pro try their damnedest, but VP cut from a different cloth, especially on Inferno.